Demon Witch, Witch is a Mountain Shadow, Book 2, written by Tarah, narrated by Taylor Harvey. Demon Witch, Witch is a Mountain Shadow, Book 2, written by Tarah, narrated by Taylor Harvey. Chapter 1. The Funeral. The funeral was held at dusk. 11 witches and a mortal were gathered in black around an undisturbed plot of grass in the back corner of the cemetery. No one had been buried there yet. The investigation into Agatha's death was still ongoing, and the police hadn't released her body. As Daphne passed around small white candles, Fiona squeezed Bee's hand. The two of them had been best friends since grade school, and Bee was also a witch. Fiona's sister Eleanor was standing on her other side, searching the dark corners of the cemetery with a wary expression. Fiona knew Eleanor was seeing spirits. The cemetery must have been full of them. Eleanor was the only witch she knew who could see them in the earthen realm, and it was more of a curse than a gift. The sun was setting over the hill, throwing golden streaks of light between the tall trees. Maples and willows lined the long path from the wrought iron gate at the entrance, and smaller paths branched off at intervals to burial plots flanked by low stone walls. 2 giant blue spruces towered over Agatha's plot like sentries, their heavy branches drooping with needles. Agatha had purchased the plot decades before and had commissioned her headstone in advance. Holding her service after the cemetery was officially closed had been the only possibility. The string of grisly murders was still fresh in everyone's minds, and since her co-conspirator had fled Mountain Shadow, the town's ire had fallen on Agatha. No church would agree to hold her service. The funeral home didn't want her. Even the thought of Agatha sharing her victim's final resting place had angered several local families. It depressed Fiona that Agatha was unwelcome there. Everyone deserved a proper burial. Even though she'd betrayed the coven and tried to kill Eleanor as part of an ancient druid ritual, Agatha had been family. More than that, she had been their leader, and the entire coven was in attendance. Geraldine had gone all out with her wardrobe. She was dressed in a smart black velvet suit with winged shoulder pads and a pillbox hat. Her son Bellamy was standing beside her, dressed in a slim-cut charcoal suit. Jinx looked like the butterfly lady, in her lacy black robe and bejeweled black turban. Romulus looked a bit like a musketeer in his roughly jabot and duster, and he had combed his wiry salt-and-pepper hair straight back. His odd costume contrasted sharply with Lucian's impeccably tailored 3-piece suit. Even Daphne, a vibrant redhead who never wore black, had chosen a navy A-line dress complemented by a single strand of pearls. Fiona knew them all like family. All of them, except for one. According to Daphne, the woman standing closest to the headstone was Agatha's niece. She looked to be in her early 50s, but that wasn't saying much. A witch's appearance was notoriously unreliable in trying to guess her age. The woman's dark, wavy hair was turning silver, and she wore it pinned back in a low, neat ponytail. Her black silk dress had a spidery lace collar that came up high on her neck. She was the only one besides Rose and Geraldine who wore a hat. Her elegant face was mostly hidden by one of those old-fashioned net veils. She clutched at a handkerchief with dainty gloved hands, and Fiona got the perverse impression that the woman was putting on a show. There was a long moment of silence as they stared down at Agatha's would-be grave. The candles illuminated the familiar faces, and Fiona felt a tug of sorrow so strong that it threatened to overwhelm her. The coven was the glue that held their strange family together. With Agatha gone, there was no coven. At least, not in the way it had been for as long as she could remember. Fiona's train of thought was interrupted by the strange witch, who spoke in a proud, crystalline voice. "Thank you all for coming this evening. I know these are difficult times." That was an understatement, Fiona thought dryly. It had only been a week since Agatha had tried to unleash a horde of demons with the help of her apprentice, Alexios. "My name is Celine Holmeswood. Agatha was my aunt." Although Celine spoke with a high-bred American accent, Fiona noticed that she pronounced aunt with a very British-sounding ah. Agatha was very clear about her final wishes. She asked to be buried here, in Mountain Shadow, in the presence of her dearest friends. Glancing over at her sister, Fiona saw Eleanor raise an eyebrow. If she'd hoped to be buried among friends, Fiona thought, she shouldn't have betrayed them just before her death. "I realize that you may have some conflicting feelings about Agatha," said Celine. "But my aunt spoke very highly of you, and the fact that you're here tonight speaks volumes about your friendship." Eleanor shifted her weight from one foot to the other, glancing at the long shadow cast by a gnarled old willow tree. Fiona wondered if she was seeing Agatha's spirit, and slipped her hand into Eleanor's. Celine nodded at Mr. Crike, who gently pulled back the cover on Agatha's headstone to reveal an understated slab of granite with Agatha's name carved in plain block letters. Below her birth and death dates was a single quotation: "Omnia mutantur nihil interit." Something in Fiona's memory stirred. She recognized the phrase as the coven's motto, though she couldn't recall what it meant. "Everything changes, nothing is lost," Eleanor translated in a low undertone. Eleanor had studied the classics in college, and she particularly loved Latin. Placing a delicate gloved hand over the top of the headstone, Celine spoke as if Agatha really was buried there. "Dear Agatha," she began, "I do not know what transpired in the months leading up to your death. I regret that I wasn't here. Perhaps I could have seen that you were consumed by darkness and intervened before it was too late." Fiona ground her back molars together. The implication that someone should have seen this coming made her want to spit on Celine's fussy black shoes. She'd been beating herself up for that very reason, and to hear the words from a stranger's mouth filled her with a roiling fury. Celine caressed the edge of the gravestone with a marked tenderness. "I hope that everything here is resolved and that you can finally rest in peace." "What the hell does that mean?" B growled from Fiona's other side. Fiona elbowed her in the ribs. Celine's words had done nothing to tame her own anger, but she was determined to get through the funeral without making a scene. Daphne was sniffling just a few feet away, dabbing under her eyes with a tissue. The tip of her nose was pink from crying, and she looked the way mourners should look. Fiona wouldn't ruin this for them. The coven needed to grieve. Fiona's own grief was overshadowed by the sting of betrayal that had left sharp edges of anger. Agatha had treated her and Eleanor like family. All that time, she'd been manipulating them in the hope that the sisters would lead her to La Ruota Oscura. She'd killed their parents, though Fiona still didn't know how. Up until a week ago, they'd thought their parents had died in a hotel fire. Trying not to think about that, Fiona turned her attention back to Celine. She unclenched her jaw, softened her gaze, and tried to summon an expression that was appropriate for a funeral. "May your spirit not wander this realm," Celine continued. "May you find peace in the next life that you could not find in this one." Fiona looked to Eleanor again, who gave a slight shake of her head. Fiona took that to mean that Agatha's spirit wasn't wandering nearby. Witches didn't believe in the mortal version of hell. The Underworld, the realm where demons resided, was not a place one usually traveled, even in death. No living witch or mortal could visit the Underworld and survive, and it was rare for a spirit to be trapped in the Underworld and tormented in the ever after. When a witch died, she hoped to cross through the spirit realm to find peace in the higher realms. Witches had differing beliefs on where spirits finally ended up, but most agreed that the worst fate in death was to spend eternity wandering between realms. As Celine droned on, Eleanor grew increasingly restless. A fine sweat had broken out over her skin, and her breathing had become low and shallow. Fiona could tell from the look in her eyes that Eleanor was not all right. The spirits must have been growing in numbers, or else there was a particularly bothersome soul who was tormenting her sister. Fiona squeezed Eleanor's hand to get her attention and gave her an encouraging nod. Eleanor bowed her head and ducked quietly out of the circle. Fiona watched her blow out her candle and follow the path back to their car. Bee shuffled closer to Fiona, her brow creased in a look of concern. "It was too much for her," Fiona whispered, glancing back over her shoulder. "I'm surprised she came at all." Fiona had been surprised too. Hanging around in a graveyard at dusk would have been hard at the best of times, but Eleanor had been through a tremendous ordeal that had weakened her, body and spirit. She suspected Eleanor had only come to show the others that she was all right. They'd all been walking on eggshells lately, as though they thought she might unravel. "And now," Celine concluded, "Mr. Crike would like to say a few words." Mr. Crike, the mortal bookshop owner, shuffled slowly toward the head of their circle to pay his respects to Agatha. He removed a pair of thick, grimy glasses and wiped them slowly on a handkerchief. He was wearing a very old gray suit that was a bit too wide for him in the shoulders. Fiona suspected it had fit him once, but that he hadn't worn it for the better part of a decade. She knew Mr. Crike preferred the company of books and didn't often venture out from his shop. "When I first met Agatha, it was the summer of '72. "What is he doing here?" Bee hissed in Fiona's ear. Mr. Crike was a bit hard of hearing, but Fiona saw Lucian raise an eyebrow. Fiona didn't understand why Bee would object to Mr. Crike's presence at the funeral, but then she followed Bee's gaze over her shoulder and saw whom she was referring to. A familiar silhouette was just visible in the last rays of light peeking over the hill. He was standing over a grave in another corner of the cemetery, but Fiona could tell by his upturned gaze that he was watching the proceedings closely. "Shit," Fiona whispered. "He shouldn't be here," Bee snarled. This time her whisper had been loud enough for her Nana to hear. Rose, who was dressed in a navy suit and matching hat, thumped Bee's foot with the end of her cane. "I'll take care of it," Fiona murmured, noticing that Celine was looking in her direction. She backed out of the circle as gracefully as she could and turned to walk across the cemetery. She was wearing a very nice black dress that fell to her calves, cinched by a thin black ribbon. Her low heels sunk into the soft grass as she walked, causing her to stumble ungracefully. A magpie squawked and flapped out of her way as Fiona staggered onto the path. She could see the hunter more clearly now, but even if she hadn't seen him, Fiona would have been able to sense him. The hunter exuded more ether than any mortal, along with a strange supernatural pheromone. It somehow drew Fiona in, even as her instincts told her she should be afraid. Witches and hunters were natural enemies, and Fiona knew it wasn't smart to let down her guard around him. Gabriel wasn't dressed for a funeral. He was wearing dark jeans, a black leather jacket, and heavy leather motorcycle boots. His dark hair feathered out in choppy strands, adding more sharp angles to his chiseled jawline. "What are you doing here?" Fiona asked. Gabriel's eyes flashed. "I could ask you the same question." "I'm paying my respects," Fiona shot back. She didn't need to explain herself to him. "You shouldn't be here." "Afraid I'll disturb the peace for the murderer who set your house on fire and almost killed your sister?" "This is a funeral. You need to leave." Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "Kind of hard to hold a funeral without a body, isn't it?" He nodded back toward the circle of witches, where Mr. Crike was still speaking. "Who's the broad in the veil?" Fiona glared back at him. "Why do you want to know?" "I'm keeping close tabs on your coven until I'm sure none of them has any intention of picking up where Agatha left off." Nobody else was involved with that, Fiona growled, her hands curling into fists.
So you say. But you didn't know that Agatha was involved either. What makes you think you'd know if you had another rogue witch in your coven?
Fiona let out an angry huff. She didn't have a good response, but she didn't answer to Gabriel. Stay away from my family.
I can't do that, said Gabriel, in a tone of infuriating calm. After that little stunt she and Alexios pulled, you should be glad that I'm your friendly neighborhood hunter.
Fiona scowled. What's that supposed to mean? Gabriel didn't answer.
Who's the woman?
He asked instead.
I've never seen her before.
That makes two of us, Fiona grumbled, glancing back toward the circle. She knew Gabriel well enough to know that he was like a dog with a bone. He wouldn't go away until he got what he wanted, so she might as well share what she knew. Her name is Celine Holmeswood. She says she's Agatha's niece.
What?
Gabriel sounded alarmed by this. Agatha never mentioned her, Fiona added. I think they'd fallen out of touch. She opened her mouth to add that there was no way Celine could have known about Agatha's plot, but just then, she heard a rustle in the bushes that made her think they were being watched. She leaned to the side to look around Gabriel and saw a pair of eyes gleaming from the shadows. Gabriel swiveled around with preternatural swiftness, but then the wind picked up, rustling the branches, and Fiona wondered if she'd imagined it.
What is it?
He asked, his back and shoulders tensed. Fiona shook her head, but kept staring at the bushes where she thought she'd seen the eyes. Nothing, she said, as he turned to face her. You shouldn't be here. It's disrespectful.
Disrespectful? Gabriel snarled. To that power-hungry, murderous old hag?
Funerals are for the living, not the dead, and you being here is disrespectful to my family. For a second, Gabriel just stared at her with those critical blue eyes of his. Fiona thought that he might argue, so she intensified her glare. It took a minute, but Gabriel backed down, and she felt as though she'd won. He glanced back at the circle once, frowning at Celine.
You shouldn't trust anyone who shows up out of nowhere, especially not that witch.
Chapter 2. Dark Waters. The repast was held in Agatha's house. It was an ivy-covered brick Tudor with stonework around the arched red door. The house had the slightly musty smell of an antique store that lingered in the long velvet drapes. It mixed with Agatha's floral perfume, which clung to the beaded lampshades and pastel chintz chairs. The lamps and the fire were the only sources of light in the dim cave of a parlor. They threw shadows behind the Victorian furniture and added a touch of the macabre to Agatha's creepy pre-Raphaelite artwork. The merry fire crackling in the hearth did little to offset the gloom. Every inch of the house reminded Fiona of Agatha, and her memories of the time they'd spent together in that house had been permanently altered. She could no longer look back on afternoon tea and Agatha's awful cookies with fondness. It had all been part of an elaborate ruse to gain Fiona's trust. The repast was a particularly glum affair because it was the first time the coven had gathered at Agatha's without her. Fiona couldn't guess what their gatherings would look like now that their leader was dead. Daphne had taken it upon herself to cater the repast. She was a tremendous cook and owned the Fireside Cafe, a staple in Mountain Shadow. The sideboard, coffee table, and end tables were laden with delicious-looking food, but Fiona wasn't the least bit hungry. On a table just inside the parlor sat a large framed photo of Agatha. She was smiling with all of her typical grandmotherly charm, which only added insult to injury. Had Agatha really enlisted the help of Alexios to unleash a horde of demons? Had she truly had a hand in 5 ritual killings? To Fiona, it felt like a truly bizarre dream from which she might eventually wake. Apart from the oversized picture and the cloud of grief that hung over the room, it could have been any other gathering. Geraldine was chain-smoking by the fire. Romulus was bending Lucian's ear. Jinx and Beatrix were huddled together on the sofa, their heads close in conversation. Fiona was just about to squeeze in next to them, but then someone else walked into the house. She sensed his ether before she saw him. It was the ether of a mortal. Leaning forward to see out into the hallway, she spotted Wesley talking to Bellamy. While Wesley appeared as genial as ever, Bellamy looked cornered. Drawing back so Wesley wouldn't see her, Fiona grabbed Daphne by the elbow. "What's Wesley doing here?" "I invited him," said Daphne, setting down a tray of mini quiches. Her kindly round face was flushed from activity, and her eyes, which were still puffy from crying, appeared even redder next to her flaming auburn hair. "Don't you think that's a little awkward?" "Why?" "He's working the case." Daphne frowned, probably wondering if her invitation had been in poor taste. "It's not as though he can prosecute Agatha. She's dead." Daphne's voice wavered a little, and Fiona knew she was close to tears. Still, Fiona couldn't explain why she found Wesley's presence so jarring, apart from the fact that he was a mortal and Gabriel's twin brother. Wesley lived next door and had saved Eleanor's life. Besides that, Fiona liked Wesley, liked him enough to feel racked by guilt every time she saw him. When he'd found them outside the collapsed railway tunnel, Fiona hadn't told him the full story. It wasn't as though she wanted to lie, but she couldn't exactly tell a mortal cop that Agatha and Alexios were witches. "He has been nothing but good to you," Daphne protested, "and you deserve some happiness." Fiona gave her a sharp look, but she knew there was no point in arguing. Daphne had been married to her high school sweetheart for 15 years, a sweet, simple mortal named Mike. She seemed to think that everyone's love life should be just as straightforward, and she worked hard to make it that way. Trying very hard to appear relaxed, Fiona made her way toward Wesley. He was telling Bellamy about the trouble he'd had buying a house in Mountain Shadow, but she could see from Bellamy's bored expression that he really couldn't care less. Wesley's expression lightened when he caught Fiona's eye, and Bellamy wheeled around to greet her. A wave of expensive cologne washed over Fiona and made her nostrils itch. Bellamy was only a few inches taller than she was, but he kept his dark hair gelled up in a complicated style that added a good 3 inches. "Fiona!" Bellamy exclaimed, his eyes bugging out as he gripped her arm. "So good that you could join us. Wesley was just telling me about the fascinating world of mountain real estate." Anyone else in the room would have been able to detect Bellamy's sarcasm, but Wesley didn't know him very well, and was too nice to think anyone would be that insincere. "I'll let you two catch up," said Bellamy, backing away before Fiona could object. "I've monopolized Officer Pierce too long already." Fiona opened her mouth to say something, but Bellamy had already ducked away to snag another mini quiche. Wesley's smile widened a little, his light blue eyes warming as he looked at Fiona. "I had no idea Bellamy was so interested in real estate. I felt like I was talking his ear off." He stepped into the parlor, poured some whiskey from a decanter, and handed the glass to Fiona. "I tend to ramble when I'm nervous." Fiona took the drink he offered, feeling herself relax. Wesley might have been a mortal and a police officer, but he had a way of putting people at ease. "What do you have to be nervous about?" "Well, for one thing," Wesley glanced around awkwardly, "I'm not sure that I should have come." Even though she'd been thinking the exact same thing, Fiona found herself reassuring him. "That's ridiculous. Of course you should have." Wesley gave her a look that said he wasn't buying it. "Come on. You have to admit it's a little awkward. One of the officers working Agatha's case showing up at her wake?" "Yes, that would be awkward," said Fiona, taking a sip of her drink. "But this is technically a repast, so—" "What's the difference?" A wake is usually held before a funeral. A repast is held after. Traditionally, the body would be present at a wake.
I'm sorry about that, he added guiltily. I tried my best to get them to release her, but...
I know you did, said Fiona. They fell into a strained silence, and Fiona wondered if there was a way to phrase her question that wouldn't sound horribly rude. Why did you come? Wesley had been looking down at the floor, but he glanced back up with a slightly sheepish expression.
I know the two of you were close. It seemed like the right thing to do.
Feeling an unexpected tug of affection, Fiona reached for Wesley's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Wesley squeezed back, his palm warm and rough, and looked down with a light smile.
How are you holding up? He asked after a moment.
I don't know, she answered truthfully. I don't know how I should be feeling right now.
I don't think there's any precedent for how you should be feeling.
Honestly, I feel angry. Angry at Agatha. Angry at myself for not suspecting anything. Betrayed. Her voice broke on the last word, and she felt the tears rising up in her throat. And I'm really, really sad.
Of course you are. She was your friend.
I feel like an idiot, Fiona muttered, pulling her hand out of his.
You shouldn't, said Wesley.
There was something hidden in his carefully controlled tone, though Fiona didn't know what it was.
Agatha fooled a lot of people. Killers can do that. It's what makes them so dangerous.
It was bitterness, Fiona realized. Bitterness drawn from experience. That was what she was hearing. She took another sip from her drink, mostly to give herself something to do so that she wouldn't succumb to tears. Ordinarily, she wasn't much of a drinker, and the whiskey burned her throat. Still, it left a pleasant warmth in her stomach long after she swallowed. Maybe this was why people drank at funerals.
I should get going, said Wesley, giving Fiona's arm a squeeze. It's almost the Colonel's dinner time, and if Gabe has to pour his kibble, someone might lose an arm.
Fiona let out an unexpected chuckle that drew some whiskey up her nose. I understand, she choked. Thank you for coming. Wesley nodded and let himself out, nodding into the parlor at Bellamy. Bellamy fluttered his fingers back and waited until the coast was clear before drifting over to talk to Fiona. That was awkward. It was nice that he came. Her words came out a bit sharper than she'd intended, but she felt oddly protective of Wesley. Bellamy looked taken aback and made an angry catfight sound. Sorry. I forgot you had a thing for the mortal cop. I do not have a thing. Wesley's just a really good guy. Bellamy rolled his eyes. Oh, just bang him already. The suspense is literally killing me. That's not how you use the word literally. Actually, you're taking so long to get in his pants that I can actually feel myself creeping closer to death. Funerals can do that to a person. Depressing charade, he grumbled. That woman gives me the creeps. He stared pointedly at Celine, who was drifting around making polite conversation. Me too, Fiona murmured. She couldn't explain it, but there was something off about Celine, something that struck her as insincere. She was working the room like a politician, pressing flesh and kissing babies. She'd removed the hat with the ridiculous veil, and Fiona could see her dark brown eyes and the deep lines that fanned out from the corners. Rather than making her less attractive, the lines gave her face an almost regal look. Her hair was curly, as Agatha's had been, but she wore her ringlets slicked back with pomade. As Fiona watched, Celine took the crystal goblet of wine Daphne offered and strode up to stand in front of the fire. She'd removed her gloves to display pale, elegant hands encrusted with several very old rings. Celine looked around the parlor expectantly, and the murmurs of conversation died away. "Welcome, friends," she said warmly. "Thank you all so much for coming." Celine paused, and Daphne and Jinx shuffled closer, smiling in encouragement. "I regret that I could not visit my aunt as much as I would have liked these last few years." "When did she ever visit?" Bellamy muttered, narrowing his eyes at Celine. "But alas, coven business up north kept me quite busy." She pulled a constipated-looking smile. "I feel that I finally understand the great burden my late aunt carried. Leading a coven is no small task. It is a difficult journey." "Especially when you're trying to off its members," Bellamy mumbled. "Looking out at you all," Celine continued, "it makes my heart ache to think what you all have gone through, and what you have left to face." Glancing toward the outer edges of the group, Fiona caught Beatrix's eye. Her brows were furrowed as she listened to Celine, and she shot Fiona a "what the hell" kind of look that Fiona remembered from their high school days. "A coven without a leader is like a boat without a captain. Dark waters lie ahead, and your coven will have to weather the stormy seas." Celine gave them all a bracing smile that didn't quite meet her eyes. "These are perilous times for a witch." Fiona's gaze drifted over to Daphne, whose naturally sweet expression had hardened. She clearly didn't appreciate the implication that the coven was adrift. Nor did Fiona, for that matter. They were still in shock, it was true, but it wasn't as if they were totally lost without Agatha's leadership and guidance. Finished with her speech, Celine stepped away and pressed her way through the crowd. The other witches turned to look as she passed, and Fiona could have sworn she saw her own dislike reflected in their eyes. The gathering dispersed quickly after that. Celine's speech had soured the mood. Fiona set down her nearly untouched drink and hugged Beatrix and her Nana goodbye. As she walked down the hall across the shiny wood floor, she wondered what would become of the house. She supposed that it would go to Agatha's next of kin, which was probably Celine. It was possible that Celine would try to sell the house, but what if she decided to make Mountain Shadow her home? That thought was enough to put a chill in Fiona's bones before she'd even stepped out into the crisp night air. She still didn't know why Celine gave her such an unpleasant feeling, but Fiona would be glad when she was headed back to wherever she'd come from. A sudden cold breeze rushed through the trees, and Fiona hugged her light cardigan around her. It had been unseasonably warm earlier that evening, and she hadn't thought to bring a coat. The cold air seemed to go right through her thin black dress, raising goosebumps all over her body. Agatha's street was old and poorly lit, and the houses were mostly obscured by overgrown trees and hedges, but the waning moon still provided some light as Fiona made her way back home. Huge, fragrant lilac bushes hulked over her head, and she felt a slight itch on the back of her neck. At first, she thought it was just claustrophobia caused by the overhanging branches, but then Fiona heard a rustle of leaves. She wheeled around, but there was no one there, so she dropped her gaze to the ground. She didn't see a stray cat or a squirrel, just the frayed shadows cast by the hedge. She turned around and continued to walk, and the tingling sensation intensified. For the second time that evening, Fiona felt she was being watched, but it was ether she sensed. Ether was the animating life force in all living things. Supernaturals had much more of it than mortals, and the amount of ether she was sensing was too much for anything non-magical. Fiona shivered and quickened her pace, very aware of the loud clack of her heels. Their house wasn't far, she told herself. She'd walked this stretch 100 times. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed, stalked by someone or something. She hadn't gone more than half a block when she heard that rustle again. This time, it had come from a small copse of trees that seemed to be leaning out of the hillside. Fiona squinted. She couldn't see anything lurking in the shadows, but she could still feel the presence of ether. Nervously, Fiona began to sing. It was a trick she'd used when she'd been in Girl Scouts. Anytime she'd had to wander off into the woods by herself to go to the bathroom, she would sing to scare away the wildlife. Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. She didn't know why, but she always reverted to Beatles songs when she got scared in the woods. In any case, it seemed to work. The rustling in the trees stopped. Fiona kept walking as fast as she could, her sweaty hands sticking to her funeral purse. She couldn't exactly run in heels, but everything inside her was telling her to flee. Still humming softly under her breath, she skirted out from the shadows of overgrown trees and clacked down Wind Chime Lane. Her street wasn't much better lit than Agatha's, but the rows of familiar houses set her mind at ease. She only had a block to go when she heard the snap of a branch behind her. Fiona wheeled around, heart in her throat, and felt a crackle of ether so strong she could practically taste the metallic charge. It raised the fine hairs on her arms like static electricity and made her lips go numb. Her stomach clenched. This was no animal, and no amount of singing was going to scare it away. She'd only felt ether like that once before in her life, but the thought was too frightening to put into words. A moment later, she heard the whoosh of an approaching car, and the street in front of her was flooded with light. As the car came closer, she caught a flash of reddish-yellow eyes gleaming at her from the dark. Her breath left her as the car flew past. The eyes had disappeared. Fiona didn't need to see any more. There was definitely something out there. She reached down to tug off her shoes and broke into a run. She heard a low growl from somewhere behind her, but didn't turn to look around. Ignoring the tiny pieces of rock jabbing into her feet, Fiona made a mad dash for the house. She could see the warm light coming from her kitchen window. Just a bit farther, and she'd crossed the line of brick dust. Nothing that meant her harm would be able to follow, magic or mortal. Fiona almost plowed into the door in her haste to get inside. Her sweaty hand slipped over the antique brass knob, but she tugged the door open and burst into the kitchen. Slamming the door shut behind her, she flattened her back against the wood and tried to fill her lungs. She could hear the blood pulsing just beneath her ears. Locking the deadbolt automatically behind her, she turned to peer out the window at the top. "Fiona?" Eleanor had just wandered into the kitchen, wearing a pair of cat print pajama bottoms. "What's wrong?" "Huh?" Fiona was still staring out at the garden, searching the darkness for her mystery stalker. "I thought—" She swallowed and turned to look at her sister, who was staring at her with a look of concern. Fiona's strappy black shoes were still clutched in her hands, and she couldn't seem to fill her lungs. Standing under the kitchen lights, Eleanor looked extremely pale. A pinkish burn stood out against her jet black hair, and she had dark circles under her eyes. Fiona's gaze traveled down her sister's arms. The cuts and bruises had already healed, but she still hugged herself like someone who'd been hurt. "What's the matter?" Eleanor pressed, glancing out the window. Fiona followed her sister's gaze, but saw nothing but their pale reflections. "Nothing," she stammered. She didn't want to worry her. Eleanor had been through absolute hell, and she didn't want to add one more thing to the darkness that seemed to cling to her sister lately. "What about you?" she asked, remembering that Eleanor had left the service early. "Fine," she said, seeming to dismiss Fiona's odd behavior. "I just couldn't stay there any longer. That place was crawling with spirits." "Anybody we know?" She'd meant the question to sound offhand, but Eleanor's expression darkened. "I haven't seen Agatha, if that's what you're asking. I half expected that I would, but she didn't hang around." "Maybe she's being force-fed her own nasty fruitcake in the Underworld," Fiona suggested. Eleanor snorted. For a moment, Her face lightened, and she looked like the 22-year-old she was. But then her smile faltered, and the darkness returned. She'd been this way all week. Any time Fiona had gotten her to smile, her happiness only lasted for a moment. After that, Eleanor seemed to remember everything that had happened, which brought her crashing down to earth. "I know the spirits have been bothering you," said Fiona in a quiet voice. "So, what else is new?" Eleanor had probably meant for the comment to be dismissive, but it came out shaky and irritable. She couldn't fool Fiona. The spirit activity had increased dramatically since the murders, and it was taking its toll. "I can take care of myself," said Eleanor roughly. "I'm tired of everyone looking at me like I'm some helpless victim." "You were kidnapped." "I'm aware." Fiona swallowed. She didn't want to press the issue, but she couldn't deny that she was worried. The two of them normally talked about everything, but Eleanor had been strangely taciturn about how much the spirits were bothering her. "You'd tell me if you couldn't handle it, wouldn't you?" Eleanor closed her eyes and nodded. As Fiona locked up the house for the night, she squinted out the kitchen window again. She couldn't see anything in the garden outside, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. The overpowering ether had faded away, leaving a cold feeling of dread in her chest. She didn't know why, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Maybe Gabriel had been right, she thought. Maybe Mountain Shadow wasn't safe. Chapter 3. The White Wolf. It was nearly dark by the time Fiona finished at the apothecary the following evening. Since the shop had been vandalized by protesters, Eleanor had been working overtime on their online store. The new website she'd created would help keep them afloat, but they would still miss out on a few weeks of early-season tourist traffic while the physical store was closed. Their insurance would cover most of the damage, but it left Fiona sweeping up glass and scrubbing graffiti off the wall. It was demoralizing work that Fiona resented. She couldn't be mad at the woman who'd done it. Wanda McGibbons was dead. But she could blame the soldiers of righteousness for invading their town and stirring up hysteria in the first place. By the time she'd emptied the last bucket of glass into the dumpster, she was sweaty and stinking of industrial cleaner. Her hair was tumbling out of its untidy side braid and sticking to her temples. She sighed. She could still see the outline of the words, "Burn in Hell, Witch," spray-painted on the inside wall. Even though she and Eleanor planned on restoring the apothecary to its former glory, Fiona didn't think she would ever be able to get the words off entirely, or banish them from her mind. As Fiona locked up, she glanced over at the Christmas store, which was right next to the apothecary. The windows were dark, and the familiar candy-striped sign was turned to the side that read, "Sorry, we're closed." The flashing twinkle lights glowed red and green, but Martha Mayberry hadn't opened her shop since her son had been named as one of the killers. The Mayberrys were one of the oldest families in Mountain Shadow. They sat on every board and committee from the Small Business Association to the school board. She knew the scandal must be killing Martha, who cared about public perception almost as much as she loved Christmas. It wasn't entirely surprising that Martha had withdrawn. What was surprising was how the soldiers of righteousness had simply packed up and vanished. They'd been camped out in front of the apothecary after the first few killings, but the rogue congregants from the Kansas Church of the Plains hadn't been seen since Wanda McGibbons had turned up dead. Fiona suspected that they hadn't wanted the police looking too closely at their organization. But now that the killers had been identified, it seemed that there would be an uproar over the murder of a God-fearing woman at the hands of supposed pagans. News of the ritual killings had spread like wildfire, and the town had been flooded with reporters. Thankfully, Wesley had managed to keep Eleanor's and Fiona's names out of the papers. If he hadn't, Fiona suspected that they'd have journalists camped out on their lawn just as the Mayberrys did. As Fiona ambled down Main Street, the
The cheery voices of tourists drifted through the doors of the many bars and restaurants that lined the streets. The mortals might have been aware of the murders, but they had no idea how close Mountain Shadow had come to a demon apocalypse. The evening air had cooled rapidly with the setting sun, and a fine silver fog had descended over the street. It blurred the orange glow of the nearest street lamp, which was cast from wrought iron to look old-fashioned. The street felt quiet as Fiona left the busiest blocks behind, and one of the street lamps flickered. Fiona looked up. She could hear a faint buzzing coming from the lamp, as if there was a moth trapped behind the glass. A second later, the light went out, throwing the street into darkness. She shivered. After the rustling in the bushes the night before, she didn't like walking home alone in the dark. Drawing her sweatshirt more tightly around her, Fiona quickened her pace. At least she was wearing old tennis shoes instead of those uncomfortable heels. She wouldn't be able to outrun anything supernatural, but it gave her an added sense of security. As she drew closer to the pool of light cast by the next street lamp, that light, too, flickered and went out. She frowned. Was this some new energy-saving measure the town council had implemented? If it was, they still had a few kinks to work out. It wasn't even 8. Sure enough, as she came upon the last street light, the orange bulb went out, throwing the street into near total darkness. Maybe she was imagining things, but she could have sworn the temperature had dropped at least 5 or 6 degrees. She could see her breath in the dim glow of the moon, and the dampness of the fog seemed to cling to her skin. Then she felt the ether. This time, Fiona didn't wait to see the eyes gleaming at her from the shadows to break into a run. Holding her bag tight to her side, she started sprinting down the road. She ran until she reached the corner of Windchime Lane, where 2 hillsides formed a wash. Scraggly pine trees and aspens grew along the embankment, blocking the moonlight and throwing the street into shadow. She stopped along the side of the road, clutching the stitch in her side. Her breaths were coming in uneven gasps. She didn't think she'd lost it, whatever it was, but she just couldn't run any farther. As she straightened up, she saw the porch light on the corner house flicker and then dim to nothingness. Her dread mounted when she heard the snap of twigs behind her and felt the rush of ether tingling over her skin. Stifling a groan, Fiona kept moving, her head turned toward the trees. Something was following her, stalking her down the street, and that something wasn't human. She could feel the ether coming off it like heat radiating from a car. It was enough to awaken every cell in her body and cause her heart to speed up. Just then, a low, familiar growl reached Fiona's ears and struck a wild fear into her heart. She turned slowly on the spot, not daring to move or breathe. In the patchwork of shadows cast by the moonlight, she saw a light-colored blur move from the trees and heard the scratch of claws on pavement. Fiona only caught the briefest flash of golden-red eyes before she was tackled by a mass of white fur. Razor-sharp claws dug into her shoulders, and the force of the impact knocked her back. Fiona whimpered as she hit the ground, and warm saliva pelted her face. The creature weighed as much as a man, but it was the intensity of its ether that held her immobile. The beast had a long white snout surrounded by tufts of matted fur. Its exposed gums were pink against a shiny black nose and a tiny patch of darker fur. Fiona gasped for air, but she couldn't draw a full breath. The beast was crushing her chest. Panicking, she tried to shove the thing off her, but its jaws snapped out and ripped into her arm. She screamed and tried to pull her arm out of its teeth, but the creature just bit down harder. Fiona cried out and punched it in the snout with her arm that wasn't trapped. It let out a growl and backed up 2 paces, and Fiona caught a glimpse of pointed white ears. She was staring up at a giant white wolf with glowing reddish-yellow eyes. No normal wolf had eyes like that, nor did its ether raise goose flesh on her arms. As the realization hit her, the white wolf pounced again,
This time, it went for her throat, and Fiona ducked her head on instinct. She kneed it in the belly as hard as she could, and the wolf fought back with savage strength. She screamed as its claws and teeth raked her body, and then the wolf went for her leg. Its teeth pierced her skin and tore into muscle, eliciting a burst of agony. The pain intensified as the wolf backed up, dragging her toward the woods. Terror gripped her. No wolf should have been able to do that, but this wolf was freakishly strong. She threw out an arm to stop herself, but the wolf dragged her off the road. Fiona's breaths were coming in fitful gasps, and the rush of adrenaline made it hard to think. But as she dug her fingernails into the dirt, Fiona got a flash of clarity. Pressing her hands into the damp grass, she drew the ether from all around her. She called on the trees, the bushes, and the animals. Then she channeled it all back into the earth. A shuddering quake rocked Windchime Lane, and she had the sudden feeling that she might fall off the face of the earth. A car alarm blared, startling the wolf, and it released its grip on her leg. Seeing her chance, Fiona braced her hands on either side of her and pushed herself to her feet. She staggered blindly into the road, heading straight for her house. Her injured leg slowed her down quite a bit, and she knew she couldn't outrun the wolf. She could hear the thing coming up behind her fast, and she was still 50 yards from her house. Throwing herself onto the neighbor's lawn, Fiona summoned all the ether inside her. She rolled around just as the wolf pounced and threw her arms straight out. A burst of raw power shot from her body and blasted into the wolf. For a split second, he was frozen in midair, and she got a good look in the moonlight. His body was long and altogether enormous, and his snowy white snout was stained with her blood. His eyes glowed more red than gold, and Fiona experienced an instant of pure terror before the wolf flew into her neighbor's parked car. Fiona saw it dent the car door, but the wolf wasn't even stunned. In the blink of an eye, it leapt to its feet and darted into the trees. Fiona collapsed on the cold, soft ground, heaving to fill her lungs. The wolf could return. She didn't feel safe, but all she could do was breathe. The car alarm continued to blare incessantly, and then there was a beep as it shut off. Whoever had pointed their fob out the window must not have seen the giant dent, or Fiona lying in their yard. The cool grass soothed her aching body, and she didn't want to move. As her heart rate slowed, the pain from her injuries came flooding back. Her leg felt as though it had gotten caught in a bear trap, and her pant leg was soaked with blood. Fiona could easily heal the bites, but she wanted to get a good look at them first. Before she could lift her head, she heard footsteps coming down the street. The beam of a flashlight passed over the pavement, and Fiona knew she couldn't hide. She didn't much feel like explaining why she was bleeding on her neighbor's lawn, but there wasn't any way to avoid it. So she pushed herself up onto her elbows and threw out a hand to shade her eyes. "Fiona?" She knew that voice. It was Wesley. "What the—" He lowered the light so it wasn't in her face, and Fiona heard his startled intake of breath. "Oh my God, are you all right?" Fiona knew what she must look like. Her jeans were torn and soaked with blood, and her sweatshirt was riddled with holes. The blood on her face had started to dry, but she still had a few nasty gashes. A low growl from Wesley's vicinity made Fiona jerk upright. It was a violent gesture that made her want to lie down. Headaches were a common side effect of wielding too much ether, but she'd never felt quite this dizzy. "Colonel? I'm sorry. Sit." There was a soft tinkle of dog tags brushing together as Wesley jerked on the leash. Fiona let out a breath as she remembered that the colonel was Wesley's German shepherd. He dropped out of the police dog training program for being too aggressive, and he didn't like most people. Thanks to Fiona's ability to manipulate ether, she and the colonel usually got along fine, but she'd taken him by surprise. "Sorry," Wesley muttered again, as the colonel got to his feet. He was sniffing frantically at the pavement, making soft snuffling sounds as he caught the wolf's scent.
He's usually a better listener.
It's all right. Wesley didn't know what had the colonel all worked up, but Fiona did. A wolf's scent would have any dog worked up, and this was no ordinary wolf. As he knelt down on the grass beside her, Wesley's face came into view. He was about her age, 30 or so, but the deep lines of concern around his eyes made him look older.
What happened?
He asked, taking quick inventory of her wounds. I was attacked, Fiona whispered, casting a nervous glance toward the trees. She didn't think it would return, not with Wesley there. She'd sensed the beast 2 nights in a row, which made her think it was hunting her.
Who attacked you?
Wesley's voice was calm and professional, but she detected an undercurrent of fury. He shined his flashlight toward the trees, but there was nothing for him to see. Not a person, Fiona choked, suddenly freezing. I think it was a wolf.
A wolf?
Wesley's face showed his astonishment, but Fiona just nodded mutely. She knew it probably sounded crazy, but she didn't have the energy to lie. Her whole body had begun to tremble, and she couldn't stop her teeth from chattering.
Come on, said Wesley. Let's get you inside. I think you're going into shock.
It was a little embarrassing to be carried, but Fiona was too exhausted to protest. Every muscle in her body ached. Her forearm and leg throbbed where the wolf had bitten her, and she felt as though she'd had the life sucked out of her. Plus, Wesley's body was warm, and he smelled like clean laundry that had been left out on the line. Letting her head fall against his shoulder, she watched the colonel out of the corner of her eye. He trailed after Wesley, dragging his leash, looking put out that he'd had his walk cut short. Fiona glimpsed the inside of her kitchen as Wesley carried her next door. Eleanor wasn't anywhere to be seen, though Fiona knew she was at home. She didn't ask why he was taking her to his house. She didn't want Eleanor to see her covered in blood. Wesley appeared to have made some progress since the last time she'd been there. He'd started renovating the old brown house, starting with the crumbling plaster walls and the broken windows. Setting Fiona gently on the couch, Wesley hurried into the kitchen. The living room was illuminated by a single lamp, and there wasn't much in the way of furnishings. Most of the space was occupied by a new leather couch, a lazy boy, and a coffee table. Low voices drifted down the hall from the kitchen, and she knew he was talking to Gabriel. The colonel padded up to her as she strained to listen, sniffing intently at her pant leg. Before she could stop him, his hackles went up, and he let out a menacing growl. Shh.
Colonel?
Wesley snapped, thundering back down the hall. He was balancing a glass of water between his chest and forearm and carrying a bunch of other things. There was a first aid kit and a bowl of water. He had a clean rag flung over one shoulder. He shooed the colonel out of the room, rolling his eyes in exasperation.
Sorry about him. Terrible manners.
It's all right, said Fiona. He probably smells. She trailed off, feeling suddenly foolish. Now that she was warm and safe on Wesley's couch, it seemed insane to bring up the wolf. But Wesley didn't press the issue. He just offloaded his supplies onto the coffee table and tucked a blanket around her.
Roll up your sleeve and let's have a look, said Wesley in an upbeat voice.
Fiona did as she was told, revealing the bloody puncture wounds. He let out a hiss as he examined the marks and pulled out his phone for a picture.
I want to compare these to other animal bites to figure out what attacked you.
Fiona hesitated as his phone light flashed, but decided it was best to say nothing. In truth, she was desperate to learn what that thing had been. The ether told her it wasn't a garden variety wolf, and she was fairly certain wolves weren't that big. Then again, if the bite mark matched, Wesley would know she wasn't crazy.
There aren't any wolves in this part of Colorado, said a cool voice from the hallway.
Jerking around, Fiona was startled to see Gabriel standing in the entryway. He was shirtless, and wearing a pair of low-slung athletic pants that revealed a strong chest and six-pack abs. He was cradling a ceramic bowl in one large hand and crunching on what sounded like cereal. It was odd to see him looking so human. To mortals, hunters seemed just like everyone else, but the ether that flowed through their veins gave them supernatural speed and unmatched senses that allowed them to track their prey. Wesley threw his brother a "put a shirt on" kind of look, but Gabriel seemed oblivious. "Actually," said Wesley, "I did hear about a herd of bighorn sheep that were killed at Garden of the Gods last week. I suppose your wolf could have been responsible." "Or a large dog," Gabriel muttered. "Even if it wasn't a wolf, the bite mark could tell us something," said Wesley diplomatically, tossing the phone at Gabriel. Fiona stared down at her bloody leg. She knew neither of them thought she'd been attacked by a wolf. She wouldn't have believed the story herself if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. The three of them fell silent as Wesley examined her leg. He cleaned it first with soap and water, and then dabbed it with antiseptic. "Sorry if that stings," he murmured. "Bite wounds can be nasty. This one is worse than I thought." Now that most of the blood was gone, Fiona could see the shape of the creature's bite. Judging by the size, her mind hadn't been blowing things out of proportion. The wolf had been enormous. She glanced at Gabriel as Wesley knelt beside her, and her stomach gave a funny lurch. Gabriel was staring. His expression was tight, almost alarmed. Did he know what had attacked her? "Did you see where it came from?" Wesley asked, drawing Fiona's attention back. "Those trees on the corner. I was walking home from the apothecary, and I had this feeling that something was following me." She shook her head. "It lunged at me, knocked me down, gnawed on my leg like a chew toy." She left out the part where it had tried to drag her away. Her story was already implausible. Wesley grimaced as he bandaged her leg and moved on to her arm. He became awkward when it was time to tend to the scratches on her face. She closed her eyes so she wasn't staring at him, but she could still smell the wolf's breath. It had smelled like blood, and something else. The memory of it made her heart race with fear, so she turned her attention back to Wesley. Wesley's eyes were completely focused, but she could tell he was aware of Gabriel watching them. Up close, she could see that Wesley had long blonde lashes and just the hint of stubble coming through. His friendly blue eyes were sunken with fatigue, and she guessed he'd been working non-stop in an effort to locate Alexios. "Why aren't you at work?" Fiona asked. Wesley normally worked the graveyard shift, and she was pretty sure he didn't have Mondays off. "I worked a lot of overtime last week," he explained. "They wanted me to take a few days to recoup." Fiona nodded. She'd realized that Wesley's dedication to his job could be a liability. He didn't know he was hunting a witch, let alone another ether witch, and that Alexios could crush him with a thought. But the police hadn't had any luck tracking him. He'd disappeared without a trace. "I'm gonna go upstairs and see if I can find some Neosporin," he murmured. "But you'll probably want to get that leg checked out." Fiona smiled as Wesley got up and bounded up the stairs. Gabriel crossed the room in 2 long strides, as though he'd been waiting for his brother to leave. He sat on the arm of the couch next to Fiona, and she felt that familiar pull of attraction mixed with a deep certainty that he was bad news. "Did you get a good look at it?" Gabriel asked. His dark blue eyes were very alert as he leaned in for a better look at the bite marks. "It was a wolf," she said, startled by his sudden proximity. "A huge white wolf with reddish-yellow eyes." Gabriel's upper body was tense, and the bridge of his nose was slightly sunburned. His lips, too, were slightly pink from the sun and, at that moment, very close to hers. "How big?" "I don't know. 7 feet?" "And this wolf just came out of nowhere?" he asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. Fiona shook her head and glanced toward the stairs,
to make sure Wesley wasn't on his way down. Last night, I got the feeling that someone or something was stalking me. I noticed it first back at the cemetery, and then again when I was walking home. Then tonight, she lowered her voice. It must have been following me home from the shop and made all the streetlights go out. Gabriel's brow was furrowed in concern. Maybe he did believe her. It tried to drag me into the woods, she whispered, like it was taking me back to its lair. Gabriel didn't say a word, and Fiona's eyes wandered down to his chest. He didn't have any tattoos that she could see, but his skin was decorated with thick white scars and some lingering burns from the fire. You think it's something supernatural? She asked, tearing her eyes away from him. Seems likely, he said, frowning slightly. Had he caught her staring? Glancing once back toward the stairs, he handed Fiona Wesley's phone. The screen showed a photo of a bite mark that looked just like hers. Those bites came from a gray wolf, all right, but there shouldn't be wolves in this part of the state. Fiona's heart started to race as her mind leapt to the worst conclusion. You think it was a werewolf? She'd never seen a werewolf in person, and she didn't know how their shifter form differed from a normal wolf. Gabriel shook his head. That wasn't a werewolf. How do you know? Because werewolves don't take hostages, he said, and a werewolf wouldn't have left you alive.
Chapter 4. The Tear in the Veil. Fiona knew that something was off, but she just couldn't put her finger on it. Her footsteps crunched loudly on the crushed granite path, which was lined on both sides with a split rail fence. The colors around her seemed brighter than usual, as if she were wearing a pair of orange-tinted glasses. Tall sandstone formations rose up on her left, their faces a vibrant rust-colored orange. She was walking in Garden of the Gods. The first thing she noticed was that she was alone. That by itself was unusual. Most times throughout the year, the park was crowded with tourists and locals, but Fiona couldn't see another living soul. The rocks around her were such a bright shade of orange that they almost looked man-made. They formed giant fins large enough for a person to walk along with multiple levels of rocks below. Here and there, sandstone spires rose up from the ground like natural turrets reaching up toward the heavens. A storm was brewing just above the park, and Fiona could see rain moving in from the mountains. The silvery sheet of mist blurred the horizon, as if someone had sketched the mountains in charcoal and then rubbed the drawing with their fingertips. She kept walking down the path until the fins became giant walls that rose above her on either side. She turned to look at the formation behind her, and her vision seemed to blur. A ripple appeared in her line of sight, and she blinked several times to clear her eyes. A chill rocked through her, covering her with goosebumps, and a familiar tingle plucked at her skin. Feeling slightly dizzy, Fiona stared up at the stormy gray sky, watching as the ripple grew. It became more pronounced, like a tear in the scenery, as something squeezed itself from the clouds. At first, it was difficult to discern against the gunmetal sky, a plume of jet-black smoke. It rippled and changed before her very eyes, obeying no weather pattern apart from its own. Then the plume split and began to multiply, surrounding the sandstone spires. Fiona knew what the smoke meant. But what were they doing there? The smoky shapes swirled like miniature cyclones, and their sharp whispers filled her ears. "We're coming. We're coming." "What do you want?" Fiona growled, watching the demons in horror. Speaking out loud had been a mistake. It seemed to rile them up. Just then, a plume of dark smoke split off from the cluster and shot toward Fiona with a burst of ether. A chilly darkness lapped at her skin and stole the air from her lungs. Once again she heard the whispers, only this time They came from inside her.
"We have our orders, Fiona Grimes. You are all that stands in our way."
"Who's ordering you?" she growled. The swirling mist swam lazily around her, like a python encircling its prey. She got a kick of nausea as it caressed her skin, and she shuddered against the sudden chill. A few more demons shot through the air toward her, and she shrank under the intensity of ether. Swallowing down a fresh wave of nausea, she found herself surrounded by a haze of black mist. There were too many demons for her to banish. She couldn't do it alone. "Go away!" she growled, her voice shaking with fear. But she could already feel the demon inside her, disrupting her life force as it battered her cells and filled her body with a cold despair. She felt herself sinking into a pool of darkness from which she might never emerge. It held her there, with the immense weight of its power, feeding off her ether. "Please, stop," she whispered, as her knees hit the ground. Her will was fading fast. The demon was lapping up her ether with abandon. He'd leave nothing but a shell.
"You're pathetic," the demon hissed. "You are nothing like your father. At least he was a worthy adversary. He had the strength to resist."
Rocks bit into her palms as she collapsed on all fours, tears streaming from her eyes. She couldn't fight it. It was too strong. And no one was coming to save her. Suddenly, through her blur of tears, the swirling mist began to take shape. The long line of a spine appeared, followed by a tail and pointed ears. The demon had taken the shape of a wolf, and she realized the wolf was feeding on her. Pain lanced up her arm as sharp teeth dug into her flesh. He wasn't just feeding on her ether now. Warm blood spilled from the wounds. Fiona tried to push the wolf off, but her body was already too weak. She tried to draw on the ether around her, but she could no longer feel it. She didn't have enough ether left in her body. The dead couldn't recognize the living. The sickening squelch of her own blood filled her ears as the wolf feasted on her flesh. Agony spread through her entire body, and she screamed at the crunch of bone. Fiona awoke from her dream with a start, her own scream ringing in her ears. She yanked her arm across her chest and came face to Whiskers with Smudge. He was perched beside her on the bed, and he seemed to have been licking her arm. It must have tasted deliciously salty. She was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Sitting up, Fiona ran a hand through her frizzy black curls, trying very hard not to panic. The last time she'd had a dream like that, it had been a premonition of death. Those visions had come true. Did that mean she would die at the hands of a demon? No, Fiona told herself. When she'd had the vision about Mrs. Pottersfield, it had been Fiona in that grave. Did that mean that someone else would die? And if so, who? She didn't understand the dream at all. What was a demon doing in Garden of the Gods? Only a witch could have summoned one, and there was only one witch who would do that. Unwinding the gauze from around her arm, she could see that the bite marks were fading. She hadn't healed herself the night before because of Wesley, though witches naturally healed very fast. Fiona yawned. She didn't have to be at the shop at any particular time, but there was no chance she'd be able to go back to sleep after that. So she dragged herself out of bed and padded downstairs to make some coffee. Eleanor had been asleep when Fiona had returned the night before. She hadn't had the chance to tell her sister about the wolf, and it appeared that Eleanor had already left to meet one of their suppliers up in Loveland. Had she really been mauled by a wolf? The attack had all the trappings of a nightmare, but the pain in her leg was real enough. Stunned and groggy, Fiona propped herself against the counter to fill the coffee carafe with water. She was still replaying the demon's odd words when a loud thunk against the window made her drop the carafe in the sink. "Oh!" She caught the briefest glimpse of a bird as it fell, and she put a hand to her chest. Abandoning her coffee mission, Fiona ran to the side door and darted outside. A mourning dove was lying belly up on the ground beneath the window, unmoving and unmistakably dead. Fiona straightened up, not sure what to do, when she caught movement out of the corner of her eye. Another dove was coming straight at her, with an ungainly flap of its wings. Fiona leapt to the side and the bird pulled away, narrowly avoiding the window. Fiona's heart was thudding so hard that her whole body shook. She'd never in her life been dive-bombed by a bird. She was just starting to wonder if the doves were mates when a third flew out of a tree. This one, too, was headed straight for Fiona, who lunged for the kitchen door. She pushed her way inside as fast as she could, slamming the door behind her. Gasping, she looked out the window. The bird had alighted on a nearby tree, but it seemed to be glaring at her from its perch. Just then, the door at Fiona's back rattled, and she jumped about a foot in the air. Then she realized that someone was knocking, and turned to look through the window. Wesley was standing on the garden path, and Fiona's body sagged in relief. She opened the door, glanced down at the dove, and stood aside to let him in. "Morning," she said in a shaky voice. "Sorry, I should have called. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all," said Fiona, "and you don't have to call." She broke off, noticing that Wesley was staring. She realized she was still in her PJs, the short-sleeved pink ones with the rosebud pattern. "How many pajama sets do you own?" Wesley asked. "I've seen polka dots, llamas, roses." Fiona laughed despite herself and felt her face heat up. "Probably too many." "No, it's cute. I like them." Wesley looked away, a little embarrassed, as though he hadn't meant to say that out loud. Fiona suddenly wished he'd leave. It was way too early for any kind of flirting. She hadn't even had her coffee yet. "Wow, the place looks great," said Wesley, who'd just gotten a good look at her kitchen. "Thanks. I mean, the fire really did a number on the downstairs, but it looks as good as new." Just then, Fiona realized that this was the first time he'd seen the inside of her house since the fire. Bea, Daphne, and Jinx had repaired the damage by magic, but they'd placed an enchantment on the exterior so that mortals wouldn't get suspicious. It was meant to wear off little by little, and Fiona had meant to hire a retired handyman she knew to park his truck in her driveway. She'd forgotten that the inside of their house looked good as new. They hadn't bothered to enchant her kitchen. "I know a good contractor," said Fiona quickly. "He's a friend of the family, and he pushed a few of his projects back to work us in first." "His guys sure work fast," Wesley muttered, a little awed and something else. Belatedly, Fiona remembered that Wesley had offered to help with the repairs and that he was slowly renovating his own house. She hoped she hadn't hurt his feelings, but he seemed to bounce back pretty quickly. "Well, I'm glad that worked out," he said, all traces of disappointment gone. "Everything else all right? You looked a little panicky when you opened the door." "Yeah." Fiona glanced out at the angry dove. It still hadn't flown away. "This is gonna sound crazy, but I was just dive-bombed by a dove. I think they're plotting against me." "First wolves, now birds?" Wesley shook his head. "And I thought you were an animal person." "I am!" Fiona cried. "Animals love me!" "Oh, that reminds me." Wesley reached out to touch her arm, his eyebrows shooting up. "Wow, your wound looks good." Wesley did a little double take, and Fiona cursed herself for removing the gauze. "The bite marks are almost gone." "That's good," said Fiona, hoping he would drop it. If Wesley thought about it a little too much, he'd realize that she'd healed much too quickly. He cleared his throat. I have some news, actually." "About my wolf?" He shook his head, and Fiona's chest tightened instinctively. Judging by his somber expression, it wasn't good news.
I got a call this morning about 2 more suspicious deaths, this time in Colorado Springs.
Suspicious deaths?
Wesley nodded. These weren't ritualistic killings like the others, but 2 young, healthy victims dropped dead of heart attacks after complaining of being haunted. He pulled a grim smile. At least, that's what my contact said.
Haunted by what?
The male victim called it a demon, and he was an atheist apparently, which was why it seemed so strange. The complaint started a few days before he died. His wife said she thought he might have a brain tumor. The female victim was a lot younger. She didn't say anything about demons, but her parents mentioned that she'd been acting strangely.
Fiona's attention caught on the words, a lot younger. How old was she? Fiona asked.
11.
Wesley sighed.
She and her family were on vacation. The other victim was male, mid-40s. Apparently he was in terrific shape. An avid mountain biker, I guess. That's what makes me think these could be Alex Mayberry. We still don't know how he caused the appearance of a heart attack in his other victims.
Fiona wobbled a little and gripped the counter for support. She felt suddenly sick to her stomach.
I debated whether or not to tell you, he added in an apologetic tone. I didn't want to worry you, but if there's any chance Alex Mayberry's still around, I wanted you to be extra careful.
Fiona nodded.
Anyway, how are you holding up? After last night, I mean.
Fine, Fiona lied, thinking back to her dream. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she knew in her gut that something wasn't right. Either Alexios was back in town, or else he'd never left.
I have to go down to the station for a briefing, said Wesley, reaching out and giving her good arm a squeeze. I'll let you know if I hear anything else.
Okay, thanks. Wesley let himself out the kitchen door, narrowly avoiding the evil dove as it flapped right past his face. Fiona gave him a told you so kind of look, and then closed the door behind him.
You're not my burrito, said Gabriel in annoyance as he stuck his head out Wesley's front door.
Fiona opened her mouth to say something clever, but no good comebacks presented themselves. She and Gabriel weren't exactly friends, but the two of them had declared an uneasy truce in their quest to stop the rash of murders. I brought coffee, she offered, holding up one of the cups she'd brought. I don't know how you take it, but I added some hazelnut.
It's got a cat on it, said Gabriel accusingly,
staring at the mug in her hand. The cup was painted to resemble a cat's body. A ceramic head and cat butt protruded from the sides, and the handle formed its tail. You can trade me, Fiona offered, but mine has unicorns on it. Gabriel rolled his eyes and held the door open. Fiona figured that was as much of an invitation as she was going to get, so she came inside. Gabriel was dressed in a pair of relaxed-fit jeans and a tight gray t-shirt that hugged his biceps. At least he was wearing a shirt this time. She found shirtless Gabriel very distracting. At the sound of Fiona's voice, the colonel came loping down the hallway. He stopped halfway, raising his hackles, and Fiona concentrated on calming his energy. The colonel shook himself and wagged his tail, patting over to let Fiona pet him.
Would you not? Said Gabriel, shutting the door. It's unnerving when he's not trying to rip someone's throat out.
You're just mad that he likes me better. Gabriel only glared in reply, and Fiona smiled back at him sweetly. She wasn't fazed by Gabriel's attitude. She knew he was all bark and no bite.
Any wolf sightings to report? He asked,
stifling a yawn as he ambled into the living room. Early morning light was pouring in through the newly repaired windows, throwing warm patches onto the honey-colored hardwood that Smudge would have loved to curl up in. No. Gabriel made a noise that sounded like understanding, cautiously raising the coffee to his lips, as though he were sniffing for poison.
I guess Wesley told you about the killings?
Fiona nodded. You think it's Alexios? Gabriel shrugged, wrinkling his nose slightly as he lowered the cup.
The killings weren't ritualistic, but the ravings of demons got my attention. The question is, why would Alexios kill the mortals if not to open a portal?
Maybe he didn't kill them on purpose. Maybe he just summoned the demons and the demons were feeding on the mortals. Agatha said most people die of a heart attack when they're possessed. The demons feed on their victims' ether until their hearts just give out.
I know how demonic possession works, thanks, said Gabriel dryly. What else did your backstabbing frenemy tell you?
Not much. Just that a witch must open a portal, and a demon has to be summoned.
I suppose there could still be a rogue demon wandering around from the first wave of murders.
Quick question, said Fiona, feeling foolish before she'd even asked. In your experience, have you seen demons possess animals?
Sure.
Gabriel shrugged.
If a human host isn't readily available, or if it's a lower demon that's not strong enough to take over a human. Why do you ask?
No reason. There was no way she was sharing her thoughts on demonic doves, at least not until she had proof.
Fiona?
That wolf was pretty demonic. Gabriel frowned.
What do you mean?
It was huge, said Fiona. And his breath.
What?
Fiona shook her head and closed her eyes, trying to recall that smell. It smelled like blood, burnt hair, and rotten eggs.
Brimstone?
Fiona opened her eyes. Maybe that was it. A wolf that breathes blood and brimstone? Is that a thing?
Not in the official taxonomy, no. But it could be a hellhound, I guess.
A hellhound?
It's a lower demon, Gabriel explained. Though they usually run in packs.
Fiona shook her head. This thing was solid flesh and bone, not amorphous like a demon.
Hellhounds are solid enough, though there are plenty of hired demons that can take on any form they choose. A powerful demon working an illusion can feel as solid as you or me.
Fiona gaped at him. This was new information. What is a hellhound doing in Mountain Shadow?
Trying to drag you to the Underworld by the sound of things.
Gabriel collapsed in the lazy boy, and Fiona perched on the edge of the couch. If her mind hadn't been racing with terrible new possibilities, she would have found the sight of Gabriel holding her cat mug funny. Then, suddenly, a memory surfaced, and Fiona felt something click into place. Wait, do you remember what the police said after the tunnel collapsed? Something about an earthquake?
An earthquake?
Said Gabriel, sitting up straighter.
Who told you that?
Officer Simmons. She told me when I had my interview. Apparently it was just a small one, but that's how they explained the collapsed railway tunnel. Gabriel's expression grew dark.
That can't be a coincidence.
Fiona had been thinking the exact same thing. A sudden influx of ether could have caused an earthquake. She'd heard horror stories of witches triggering natural disasters when they tried to open a portal. After the tunnel collapsed, we didn't think the ritual worked because Eleanor didn't die. They needed a witch to complete it, so we assumed that they'd failed.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that Agatha died that night. We assumed she'd been killed when the tunnel collapsed, but they haven't released her body. What if Alexios sacrificed her and succeeded in opening a portal? Maybe it was the caffeine, but Fiona felt suddenly shaky. Judging by Gabriel's wide-eyed look, he thought that she was onto something.
Those people didn't die because of some stray demon, he muttered. They're dying because the ritual worked.
Agatha needed La Ruota Oscura to cast an incantation that would summon the demons, Fiona whispered. And if they succeeded in creating a tear in the veil, and Alexios completed the incantation? Gabriel's face paled.
Hordes of demons could be spilling into this realm.
Chapter 5. Skeletons in the Attic. After her chilling talk with Gabriel, Fiona spent the day at the shop. She needed to keep her hands busy, and slapping labels on all their new inventory and taking another stab at the graffiti were the only way she could think to do that. She went at the shop wall with a vengeance. Whenever she paused to wet her sponge or dump out the dirty water, terror and panic threatened to overwhelm her. If they were right, and Alexios had succeeded in creating a tear in the veil, Mountain Shadow wasn't safe. An indeterminate number of demons roaming southern Colorado was so much worse than one or two strays. She'd called Eleanor repeatedly after leaving Gabriel's, but either Eleanor's phone was dead or she was out of service range. She wasn't due back until later that evening, but Fiona hoped she'd make it for the gathering. Fiona had called an emergency coven meeting to discuss their horrifying discovery. It wasn't really her place to do so, but Agatha was dead, and Fiona didn't yet know who would take her place. She left the apothecary later than she'd meant to, but this time she'd remembered her dagger. It was weighing down her canvas tote bag and clunking against her laptop. The dagger had belonged to her father and, according to Gabriel, it could kill a demon. Fiona figured it was the best defense against their pesky neighborhood hellhound. It was certainly more effective than bear mace. The lights were on upstairs when Fiona got home, and she felt her whole body sag in relief. She hadn't realized how much the stress and tension had been wearing on her, but she felt like a wrung-out sponge. In her sweaty t-shirt and holey jeans, she didn't look much better either. Her hair was falling out of its messy ponytail, and the stray, wispy strands around her face were starting to escape the rolled bandana she'd been using as a headband. Smudge dashed out from his hiding place under the couch as she burst into the kitchen. Fiona locked the door behind her and ran upstairs, and Smudge followed with a low meow of excitement. Breathing hard, Fiona knocked once and then opened the door to Eleanor's room. Eleanor was standing at the window across from Fiona and had her back to the door. She slammed the window shut and wheeled around, and Fiona thought she saw a shadow move on the other side of the glass. "Hey," said Eleanor, her face slightly flushed. "Hey." Suspicion flared in Fiona's stomach, and her gaze lingered on the tree outside. But then relief crowded out all doubt, and she crossed the room to hug her sister. "What?" Fiona squeezed and didn't let go. Eleanor squirmed. "No offense, Fee, but you're a little ripe." "Sorry," she said, not releasing her grip. "What's up?" Eleanor shifted her weight from one foot to the other, and Fiona drew back to study her. She was wearing jeans and black Chuck Taylors, but she'd swapped out her usual t-shirt for a periwinkle tunic shirt with navy tie-dye around the bottom. She'd made an effort to tame her messy shoulder-length waves and... Was Eleanor wearing mascara? "You look nice," Fiona observed. "Thanks." Eleanor stretched, trying to act natural, but Fiona noticed the slight flush that followed. "I heard you called an emergency gathering. What's going on?" "So you do check your phone," Fiona shot back, suddenly feeling annoyed. "I've been calling you all day. Why didn't you answer? I was really worried." "Yeesh, sorry. My phone was dead. I just plugged it in and saw that I had like a gazillion messages." "And you didn't think to call me?" "What's your problem?" "My problem?" Fiona's voice wavered. She was suddenly on the verge of tears. She hated that she cried when she got really angry. Dragging in a tight breath, she thrust out her arm, which was wrapped in a fresh layer of gauze. "My problem is that I was attacked by a hellhound last night. Alexios succeeded in tearing the veil between realms, 2 people are dead, and there are God knows how many demons on the loose." Eleanor's jaw went slack, and her eyes widened. Clearly, this was more than she'd bargained for after a long day in Loveland. "Hang on. What?" Fiona sighed and sank down on the bed, pulling off the sweaty bandana. A few curls sprang free and hung around her face. She needed a shower and a decent night's sleep, preferably a night without any visions. Instead, she had to hurry up and get ready so she could go break the news to the coven. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I was just worried about you." "You got attacked by a demon dog and you're worried about me?" Eleanor plopped down on the bed beside her. "It was more like a demon wolf," Fiona muttered. This close, she could see that Eleanor's eye sockets looked almost bruised. Her sister needed a restful night's sleep more than she did. "Did it have 3 heads like Fluffy from Harry Potter?" Fiona's face split into a reluctant grin. "No, it was this giant white wolf that smelled like blood and brimstone." "Ew. How giant are we talking?" "Like, as big as a motorcycle." "You're kidding." "Nope." Fiona rolled up her jeans and unwound the bandage. The wolf had really sunk its teeth into her calf, so that bite was healing more slowly. "I probably got some sort of supernatural rabies. Either that, or I'm going to turn into a werewolf." "Don't worry," said Eleanor, managing a grin despite the fearful look in her eyes. "If you start howling at the moon, I'll take you to the vet." Fiona and Eleanor were a few minutes late as they ducked into Agatha's parlor. Since Fiona had been the one to call the meeting, they couldn't exactly slip in unnoticed. All the witches turned to look in their direction as they came in from the hall. Fiona had asked them to convene at Agatha's out of habit, but it suddenly occurred to her that it might not have been appropriate to invite them over to the house that now belonged to Celine. "Fiona," Geraldine crooned, "how nice of you to join us." She was reclined in one of Agatha's pastel chairs, smoking an enchanted cigarette that emitted an odorless plume of blue smoke. Her strawberry blonde waves were held back with a flapper-style feathered headband, and she was wearing a forest green jumpsuit with wide flared legs that tied loosely at the waist. Geraldine might have had her flaws, but she always looked fierce. "Sorry we're late," said Fiona. She changed into a black cotton swing dress, but her hair was still damp from the shower. "It's all right, honey," said Daphne, clinking the ice in her glass. "I made cocktails." Celine was perched on the edge of one of the stiffer antique chairs and threw Daphne a dirty look. She, for one, did not appear entirely delighted to have the coven entertaining in her dead aunt's house. "Thank you all for coming," said Fiona, nervously clasping and unclasping her hands. Normally, she looked forward to coven gatherings, but it felt strange to be the one in charge. "I called this meeting because I have some news." Eleanor scooted onto the couch between Bellamy and Beatrix, giving Fiona an encouraging nod. "Last night, when I was walking home, I was attacked by a giant wolf." There was a collective intake of breath from the others, and Bea leaned forward with a frown. "I'm pretty sure it was a hellhound," Fiona added, "and this morning, Officer Pierce came by to inform me that there have been 2 deaths in Colorado Springs, very similar to the murders in Mountain Shadow." "Similar how?" asked Lucian, who was standing at the arm of the couch next to Bea, dressed in smart gray slacks and an expensive-looking silk shirt. "Heart attacks," said Fiona. "And yet both victims were young and healthy. One was an 11-year-old girl. That and the presence of the hellhound lead me to believe that Alexios may have succeeded in completing the ritual that tore the veil between realms." She left out the part about being dive-bombed by mourning doves. Demonic birds seemed a bit far-fetched, even in a room full of witches. "How?" asked Bea, shifting her head so that her long beaded braids clacked musically. "I thought they needed a magical sacrifice in order to complete the ritual." "Alexios may have had one," said Fiona. "Agatha." Her pronouncement was met by stunned silence. The other witches just stared. For all the shock of the last couple weeks, they'd all thought the worst was over. If Alexios had succeeded, it had only just begun. Celine was the first to recover. "This is startling news indeed," she said in a crisp voice. "Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Fiona, but I wonder—" She seemed to hesitate. It was a demure gesture that appeared gracious, though Fiona thought she was putting on airs. "I wonder if perhaps it would have been prudent to gather more facts before bringing this matter before the coven." Fiona's stomach did a nervous flip, and she felt her face grow hot. "More prudent?" Eleanor repeated, a manic waver in her voice. All the witches turned to look in her direction. "What other facts do you need? Fiona was attacked by a hellhound in the middle of the street. Mortals are dying, again, and we know we have a killer on the loose." "I agree with Eleanor," said Geraldine, flicking the ash off the end of her cigarette, which fell to the arm of her chair and then vanished. "These are very alarming developments." She shot Celine a nasty look, and Fiona felt an unexpected surge of affection for her. Geraldine might have been haughty and passive-aggressive, but she was one of them. Celine was an outsider, and a judgmental one at that. "How do you know it was a hellhound that attacked you?" asked Celine in a frosty tone. "A hellhound is just a guess. The creature's ether told me it was some kind of demon. It was shaped like a huge white wolf with reddish-yellow eyes." "Sounds pretty demonic to me," Bee muttered. "I suppose your hunter friend helped you arrive at that conclusion," said Celine. Fiona swallowed. She could feel all of them waiting for her to answer, waiting to hear if she was still in contact with Gabriel. She knew that wouldn't go over well. As far as the coven was concerned, a hunter couldn't be trusted. "This isn't about Gabriel," said Eleanor, springing to Fiona's defense. "This is about the gaping hole in the veil that Alexios created and the incantation he used to call forth demons." "True," said Daphne, looking rather faint. "How do we find this tear in the veil?" She looked to Romulus sitting in the corner, who happened to be the oldest witch present.
"The portal wouldn't be far from the site of the ritual, I think," said Romulus. "The tear would likely occur where the veil was the thinnest."
Fiona looked to Eleanor, wondering if she had any idea where that was. These days, she studiously avoided areas that were most heavily populated by spirits.
"Finding the portal won't be the problem," said Jinx, her voice rising clearly above the other witches' crosstalk. "Repairing the veil is another matter."
"How do we do that?" asked Daphne, sounding rather hopeless. Lucian sank down on the arm of the couch, staring off in the distance.
"There has to be a spell in the book they used."
"The cops took the spell book," said Eleanor.
"Can we get it back?"
"I think we're getting ahead of ourselves," said Celine. "We have yet to address the fact that we have a hunter in our midst." "Gabriel only cares about killing Alexios," said Fiona, "and making sure no mortals are harmed." "All due respect, my dear, but you can't possibly know that." Fiona stood with her hands at her sides, her fingers curling into fists. She wasn't a child, and she didn't appreciate Celine demeaning her in front of the entire coven. Celine had only been in town a few days, and she was already acting as though she ran things. "If it weren't for Gabriel, Eleanor and I wouldn't be here," said Fiona, working to control the tremor in her voice. "That may be so, but I'm not convinced this hunter doesn't have other motives." Fiona clenched her teeth, still fuming in silence.
"Hunters aside, I think our first priority should be finding this portal and getting our hands on that book," said Lucian.
Celine let out an impatient sigh. "That's assuming Fiona is correct and that Alexios succeeded. We still have no proof." "A little girl is dead," Daphne interjected. "We need to take this seriously." "There's no reason to leap to conclusions." But Fiona couldn't take any more. In the last 2 weeks, their house had been torched, her sister had been kidnapped, and she'd been attacked by a hellhound. She hadn't realized her temper was so close to the surface until she'd lost it on Eleanor earlier. She didn't want to make a scene, so she got to her feet and slipped out of the parlor. The others were too busy arguing to notice her departure. She slinked down the hallway to the foot of the stairs and tiptoed up the polished steps. The wooden staircase didn't really fit with the rest of Agatha's house. It had an elaborate carving of a griffin on the bottom post and hand-engraved vines on the balusters. Fiona's abrupt surge of anger had brought a flash of clarity. In all the chaos of the police investigation and the shock of Agatha's death, no one had stopped to consider how Agatha and Alexios were connected. Well, perhaps the police had asked that question, but Fiona was pretty sure the sensational story of a pagan ritual had overshadowed all logic and reason. Agatha had been working to unlock a portal between realms for years, and Fiona sensed that her plot ran much deeper than any of them knew. Celine had no plans to unearth the skeletons in her late aunt's closet. She was too busy sticking her nose into coven business, so Fiona would have to do it. Agatha's house seemed like the best place to find answers, and she didn't know when she'd get a better chance to investigate. The staircase was lined with old family pictures, mostly black and white photos of unsmiling women and severe-looking men in mismatched frames. The most recent photo looked as though it had been taken in the late 70s or early 80s, before Fiona was even born. It had been taken outside of Agatha's house, and it showed a much younger-looking Romulus and a barely changed version of Rose. But it wasn't the image of Romulus with no gray hair that had caught her eye. It was the familiar faces of her parents. They were standing together on Agatha's right, and her father had an arm around her mother. They looked younger than Fiona had ever seen them look, and they seemed deliriously happy. Had Agatha been hatching her scheme even then? Or had she and Artemis been working together to learn more about the old druid rituals? Perhaps this was before he'd even developed an interest in the druids, before he and Agatha's agendas had diverged. Had Agatha really had them killed? It seemed impossible, looking at them there. They looked like the best of friends. Fiona tore her eyes away from the picture and fixed her gaze on the top of the staircase. The steps creaked loudly as Fiona ascended. She just hoped that the voices of the witches down below would carry enough to cover the noise. She rounded the banister at the top of the stairs, and the heavy scent of floral potpourri made her nostrils itch. It was emanating from Agatha's bedroom, which was dominated by a 4-poster bed covered in a comforter of dusty rose and a matching tasseled canopy. The heavy scent of Agatha's perfume greeted her as she stepped inside, and the intense familiarity made her stomach lurch. It was as though Agatha were standing in the room, but her dresser had already begun to collect a fine layer of dust, clouding the crystal perfume bottles that rested in a silver tray, and misting the glass crystals that hung from an outdated lamp. The crystals clinked together as Fiona ran her hand along them, and the squeak of a floorboard made her jump. She wheeled around with a guilty expression and came face to face with Eleanor. Fiona closed her eyes and let out a sigh. "It's you," she breathed in relief. "I didn't know we were snooping," Eleanor hissed. "Why didn't you tell me that's what you were doing?" "It wasn't my plan," Fiona admitted. "I just had to get out of that room." "Yeah," said Eleanor in a sympathetic tone. "Celine is the worst. I can't figure out what her game is." "You think she was helping Agatha?" "No. At least, I don't think so." As much as Fiona disliked Celine, she didn't think she'd been involved in the plot to unleash 1,000 demons. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. "There's only one way to find out." "I doubt that Agatha left a nice breadcrumb trail that will lead us straight to Alexios." "You never know," said Eleanor, leading the way down the hall. "She might have a handy serial killer wall with their safe house circled in red Sharpie." Fiona snorted. Agatha was too smart for that. Eleanor came to a halt just outside Agatha's study. It was an untidy room lined with bookshelves that seemed to swallow a heavy Victorian desk. The desk was the kind with lots of drawers and seemed to sag under piles of papers. More piles spilled out onto the floor. Either the police had already been through all that, or Agatha had been the world's worst bookkeeper.
"Geez," Eleanor muttered. "It would take years to search all this."
"You look around. I'll check the attic. We don't have a lot of time." Eleanor gave her a reluctant look, but drifted over to the desk. Discussions like the one being held downstairs tended to drag on when the coven got together. Even so, Fiona knew they didn't have forever. Eventually, the witches would wear themselves out, or someone would notice their absence. But Fiona couldn't pass up the chance to rifle through Agatha's personal belongings. If she was lucky, she might find something that explained why she'd been so invested in unlocking a portal that she would betray one of her oldest friends. Fiona knew from helping Agatha move old boxes into storage that the attic access was at the end of the hallway. It was risky going up there with Celine right downstairs, but this might be her only chance. Glancing over her shoulder one last time, Fiona reached up for the dusty old pole chain that operated the attic trap door. The door pulled free with an ear-splitting creak, and Fiona's whole body cringed. "Too late," she muttered to herself, pulling down the dusty ladder and wrinkling her nose to kill a sneeze. Gripping the sides of the metal ladder, she climbed up into the attic. It was dark up there, and very cold. Sniffing to clear the dust from her airways, Fiona groped overhead for the rusty pole chain that operated the only light. Her hand caught on several sticky spider webs, and she shivered as something darted up her arm. She finally found the chain and tugged, and the attic was illuminated by a single yellowish bulb. Boxes upon boxes were stacked on sheets of plywood that spanned the attic joists. Most of the boxes weren't labeled at all, but a few were unhelpfully marked miscellaneous. Propped against one wall was an ornate mirror with spotted glass that seemed to bend and waver as she moved. She watched the breath of her reflection form a cloud in the air and jumped at the pair of yellow eyes behind her. Wheeling around, she nearly fell through the ceiling when she came face to face with a stuffed barn owl. It was perched on a plastic laundry hamper and had a slightly flattened look. Casting around, Fiona saw that there were several strange items tucked away in the attic. A frayed old dress form was shoved in one corner, with the silver hilt of a dagger sticking out of its chest. A moth-eaten mink shawl hung across a rocking chair, and Fiona jumped when the fur moved at her touch. It curled itself more tightly around the back of the rocker, and Fiona suppressed a shudder. Along one wall, she found a painting roughly the size of her kitchen island. When she lifted the protective sheet, she saw that it was a portrait of a man who had to be one of Agatha's relatives. He was dressed in a traditional Scottish tartan and had a nose that reminded her of Agatha. Moving carefully to the far corner of the attic, Fiona hefted a box out of the heap of junk. Peering inside, she saw that it was full of spiral-bound notebooks. They appeared to be meeting minutes dating back to the late 60s. Agatha must have been the unofficial coven secretary in those days. Fiona wondered who'd been the leader. She let out a heavy breath that disturbed a fresh cloud of dust. There probably was something of value in all this mess, but she would never be able to find it. There had to be 200 boxes up there. Even if she'd had free run of the place, it would have taken her weeks to go through them all. Carefully placing the box back on top of the stack, Fiona cast around for one that appeared more recent. She located one that contained an invoice from an electrician dated 1987, along with a hodgepodge of junk ranging from photographs to receipts. In the stack, she found a copy of the same photo she'd seen on Agatha's wall. It was stiff and slightly yellowed from age, but she creased it once and stuck it in her dress pocket. She didn't think anyone would miss it. Near the bottom, she found an old cigar box that contained an assortment of jewelry, mostly broken gold chains, jeweled flower brooches, and a thin lady's watch that no longer kept time. But there was also a gold class ring engraved with the year 1978. It had a large brown stone set in the middle that sent a chill up Fiona's arm when she touched it. She dropped it back in the cigar box and slammed the lid shut, shoving it back into the larger box and putting it back in the pile. She stepped back to survey the mess of boxes again when she heard the muffled thunk of footsteps. Fiona's heart flew into her throat, and she staggered clumsily across the plywood boards to the golden light coming through the attic access. Moving as quietly she could in her heeled boots, she descended the ladder and reached the hall floor. The footsteps were getting closer. Someone was coming up the stairs. Cringing at the sound it would make, she lifted the ladder overhead until the latching mechanism activated. It drew the ladder up with the trap door, which creaked loudly back into place. "Elle!" she hissed, slinking toward the study. But it was already too late. At that moment, Celine rounded the banister at the top of the stairs and froze on the landing. She was staring at Fiona with narrowed eyes and a pinched expression that told Fiona she knew exactly what they'd been up to. When Eleanor dashed out of the office between them, it only seemed to confirm her suspicions. "When I decided to allow this little gathering of yours to proceed, I didn't think you'd use it as an opportunity to rummage through my late aunt's things." Fiona didn't know what to say. She just stood there, looking guilty. "My hospitality was not an open invitation," said Celine. She was aware of Eleanor standing between them, but her eyes were locked on Fiona's. "It's only out of the goodness of my heart that I welcomed you into my home. My tolerance for rudeness is wearing thin." Eleanor's already pale face drained of what little color it had left. "I'm sorry," said Fiona, finally locating her voice. "I shouldn't have come up here. I just want answers." "Answers about what?" "Why Agatha betrayed my parents," she murmured, meeting Celine's harsh gaze with a hardened look of her own. "What started all this? How she got connected with Alexios? Why she would sacrifice my sister and 5 innocent people just to open a portal?" It was awkward to accuse Agatha of these things in front of her niece, but those were the facts as she knew them. And if Celine didn't like hearing the truth, well, Fiona had a feeling Celine already disliked her. To Fiona's enormous surprise, Celine's face seemed to soften. "I understand," she said. "Believe me, I do." She took 2 more steps forward until she was close enough to look them both in the eyes. "Your parents' death was a tragedy. I'm saddened to know Agatha was led astray. I don't know how. I don't know why. Sometimes there are no good answers." Fiona's mouth tightened at the implication that Agatha had been led astray. From what she'd seen, Alexios had just been a pawn in her scheme. "But please, I beg of you," Celine continued, "don't go looking for skeletons. Any you may find will have turned to dust by now." Chapter 6. The Demon Coon. Fiona was dragging the next morning when she pulled up at the shop in her old blue Beetle. She and Eleanor had stayed up late speculating about Agatha, and she hadn't felt like pulling herself out of bed when her alarm had gone off 4.5 hours later. But they had their grand reopening coming up, and it was important that she get to the shop and finish stocking the new inventory. Most of their product had been smashed or rendered completely unusable when the shop had been vandalized, flushing weeks' worth of work down the drain. It had taken a Herculean effort to replace it, and that morning her back seat was crammed with cardboard boxes of their best-selling lotions, oils, and salves. Fighting the pull of exhaustion, Fiona balanced a crate of foot cream under one arm and worked the door open with the other. The apothecary smelled like the harsh lemon cleaner she'd used to remove the graffiti. She didn't normally spray that chemical stuff, but the eco-friendly version wouldn't cut through the spray paint. It would take lots of candles to cover up the smell, but with the graffiti gone and the morning light streaming in through the window, it was beginning to feel like her shop again. As she set the last box on the counter, the bell over the front door sounded,
and Gabriel walked in the shop. "We're closed," Fiona called. She didn't know why, but she had the immediate urge to check what her hair was doing. She hadn't planned on seeing anybody, and she'd thrown it up in a messy ponytail. Between that, her mom jeans, and the baggy sweatshirt she was wearing, she was sure she looked freaking fantastic. "The Salem Witches," Gabriel read, squinting at the emblem on her sweatshirt, a witch on a broomstick reading a book. "Is that supposed to be ironic?" "It's from my school," Fiona grumbled, annoyed at having to explain her attire. "Your college mascot was the Salem Witches?" "It was just the name of this feminist book club I was part of for a while." Something like a spasm passed over Gabriel's face. At first, Fiona thought he might be having a stroke or suppressing a sneeze, but then she realized he was stifling a laugh. It was strange, like watching a dog bite at the air. She couldn't remember if she'd ever seen Gabriel laugh. "Ah, the good old days," he said in a mock wistful tone. "Nothing like sitting around your college dorm room fully clothed reading the bell jar sober." Fiona gave him a dirty look. "It was a phase." "Uh-huh." "A short one." "I'll bet." It was only then that Fiona noticed that Gabriel had a coffee in each hand. He set one down on the table between them, and Fiona picked it up uncertainly. She took a careful sip, and then narrowed her eyes at him. "How did you know I like dark chocolate lavender mochas?" Gabriel leaned in confidentially. "Don't tell your feminist book club I said so, but I found that most women like chocolate." He raised both eyebrows. "The lavender was just a guess. You do own an herb shop." "Apothecary." "Whatever." Fiona eyed him sideways and then smiled. "Stop looking at me like that," he snapped. "I lied. I just asked the barista what your drink was. This is a very small town." Fiona didn't care how he'd done it. It was actually thoughtful. She didn't say anything, though. Based on how he'd reacted after rescuing Smudge from the fire, Gabriel hated getting caught in a good deed. "That crap'll have to wait," he said, nodding at the box of Sweet Dreams tea on the counter, all traces of thoughtfulness gone. "You need to come with me." "What?" The way he'd said it, it sounded as though he were placing her under arrest. "There's something we need to do." "Now?" "Yes, now. Come on. You can make things look pretty in mason jars just as easily tomorrow." Fiona glared at him in annoyance. He couldn't just expect her to drop what she was doing because it was convenient for him. "I'm trying to run a business here." "Could have fooled me. The girl at the shop said you were closed." Fiona rolled her eyes. "You know what I mean. Eleanor and I have the grand reopening." "And Alexios is probably celebrating the grand reopening of his super special demon portal," said Gabriel. "You've already been attacked by a hellhound, and 2 people are dead. This can't wait." She couldn't argue with that. Reluctantly, Fiona followed Gabriel out of the shop and locked the door behind her. A new flyer was posted on the telephone pole outside. The word "missing" printed in bright red ink caught her eye, and she squinted at the photograph. It showed the smiling face of a gray-haired man who looked to be in his late 50s. He lived in Mountain Shadow, and he'd been reported missing just 2 days before. Fiona shivered, thinking of the dead mountain biker and the little girl. Was it possible that this man had fallen victim to the demons too? "I'll drive," said Gabriel, striding toward his black Viper and glancing at her Beetle with disdain. Fiona hesitated. She and Gabriel might have been allies, but she still didn't trust him completely. She wasn't sure it was a good idea to get in the car with a hunter, but he was already standing at the driver's side door looking at her expectantly. "Did you bring your dagger?" "Yes," she said, feeling the weight of it in her bag. She decided that, if it came down to it, she could stab him or blast him with ether. "Good," said Gabriel. "You're going to need it."
The Viper's interior was all black leather. It wasn't very spacious, but the seat hugged her body comfortably. It still had that new car smell, mixed with Gabriel's scent of old leather, cedar, and gunpowder. They didn't go far, just 5 minutes to the edge of town. Gabriel pulled up in front of a dilapidated red adobe situated near the overpass. It appeared to be an old Indian trading post/tourist shop that had long since gone out of business. A bent chain-link fence ran around the property with "No trespassing" signs spaced every few yards. The windows were boarded from the inside, and metal bars secured them from the exterior. Most of the vigas protruding from the walls were either broken or rotted through, and the front doors were secured with 2x4s. "What are we doing here?" asked Fiona. "Well, we can't exactly do this at my place. Wesley's home sleeping and we might wake him up." He killed the engine and walked around to the trunk, pulling out a pry bar. "Are we breaking in?" One of the cardboard signs on the building warned that security cameras were in use, but the lone camera she could see was dangling from its own cord through a hole in the plaster. "No," he said, giving her a strange look. Fiona had lived in Mountain Shadow nearly her entire life, and she couldn't ever remember this place being open for business. "Who owns it?" "I do." "Really?" "Really." She watched Gabriel approach the front door and began prying away the boards that were nailed across it. "Got it for a steal, believe it or not," he mumbled, his broad back straining as he worked. While Gabriel coaxed the nails out of the trim, Fiona continued to study the building. It was definitely a fixer-upper. Locust sprouts had nearly overtaken the small corner lot, and the plaster was cracked in several places. "Why did you buy it?" "I needed somewhere to do business away from my brother's place." Fiona cracked a smirk. "Would this be the antique weapons business or the hunter business?" Gabriel shot her a "what do you think" sort of look. "Can you write off your secret hunter lair as a business expense?" Gabriel didn't answer. It struck her as odd that he would buy a building if he was just staying with Wesley temporarily. As he cracked open the double doors, the damp scent of mildew hit her nostrils. A swell of dust blasted her in the face, and Fiona choked into her sleeve. Gabriel disappeared along the side of the building, and Fiona squinted into the cavernous shop. The only light came from the cracks between the plywood and the windowsills, so it was difficult to see much of anything. A grungy native print rug was scrunched up inside the door, partially covering a long crack in the bare concrete floor. As her eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, she could see shelves and display tables the previous owner had left behind. One shelf snaked along the entire ceiling and had an assortment of Native American pottery collecting dust and spiderwebs. It looked as though the previous owner had left in a hurry. Gabriel reappeared a moment later, carrying a small wire cage. He flipped a light switch, and Fiona blinked as long rows of fluorescent tubes illuminated the abandoned shop. A frayed towel was draped over the top of the cage, but Fiona could hear a frantic scrabbling inside. "What's that?" she asked, her mind swirling with curiosity. Was this why Gabriel had brought her there? For advice on some strange new pet? Gabriel didn't seem like the sort of guy who would want a pet, and judging by the wild scratching going on inside, whatever he had in the cage wasn't pet material. He set the cage on the dusty counter and pulled back the towel with a flourish. Fiona wasn't sure what she'd been expecting, maybe a very large rat or a possum. Instead, she found herself staring into the fluffy masked face of a rather fat raccoon. Its little black nose was working hard, twitching the long whiskers that protruded from its snout. The white stripes running from the center of its face gave him a look of perpetual concern. "Oh, he's so cute," Fiona crooned, taking a step closer to the cage. But the second she lifted her foot off the floor, the raccoon bared its long, pointed teeth. Its eyes glowed an unnatural red, and it fluffed up as it arched its back. When it hissed, The sound that escaped was a low, golem-like voice. It was speaking a language Fiona didn't recognize, but it chilled her to the very bone.
"Cute, huh?" said Gabriel, clearly amused by the look on her face. "I found this guy hanging around a dumpster behind that diner on 31st Street.
He tapped the edge of the cage with the pry bar, and the raccoon thrashed around inside. It moved at an unnatural speed, and looked as though it might rip the metal bar in two. Fiona's heart was beating very fast as she stared in disbelief. It's a demon."
"It's a nin," said Gabriel. "A lower demon that can possess animals."
"Why do you have it?"
"Well, for one thing, I didn't think it would be good if someone sent animal control after him."
But Gabriel looked intrigued at the prospect.
"Also, because you could use the practice."
"Practice?"
"Practice killing demons. There must be dozens of them on the loose by now, and banishing them isn't good enough."
"Why not?" Fiona's throat had gone very dry. She knew instinctively that the demon coon was dangerous, but she didn't relish the idea of killing him. It wasn't the poor animal's fault that he'd been possessed. Wouldn't banishing the demon be a better alternative to putting down an innocent raccoon?
"He's gonna die anyway,"
said Gabriel, as though he'd read Fiona's mind.
"And with a tear in the veil, it's like someone left the front door wide open. Once a demon has made it into this realm, he's much more likely to return."
"Why is that?" Gabriel shrugged.
"I don't know. Probably because there are lots of tasty mortals to feed on here. I never bothered to ask."
Fiona believed him, but it didn't make sense. A demon couldn't survive long in the earthen realm without a host to sustain it, and a mortal would only last 2 or 3 days at most. It must have been exhausting, jumping from one host to another. But then, what else did they have to do? Seeing that Fiona was still reluctant, Gabriel's tone became serious.
"Our raccoon friend looks healthy enough now, but this is what demons do. They feed on their mundane host's ether and run them completely ragged. Once its heart gives out, the demon will find another host, possibly one even cuter and fluffier."
Fiona swallowed. If Gabriel's hypothesis about her father was correct, and she was a demon wielder, this was what she was born to do. And since they officially had a demon infestation, she would have to start using her ability soon. Rummaging in her bag, Fiona pulled out her father's dagger. It had a decorative pommel and was protected by an intricate silver scabbard. It made a satisfying shink as she withdrew the blade, and she felt a little shiver. "Shouldn't we sharpen it first, so it's a quick death?" Gabriel snorted and grabbed Fiona's wrist. He turned her hand palm side up and took the dagger from her other hand. She sucked in a breath as he drew the blade swiftly across the tip of her finger. She felt the briefest twinge of pain, and a clean line of blood blossomed from the wound. Fiona tried to pull her hand back, but Gabriel held on to it firmly.
"Blades infused with the blood of a demon wielder don't need sharpening. Can't you feel the ether?"
She could. The energy emanating from the blade in his hand was subtle, but she could feel it if she concentrated.
"Anything with this much power could probably slice through a brick wall and never get dull."
Gabriel's voice was distant as he watched her finger. Fiona glanced down in time to see the wound repair itself, the outer layer of skin stitching back together, leaving only a quivering drop of blood. Fiona's mouth fell open. She could heal minor wounds with effort and concentration, but she hadn't been trying to heal the cut on her finger.
"I told you," said Gabriel, looking excited. "A demon wielder's blade can't mortally wound one of your kind."
"And why is that?" she asked, tugging her hand free and wiping the blood on her jeans.
"All demon wielder blades are forged with a specific incantation. It's probably one intended to protect the bloodline."
"The bloodline?" Fiona repeated, not even attempting to hide her derision.
"All demon wielders are descended from the same ancient bloodline. Don't you remember the story I told you?"
She did. He was referring to the hunter legend of the first demon wielder, who was the offspring of a witch and a hunter. That's only a myth, Fiona protested. Not in my world. Technically, you and Alexios are distant relatives. That's a little messed up, considering he's the one person I really need to kill. You're not ready to face Alexios, said Gabriel, turning her to face the raccoon in the cage. He handed Fiona the dagger hilt first, and she felt a tingle of ether travel up the blade to her arm. First, you need to learn how to kill lower demons. Fiona rolled her eyes. How hard could it be? She'd successfully banished the demon that had been feeding on her sister. If that hadn't been a higher demon, it must have at least been a medium-level one. You ready? He asked. Fiona nodded. You're going to have to use your command of the ether to control it, he warned. I've got it, she grumbled. This wasn't what she'd planned on doing when she'd woken up that morning. She should have been back at her shop getting ready for the grand reopening, not trying to kill a raccoon in Gabriel's hunter hideaway. The sooner she got this over with, the sooner she could get back to her shop, and her lavender mocha. In one swift motion, Gabriel lifted the door of the cage and took a giant step back. Fiona had exactly half a second to stare into the raccoon's gleaming red eyes before he launched himself at her throat. Fiona thrust out the dagger an instant too late, and the raccoon banked off Fiona's shoulder and bounded onto the table behind her. Fiona whipped around in a sword fighter's lunge, but the demon coon was too quick. With a hiss and a growl, he bounded across the table and onto a freestanding shelf. Fiona gave chase as he scampered over the top and leapt for the higher shelf that ran along the perimeter. It was farther than a normal animal should have been able to jump, but he landed easily and darted across, knocking over a clay pot as he ran. The pot rolled off the shelf, fell, and shattered, narrowly missing Fiona. Come on, Gabriel urged her. Annoyed, Fiona picked up a piece of the shattered clay pot and hurled it at the raccoon. It dodged it easily and seemed to snicker as it darted along the shelf. Fiona tossed another piece, and the raccoon leapt down, landing smoothly on another shelf. Fiona lunged, overcommitted, and sank her blade into the wooden top. All she caught was the glimpse of a fluffy ringed tail as the demon coon bounded away. Oh my God, Gabriel moaned. You think you can do better? I'm not the etherling. Fiona opened her mouth to hurl back a retort, but the word etherling had struck a chord. Suddenly, she remembered what Gabriel had said about using her command of the ether. Demons were made of the stuff, which was why they needed to feed on living things. Her ability to manipulate the ether in her environment was what made Fiona a demon wielder. She looked over at the demon coon, who was taunting her from the top of its cage. Fiona concentrated on reaching out with her senses until she could feel the pulse of polluted ether that was the demon itself. Once she felt it, it was as though she'd made a connection. She could feel the ether like a mini force field emanating from the raccoon's body. She concentrated on freezing the ether in place, and the demon coon let out a fierce little growl. It would have been amusing to hear that come out of a cute raccoon, if it hadn't been possessed by a demon. Cautiously, Fiona took a half step forward, focusing on holding the demon in place. She raised the dagger to shoulder height and felt the ether in the blade connect with her own. The dagger seemed to fuse to her hand, becoming an extension of her arm. The odd sensation drew her attention, and she lost the hold she'd had on the demon coon. The furious creature leapt toward Fiona, claws out and teeth bared. Fiona shrieked as it landed on her chest, clawing at her face and neck. She staggered back, screaming like an idiot, and knocked into another shelf. She heard Gabriel's groan as the shelf tilted precariously, and the demon coon scrabbled up her face. Its claws dug into her lips and nose, using them as a springboard to leap onto the shelf before streaking across the concrete floor. Fiona charged after it, gasping for air. She was going to kill that thing, even if it meant sacrificing an innocent raccoon. She chased it into the back of the shop and heard a clanking coming from a utility closet. It was dark inside, and Fiona groped for a switch, but then she felt claws dig into her pant leg. Startled, she raked a hand down her leg to dislodge the demon coon, but it scrambled up her leg, latched onto her sweatshirt, and sank its teeth into her neck. Fiona screamed and tried to stab the thing, but it jumped off again and disappeared. She heard the tick of tiny claws on metal, followed by the thunder of human-sized footfalls. Fiona lumbered around, unable to see, and collided with something warm and solid. "Not the electrical box!" Gabriel yelled. He shouted something in a language Fiona didn't recognize, and her ears rang with a sound like a firecracker. A surge of ether swept over her body, and she felt all the air being sucked out of the room. She dropped the dagger, gasping for breath, and a light flickered on above her. Gabriel was breathing just as hard as she was, staring down at the floor. The raccoon lay on the bare concrete, its chest rising and falling rapidly. "What the hell was that?" Fiona choked, staring down at the stunned raccoon. There wasn't a demon inside it anymore. She could sense that it was gone. "I banished it." "You did what?" Irritation and disbelief surged through her body, and she had the sudden urge to strangle him. "Why did you do that? I had him." "Oh, yeah?" Gabriel's voice was condescending as he scooped up the raccoon with a shovel. Moving gingerly, he backed out of the room, and she heard the creak of another door opening. Fiona stared after him, lost for words. She was glad not to have killed the raccoon, but annoyed that he'd stolen her victory. She stormed back into the main area of the shop, just as Gabriel returned. "It's not like I wanted to," he said. "Now I have to hunt down a replacement." He slammed the front door shut behind him and continued his one-sided conversation. "It was about to chew through the electrical wires. This place is enough of a dump as it is." "I had him." "No, you didn't." "I banished that demon that was feeding on Eleanor." "Banishing a demon is easier than killing one. These things have been getting the best of humans since the beginning of time. The only reason you were able to banish Eleanor's demon without any training was because you were emotional." He paused for a moment, studying Fiona as though trying to work something out. "You seem to have the strongest command of the ether when you're really worked up about something. It's like your emotions control your will." Fiona felt a fresh torrent of outrage, but bit back her snide remark. "That won't do for a demon wielder," he added, meeting Fiona's furious glare. "You need to be able to control the ether in your sleep, not just when you're having a lot of feelings." He put a scornful emphasis on the last word, and Fiona ground her back molars together. This was supposed to be her chance to practice, and instead he was insulting her. "I thought you were going to teach me something. Isn't that why you brought me here?" "I'm not a demon wielder. This is the kind of thing your dad should have taught you." "Since he didn't." Gabriel trailed off, looking frustrated. "Mountain Shadow and the Springs are probably crawling with demons. We need to get you up to speed as quickly as possible." "I'm trying," she grumbled. "I've never done this before." "Trying isn't good enough." Gabriel's eyes flashed dangerously. "This is life or death for every mortal within a 200-mile radius." "You think I don't know that?" Fiona spluttered. He was acting as though this was her fault. "We'll go again when I find another demon," he said, opening the door and turning to leave. "I'll come for you when it's time." Chapter 7. The Problem with Portals. It was a little after noon by the time Fiona staggered through the door. She was sweaty and exhausted, and her face was covered in scratches. Dropping her keys and bag on the counter, she sank onto a bar stool with a weary sigh. "What happened to you?"
Eleanor was sitting at the kitchen table, eating cold pizza and reading the Mountain Shadow Gazette. "I had to kill a demon coon," said Fiona, rubbing her eyes. "You should see the other guy." "A demon coon?" Eleanor repeated, a cold green pepper falling off her pizza and landing with a splat on her newspaper. "Gabriel's idea. He thinks I need to practice killing demons." Eleanor gave her a look that said she thought that wasn't a good idea. "What?" "Isn't that a little dangerous?" Eleanor asked, setting down the newspaper and looking up with concern. In the muted light coming through the window, Eleanor's face seemed paler than usual. "I'm a demon wielder." "So Gabriel says." Eleanor's green eyes blazed with fear, and Fiona felt a stab of guilt. While being a demon wielder didn't feel like an honorific, she didn't know if Eleanor resented that she'd inherited their father's gift instead of her. But then she said, "Having one of those things inside you, it's terrifying." "I know," Fiona murmured, remembering the numb feeling that had spread through her chest, choking off her airways and filling her head with atrocious thoughts as she'd battled Eleanor's demon. To be possessed. Eleanor broke off and stared blankly at the newspaper with a haunted look in her eyes. "That's why I have to do this," said Fiona, getting up and coming over to sit next to her sister. "We have to get rid of these things. I don't want anyone else to experience what you went through." Eleanor didn't say it, but Fiona knew she was worried. Glancing down at the soiled newspaper, she saw a face staring up at her, superimposed against a familiar-looking rock formation. She reached for the newspaper and turned it toward her, so the photograph was right side up. The man in the picture wore a helmet and was leaning against a very serious-looking mountain bike. He was on a trail somewhere at Garden of the Gods, where the photo had been taken. There was another picture right below it, one of a young girl posing for her first day of school. The headline read, "Local Deaths Reminiscent of Mysterious Cult Killings." Mind racing, she read the first few lines of the article about the man before moving on to the part about the girl. 11-year-old Ella St. James died Thursday evening at Memorial Hospital after collapsing at Red Rock Canyon Open Space. She was admitted for dehydration and altitude sickness, but doctors later said Ella died of a heart attack. The St. James family was in Colorado on vacation, visiting Garden of the Gods and Cheyenne Canyon Park in the days leading up to her death. "I know where the tear is," said Fiona suddenly, the memory of her vision surfacing. "Where?" "It has to be in Garden of the Gods." She shoved the paper back under Eleanor's nose and pointed at the article. "The little girl died a few days after visiting the park. This guy was an avid mountain biker. He must have been riding there a few days before he died." "Maybe." "Garden of the Gods is the old Redlands, where Native Americans would go to die," Fiona exclaimed. "Romulus said the tear would occur wherever the veil was the thinnest. Where else would it be?" Eleanor's eyes had grown very wide, and Fiona knew she was on the right track. Just then, Fiona saw Gabriel's car pull up in front of Wesley's. He parked, got out, and walked up to the house. Fiona wondered if he'd captured any more demon critters for her to practice killing. Grabbing the newspaper, she walked out the door to tell him what she'd learned. She knocked softly, expecting Gabriel to answer, but then the colonel barked loudly. She cringed. Wesley was probably trying to sleep, but that bark would wake the dead. Finally, the door swung open. Wesley was standing in the hallway, dressed in a pair of loose gray sweatpants and a navy blue t-shirt. His light brown hair was tousled from sleep, and he looked as though he'd just woken up. "Oh, hey," said Fiona, tucking the paper behind her back and trying not to look surprised. "I'm so sorry. I woke you up." "You didn't," said Wesley, cracking a tired grin. "Gabe woke me up with that loud car of his." Fiona nodded, feeling slightly awkward. She didn't know what to say. "How's the wolf bite?" he asked, glancing down at her arm.
which was covered by her sleeve. "Oh, it's good," she said, pulling it down a little more. The bites had already healed completely, and she hoped Wesley didn't ask to see them. "Thanks again for patching me up. I'm glad Eleanor didn't have to see that."
"Anytime."
In fact, Fiona trailed off, having just come up with a good excuse for showing up at Wesley's front door. "I was wondering if you'd like to come over for dinner Saturday night, as a sort of thank you." Wesley's whole face seemed to light up, and he instantly looked more alert.
Yeah, that would be nice. What should I bring?"
"Just yourself. I'll take care of everything. It's the least I can do after." At that moment, Gabriel appeared over Wesley's shoulder and glanced at Fiona with a nonchalant expression.
"What's happening Saturday night?"
Wesley frowned at him, clearly annoyed.
"Fiona was just inviting me to dinner."
"Oh," said Gabriel, pulling a tight smile. "The both of you," Fiona added, mentally kicking herself as she said it. Wesley looked slightly put out, but he quickly schooled his expression. "Elle and I would love to have the two of you over to say thanks for rescuing her from the fire, working on the case, saving us up in the tunnels, patching up wolf bites." She trailed off, a little stunned by how much she had to thank them for.
"What time?"
asked Gabriel. Fiona looked up at him, taken aback. She hadn't expected Gabriel to come. 7 o'clock?
"We'll be there."
It was Gabriel who spoke. "Okay." Fiona took a deep breath and looked back to Wesley. "Sorry again that I woke you up. You should get back to sleep."
"Don't be," said Wesley, flashing a grin. "But I think I will go back to bed."
He turned to climb back up the stairs, and Fiona shot Gabriel a look.
"Why are you really here?"
he asked, as soon as Wesley was out of earshot. "I know where the tear in the veil is," she said. "It's at Garden of the Gods." Gabriel gave her a thoughtful frown, but didn't contradict her. "The man who died was a mountain biker." She waved the newspaper in front of him. "This photo was taken at Garden of the Gods, which means it had to be one of his usual spots. The little girl was in town visiting. Her family took her there to sightsee." Gabriel's brows scrunched together as he scrutinized the photograph. "Another witch in my coven said that if the ritual was completed, the tear would have occurred wherever the veil was the thinnest. Garden of the Gods was sacred to the natives. They used to visit when they were about to die and wedge their bodies into the rocks. All those deaths must have released so much ether that it weakened the veil over time, and the other night I had a vision." Gabriel looked up from the newspaper and raised an eyebrow. He hadn't known about Fiona's visions. I get them sometimes," she explained. "Premonitions. I had them before the Reverend and Mrs. Pottersfield were killed. This one was at Garden of the Gods. I saw demons in the dream." Fiona paused to take a breath, wondering if she had any more evidence to support her theory. To her surprise, Gabriel just shrugged.
"Makes sense."
Fiona gaped at him. "Seriously?"
"Yeah, I think you're probably right."
"Okay." She hadn't expected Gabriel to agree with her, and now she wasn't sure what to do.
"Come by the shop Saturday morning," he said casually. "We'll have another lesson."
Lesson was a fairly charitable way to describe the chaos with the demon coon, but Fiona decided not to mention it. She was still trying to work out what their next move should be. Gabriel glanced up at the sky, frowning at the dark gray clouds that were beginning to swirl overhead. He shot her one last look and made to close the door, but Fiona threw out a hand to stop him. "Wait! What about the portal?"
"What about it?"
"We have to find a way to close it. Repair the tear in the veil?" Gabriel shrugged.
"That's not my problem."
"What do you mean it's not your problem?"
"I'm a hunter," he said. "My job is to eliminate dangerous supernaturals. not fix tears in the veil between realms.
Fiona put her hands on her hips. She just didn't understand him sometimes. Don't you think it might be wise to plug the hole before you start trying to bail out the ship one bucket at a time?
Hunters don't close portals, he said, as though that settled the matter. Then again, we don't create tears in the very fabric of space and time either. A witch opened the damned portal. A witch will have to close it.
Chapter 8. Demons at the Border. By the time they reached Garden of the Gods, a storm was brewing directly above them. The silvery gray clouds had turned an angry slate gray, and a heavy wind was whipping across the vast dirt parking lot, stirring up clouds of dust. Fiona, Eleanor, Bellamy, and Bee were crammed into the Beetle. Bee rode up front in the passenger seat. Eleanor and Bellamy were stuffed in the back, with their knees against their chests. It might have been funny watching them all pile out of the Volkswagen, if it weren't for the eerie way the junipers were bending in the wind. Fiona squinted up at the tumultuous sky as fat raindrops began to fall. Lightning flashed perilously close to one of the sandstone fins, and Fiona felt the roll of thunder reverberate in her bones. On a normal day, Garden of the Gods was crawling with people. It was the premier attraction in Colorado Springs, a sprawling park of magnificent sandstone formations that attracted 6 million visitors per year. A one-way road wound all the way through, allowing sightseers to take a driving tour. The park was oddly empty for a Friday afternoon. Possibly the threat of a storm had kept visitors away. A few dozen cars dotted the parking lot, but there wasn't the usual stream of traffic, and several clumps of tourists were ambling back to their cars. It didn't make sense that only 2 people had died if the tear had occurred somewhere in the park. Demons would be spilling into their realm unchecked, and all demons needed living hosts. Fiona walked over to examine the map that was mounted near the trailhead. Miles of trails wound around the park and cut through the middle for easy access to the most scenic areas. Some of the trails were more secluded, but if the portal was over in one of those sections, it didn't explain how the little girl had come to be possessed. Most tourists didn't wander far off the beaten path, especially those with children. "Do you think we should come back another day?" asked Bellamy, squinting up at the sky. He was shrouded in a bright red rain slicker, but he was wearing leather boat shoes. They weren't exactly good hiking footwear, but Fiona didn't want to delay. She'd asked Bellamy and Bee along for backup, and this was the only day they'd had off. "No. The sooner we find the tear, the better. We can leave if the weather gets worse." The 4 of them set out with their rain jackets zipped and their hoods drawn tight against the wind. Fiona had brought along a camelback for water, but she questioned her decision to hike out at all. The clouds overhead were thickening fast, showering them in heavy spurts of raindrops. Severe storms in Colorado didn't give much warning, but the signs were hardly subtle. A surge of rain moving over the mountains or a sudden drop in temperature. If you weren't smart enough to heed Mother Nature's warnings, you had no business being outdoors. They'd only been hiking for about 20 minutes when Fiona felt the tingle of ether. It was only a brief crackle at first, like passing a hand over a staticky sweater, but it wasn't the natural ether emanating from the trees and the wildlife. It was a concentrated burst that raised the hairs along the back of her neck. "Did you feel that?" Fiona breathed, turning to look at her sister. Eleanor nodded, her eyes set with caution, and Fiona wondered if she should have stayed home. Having a permanent tear in the veil brought out all kinds of restless spirits. She hoped that any they encountered wouldn't prove too much for her. Following the periodic thrum of ether, Fiona led them off the main path through a narrow gap in the split-rail fence. There, an animal trail led up a gentle hill covered in cacti and yucca. "This way," she said, holding back a scraggly tree branch for Bee and Eleanor to pass. Halfway up, she glanced over her shoulder to check on Bellamy. He was still standing at the foot of the hill, looking torn between getting his boat shoes dirty and being left behind. After a moment's deliberation, He seemed to decide that the shoes could be salvaged and followed them up the hill. As Fiona climbed, she realized that what had looked like a gentle slope from the bottom was actually a substantial hill. It was taking them away from the main tourist zones and the safety of the parking lot. The force of the ether grew significantly stronger as Fiona crested the hill. Through the maze of junipers and scraggly plants, she saw a picnic area below. That would explain what the family had been doing out there when the little girl had run into a demon. The sound of heavy breathing behind her made Fiona turn around. Eleanor was standing at the top of the hill, clutching the stitch in her side. "Elle?" Eleanor's face was scarily pale, and her eyes looked slightly glassy. "I'm fine," she wheezed, closing her eyes. Clearly, she wasn't fine. "Sit down for a sec," Fiona murmured, steering her toward a rock. Eleanor sat, and Fiona passed her the tube connected to their camelback. Eleanor took a long drink, but didn't move, and Fiona's misgivings intensified. Something wasn't right. None of them were in great shape by any stretch, but Bellamy and Bee were barely winded, much less in danger of keeling over. Eleanor should have been able to manage this hike, but she looked like someone recovering from a bad case of the flu. "Fee?" Beatrix called from the other side of the hill. "Stay here," Fiona instructed her sister, shrugging off her pack. "There's a granola bar in the front pocket. You should eat something to get your blood sugar back up." Following the trail down to where Bee was standing, Fiona felt a sharp crackle of ether. It was strong enough to make her lips go numb. That amount of ether was dangerous. Bee was standing in a small copse of trees at the foot of a huge sandstone fen. The trees were bending from the force of the wind, and there wasn't an animal in sight. The air was buzzing with a rogue, dark energy. She could feel it crawling over her skin. In that moment, she remembered her dream, which did nothing to put her at ease. Angry black clouds swirled overhead, and the scenery seemed to warp and waver. It was as though a semi-invisible curtain hung over the rock formation and was blowing about in the breeze. "I think I found the tear," said Bee, when Fiona finally joined her. Fiona nodded, staring in shock. She didn't sense any demons yet, but standing this close to a portal was risky. On Earth, the small amount of free-floating ether didn't pose a danger to witches or mortals, but the atmosphere around an opening between realms was notoriously volatile. At any moment, a rogue burst of ether could erupt from the portal, killing anyone who was standing too close, or triggering a natural disaster. "Can you close it?" Bee asked, as Bellamy approached them warily. "I don't know," Fiona admitted. She'd never done anything of the sort. Ether wasn't just the element of life. It was the fabric that bound the universe. As an ether witch, she had the ability to manipulate the ether around her, but repairing the veil would require an enormous amount of energy. Bellamy and Bee took a few steps back as Fiona raised her arms. She could feel the ether lapping at her hands, swirling and rebounding as it interacted with the ether coursing through her body. She imagined harnessing all the ether around her and using it to cover the portal. She pictured it flowing from the air and the trees and knitting together to form an impenetrable barrier. For a moment, she could sense the ether moving around her, but she couldn't seem to control it. It just floated lazily across the rock formations before dissipating in the air. She let out a slow breath of frustration, licking her lips to restore some feeling. The ether emitted a constant low hum that made her skin tingle uncomfortably. Normally, she had to be pretty close to manipulate ether, and the tear in the veil was too far away. She took a few cautious steps forward until the ether was coming at her like a headwind. A disconcerting numbness spread over her face, and she heard Bee's note of warning. Fiona closed her eyes and tried to focus on corralling the ether around her. Her head throbbed dully as she worked, and a cold sweat broke out over her skin. She could sense the ether hovering near the opening, but it didn't seem to want to merge with the veil. The harder she tried, the weaker she got. She'd never wielded this much ether. Frustrated, Fiona dropped her hands, and the ether dispersed into the nearby foliage. Her knees turned to jelly as she released her control, and she realized it wasn't going to work. She heard the crunch of footsteps behind her, and knew that Eleanor was making her way down. Elle would want her to stop before she hurt herself, but she just wanted to try one last thing. Fiona lifted her trembling arms, this time channeling some of her own ether. She wasn't exactly sure how it worked, but she'd noticed that ether seemed to take on the qualities of the person or creature it came from. She had better control when it was her own ether, rather than that of a plant or animal. This time, as her ether merged with the rest, she could feel it obeying her will. She grinned in triumph as it settled over the opening and covered the tear like a blanket. She urged the ether to merge with the rest, but it felt as though it were being stretched too thin. She couldn't get it to hold together, and she could feel the effort draining her. "I don't think I can," she groaned, dropping her hands. Bee's far-off voice reached her ears. "It's okay. We'll try something else. Let's get out of here before the rain picks up." Fiona's pants were already soaked from the raindrops sliding off her jacket. Glancing up at the stormy sky, she could see a knot of ominous black clouds hovering directly overhead. A roll of thunder boomed through the park, causing her whole body to shake. She nodded at Bee that it was time to go, but then a swirling dark mist emerged from the tear. It surged overhead, whirling and changing, and Fiona's whole body went cold. She cringed as the demon wafted toward her, surrounding her in cold black mist. Reaching for her dagger, she lunged at the mist, but the demon dispersed and reorganized. She watched it condense into a fearsome horned reptile. The creature wasn't made of solid matter, but that didn't make it any less real. She could feel the power emanating from the monster, and the ground shook when it moved. As the demon beast drew closer to Fiona, a chilling numbness spread down her throat. She choked as the paralysis spread to her lungs, making her gasp for air. "Silly witch, you cannot slay me. I am strongest in my true form." Fiona glared at the demon as it dissolved once again, cloaking the air in a shapeless black mist. She couldn't speak. She could hardly breathe, but somehow she knew it could hear her. "Leave this place," Fiona commanded. "Return to your realm." "Why should I?" the demon's voice echoed. "There are plenty of mortals to feast on here." "I'm the demon wielder. If you won't obey, I will kill you right here." "Demon wielder?" The demon's tone was laced with derision, and then it let out a cackle. "You may wield the blade of a demon wielder, child, but you are just a pretender. A demon wielder's power comes from his strength, and you are merely the weaker spawn of the slayed etherling Artemis." Fiona felt a chill at her father's name. So her father had been a demon wielder. Once again, the demon mist changed shape, appearing this time as a dragon. "We do not fear you, little witch. She who cannot slay a nin." The demon's words were gleefully mocking. Fury erupted inside her. How had the demon known about that? Could it read her mind? "I know all," the demon chortled. "I can see everything you are, and everything you are not." The demon dragon dissolved as its words faded, wrapping Fiona in its dark mist once again. The demon's closeness should have made it impossible to breathe, but the heat of her fury seemed to counter the numbing effects of the ether. In that moment, she'd had enough of the taunting and the mental intrusions. This demon would not get the best of her. She was going to end this now. Drawing her attention inward, Fiona focused on harnessing her own energy. She could feel the ether swirling inside her and emanating from her body. It formed a protective shield around her, and she used it to push the demon away. She focused on shoving the demon back toward the portal, and for an instant, the black mist dispersed. But then the demon started to fight, and Fiona felt a push of resistance. It wouldn't go back through the portal willingly, and Fiona was already drained. She could feel the demon resisting her control, forming a solid wall of black fog thick enough to block the others from view. "How dare you try to control me?" the demon boomed, the black mist churning around her. The wall of darkness began to pick up speed, turning into a cyclone that stirred the dirt at her feet. "You are nothing. Nothing." But the anger that had started as a dull heat in her chest had become a raging inferno. She could feel the fury churning like a storm. Then she realized what was happening. The demon wasn't making the cyclone. She was. Her ether had merged with the air around her, multiplying the force of the element. It was powered by her own fury, and it had taken the demon by surprise. It didn't last. As soon as the demon regained control, the darkness wrapped around her tighter. She could feel the oppressive weight of ether squeezing every muscle and organ. The demon was slowly draining her ether. She could feel her body failing, but her mind was still strong and clear, sharpened by the bite of her rage. As the cyclone of mist stretched higher above her, Fiona rooted down to the earth. She called on the ether from everything around her, the trees, the animals, her friends. Almost immediately, she felt them responding. Every living thing seemed to sense the danger. A rush of pure, grounding ether worked up through her feet. She breathed it into every cell in her body, awed by its steadying power. This time, she didn't get impatient. She let the ether build and build until it was a powder keg of energy. The demon's taunt still echoed in her mind, and she used her anger as a spark to ignite the power inside her. With one mighty scream, she thrust out her arms and unleashed the ether on the demon. She blasted the wall of black mist apart, scattering it into 1,000,000 pieces. Black particles hung motionless around her, like droplets of oil suspended in water. She could feel her whole body throbbing from the release of power, while the demon hung frozen before her. Reaching out, she brought her hands toward her in a gathering motion, collecting the mist into a dense ball of smoke. She catapulted it back toward the tear in the veil, where it disappeared with a loud clap of thunder. "Fiona!" She heard Eleanor's voice as though her sister were calling from very far away. Fiona's legs gave out from under her, and she hit the cold, hard ground. Her head was throbbing, and she was reeling with nausea. 2 sets of hands pulled her upright, Eleanor on her left and Bea on her right. Both of them were staring down in terror, as though they thought she might be dead. Fiona glared up at the tear in the veil, feeling as though she'd lost. That demon had been way out of her league. She'd managed to banish it, but only just barely. It had taken every ounce of her strength and ether borrowed from the people around her to do it. If that was what one demon could do, how was she supposed to get rid of them all? There was only one thing Fiona knew for sure. She couldn't repair the veil on her own. Chapter 9. Gabriel's Lesson.
"You look terrible," said Gabriel, as she walked through the door of the abandoned trading post.
"Good morning to you, too," Fiona grumbled. It wasn't exactly morning. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, but after her tussle with the demon, she'd spent the whole night dry heaving, so it still felt like morning, with a really bad hangover. She'd experienced the dull headaches before, but the nausea was new. Apparently, it was another fabulous side effect of trying to wield too much ether. She'd really wanted to blow off her lesson with Gabriel, but her anger had motivated her to come. That demon had laughed in her face when she'd called herself a demon wielder, and even she had to admit that it had been a close call. The way Fiona understood it, demon wielders were supposed to be able to kill demons, but all she'd succeeded in doing was banishing it from the earthen realm. The demon would probably find its way back, if it hadn't already. "We made a visit to Garden of the Gods yesterday," she admitted. Gabriel's eyebrows lifted. "Did you find the tear?" "Oh, we found it," said Fiona grimly, leaning against the counter as a fresh wave of nausea hit her. "What does that mean?" he asked. "I tried to repair the portal with ether, but I wasn't strong enough to do it." "You did what?" "It took a disruption of ether to tear the veil," said Fiona. "Surely ether can repair it." "It took the combined life force of 5 mortals to rip a hole in the veil. It's going to take a lot more than the ether of a single witch to repair the very fabric of the universe." "I mean, I know that now," Fiona mumbled. But then a demon showed up. Gabriel closed his eyes, kneading his temples with his fingers. "I banished it," she said, wishing he had more faith in her. "But not before it laughed in my face for calling myself a demon wielder." He fixed her with an incredulous look. "You stopped to have a chat with it?" "Well, I tried to make it leave." Gabriel rolled his eyes. "But then I banished it by force." She frowned. "It was strange. Last time, the demon was inside me when it put those thoughts in my head. This time it was able to speak to me telepathically without even touching me." Gabriel sighed. "That's because it was a telepie." "A what?" "A telepie. If you can't kill a nin, you're not ready to tangle with a hired demon like a telepie." Fiona gave him a blank look, and Gabriel dragged a hand through his hair. "You never learned demonology?" he asked, sounding frustrated. "They didn't offer AP demonology at Mountain Shadow High." "And your father never bothered to teach you the different classifications of demons?" Fiona shook her head, feeling like an idiot. They'd assumed, based on the dagger, that her father had been a demon wielder. The demon had confirmed it. But if that was the case, it did seem odd that Artemis hadn't passed down his knowledge. "All right," said Gabriel. "New plan." He walked over to the counter and dug around in a box on the floor. He produced a Sharpie and walked across the shop to the bare cinder block wall on the far side. It was only then that Fiona noticed all the work Gabriel had done. The dusty shelves had been pushed to the edges of the room, creating a large open space in the middle of the floor. He'd swept and scrubbed every visible surface, leaving a pleasant pine-fresh scent. Demonology 101. The first thing you need to understand is that the Underworld is built on a hierarchy determined by preternatural law. Preternatural law? Think of it as the laws of nature applied to the demon world. Just like animals, demons all have certain abilities and limitations, things they can't physically do. Gabriel turned to the wall and scrawled 2 headings in big, blocky letters. In the simplest terms, you have your higher demons and your lower demons. Higher demons can do everything lower demons can, but the reverse isn't true. The nin you fought the other day. The demon coon? Gabriel curled his lower lip, but wrote nin, parenthesis, demon coon, under the heading of lower demons. "A nin is pretty much the lowest of the low," said Gabriel. "They can infest houses, graveyards, barns. I've even seen one possess a rat that was living under the hood of an old truck. The mortal thought his truck was haunted, but it turned out to be a nin. Lower demons can't do as much damage as a higher demon, and they need less ether to exist in this realm. So they usually just wait for an animal to cross their path. Then they possess that animal until it dies." "How do you know that the wolf was a hellhound and not a nin?" "You said you sensed the demon's ether from far away. A nin wouldn't be powerful enough for you to sense until it was right in front of you." "Great." "Now,
Just above Nin on the demon totem pole are Furies. Their favorite thing is to sow discord and cause conflict among mortals. They'll start family feuds at Thanksgiving, riots, wars, things like that. They work by causing minor disruptions to the ether in and around each person. Fiona suddenly felt as though she should be taking notes, but she hadn't thought to bring a pencil and paper. Just above Furies you have Cambions, but those are pretty rare. The lower demons you need to watch out for are Tempters. They can influence human behavior, but it's more like having the devil on your shoulder. They can't force a person to do anything, and they can only influence someone if the seed of a thought has already been planted. So if a tempter entices a man to cheat on his wife, it's only because he's thought about it before. Some people are stronger-willed than others and can resist, though most mortals... He trailed off, and Fiona shivered. She'd never realized all the ways that demons could create chaos in their realm. "Okay," said Gabriel, clapping his hands together. "For higher demons, we'll start at the bottom of the hierarchy and work our way up." "Are those all the lower demons?" Fiona asked, trying to commit the list to memory. "No. There are hundreds of demon classifications that we know of. These are just the most common ones." Fiona nodded. Of course, nothing could ever be that simple. "Cacodemons are shapeshifters," he said. "They're really more of a mid-tier demon, since they can't possess people, but their ability to take on the form of any person or animal makes them really dangerous." "How can you tell that a person's really a demon?" "The ether is usually a dead giveaway for supernaturals," said Gabriel. "Most mortals can't tell the difference, especially if they see a cacodemon on TV. But if you pay attention, you might see their human form blur around the edges, or the broadcast might go out. Demons have such a strong energy field that they tend to disrupt electronics." "Got it," said Fiona. This felt like crucial demon-fighting information. She really needed something to write with. "Incubi and succubi are demons that feed on mortals sexually." Gabriel added these to his list. "And you know all about familiars." Fiona frowned at him. "What do you mean?" "Your cat?" "Smudge?" Fiona laughed. "Smudge isn't a demon." "Are you sure?" "Positive." Gabriel gave her a look that said he didn't quite believe her. "Familiars are demons that will possess a single animal and form a sacred bond with a witch. The familiar will do the witch's bidding, but it must always be a fair exchange. Sometimes the witch will bring the familiar other animals or mortals to feed on, so it doesn't deplete its host. Sometimes the familiar wants something else." "How are familiars different from Nin?" "Familiars are considered higher demons because they have more powers. They can lob psychic attacks, communicate telepathically with supernatural beings. They can also visit witches in their dreams." She could see why Gabriel thought Smudge might be a familiar. Smudge had warned her about the fire, but he was also a stubborn creature who rarely did Fiona's bidding. "The demon that possessed your sister was most likely a Ravion. They possess humans and feed off their ether, usually killing their host in a matter of days." Fiona shuddered involuntarily. "That covers roughly 90% of the demons you'll encounter in the field," he said, capping the Sharpie and looking Fiona up and down. She was wearing tennis shoes, athletic pants, and a zip-up hoodie. They'd seemed like appropriate demon training clothes at the time, but Gabriel was wearing jeans and a Henley, so maybe she'd overdone it. "I think it's time for the practical portion of the lesson." Fiona suppressed a groan. After her encounter the day before, she didn't feel prepared to do battle with a demon. But Gabriel had already disappeared into the back, and Fiona heard the creak of a door. Light filtered in from the back room, and she realized that the shop had a rear exit. As a wave of tainted ether hit her, she heard an angry-sounding snort, followed by the clatter of hooves. Her eyes grew wide.
She wasn't going to stab a horse. What kind of monster did he think she was? But then Fiona heard a comical bleat, and a large gray and black goat trotted into the room. The goat came up to Fiona's waist and had white fur that ran down the lower half of its legs. It might have been cute, if it had come with a bell, but there was something about its slitted eyes that made Fiona feel uneasy.
"You have your dagger?" Gabriel asked.
Fiona nodded, grabbing it out of her bag. The handle seemed to warm at her touch, and a reassuring tingle of ether traveled up her forearm. She hadn't taken her eyes off the goat. She could still sense the eerie charge dancing over her skin, though she wasn't sure it was coming from the goat. "Are you sure there's a demon inside him?"
"Don't underestimate the goat," Gabriel warned. "Not all demons are going to growl and charge at you like that demon coon did the other day."
Gingerly, he lifted the rope from around its neck, and the goat jerked its head in annoyance. It fixed Fiona with those creepy, slitted eyes, and then lowered its head and charged. "You sure about that?" Fiona yelled, scrambling onto a table. She'd barely gotten her feet off the ground when the goat rammed into the side.
"Easy," said Gabriel in a blasé tone. "I'd like to return the goat in one piece. He belongs to an urban farmer."
"A what?" Fiona shrieked, as the goat rammed her table again with enough force to dent the metal edge. She definitely sensed the demon then. The goat was oozing too much ether for any mundane farm animal.
"Come on. You own an herb shop. Don't tell me you've never heard of urban farming."
"Apothecary!" Fiona yelled, conjuring a colorful string of swear words. The goat had just leapt onto the table, and Fiona slid off to get away from the thing. The goat charged after her in a fury, ramming painfully into her leg. She whimpered and aimed a kick at its body, but its trunk was surprisingly solid. Grabbing a folding chair from behind her, she drove the goat back the way she'd seen lion tamers do. "How am I supposed to kill the demon without hurting the stupid goat?" Fiona's words turned into a panicked cry as the goat's horns caught in the legs of the chair. It tried to free itself and then charged, driving Fiona against the wall. She threw her whole weight behind the chair, but the goat was freakishly strong. "You need to draw the demon out and stab it in its true form." Easier said than done. Just then, the goat dislodged its horns from the chair and rammed into Fiona's thigh. She'd been too distracted to move out of the way, and the pain nearly doubled her over. "Damn," she hissed, still gripping her dagger. "What kind of demon is this?"
"You tell me."
Fiona groaned. Nobody had told her there would be a pop quiz while she fought the demon. "Well, it's an animal," she grumbled, swinging the chair around and knocking the goat in the head. She caught a brief glimpse of Gabriel's face. He looked infuriatingly amused. "No psychic attacks so far." The goat charged again, and Fiona lurched to one side, slipping on the concrete floor. She hit the ground with a painful thud, and the goat trampled her with its hooves. Terror shot through her as its weight bore down, pressing hard into her stomach. She screamed and tried to roll the thing off her, but it just let out an angry bleat. In her periphery, she saw Gabriel move, but he didn't try to help her. Instead, he was merely observing, as if he were refereeing a match. The barnyard stink of straw and manure bore down on Fiona as the goat held her pinned. She gagged and tried to push it away, feeling the oppressive weight of its ether as its hooves dug into her side. Fighting the sting of tears in her eyes, Fiona concentrated on forcing the demon out of the goat's body. As with the higher demon, she felt it resisting. But then she saw the goat's body waver. It let out a pained bleat that was more like a whine, and then a dark mist seemed to ooze from its fur. The demon condensed in its true form, a cold, foreboding black smoke. The goat's legs wobbled briefly, and then the beast collapsed.
She gasped as its weight dropped onto her chest and then shoved the animal off. The demon wavered from side to side, as if searching for its next host. "Freeze it," Gabriel instructed calmly, watching Fiona from across the room. He had his arms folded in front of him, and his chin was tucked in a watchful expression. Fiona focused on the demon in front of her and tried to latch on to its ether. In its true form, the demon was cold and slippery, but she managed to freeze it and get to her feet. She raised her dagger, preparing to stab it, but then the demon changed shape. Suddenly, Bellamy was curled in front of her, hugging his legs to his chest. Fiona blinked, shaking her head. What the hell had just happened? "No," said Bellamy in a terrified voice. "Fiona, don't. It's me." But as Fiona took a step closer, she felt the oppressive hum of ether. It was way too much for even a witch, and it didn't feel like Bellamy. It wasn't Bellamy curled up on the floor. Bellamy was at work. Gripping the dagger with both hands, she brought it down in a sweeping arch. But just before her blade made contact, she felt a tug of internal resistance. Suddenly it was Eleanor lying on the floor in front of her. Her eyes were open, glassy and pleading, but she seemed unable to move. "Fee, help me," Eleanor cried, her face a mask of fear. "You're not real," Fiona growled. It wasn't her sister, she told herself firmly. Eleanor was at home. Then the demon changed shape again, and it was Bee, and then Daphne, and then Gabriel. It was Gabriel's chest she sank the dagger into, her heart tight with horror. In an instant, his body shattered, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. It rang in her ears as the mist dispersed into a million smoky black beads. She watched in fascination as the demon vanished into the tip of her blade. The dagger grew hot as it absorbed the ether, and the surge of power traveled up her arm. It all happened in about 5 seconds. Then the demon was gone. "What was that?" Fiona gasped, rounding on the real Gabriel. "That was a cacodemon." "I thought it was another nin." "I never said that." His tone was smug and a little infuriating. "So, the cacodemon..." Fiona closed her eyes, trying to remember the lesson. "It was a shapeshifter." Gabriel nodded. "Who all did you see?" Fiona stared at him, but felt a small measure of relief that Gabriel hadn't seen her stab him. "Lots of people." "People close to you?" Fiona gave a jerky half-nod. She and Gabriel weren't close. "That was its self-preservation instincts kicking in. Even most demon wielders find it hard to stab their friends through the heart." His eyes danced a little as he said this. Maybe Gabriel was messing with her, and he had seen the demon's forms. But Fiona still had questions. Why did it possess an animal? I thought only nins and familiars did that. "I told you. Higher demons have all the powers that lower demons do. Some demons will conceal their more advanced powers so that witches and hunters underestimate them. That cacodemon was feeding off the goat, but you should have been able to tell from its ether that it was too powerful to be a nin." "Oh, should I?" Fiona shot back. The overachiever in her was annoyed that she'd failed her first surprise demon test. "You'll learn," said Gabriel, eyeing her with a mixture of amusement and satisfaction. "But I think you're ready." "Ready for what?" "Ready to kill a demon in a real-world setting, just as soon as we return this goat."
Chapter 10. Practical Demonology. Gabriel missed the turnoff to Garden of the Gods from Highway 24. When Fiona gently pointed this out, he became rather prickly and cut off a minivan from Texas. He drifted into the left turn lane and barreled recklessly into old Colorado City. Either Gabriel wasn't used to having passengers, or he just didn't like Fiona playing backseat driver.
"What are you doing?"
he asked sharply as Fiona reached for the radio dial. Looking for a station. She didn't know what kind of music he liked, so she turned it to NPR. Gabriel groaned.
"Are you trying to take the wind out of her sails?"
he asked, gesturing at the car. What did you want to listen to?
Something appropriate for cruising in such a fine American automobile.
He pressed the gas harder so the engine purred, and Fiona leaned back as they approached a busy crosswalk. The Viper squealed to a sudden halt, and her seatbelt tightened automatically. Eleanor would have been good at this game. Fun, Fun, Fun by the Beach Boys? Gabriel made a face.
My daddy's not going to take my T-Bird away.
I Can't Drive 55?
Warmer.
Fiona snapped her fingers. Queen, I'm in love with my car. The hunter made a non-committal noise in his throat. He knew she was messing with him, but he was playing along. So Fiona tried her luck with a classic rock station. To her amazement, Drive My Car by the Beatles blared from the Viper's speakers.
No, no, no!
Gabriel shook his head very seriously, but he couldn't hide the reluctant grin that was spreading across his face. Oh, come on! I'm a good driver.
Maybe in your granny-mobile.
The Beetle is a classic.
Uh-huh. You made that song come on.
I control the elements, not radio waves. This was just a happy coincidence. Fiona wiggled to get more comfortable in the stiff leather seat. She was pretty sure that Gabriel was trying not to laugh. He'd also taken another wrong turn. How long are you in town for? Fiona asked, voicing the question she'd been wondering about since Gabriel had told her he'd bought the old trading post.
As long as it takes to catch Alexios and get this demon problem under control.
And Wesley hasn't asked why you won't leave his house? Gabriel's eyes swiveled in her direction.
I told him I've been hired to do some consulting for the Pioneers Museum, that they're putting together a new exhibit on Ute weapons.
Huh. There was a long pause, and then,
What?
Nothing. Fiona hadn't meant for it to come out sounding cryptic. Honestly, it was none of her business. But Gabriel waited for her to elaborate, so she said, Wesley really has no idea what you are?
No.
Why not?
Because my work is dangerous. The less he knows, the better.
You honestly think it's safer to keep him in the dark?
I know it is.
But judging by the defensive strain to his voice, Gabriel wasn't so sure. Fiona turned that thought over in her head. Even if their whole family hadn't been witches, she couldn't imagine hiding something that big from Eleanor. Even if it were possible, there would always be some weird wall between them because she'd be trying to hide who she really was. They shot out onto Mesa Road, and the stately orange rock formations came into view. Gabriel was taking her back to the tear in the veil to practice killing demons in a real-world setting. Apparently, he thought that killing one in the controlled environment of his shop was all the practice she needed. I still think you should tell him, said Fiona, as Gabriel made a sharp left onto 30th Street. She could see the sprawling expanse of Garden of the Gods unfolding along the roadside.
What?
I think Wesley would want to know.
Do you always make a habit of inserting yourself into other people's business, or am I just...
At that moment, something dark flew into Fiona's periphery. Gabriel saw it too. But in the time it took them to glance to the right, a torrent of black mist shot through the window in an explosion of glass and wind. Fiona screamed and covered her face as a rattling chill blew past her. She heard a groan and looked up in time to see it strike Gabriel straight through the chest. His head flew back as the demon enveloped him,
and the car swerved sharply to the left. Fiona reached over to grab the steering wheel, and they fishtailed dangerously on the 2-lane road. Gabriel started to convulse, his foot still on the gas pedal. Fiona couldn't breathe or think. She just held onto the wheel and tried to keep them in their lane. Chancing a glimpse back at his face, she saw that he looked frozen. His dark blue eyes were wide and unblinking, and then they turned a terrifying red. At first, she worried that the demon had paralyzed him, but then he blinked, and the blue color returned. He stopped convulsing and straightened up, shaking his head as if to clear it. Fiona continued to watch in horror. Judging by the dark cloud of ether bearing down on them, the demon was still inside him. Gabriel? Gabriel turned to look at her slowly, and his expression sent a chill down her spine. Then he turned his gaze back to the road and cracked a demented grin. Tell me, what part of you thought it was a good idea to get in a car with a hunter? His voice was soft, smooth, and unmistakably cruel. Fiona's insides grew cold. The engine groaned as Gabriel accelerated, and she watched the speedometer needle creep towards 70. They were quickly approaching a sharp turn in the road, but Gabriel didn't let up. Gabriel? He didn't slow down. If anything, the needle kept crawling up, inching closer to 80. Gabriel! They weren't going to make the turn. The bank dropped off steeply below. They'd go flying off the 2-lane road. Fiona tried to concentrate and reach the demon's ether, but there was no time to pull it out of Gabriel. Her stomach left her as he jerked the wheel and the Viper veered off the road. Fiona's seatbelt cut into her neck as the world turned upside down. She let out a scream that seemed to come from outside her and threw out her arms in both directions. One cut across Gabriel's chest, the other went straight out the broken window. She squeezed her eyes shut as a jolt of ether shot out of her, wrapping the air around them. The car turned over on itself, and Fiona felt her body weight slam against her seatbelt. Her heart was lodged somewhere in her throat. She didn't dare open her eyes. But as the strength of her ether merged with the air, Fiona felt their momentum slow. They were no longer flying at an uncontrollable speed, careening toward their deaths. She could feel the car drifting down in slow motion, and she finally opened her eyes. Somehow she'd managed to slow their descent, and the car was spinning lazily as it fell. She waited until they were right side up. Then she broke the connection to the air element, and the car flew through a barren grass field in a cloud of reddish-orange dust. Choking violently, Fiona closed her eyes as they came to a sudden halt. Her head slammed back into the headrest, and she fumbled to release her seatbelt. The stupid thing was locked into place, and the button wouldn't release. Still choking on the dust, she grabbed her dagger and sliced the seatbelt clean through. She staggered blindly out of the car, eyes watering as she looked at Gabriel. He hadn't moved the entire time, but he turned to her slowly with a wicked grin. Fiona felt the blood pool at her feet as he freed himself from his own seatbelt and slowly got out of the car. "Impressive," he said in a low voice, looking at her with cold, dark eyes. Fiona glanced down at Gabriel's hand, where he held a curved knife with a claw-like blade. A karambit, she thought it was called. She only had time to draw in a breath, and Gabriel disappeared in a cloud of dust. 1 minute he'd been standing on the other side of the car. The next, he was a foot in front of her. His hand shot out, and Fiona felt a painful tug and the kiss of a steel blade against her neck. Gabriel twisted her around by the hair until her back was against his chest, and the karambit's sharp edge was pressed to her throat. "Any last words?" Fiona's heart flew into overdrive. "This isn't you," she growled. "Oh no, that's where you're wrong. This is very much who I am." Gabriel's voice was an unwelcome caress, one that sent a sickening chill down her spine.
Fiona glanced around. She could hear cars passing on the road above them, but they were standing too close to the drop-off for anyone to see what was happening below. She racked her brain, trying to think back to what Gabriel had said in his demonology lesson. There were demons that could possess people and take over their bodies, and demons that could only influence people. It certainly seemed as though Gabriel was possessed, but she hadn't felt the demon's ether until it was right beside her. With her back pressed against Gabriel's chest, she could feel the dark shiver of ether lapping at her skin. But it wasn't the ether of a higher demon. At least, she didn't think so. Reaching up with one hand, she grabbed Gabriel's wrist. She wouldn't have felt safe doing that if he'd been possessed, but she didn't think he truly wanted to kill her. The tempter may have been whispering in his ear, but some part of Gabriel was still in control. With one firm push, she shoved the blade away from her throat and turned to face the hunter. He didn't release his grip on her hair, which prevented her from putting any distance between them. When she pivoted around, they were almost nose to nose, and Fiona's breath caught in her throat. "Let me go," she murmured, looking deep into Gabriel's eyes. This close, she could see that they were actually multiple shades of vibrant blue, framed by inky black lashes. When she spoke, a ring of red flashed behind them, and Gabriel's mouth tightened. At first, she didn't think he'd listen, but then his grip on her loosened, though his fingers stayed in her hair. "This isn't you," she repeated. This time, his eyes didn't turn red. Something else flickered from their deep blue depths, as if the real Gabriel was stirring. She could feel the ether leaching out of him, as if he were sweating the demon out. Fiona let out the breath she'd been holding and instantly realized her mistake. For a moment, she dropped her gaze, and the broken eye contact seemed to sever the connection. The black ether snapped back at Gabriel like a rubber band, and she shivered as it slid over his skin. As she watched, the tempter seemed to envelop his body before seeping back into his pores. The demon wasn't inside him exactly. Gabriel was wearing it like a second skin. This time, Fiona had the good sense to jerk out of his arms and put some distance between them. She could see the change in him immediately. Gabriel's head dropped to his chest, and his eyes turned a chilling blood red. When she concentrated on the image of the fine black mist, she was able to connect with the demon's ether. She could sense the thing roving Gabriel's body and hear the faintest sort of whisper. "I wanted to kill you the moment we met," said Gabriel. "And now, I finally can." He took a step forward, but Fiona threw out a hand. The ground in front of Gabriel exploded as if a cannonball had struck the earth. The impact halted him in his tracks and showered them both in a spray of dirt. "Don't come any closer," Fiona warned. "Gabriel lost a fight to me once before." A malevolent rumble of laughter worked its way up Gabriel's chest, but Fiona had locked on to the demon's ether. She nearly had it within her control. The tempter just didn't know it yet. Concentrating hard on the thing that wasn't Gabriel, she mentally peeled it away from his skin. She felt the slight tug of resistance, but the demon couldn't hold on. Fiona had a feeling that Gabriel was fighting it. Maybe that made things easier. The tempter came away in a man-shaped cloud of swirling black mist. It could have been a carbon copy of Gabriel, except that the features were blurred. Fiona's head throbbed as she held the demon in place, but she was getting better at control. She felt a tingle of numbness wash over her skin as she took a step toward the demon. She could feel it straining to get back to Gabriel, but it couldn't escape her grasp. Drawing her dagger in a broad arch, Fiona sliced through the dark demon copy that wasn't really Gabriel. Her hair flew up in a burst of cold wind, and the demon vanished with a scream. The instant the demon was gone, Fiona felt the fight drain out of her. She swayed a little on the spot, wincing at her sudden headache.
Between the demon goat, the car wreck, and the tempter, she'd wielded too much ether. That was twice in 2 days that she'd overexerted herself, and her body was punishing her for it. A soft shudder caught her attention, and she looked over at Gabriel. She was startled to see him crouched on all fours, looking as though he'd just been sick. He was staring down at the curved blade still clasped in his white-knuckled hand. A dash of panic flew through her chest, but she was pretty sure Gabriel was back in control. He looked up with a strained expression. His face had gone very pale. "Nice work." Fiona didn't know what to say to that. She was a jumbled mess of relief and anger. "Yeah, well, it was just a lower demon." "I meant your save with the car." Fiona kept her distance as they walked back to the Viper. Gabriel was shaking his head, surveying the shattered window. Fiona wasn't sure what irritated her more, the fact that he was more concerned with his car than her, or that he wasn't going to acknowledge that he'd just tried to kill her. "That thing," said Fiona sharply. "It was a tempter, wasn't it?" "Yep." Gabriel's tone was carefully restrained. He opened up the passenger side door and gingerly swept the glass off the seat. "Pretty nasty one, too." "You said tempters couldn't force a person to do anything they didn't want to do. That for them to influence a person, the seed of a thought had to already be planted." Her voice shook with the force of her rage, and she knew that Gabriel heard it. He jerked his head over his shoulder, and she caught a familiar flicker of darkness in his eyes. It wasn't the darkness of the demon possessed. This was all him. "What's your point?" "My point is that you must have thought about killing me if that thing was able to influence you." This time, Gabriel turned to face her, crossing his arms over his chest. "I'm a hunter, Fiona. Killing supernaturals is what I do." She didn't know why, but his unwillingness to deny it almost made it worse. "You never thought about killing me?" he asked in an accusatory voice. Fiona opened her mouth, and then closed it again. "Yeah, that's what I thought." "I never acted on it." "Neither did I." "You tried to kill me just now." Fiona's voice shook despite her best efforts, and she could feel herself teetering on the edge of hysteria. "Because I had a demon in my head." For a moment, Gabriel just glared at her. But then he closed the distance between them, even as Fiona took a step back. "How do you think I feel?" he growled. "I just tried to drive us off the road. I was this close to slitting your throat. That thing didn't just make me want to kill you. It had me convinced that it would be the right thing. Have you ever had something rattling around in your head and messing with your thoughts?" He was shouting at her by then, and Fiona could feel the force of his rage. But he wasn't angry with her, she realized. He was angry with himself. Maybe he could hear her heart hammering in her chest, or maybe it was the terrified look on her face that made him take a careful step back. His whole body seemed to deflate as he sighed, and Fiona was struck by how different he seemed. "Look," he said, squeezing the bridge of his nose. "There's no part of me that wants to kill you. At one point I thought I might have to kill you, before we knew who the murderer was. But just to be clear, I didn't want to. Killing isn't fun for me." Gabriel finally looked up at Fiona, and she could see the remorse in his eyes. "You don't need to be afraid of me," he mumbled. "I can usually defend myself against demonic attack. That one just caught me by surprise." Fiona nodded. It had caught her by surprise, too. It had literally flown through the window. "Here," he said, reaching down and taking her by the wrist. Fiona flinched without really meaning to, and felt his whole body go stiff. But his fingers were gentle as they turned her arm and put a set of keys in her hand. "Why don't you drive us back to the shop?"
Chapter 11. The Uninvited Guest. It was nearly 6:30 by the time Fiona stumbled in through the door, battered, bruised, and covered in dust. The scent of burnt tomato sauce made her wrinkle her nose and triggered a fresh kick of nausea. "Where have you been?" came Eleanor's voice. Gray smoke was pouring from the open oven, and Eleanor let out a stream of curses. She tossed a flaming casserole dish onto the counter, which had to be the source of the smoke. Eleanor turned to her sister, face pink with frustration, but then her eyes widened dramatically. "What happened to you?" "Demon training with Gabriel." "What does that mean?" Fiona was too tired to explain, but as it turned out, Eleanor didn't care. "Wes and Gabriel will be here any minute, and I just burned our dinner." "That's tonight?" Fiona had completely forgotten about their dinner, but as exhausted as she felt, it was hard to care. What she needed was a long, hot bath, not an evening trying to impress the guy she liked while trying not to make eye contact with the hunter who'd nearly killed her. Eleanor shot her a "you're dead to me" look. "This dinner was your idea." "I know, but why didn't you just use magic?" "I'm not as good at kitchen magic as you." Eleanor's voice came out as a growl. Throwing a dinner party was the absolute last thing Fiona felt like doing, but it had been her idea. There wasn't time for her to get cleaned up and make the food. She needed professional help. She couldn't call Daphne during the Saturday dinner rush, and Bea was probably working. That only left Bellamy. He was the last person Fiona wanted to call, but she was pretty sure Bellamy could make a vegetarian lasagna without burning the house down. Again. Bellamy also lived the closest. He could be there in 5 minutes flat. "Call Bellamy," Fiona said, hurrying upstairs to shower and change. She couldn't face Wesley in a dirty t-shirt that reeked of goat and nervous sweat. Tell him I'll owe him one." "He's not the only one," Eleanor grumbled. "I banished your demon," Fiona yelled from the stairs. She was pretty sure that bought her a favor. "Please?" "Ugh, fine. I will cook for your suitors and greet them in a non-threatening manner." "Please don't poison them. At least not Wesley." "So, Gabriel's fair game?" Fiona didn't answer. After trying to kill her twice in one day, she should make him eat the burnt casserole. Dragging herself up to the bathroom, Fiona turned on the shower and stripped off her dusty clothes. As she waited for the water to get hot, she briefly surveyed the damage. Her arms and neck were covered in scratches. She had several hoof-shaped bruises on her chest, and a deep muscle bruise on her upper left thigh from where the goat had rammed her. There was a reddish-purple line forming on her neck from where the seatbelt had cut into her skin, and she shuddered at the memory of flying off the road. Hoping that Bellamy would agree to come over and help Eleanor magic something together, Fiona stepped into the shower. She moaned as the hot water pelted her skin. It felt glorious on her aching body. She could have stood there all evening and let the water massage her, but she was in a hurry. Once she'd washed off the dust and sweat, she hopped out of the shower, wrapped herself in a towel, and ran up the stairs to her room. Smudge was sprawled across the center of her bed, his fine black hairs scattered all over her white eyelet comforter. He blinked up at Fiona with enormous yellow eyes, and she got a little shiver. Smudge couldn't be a familiar, she thought. She definitely would have noticed. She threw open her closet door and rifled through her clothes, with a sense of mounting despair. How was it that she owned 10 pairs of jeans, a dozen dresses, and innumerable shirts and still seemed to have nothing to wear? Fiona pulled out a sleeveless white shirt and held it up against her towel. She threw it aside, grabbed a long-sleeved navy dress, 2 more shirts, and a pair of skinny jeans. These were all her cutest clothes, and yet nothing seemed quite right. It wasn't until she'd discarded 2 of her go-to outfits that she realized she was trying to dress for 2 different people. If it had just been Wesley she'd invited over, she would have gone for something relaxed and casual. But with Gabriel coming, she found herself wishing she had something a little fiercer. Something that said she was a badass demon wielder. Something leather? She shook her head. What was wrong with her? Gabriel was a hunter. He tried to kill her just an hour before. Besides that, they were natural enemies, and Gabriel wasn't her type. Shaking herself mentally, Fiona pulled everything to the left side of her closet to see if she'd missed any of her clothes. Behind the stuffy professional tops she reserved for things like trying to get a business loan, she found a dress she'd bought 2 or 3 years back that still had its original tags. Clearly, she'd considered returning it and had either forgotten or decided against it. The dress was a black spaghetti strap number with bright red flowers all over it. She seemed to remember it was shorter than she liked. It was a bit much for a casual dinner, but something about it was calling to her. The minute she pulled it on, she realized it was a bit short. But at this point, she just needed to get herself dressed and go downstairs to greet their guests. Holding her hands over her hair, she focused on drawing the moisture out until her curls were mostly dry. Then she smeared on some lip gloss and stabbed herself in the eye trying to apply mascara. As she thundered down 2 flights of stairs, she realized the brothers were on their way over. She could sense Gabriel outside in the garden and knew they were almost at the door. Finally, Eleanor growled, kicking the stove door closed. Somebody whistled loudly. Bellamy was standing at the kitchen table, putting out plates and silverware. "Ooh, Mama," he said in greeting, snapping his fingers at her outfit. "Thanks for coming," Fiona huffed, out of breath and flustered. A wolf whistle pretty much described how she wished she looked all the time, but it wasn't the reaction she'd expected from Bellamy. Smudge darted down the stairs with an excited growl, just as someone knocked at the door. Fiona smoothed down her curls as she hurried to open it, belatedly realizing she'd forgotten to heal her cuts and bruises. It would be difficult to explain if the abrasions disappeared over the course of their dinner, but that thought flew out of her mind when she saw them standing on the garden path. Wesley's face lit up when Fiona opened the door. Gabriel's eyes swept over her quickly, before he muttered a low, "Hey." Wesley was wearing a blue V-neck sweater and holding a baking dish covered in foil. Gabriel was clutching a bottle of wine, which Fiona suspected had been thrust in his hands not 10 seconds before. Gabriel, for his part, didn't look as though he'd spent the whole day battling demons. Well, he hadn't, she reminded herself. That had been all her. He looked crisp and fresh from the shower, in a pair of dark jeans and a charcoal cotton shirt. "Come in," said Fiona, her pulse quickening slightly as she stood by to let them pass. "What happened to your arms?" Wesley asked. "Not another run-in with your wolf?" No," she said, fumbling slightly as her gaze flickered over to Gabriel. I had to take Smudge to the vet. He wasn't very happy about it." As if on cue, Smudge came prancing into the kitchen, rubbing forcefully against Gabriel's ankles. Gabriel took an automatic step back, but he might as well have stuffed his pockets with catnip for how aggressively Smudge was greeting him. "He likes you," said Fiona, smiling casually at Gabriel, as though they hadn't just seen each other. Gabriel grunted and tried to nudge the cat out of the way with his foot, but Fiona could tell his heart wasn't in it. "Welcome," came Bellamy's voice from behind her. She could practically hear his smirk. "Bellamy, good to see you again," said Wesley, his grin widening as he extended a hand. "Yes, so nice." Bellamy pulled a sarcastic smile. "That's the best part about small towns. You can never really get away from anybody." Fiona wished Bellamy would leave, but she couldn't exactly disinvite him when he'd helped rescue their dinner. Gabriel's face had turned slightly sour, but Wesley didn't seem put off. "You know, it's nice to live in a place where people actually get to know their neighbors." "Seems like the 3 of you know each other pretty well. These days, wherever Fiona goes,
There you two are. Fiona trod on Bellamy's foot, and he let out a grunt of pain. Sorry, Fiona exclaimed, leaning in close enough to growl. Knock it off. She threw Bellamy a dirty look and took the baking dish from Wesley. My famous monkey bars, he explained. The guys at the station gave me a hard time when I brought them in, but they disappeared pretty fast. They're the only thing he knows how to make, Gabriel mumbled quietly. They smell amazing, said Fiona, setting the dish on the counter. And it's a good thing you brought them. I forgot to make pie. Wesley grimaced as though he'd come for the pie. Gabriel rolled his eyes. But Ellen Bellamy made a delicious dinner. It's not ready yet, Eleanor snapped, making an unnecessary amount of commotion as she banged around the kitchen. Betty Crocker, she was not, but Eleanor had other talents. Let's have a drink, said Fiona, breaking the beat of awkward silence. What would you like? Wine for me, Wesley said. Gabriel, I have... Fiona bent down to comb through the liquor cabinet, momentarily panicked that all she had in there was some Baileys from 5 Christmases ago. Neither she nor Eleanor made fancy cocktails, but in a rare streak of luck, they had a 5th of gin and a couple of airplane-sized bottles of Jameson. Whiskey would be great, said Gabriel, after she'd rattled off the choices. He snorted when she produced one of the doll-sized bottles, but his eyes crinkled in amusement when she handed him his drink. She already knew Bellamy's drink of choice. It was always a Tanqueray and tonic. She made his drink with practiced ease and poured out wine for the rest of them. How about some hors d'oeuvres? Said Bellamy smoothly, setting out a tray of scrumptious-looking appetizers. Ooh, said Wesley. Count me in. We have prosciutto-wrapped figs with blue cheese, baked brie with pecans, and portobello tartlets. Wow! Wesley's eyes lit up in amazement, and Gabriel reached for a fig. How did you pull this off? Fiona whispered. Bellamy gave a shrug. I may have told all the B&B guests that wine and cheese hour was cancelled. Bellamy was the assistant innkeeper at the Wind Chime Inn, the quaint little bed and breakfast just down the street. You stole appetizers for me? She was oddly touched. Bellamy gave her a haughty nod. I'm not sure how you'll ever repay me. Said Wesley, biting into something wrapped in what looked like fancy bacon. So good. What did you say this was? Prosciutto-wrapped figs with blue cheese, said Bellamy. Did you know that figs aren't even fruit? They're actually inverted flowers. I didn't. A wasp has to crawl inside every one and die for a fig to be pollinated, so there's actually a dead wasp in every fig you eat. At those words, Wesley choked violently, and Fiona shot Bellamy a dirty look. Wesley continued to cough and hack, trying to dislodge the bit of prosciutto that seemed to be stuck in his throat. That's disgusting, Eleanor mumbled. And untrue, Gabriel added, scooping up some brie with a cracker. The fig wasp doesn't live in North America. Most of the figs grown in the U.S. are self-pollinating. Bellamy looked slightly put out, but Wesley's face sagged in relief. Evil genius that he was, Bellamy had managed to pull together a dinner from the remaining ingredients in Fiona's fridge. The veggie frittata wasn't as posh as prosciutto-wrapped wasp fruit, but judging by the way Wesley and Gabriel filled their plates, the brothers weren't half the cook he was. Fiona gave Eleanor and Bellamy a look of intense gratitude, and Eleanor rolled her eyes. So she wasn't angry with Fiona for forgetting their dinner and leaving her with all the work. Fiona had only just decided that she could relax and enjoy it when a gust of cool air shot through the room. It raised goosebumps on her bare legs and arms, and she wished she'd worn a cardigan. It wasn't really spring yet in Colorado, and temperatures could plummet at night. Cold? Asked Wesley. Oh, no, I'm fine. Before Fiona could complete the thought, Wesley had grabbed his jacket off the back of the couch and draped it over her shoulders. "Thanks." Fiona didn't dare look at Bellamy or Eleanor, but she could still feel them smirking at her. Glancing across the table, she saw that Gabriel was staring at his plate. He seemed to be avoiding her gaze on purpose, while keeping his expression oddly blank. "Any news about the people who died in Colorado Springs?" she asked, trying to diffuse the cloud of awkwardness that had descended over the table. Death wasn't the best topic of conversation for a dinner party, but it couldn't be worse than Bellamy's wasp figs. "Nothing new," said Wesley with a dejected sigh. "And nobody's seen or heard from Alex Mayberry since the night he disappeared." He glanced quickly in Eleanor's direction. "It's as if he just vanished." Fiona caught her sister's eye, who looked suddenly very pale. She opened her mouth to say something else, but just then she heard a thud and a crash that seemed to have come from upstairs. "What was that?" Gabriel asked in a low, dangerous voice. Fiona glanced at Eleanor, hoping that she could formulate some explanation, but Eleanor just shook her head. "1 second," said Fiona, pushing her chair back and draping Wesley's jacket over the back of her seat. "Let me just see what that was." "You shouldn't go up there by yourself," said Wesley. "Someone might have broken in." "It's probably just the squirrel I tried to evict from the attic," said Fiona. "I'll be fine." She ignored Gabriel and Bellamy's matching looks of incredulity and skirted down the hall. She took the stairs 2 at a time and felt a sudden, inescapable dread. She should have known when she'd felt that cold gust. It hadn't been a draft at all. There was a demon loose in their house, though she didn't know how that was possible. Halfway up the first flight of stairs, she sensed the demon's ether. How had she not noticed it before? Either she or Gabriel should have felt it, but she'd been too busy trying to keep her stupid dinner party afloat. As Fiona reached the end of the second-floor hallway, raw, unchecked fear spilled into her veins. Maybe she could have used the backup. The demon was in her bedroom. Chapter 12. Tartlets and Telepi. The steps groaned under Fiona's bare feet as she climbed the second set of stairs. Her bedroom door opened with an ominous creak, but nothing looked out of place. The lamp on her bedside table was on, throwing shadows over the mountain of clothes on her bed. Outside her window, a breeze stirred, lifting the lace curtain eerily. The pages of the book on her nightstand fluttered, and the light flickered once before going out. Shit! Glancing over at the mirror by her closet, she saw someone standing behind her. She nearly jumped out of her skin before realizing it was Gabriel. "What are you doing up here?" she hissed, wheeling around to glare at him. Like it wasn't weird enough that some strange creature was thumping around upstairs. Now it looked as though she and Gabriel had sneaked off together on purpose. "I sense the demon," Gabriel rumbled. "Thought you could use some help." "I didn't feel its ether when it came in the house." "Neither did I. Too many people. I didn't notice until we heard it. Then I could tell what it was." At least she wasn't the only one who'd been sleeping on the job. "Where is it?" he asked. "The tower," Fiona breathed. The tower was what they called the little turret that protruded from the 3rd floor of the house. It was where they kept all of their books. "After you, demon wielder." Fiona scowled and grabbed her silver dagger. She'd left it sitting on a pile of invoices when she'd gotten dressed for dinner. Gabriel frowned. "What would you have done if it had attacked downstairs?" "What was I supposed to do? It doesn't exactly go with this outfit." "We could get you a thigh holster," Gabriel suggested, his deep blue eyes taking their time as they drifted up her bare leg. It was such a strong look that Fiona felt as though he'd run his hand up her thigh. Luckily, she was soon distracted by the hum of ether emanating from the tower. Her lips grew numb as she reached the top of the short set of stairs. Bookshelves covered every inch of wall space in the cramped octagonal room. It was always drafty up in the tower, but there was an unnaturally sharp chill in the air that raised goosebumps all over her arms. A cold breeze stirred Fiona's hair, though she hadn't left the window open. Then she felt her skin prickle as the demon's ether crackled in the air. She couldn't see it, but she knew it was there. She could sense its invasive energy. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on drawing the demon out of the walls, forcing it into the open. The resistance she felt was much greater than she'd experienced before, but she clenched every muscle in her body and focused on drawing it out. After a moment's concentration, a black fog seemed to rise from her books like steam. "Yes," the demon hissed, more amused than annoyed. "What do you want?" Fiona asked, communicating telepathically as she had with the demon in Garden of the Gods. As if in answer to her question, the demon mist coalesced to form the gaping mouth of a giant black dog. "I had heard there was a new demon wielder in this realm that needed to be dealt with." "Who told you that?" Fiona asked out loud. The demon didn't answer her, but the disembodied mouth bared its teeth. "Who sent you for me?" Fiona asked. This time, when she spoke, she concentrated on drawing an answer out of the demon. If she could send them back to the Underworld, she should be able to force a confession. But her consciousness seemed to hit a brick wall, and the demon's cackle rang in her mind. "Tell me!" "You dare to order me?" the demon boomed. All of a sudden, books began sliding out from the shelves, slipping off the edge and thudding to the floor. "I am not one of the lesser demons," it taunted, the mist reorganizing to form a man's body that reminded her of the tempter. "I cannot be bent to your will." "What's it saying?" Gabriel asked, as more books tumbled off the shelves. "It's saying that I need to be dealt with, but it won't tell me who sent it." "Just focus, all right? What kind of demon are we dealing with?" Fiona considered. "I'm not sure." "What do you know?" "Isn't this interesting?" the demon sneered. "A hunter working with a witch." The man's form regarded Gabriel curiously, mirroring his body language in a mocking fashion. Fiona scrunched her brow in concentration. It was difficult carrying on a conversation with a demon inside her head. He says he's not a lower demon that can be bent to my will." "Demons are notorious liars," said Gabriel, glaring at the black mist. "So?" "So, he's talking to you telepathically." "It's a telepie," she said triumphantly, pleased that she'd remembered the name. "Unless it's something more dangerous." "What's more dangerous than a telepie?" "A Devorion, for starters." "What's a Devorion?" "A demon that can make people do things they would never do." Fiona glared at him. "You didn't tell me about those." Gabriel grimaced. "That's because you're not ready to deal with anything worse than a telepie." "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "Hey," came a voice from behind Gabriel. "What's going on?" Fiona wheeled around. It was Bellamy. "What are you doing up here?" Fiona cried. She hadn't heard him come up. "It was getting a little awkward down there. Everyone thinks you two are... Oh." The last syllable came out short and startled as Bellamy took a step back. He just caught sight of the demon in the tower, which quickly dissolved into a shapeless black mist. As if encouraged by his reaction, the demon took the shape of something with horns and bumpy, wart-covered skin. It lunged for Bellamy, who screamed in terror, but Fiona threw out a hand. She hadn't had time to organize a mental attack, but the demon rebounded as though she'd thrown up an invisible wall. Fiona placed herself between the demon and Bellamy,
feeling the dagger grow warm in her grip.
"So, you are a demon wielder," the demon hissed. "I was beginning to have my doubts. No matter. I will find another being with whom to sate my hunger. You cannot shield your sister or the pathetic mortal downstairs."
Up until then, Fiona hadn't been angry. She'd merely been curious and wary. But at the mention of Eleanor and Wesley, she felt a protective rage bubble up. But before Fiona could even react, the demon dissolved into a fine black mist and began sinking into the floorboards. It sifted between them like black sand, but Fiona reached out to stop it with her mind. Her head throbbed dully as she met resistance, but she pushed through the cloud of pain, and the mist seemed to pool on the floor.
"Hold it," said Gabriel in a steady tone. "Get your dagger ready."
Fiona's hand on the dagger was slick with sweat. She tried to quickly readjust her grip, but it was all she could do to hold the demon in place. It was as if her mind was operating without her. If she tried to reconnect her mind and body, she feared she would lose control. "It's slipping," she moaned, trying to tighten the hold she had on the demon.
"You have an opening," Gabriel growled. "Take it! Take it now!"
Fiona let out a growl of frustration, willing her hand to raise the dagger, but it was nearly impossible to hold the demon in place and use her brain for simple motor function. Perhaps she would have had an easier time if she hadn't been so exhausted. Her mind was already so fatigued that she could feel her concentration slipping. Then the demon seemed to slither out of her grip, spilling across the room. It slinked past Bellamy and down the steps, moving fluidly like a stream of dark liquid. "No!" Fiona choked, bolting down the stairs. She could hear Gabriel and Bellamy's footsteps behind her, but in that moment, it was just her and the demon. A cold draft blew through her bedroom, disturbing the bedclothes and curtains. As if buoyed by the cool night breeze, the black mist spilled down to the second floor, and Fiona threw herself down the stairs. She careened into the hallway and thrust out a hand to regain control of the demon. She could feel it writhing in her grasp, and she gritted her teeth with the effort of holding it.
"Release me, you filthy witch. You are no demon wielder. You are nothing!"
Fiona let out a cry of rage and hurled the demon into Eleanor's room. It was like tossing a boulder with a side-armed throw, but the demon catapulted through the open door. She heard a violent rustle of papers from within as it stirred up the air in Eleanor's room. Her charcoal sketches fluttered on her wall, and the demon surged for the open window. For a split second, Fiona thought it had escaped, but then it snaked up toward the ceiling like black flames engulfing the wall. Fiona didn't waste any more time. She knew what she had to do. Holding out a hand in front of her, she focused on pinning the demon. She imagined it tacked to the wall like an insect and sliced her dagger through the air. An unearthly shriek filled her ears, and the light bulb in Eleanor's desk lamp shattered. Fiona dropped to the floor, clutching her ears, and the scream seemed to build in her head. The demon mist broke apart violently, spinning into a million tiny black blobs. They hung motionless in the air, before surging toward her, flowing into her blade as if drawn to the metal. A single drop hovered on the tip for an instant, before they all surged up the ridge of the blade and into the silver hilt. The dagger vibrated in her hand as the blade absorbed the ether, and Fiona felt a little sick as the excess ether surged up her arm. The handle grew hot, too hot to hold. The pommel glowed red-hot like a brand, and she instinctively released her grip. But the dagger felt as though it were part of her, and she couldn't seem to open her fingers. Just then, a pair of strong hands gripped her by the shoulders, and she was engulfed by a scent that was becoming familiar. She dropped the dagger with a wail of pain, staring down at her hand. An angry red burn mark streaked up her palm, and she couldn't seem to fill her lungs. "What? just happened?" came Bellamy's voice. Fiona couldn't see him in the dark, though the little black pinpricks disrupting her vision would have made it impossible anyhow. A stabbing pain had started in her temples, and she swallowed down a wave of nausea, willing herself not to throw up.
"Fiona just killed her first telepai," said Gabriel. His was the scent she was smelling.
"Her what?"
"A hired demon."
Gabriel's voice was impatient and slightly concerned. He was still kneeling behind Fiona, his hands gripping her upper arms. "What's wrong with her?" Bellamy asked.
"Every time she kills a demon, that blade absorbs the ether."
Gabriel's voice sounded thoughtful, as though he were thinking out loud.
"That blade is old. Some of the ether must be escaping into the person who wields it."
"So, Fiona just got an ether shock?"
"That's what it looks like to me."
Still feeling queasy, Fiona closed her eyes and willed them both to shut up. Then Gabriel's grip on her arms tightened, and he pulled her to her feet. The sudden change in position didn't help. It just intensified the urge to throw up. But then she heard footsteps coming down the hall and pulled away from Gabriel.
"What's going on?"
Wesley huffed, his silhouette appearing in the doorway. Fiona couldn't see her sister, but she could sense Eleanor behind him.
"We heard screams."
"That was me," said Fiona, tucking her burned hand behind her back. She grinned sheepishly and gave a shaky laugh. "That thing just came out of nowhere."
"It wasn't a squirrel after all," Gabriel added. "It was a raccoon. A really mean one, too."
"You're kidding." "Nope," said Bellamy, a little too quickly. "Rabid, too, I think. Gabriel just threw it out the window." There was a long moment of silence.
"You threw it out the window?"
Wesley asked finally.
"Onto the tree," Gabriel amended. "It wasn't easy, believe me." "I'll bet."
Wesley's tone was dry, but as Fiona's eyes adjusted to the light, she caught a flicker of suspicion. Fiona swallowed down her guilt. It wasn't the first time she'd gotten the feeling that Wesley wasn't buying their story. She hated lying. Wesley was her friend, but she couldn't tell him the truth. With the threat of the demon/raccoon gone, they all made their way downstairs. Wesley and Eleanor went down first, and Gabriel threaded an arm around her waist and supported her down the stairs. It was a surprisingly thoughtful gesture that took Fiona by surprise. He released her as soon as they reached the bottom, and Fiona tried to make her face look normal. It wasn't easy. The stabbing pain in her head had intensified, and her hand was throbbing from where the dagger had burned her. Collapsing into her chair at the table, Fiona tried her best to lighten the mood. She asked Wesley about his home renovations, but her heart wasn't really in it. She, Gabriel, and Bellamy were still shaken, and Eleanor was very on edge. The veggie frittata had gone cold on their plates, so they moved on to a subdued dessert. When Fiona offered Wesley another glass of wine, he politely turned it down.
"We better get going," he said, getting slowly to his feet.
"At least take some tartlets with you." She felt like the worst hostess ever. Martha Stewart would never have forgotten about her own dinner party, or disappeared halfway through the meal. Then again, she was pretty sure Martha Stewart had never needed to dispatch a demon.
"Thanks," said Wesley. "I have an engineer coming over in the morning. He's supposed to write up a report that will tell me just how bad my foundation is."
Fiona grimaced. "I'm sorry."
"It's all right. I knew there were structural issues when I bought the place. For what I paid, I can afford to have some work done on my crumbling foundation. Thank you for the lovely dinner."
"Thanks for the monkey bars. Sorry for the interruption." Wesley shrugged.
"Raccoons make really rude dinner guests."
He grabbed his jacket off the back of Fiona's chair, and Gabriel raised both eyebrows at her when Wesley turned to pull it on.
Fiona hurriedly wrapped up some appetizers for them to take home, and when Gabriel opened the side door to leave, Fiona saw that her line of brick dust had been broken when the brothers had crossed it. She watched them disappear down the garden path before slamming the door with a sigh of relief. "We need to get more brick dust tomorrow," she said, meeting Eleanor's wide-eyed look. "I can't deal with another demon infestation."
Chapter 13. Blood-marked. Fiona was groggy and still slightly nauseous when she knocked on Wesley's door the next morning. She'd barely slept after their little exorcism, which hadn't helped with her ether hangover. To her relief, Wesley answered. Her first cup of coffee hadn't kicked in yet, and she wasn't in the mood for Gabriel's play-by-play on everything she'd done wrong. "Morning," said Wesley in a cheerful tone. "Hey," said Fiona, smiling wanly. His morning person pep was a bit too much for her in her current state. "Can I borrow your chainsaw?" She knew Wesley had one. She'd seen him waging war on the mini forest that grew along his property line. Wesley looked at her in surprise. I guess." He squinted and then cracked a smile. "You're not planning on going full lumberjack on that locust tree, are you?" He gestured at the giant overgrown tree that straddled both their yards. "Because unless you've got a closet full of red flannel I don't know about, it might be a little dangerous." "No, I just need to cut some of the branches that are beating against the side of the house. We had all that wind last night, and the noise kept me up half the night." In truth, the lingering demon ether had kept her awake. The branches beating against the cedar siding had just been an added annoyance. "Sure." Wesley's voice betrayed his wariness, and Fiona guessed that the more typical move would have been to ask her strapping and attractive male neighbor to kindly remove the branches for her, but she could climb up there and chop them down just as easily as he could. Wesley led her to the small garden shed that sat in the back corner of his yard. It had been there for as long as Fiona could remember. The brown paint was peeling along the bottom of the siding, and the hail-damaged roof sagged. When he opened the door, the smell of damp leaves and gasoline reached her nostrils. Shelves of tools lined one wall, and a few boards lying across sawhorses told her Wesley had been using the shed as his makeshift shop. He grabbed the chainsaw that was resting on the floor and looked at Fiona with a dubious expression. "You know how to work one?" Fiona hesitated. She'd never operated a chainsaw before, but she'd assumed it would be self-explanatory. Wesley seemed to take her silence for an answer. "You just turn this here, and then pull." He yanked the starter rope, and the engine whirred to life. He demonstrated on one of the downed trees he had stacked up beside his shed. Fiona watched his technique carefully, taking mental notes. When Wesley handed it over 2 minutes later, he looked both nervous and amused. "Thanks," said Fiona, taking the chainsaw by the big orange handle and lugging it toward her house. A truck she didn't recognize had just pulled up, and she guessed it was the engineer coming to look at the foundation. She was glad Wesley would be too distracted to watch her hack up the tree. The tree in question was a giant red oak. One of the firemen who'd saved their house had given Fiona a long lecture about it, but she didn't have the heart to take it down. As a witch, she should have been able to do something about it without resorting to power tools, but she wasn't exactly sure how to cut off the flow of water to the offending branches without harming the rest of the tree. She didn't have a ladder that would reach that high, so she took the chainsaw into the house and carried it up to Eleanor's room. She couldn't reach the branches from her window, and the little shed roof that came off the house under Eleanor's was flat enough to stand on. Eleanor had surprised her by getting up early to go for a hike, and her sun-soaked room was empty. Fiona let herself in and pushed up the window, climbing out onto the roof. Bracing the chainsaw on the incline, she pulled the starter rope until it roared to life. Once it was going, she leaned over the roof to cut one of the thicker branches.
She watched it tumble into the yard and land in the grass with a satisfying crunch. It was oddly gratifying to clean up the rest of the encroaching branches, and she wondered if there were any more trees she could trim. She killed the engine and turned to go inside, but stopped when she got a look at the window. Smeared along the neat white trim were several long dark streaks. It wasn't dirt or sap or paint. The streaks were a dark reddish-brown in color and looked suspiciously like blood. Wiping her finger over one of the smears, Fiona hissed and almost dropped the chainsaw. The brownish stuff wasn't wet at all, but it burned her skin like acid. She hurriedly wiped her hand on her jeans and stared down at her right index finger. On the same hand that had been burned by her dagger was a perfectly pink spot where the brown stuff had been. Bewildered, Fiona set the chainsaw inside and climbed back into Eleanor's room. She cast around for something she could use and then wandered into the bathroom. She grabbed a clean makeup sponge out of a drawer and the glass jar Eleanor used to store colored pencils. Careful not to get the brown stuff on her skin, Fiona dabbed some onto the clean makeup sponge and stuck it into the jar. When she held it close, she sensed something supernatural, but it didn't feel like ether. What type of material burned like that? And what was it doing outside Eleanor's window? Moved by sudden curiosity, Fiona let herself into Wesley's yard. She stuck the chainsaw back in his shed and glanced toward the street at Gabriel's car. She didn't think Gabriel was responsible for the caustic brown stuff, but she couldn't rule it out. Just because they'd forged an alliance didn't mean he didn't have it out for witches. Even if he wasn't directly responsible, he might have an idea what it was. She could hear Wesley's voice coming from the other side of the house. He was talking to the engineer. She knew it was wrong, but she needed to speak to Gabriel, and she didn't want to lie to Wesley. So she quietly let herself in the front door and tiptoed down the hall. The colonel came tearing out of the kitchen, ready to defend against the intruder. But Fiona concentrated on calming his ether, and the dog slowed to a trot. He whined and wagged his long, fluffy tail, and she scratched him gently behind the ears. "Where's Gabriel?" she asked, reaching out with her senses. She couldn't feel him on the first floor, but she definitely sensed him in the house. Thinking that he must still be asleep, she tiptoed up the stairs. His ether grew stronger as she reached the landing, so she knew she was on the right track. A hunter's energy, at least Gabriel's, was different from a witch's. She experienced his ether as a low quiver in her belly, rather than a tingle across her nose or shoulders. She followed the trail to the end of the hallway, but stopped outside the door. She raised her hand, preparing to knock, but the door flew open on its own. It happened so fast she wasn't prepared for the foot that came flying out of the room. It caught her squarely in the abdomen and sent her slamming into the opposite wall. Gabriel sprang out in a wild blur, and she felt the cold bite of steel against the side of her neck. His blade stopped, just short of slicing her in two, and she met Gabriel's wide blue eyes. Surprise, relief, and irritation flashed through them, and he slowly lowered his weapon. It was a short sword with a curved blade that looked extremely sharp. "Damn it," he gasped. "I could have killed you." Fiona was still frozen in shock. She hadn't dared move away from the wall. She wasn't even breathing. "Ever heard of knocking?" "I'm sorry," she gasped, finding it hard to get the words out. Her heart was hammering against her sternum, and she felt a little dizzy. "I should have called first." "You think?" Gabriel's voice was low and angry, though she knew he was shaken too. He was standing in the doorway wearing low-slung athletic pants and nothing else. His dark choppy hair was tousled from sleep, but his muscles were tense and alert. Fiona stared at his abs a beat longer than necessary before Gabriel turned with a scoff of annoyance. As he pivoted,
She caught a glimpse of his upper back and studied the mysterious patchwork of scars.
"Never sneak up on a hunter," he grumbled, tossing his weird curved sword on the bed.
The room was surprisingly tasteful for a guest room in an all-male household. The tall headboard was carved from some kind of dark wood, and the bedspread was a pleasant rust color with an interlocking square pattern. It was pulled back to reveal crisp, cream-colored sheets. Clearly, she'd just woken him up. "Who do you normally have sneaking into your bedroom at 8 o'clock on a Sunday?"
"Ideally, no one."
"It seemed like you were expecting an assassin," said Fiona, eyeing the revolver resting on the table. Gabriel flopped down onto the bed, somehow still managing to look like a predator.
"When you're in my line of work and someone comes to your door, you can assume it's not the Avon lady."
Fiona nodded, hovering awkwardly just inside the door. There was a desk along the wall to her right that vaguely matched the bedroom set. Its surface was completely covered in boxes with neatly printed labels. More cardboard boxes trailed along the wall, all of them open and filled with bubble-wrapped items that looked exceedingly well organized. She sometimes forgot that Gabriel actually did have a rare weapons business, not just a phony cover.
"Is there a reason you're here?" Gabriel asked. "Not that I don't enjoy our chats, but I'm not really a morning person."
It was only then that Fiona remembered the reason she'd come barging in. Fear born of uncertainty bubbled to the surface, and she thrust the jar under Gabriel's nose. "Do you know what this is?" She hadn't meant for her question to come out so accusatory, but she didn't know whom to blame. Alexios hadn't been spotted in mountain shadows since the night he'd fled, and it seemed pretty risky to climb up to their roof to smear some gross goo outside Eleanor's window. She supposed it could be the work of a witch, but she knew every witch who lived in town, and none of them would want to harm her sister. Gabriel's eyebrows knitted together as he took the jar out of her hands. He reached inside for the makeup sponge, but Fiona stopped him with a hiss. "Don't use your hands."
"You've been watching too much NCIS."
Fiona opened her mouth to tell him it burned, but not before Gabriel hissed.
"What the hell?" he muttered,
walking over to the desk and tipping the sponge onto a stray piece of bubble wrap. He squinted down at the stained white foam.
"Where did you find this?" he asked.
It was smeared outside of Eleanor's window. It looked almost as though someone had marked it.
"Her room's on the second floor. How did you—"
"I found it while I was chainsawing this morning." Gabriel gave her a strange look that said he had questions, but then his attention returned to the sponge. "You've seen this before?"
"Oh, I've seen it. I just don't know how it ended up outside your sister's window."
Fiona waited impatiently for Gabriel to elaborate. When he didn't, she said, "Well, what is it?"
"It's ichor," he said. "Fresh, too, by the way it burned."
Ichor? She'd heard her parents mention ichor before, but that had been a long time ago.
"Blood of the undead. Most commonly vampires."
Vampires?
Technically, it's what all undead creatures are made of. It's also what makes them immortal. Ichor is the antithesis of ether, which is why it burns when you touch it.
Something about that statement jogged Fiona's memory. Her father had always stressed the fact that everything had an equal and opposing force. Just as nature existed in perfect balance, so too did the supernatural world. Hunters existed to keep supernaturals in check. She supposed ether was no different. "I thought—" Fiona trailed off, feeling a little stupid for how little she knew. Supernaturals tended to stick to their own kind, and she'd never even met a vampire. "I always thought that vampires drank blood because they survive on ether."
"They do," said Gabriel. "Ether is what animates them after they die and allows them to walk around in the world. That's why they need a constant supply of blood. But vampires are made when a human dies with ichor in their system. The ichor transforms their corpse in a way that makes them virtually indestructible. Vampires can only metabolize ether when they ingest it in human blood. Their bodies produce more ichor as a byproduct. Fiona's head was spinning. Ether couldn't be created or destroyed, but apparently it could be transformed. That would explain why the demon couldn't escape through Eleanor's window, said Gabriel. Ichor would repel a creature that's made of ether, possibly even drain its power. Fiona shook her head. She remembered the odd way the demon had surged up the wall, but it had never occurred to her that something might have repelled it. You think Eleanor put it there knowing it repelled demons? I doubt it, said Gabriel. You could just as easily keep them out of your house with a circle of salt or brick dust. Vampire blood is much harder to come by. As soon as a vampire is staked, its body ossifies, making the ichor unusable. The only way to get it in liquid form would be to harvest it from a living vamp. Well, technically there's no such thing, but a vamp that's still walking and talking. Fiona shook her head. If Eleanor knew ichor repelled demons, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. I don't see your sister buying ichor in some seedy back alley. It's more likely a vampire put it there. What was a vampire doing outside my sister's window? Gabriel shrugged. Is she seeing anyone? No, Fiona snapped. At least, she didn't think so. Eleanor would have said something. Probably. Though she had been a little off lately. I didn't even know there were vampires in Mountain Shadow. There aren't, said Gabriel. At least, none that I know of. The closest clan is up in Woodland Park, and they generally keep to themselves. Vampires usually prefer big cities, more anonymity, more warm bodies. Do they ever leave their blood to mark a place? Not that I've heard. Although vampires are hard to question when you're staking them through the heart, they usually don't have time to give me a lesson on all their cultural traditions. Fiona raised an eyebrow. Sometimes she forgot that hunters didn't just hunt witches. They could kill any supernatural that took a mortal's life or disrupted the natural balance. You think the demons and vampires are working together? Unlikely. Demons tend to avoid vampires simply because of the ichor. Besides that, they're purely instinct-driven. They don't do anything that doesn't serve their immediate needs, unless a higher demon gives them a direct order. Vampires are still human enough to fear death, which makes them more strategic thinkers. Fiona shook her head in confusion. But they're immortal. As long as they have a constant supply of blood. Without it, a vamp's heart would stop, and it would eventually ossify. Demons have to constantly replenish their ether to exist in this realm, but if you were to starve one, it would just be forced back to the Underworld. Then what happened to the telepi? Or the Tempter, for that matter? I thought I killed them so they couldn't come back. You did. Well, maybe killed isn't the right word. Technically, a demon can't die because it's not alive. It just is. I suppose it would be more accurate to say you put a permanent end to their existence. Okay. To Fiona, it seemed like a distinction without a difference. Banishing a demon just releases all its stolen ether, Gabriel explained. Without ether, the demon can't exist in the earthen realm, so it's forced back to its own realm. A demon wielder's blade disrupts the demon's true form, steals its essence, and absorbs any ether that's left. Fiona raised an eyebrow. No one had told her she was stealing a demon's essence, whatever that meant. So, the demons wouldn't have a reason to team up with the vampires. Is it possible a vampire is using the demons? Gabriel let out a breath of laughter through his nose. Using demons to do your bidding would be really, really stupid. Only someone truly desperate would make a deal like that. Well, What was the I-cord doing on Eleanor's window? I didn't see it anywhere else. No idea, said Gabriel, raising one eyebrow. But I'll say this. No vampire would sell his blood or give it up to a witch very easily. If Eleanor did manage to get her hands on this, she's playing a dangerous game.
Chapter 14. The Midnight Visitor. By 10:30 that night, Fiona had started to worry. Eleanor had never come home from her hike, and she wasn't answering her phone. It wasn't like Eleanor to stay out late, not since she'd come into her powers. Before then, she'd gone to a lot of concerts and music festivals, but seeing spirits had put a damper on her nightlife. Fiona wouldn't have been so worried if she hadn't decided to snoop. Around 9:30, she'd started combing through Eleanor's room and unearthed a small glass bottle in her bottom desk drawer. The bottle had been mostly empty, but there was a small amount of reddish-brown goo that looked suspiciously like ichor. The dark blobs oozed and split into smaller droplets from where the bottle sat on Fiona's nightstand. She watched the blobs do their lazy dance before picking up the phone to call B. B picked up on the second ring. She lived with her Nana, who was as old as they came, and Fiona felt a stab of guilt when she realized she'd probably woken them up. Hello? B? It's Fiona. Hey girl, what's up? Fiona hesitated. It felt strange to be checking up on her fully adult little sister, especially after she'd broken Eleanor's trust by rifling through her things. But she hadn't seen or heard from her sister all day long, and Alexios was still on the loose. Fee? Have you seen Eleanor? Fiona blurted. She went on a hike, but she never came home. Yeah, I ran into her at the gas station after. We went to Fireside for brunch and bottomless mimosas. Fiona let out a long sigh of relief. She felt a little hurt that no one had called her, but at least Eleanor hadn't been mauled by a bear or kidnapped on her hike. Okay, Fiona croaked. That accounted for an hour or two, 3 if they'd hit the mimosas hard. Did she mention where she was going after? She said she needed to go by the shop. That made sense, Fiona thought. Eleanor had been working like crazy to replenish their inventory. What time was this? Around noon? And did she say anything else? She pressed. Anything about where she was going? No. Relax. Eleanor is a grown woman. I know, Fiona groaned, running a hand through her frizzy curls. What did it say about the two of them that they were usually home and in their PJs by 9? I'm worried about her, Bee. Your little sister was kidnapped by a killer witch to be used as part of a human sacrifice ritual. It's normal that you'd be a little extra paranoid, but I'm sure everything's fine. Fiona bit her lip. Normally, she would have said Bee was probably right, but that was before she'd found the ichor. The bottle had confirmed Fiona's suspicions that Eleanor had smeared the stuff on her window, and if Gabriel was right, that meant Eleanor was involved with some things she shouldn't be. Thanks, Bee, Fiona mumbled. Call me if she doesn't turn up. I'll take the phone off the hook in Nana's room so the ringer doesn't wake her up. Okay. Fiona hung up the phone, feeling uneasy. Her mind had been churning in circles all day, and no amount of cleaning, bookkeeping, or baking could keep it from wandering to the worst possibilities. She picked up the book that was sitting on top of the pile that tended to accumulate on her bedside table. She'd had to bury Myths and Beasts. The old-timey illustrations of supernatural creatures didn't do much to put her mind at ease. Smudge leapt up onto the bed and settled down on the covers beside her. He rested a paw on Fiona's thigh and stared up at her with those big yellow eyes. There was something unsettling about the way he was staring, as though he knew something Fiona didn't. About 20 pages into her book, Fiona's eyes began to glaze over. She'd read the same passage 5 or 6 times,
and started nodding off with the book in her lap. A loud thud downstairs woke her with a jolt. The book slid off her lap and onto the floor, and she whipped around to look at the clock. It was well after midnight, and someone, or something, was downstairs on the second floor. It can't be a demon, she reasoned with herself. She'd taken a hammer to some old bricks out back and drawn a new line of dust across their threshold that morning. That would protect them from any visitors who wanted to do them harm. Still, Fiona gripped her dagger tightly as she tiptoed to the door. Smudge slinked after her and slipped out first, as if he knew there was a stranger in the house. Ordinarily, Fiona would have felt ridiculous creeping around in her wiener dog pajamas holding an ancient dagger. But when she reached out with her senses, she could feel someone in the house. Her senses were picking up Eleanor too, but there was also an unfamiliar energy. It wasn't a witch or a hunter. At least, it didn't feel like that. Careful to avoid the creaky stairs, Fiona inched down to the second-floor hallway and crept toward Eleanor's bedroom. Fiona was still a few yards away when she heard a sharp gasp that sent fear through her heart. Storming the rest of the way to Eleanor's room, she threw open the door and almost dropped her dagger. She couldn't immediately tell what she was seeing. Eleanor was standing with her back to the door, wearing jeans and a midriff-bearing tee. Her head was tilted back a few inches, her dark hair spilling out behind her. A man's arm was wrapped around her waist, and there was another head bent next to hers. At first glance, it looked as though he was kissing her. The head belonged to a tall, lanky guy in ripped jeans and a dark t-shirt. Horrified and embarrassed, Fiona dropped her gaze and tried to shuffle out of the room, but the stranger looked up at the creak of a floorboard, and Fiona caught a glimpse of cold black eyes. "Get away from her!" Fiona growled, tightening her grip on the dagger. Eleanor let out a surprised sort of gurgle and hissed as the man's teeth, fangs, disengaged from her neck. Fiona didn't think. She threw herself across the room, aiming her dagger at the vampire's chest. Blood was dripping from Eleanor's neck, and Fiona could see fresh puncture wounds from where his fangs had been. "You bastard!" "Fiona!" Eleanor took a step to the left, putting herself between Fiona and the vampire. Fiona lunged around her sister, aiming for the vampire's heart. A light smile dashed across his face, and the vamp sidestepped her easily. He moved so fast that Fiona tipped forward, and he reached out to grip her elbow so she wouldn't fall through the window. She whipped around, and the vampire chuckled, looking at Fiona from under inky black lashes. He was tall, pale, and extremely good-looking, but he exuded something dangerous that stoked the fear in her heart. He wore a tight black t-shirt with the name of a band Fiona didn't know. That, combined with those dreamy dark eyes, made him precisely Eleanor's type. All of a sudden, Fiona had the feeling that she'd missed something important. Eleanor wasn't screaming in terror. She was holding a tissue against the wound in her neck and staring up at Fiona with a slightly glazed look that was quickly sharpening into embarrassment. What's going on?" Fiona spluttered. "You better go," Eleanor said to the vampire. A slight smile was still playing on his lips, and Fiona wanted to deck him. "You still owe me, you know." Eleanor rolled her eyes, but Fiona sensed this was a private joke. Yeah. The vampire edged toward the window, not taking his eyes off her sister. You didn't have to be a genius to know what he had on his mind. He hefted his long body over the windowsill and climbed out onto the roof. Fiona rushed over to see how he climbed down, but he'd already disappeared in the dark. Eleanor let out an exasperated scoff, and Fiona turned to her, angry and bewildered. "Who the hell? What's going on?" Eleanor crossed her arms over her chest and raised one furious eyebrow. "Maybe try knocking next time?" "Where were you?" Fiona yelled, remembering why she'd been worried enough to come barging into Eleanor's room. You tell me you're going for a hike and then you just don't come home? I'm sorry, Mom, Eleanor snarled. I didn't realize I had a curfew. You don't. I was just worried. 2 weeks ago, you were kidnapped. That was after someone tried to burn our house down. Alexios is still on the loose, in case you forgot. In case I forgot? Eleanor repeated. I'm the one who was kidnapped. I remember, Fiona cried. I thought I might never see you again. Then you just disappear and I find vampire blood in your desk? You went through my stuff? Eleanor's tone was more confused than angry. It was almost as though she didn't believe it. The two of them had always told each other everything. Fiona had never had reason to snoop. Only because I was out on the roof and found ichor smeared on your window. Gabriel said... Gabriel said? Eleanor repeated. You talked to the hunter about this before talking to me? You weren't here! They were both screaming at this point, and the window was still wide open. Fiona wouldn't have been surprised if Wesley and Gabriel could hear them arguing. Fiona took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. What's going on, Elle? Are you involved with him? Eleanor's face was completely unreadable. So what if I am? Would that bother you? Fiona opened her mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. What was she supposed to say? That she'd support Eleanor no matter what? She'd never heard of a witch getting involved with a vampire. The ick factor was enough of a deterrent for most, and vampires usually kept mortal flunkies, not witches. God, you are so backwards, Eleanor groaned. I'm supposed to support you dating a guy who wants to... Careful, said Eleanor in a warning voice. Feed on you? Fiona finished, not knowing the politically correct term for what he was doing. Eleanor glared at her. Holden's not my boyfriend, if that's what you're asking. If you're not dating, then what was he doing here? And why do you have his blood? She assumed it was Holden's blood. How many vampires did Eleanor have coming and going at all hours of the night? It repels the spirits. The spirits? She hadn't expected that. Eleanor's shoulders seemed to sag, and for a moment, she looked genuinely desperate. Fiona, I haven't had half a night's sleep since Alexios tore the veil. Spirits have been showing up here every 20 minutes, and the lack of sleep was making me crazy. I'm exhausted, paranoid. I just haven't been myself. I had to do something before I lost my mind. Fiona opened her mouth and closed it again. Finally, she said, Why didn't you tell me? I thought you knew. I knew they were bothering you more than usual, but I didn't know it had gotten this bad. She gestured out the window to the spot where the vampire had disappeared. She shook her head. Something still didn't fit. Wait, that explains why you had his blood. But why was he feeding on you? Eleanor gave Fiona a look that said this should be obvious. Then it dawned on her. You're selling your blood? I'm trading it, Eleanor grumbled. God, you are so judgmental. Sorry if I seem a little judgy right now. I just walked in on a vampire sucking my sister dry. Suddenly, another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. That's why you almost passed out the other day at Garden of the Gods. You were weak from blood loss. A guilty look came over Eleanor's face, and Fiona knew that she was right. That was the first time we'd done it. I didn't know when to stop him, and he'd never fed from a witch before. A witch's blood is more potent than a mortal's, so it was hard for him to stop. Her voice died out on the last few words. Fiona was speechless with fury. She wanted to shake Eleanor, scream at Holden, and lock him in a sunny room. You could have been killed. But I wasn't. You just said, I'm just a little anemic.
It wasn't his fault. The important thing is that he stopped, and he felt really bad about it. Don't you understand how dangerous this is? You've been inviting a predator to come into your bedroom and feed on you at night. That's a little like the pot calling the kettle black. What's that supposed to mean? Eleanor gave Fiona a nasty look. You're the one who's been cozying up to a hunter. I am not cozying up to him. Do you know what would happen if Holden killed a witch, accidentally or on purpose? Fiona didn't respond. Gabriel would stake him, Eleanor answered. Probably his whole clan. That's what a hunter does, Fiona. You should know that, since you invited him to dinner and wore that sexy little dress for him. Fiona stepped back as though Eleanor had slapped her. It was low, she thought, throwing that in her face. Fiona didn't say it, but in that moment, being a hunter had never seemed so noble. I can't believe you'd agree to this, she muttered. Fiona! Eleanor's eyes grew wide, and a look of exhilaration came over her. These last few nights are the first time I've felt good in years. I got up and went for a hike this morning. I went to the shop. Then I went out with Holden to listen to a band down at Mother Muff's, and I didn't see a spirit the whole time I was with him. Do you know how amazing that is? Fiona studied her sister's face. She looked a bit paler than usual, but the dark circles under her eyes had diminished. She did look more alive somehow. She couldn't deny what was right in front of her. It works that well? Eleanor nodded. And it's worth it, inviting a strange vampire into our home and getting sucked on every night? A strange expression flickered across Eleanor's face, and she went a little pink. It's not so bad, she said slowly. I like Holden. And look. She pulled her hair around to one side to show Fiona her neck. Her skin was still smeared with blood, but the puncture wounds were gone. No bite marks. The vampire's venom heals them instantly. Neat, Fiona replied dryly. She sighed. She hated the idea of a vampire climbing into her sister's room while she slept, but Eleanor was an adult, and Fiona couldn't argue against it, not if it made Eleanor's ability a little easier to bear. She seemed happy. Plus, the vampire blood, and maybe the vampire himself, had the added benefit of repelling demons. At the very least, Eleanor was unlikely to be attacked by a demon as long as she was with Holden. I guess it could be worse, Fiona grumbled. At least he doesn't have a man bun. Eleanor let out a snort of laughter, but then her eyebrows knitted together. Wait, you said you saw the blood on my window? What were you doing on the roof? Chainsawing? Eleanor opened her mouth to ask, but Fiona shook her head. It's late, she said, holding back a yawn. I'll tell you about it in the morning. Chapter 15. Vampire Practicum. Fiona was waging war on the flower beds when she sensed Gabriel over the fence line. She'd been up since 6 o'clock that morning, her stomach roiling with agitation. She'd managed to make peace with the vampire situation after her and Eleanor's talk the night before. That equanimity had been shattered by the cold light of day, and she felt as though she'd downed a cup of battery acid instead of her morning coffee. She'd resisted the urge to string 20-odd bulbs of garlic together and hang them over Eleanor's window, only by getting up to her elbows in dirt and yanking out weeds by the root. Now I know why this house sat vacant for over a decade. Fiona looked up. Gabriel was leaning against the recently repaired fence, staring down at her with an amused expression. What? Yesterday you tried to sneak into my bedroom like a damned assassin. Then last night your cat got out and was taunting the colonel from the living room window. That was a fun way to be woken up at 3 o'clock this morning. And now you're out here at the crack of dawn throwing clumps of dirt against my fence.
Fiona shot him a half-irritated, half-guilty look. Technically, it's Wesley's fence, but it's on my property, so... Worst neighbor ever. Fiona let out a huff. All those things might have been true, but she couldn't control what Smudge did at night. If she tried to keep him in the house, he woke her up at 3 o'clock in the morning. "What's going on?" Gabriel asked, somehow sensing that something was wrong. Fiona hesitated. Eleanor wouldn't like her talking to Gabriel about their problems, not when they involved her vampire. But Eleanor was still sound asleep, and Fiona didn't know how to talk to her about it anyway. "Come on," said Gabriel, jerking his head back toward Wesley's. "Wes had to report for his weekly briefing. He'll be back to catch some shut-eye before work, but not for another hour or so. He usually grabs breakfast with a few other cops." Fiona nodded and came through the back gate, heading for the sliding glass door. She noticed Gabriel watching her as she walked up the patio, though she didn't think he was checking her out. She was wearing a pair of denim shorts with holes in the pockets and a t-shirt with the sleeves cut off. She'd pulled her hair into a messy ponytail without even looking in the mirror. "You're cute when you're mad," Gabriel observed. "I'm not mad," Fiona snapped. "Feisty, then." He feigned a shiver. "Can't wait to hear what's got your dander up." Fiona rolled her eyes and followed him into the house. She should have known better than to come to a hunter for advice about her vampire problem. His solution would probably be to kill him, and she couldn't have Eleanor's vampire assassinated. He hadn't done anything wrong, as far as she knew. There was no law against vampires feeding so long as they didn't kill anyone. As soon as Fiona walked in the door, the colonel came padding up to her. Instead of charging Fiona as though he wanted to kill her, he wagged his tail and licked the salt from her knee. "I'll never get used to that," Gabriel muttered, watching Fiona give the colonel a rub. "I half live here, and he still tries to maul me every time I come home." "I think that says more about you than me," Fiona observed. "Can you teach me how to defend against a vampire?" Gabriel's eyebrows lifted. Whatever he'd been expecting her to say, it hadn't been that. For a moment, he looked impressed, but then his expression turned serious. "Is there a vampire who's giving you trouble?" "Not exactly." Fiona trailed off, not sure if she should tell Gabriel. "I figured out where that blood came from, and why Eleanor had it." "Ah." "She's using it to keep spirits away. They've been giving her a lot of grief since Alexios tore a hole in the veil. I guess the ichor repels them." Gabriel appeared intrigued. "It must disperse the residual ether that allows her to see the spirits." "Maybe." Fiona hadn't worked out the technicalities yet, and she was too unsettled to try. "Where did she get her hands on vampire blood?" Fiona lifted an eyebrow. "I walked in on her with a vampire last night." "What?" "It's not what you're thinking. He was drinking from her. Eleanor says they're not involved, but she's been letting him feed in exchange for his blood." Gabriel rubbed a hand down his face. "That's not going to end well." "What do you mean?" "Giving a vampire witch's blood is like giving a junkie heroin that's been cut with fentanyl. It's way more potent than mortal blood, due to the higher concentration of ether. If he doesn't kill Eleanor trying to feed, one of his friends will." Fiona shivered. "I just don't like having a vampire creeping around my house, but I can't tell her not to see him. His blood has been helping her sleep, helping her get her life back. Eleanor's old enough to make her own choices. There's not much I can do." Gabriel shook his head. "Even if she told him to stay away, there's a good chance he'd come back around now that he's had a taste." "You think he would keep feeding on her against her will?" Fiona hadn't considered that. "It's possible." Gabriel shrugged. "She might not even remember. Vampires can make people forget they've been fed on. It's how most vamps survive." Fiona fought back a shudder.
She'd heard that vampires could force people to do things, but she hadn't thought about one of them manipulating her sister that way. You think the vampire is forcing her to let him feed?
I doubt it. Their powers of suggestion don't work that well on witches, though a vampire's power over someone can be enhanced if the person has ingested their blood. Your sister hasn't been drinking the stuff, has she?
I don't think so. She hadn't asked. There was so much she didn't know about vampires, and that only scared her more.
He would have had to slip it into something, a drop in a drink or in her food. But if she sought him out to deal with her spirit problem, how did she seem to you?
Angry? And a little embarrassed.
He's probably not forcing her then. Most of the time you can tell. People under a vampire's control get this glassy look in their eyes.
She did look a little dazed after.
That's normal. It's just a side effect of the venom. It's like a drug when it hits your bloodstream. Makes you feel all warm and cozy.
It sounds as though you've had experience.
It's the job, said Gabriel shortly, though Fiona thought she saw a dark look cross his face before he drifted into the laundry room.
At first, she didn't understand what he was doing, but then he opened the dryer door. She wasn't sure why, but it was odd to see a hunter doing something as mundane as laundry. Can you show me how to fight a vampire?
I do work, you know.
Gabriel pulled out a tangle of t-shirts and sweatpants and folded them carelessly on top of the washer. Fiona rolled her eyes. Really? Because it seems like you spend a lot of time hanging out here and teaching witches how to fight demons.
I work from home, he said,
folding a pair of plaid boxers in half.
Actually, I can work anywhere as long as there's an internet connection and a post office nearby.
I never pictured you as a boxers guy.
Oh, no?
Gabriel flashed a devilish grin.
What did you picture me in?
Nothing, Fiona muttered. He quirked an eyebrow, and Fiona opened her mouth to revise that statement. She'd meant to say that she'd never pictured him that way, but it hadn't come out the way she'd meant.
These are Wesley's, he said. I'm more of a boxer brief guy myself.
He winked.
I need the extra support.
Fiona resisted the urge to cover her face. How had she ended up talking to a hunter about underwear? Can you show me how to fight a vampire or not? He leaned out to stare at her with a hint of incredulity.
You haven't even mastered demons yet. Vampires are a lot more dangerous.
How are they more dangerous?
Demons kill you slowly if they manage to take possession. Vampires don't waste any time. The only reason for a hostile vampire to keep you alive is as his personal buffet.
Fiona crossed her arms, feeling annoyed. She should have known better than to ask Gabriel for help.
But
he looked her lazily up and down.
You are pretty defenseless in that house. The only weapon you have is completely useless against 2 of the 3 critters that might come to kill you.
3? Fiona had only counted 2.
Alexios, he said,
scooping up the folded laundry and walking down the hall. Fiona cringed. She'd forgotten about him. A demon wielder's blade was useless against another demon wielder. Why couldn't slaying supernaturals ever be simple? She followed Gabriel up the stairs, pausing for a glimpse into Wesley's bedroom. His king-sized bed was neatly made, the dark blue comforter folded back, and each of the pillows perfectly fluffed. The beige blackout curtains were still creased from the package, and she imagined that working nights had been a hard adjustment. A small black gun safe was mounted on the wall between the bed and the nightstand. An enormous plaid dog bed took up half the floor space, and the white stuffing from a decapitated red rabbit was scattered over the floor, probably the Colonel's latest victim. She didn't know why, but she found it endearing that Wesley allowed the German Shepherd to sleep in his room. By the looks of things, Gabriel hadn't been lying about working from home. He transformed the guest room into a makeshift home office. A laptop was open on the desk, and there was a tall stack of books on one side with yellow sticky notes protruding from the pages. She caught a glimpse of one of the titles, Viking Weapons, Volume 1. The bed was covered with cardboard boxes and an assortment of sinister-looking weapons. "You sell your weapons online?" she asked. "The less valuable stuff. When I find buyers for the really expensive pieces, they usually want to meet in person." Fiona raised an eyebrow. She wasn't sure how Gabriel found the time to run a business with all his witch hunting and demon banishing. "Do you have a website?" "Yes." "What about an Etsy shop?" Gabriel gave her a sideways look. "I see a lot more on eBay." "Interesting." "Why is that interesting?" "I just never pictured you as a laptop entrepreneur. You seem more old school somehow." Gabriel rolled his eyes. "Do you want my help with your vampire or not?" "Yes." Gabriel looked vaguely relieved that the business small talk was over. He bent down, opened a drawer in the bedside table, and unzipped a small leather case. He took out a silver revolver slightly bigger than her hand and tossed it casually on the bed. Fiona jumped, staring at the gun. But Gabriel reached under the bed and tugged out a huge canvas duffel. "Obviously, the best way to kill a vampire is a stake through the heart," he said, pulling out 2 fistfuls of wooden stakes and setting them beside the gun. They were each about a foot long and sanded to a fine point. "But staking a vampire takes practice and strength. I don't think you're quite there yet." "What's the gun for? I thought vampires were impervious to bullets." "I'm getting to that." Gabriel rummaged once more in the duffel and pulled out a brown leather pouch. He also produced 2 small black cartons with the words 9mm Luger printed on the front. Fiona opened her mouth to ask another question, but Gabriel stuffed everything into a backpack and motioned for her to follow. "Where are we going?" He didn't answer. He just strode down the hallway and thudded down the stairs. Fiona followed him at a distance. The colonel looked excited. He trailed after them until they reached the sliding door, and Fiona shifted her body to prevent him from escaping. Gabriel crossed the backyard in a few quick strides and let himself out the back gate. Fiona followed with some hesitation as he climbed up a hill dotted with trees. Sneaky branches snagged at Fiona's bare legs, and she had to hurry to keep up. Gabriel moved more like a gazelle than a man, and she lost sight of him after a moment. Stumbling over a large trailing root, Fiona nearly face-planted in a bed of pine needles. She grabbed onto a tree to steady herself and managed to catch up to the hunter. He'd stopped a few yards ahead in a small clearing of aspens. Ahead of them was a steep embankment and an old wood pallet resting against a tree stump. Gabriel drifted over to the pallet and arranged some battered tin cans on top of it. Apparently, he'd used the pallet before, and the cans belonged to him. "Have you ever used a gun?" he asked. Fiona shook her head. "Today, you learn," he said in a mild tone, pressing the revolver into her hands. "This is a 9mm Ruger double-action revolver," he said. "That means you can fire by pulling the trigger back hard, or by cocking the hammer and then pulling the trigger." He reached down to demonstrate, and Fiona leaned away. "Relax. It's not loaded." "I don't think you're allowed to shoot in town," she stammered. "Technically, this is a national forest. There are no rules against it." Fiona opened her mouth to say there was probably a town ordinance that prohibited it, but Gabriel was already opening one of the black cartons he'd brought, which held 2 neat rows of ammunition. He took out a few rounds and then set the box on a tree stump. He tipped the leather pouch into his hand next, but Fiona couldn't see what was inside. Gabriel held up one of the bullets, and the glint of brass caught the light. "Full metal jacket. Just your regular run-of-the-mill ammunition. One of these will take down Alexios and any mortal bad guys." Fiona sucked in a quick breath.
as Gabriel took the gun and showed her how to load it. "This holds 5 rounds," he explained, sliding a bullet into each little pocket. "Some people like semi-automatic pistols that hold 15 or 17, but when you're just starting out, I think it's good to count your rounds so you always know how many shots you've got left." He handed the revolver back to her, and Fiona was surprised by how much heavier it felt. "Now this." He held up one of the items that had come out of the leather pouch. It was the same size and shape as the mortal ammunition, but it didn't have the metal tip. "This is an ironwood-tipped 9mm round. I developed these myself after I had a run-in with a nasty vampire clan up in Denver." "It's a wooden bullet?" Fiona asked, studying it with curiosity. "Partially. Trying to stake multiple vampires is dangerous, not to mention damn hard work. I designed these to take out a vampire from a distance. I field tested them up to 25 yards. Fiona's eyebrows shot up. "What will they think of next?" "I thought of it," Gabriel grumbled. "Trust me, it's a lot easier to travel with a pocket full of these things than a bundle of stakes." "I'll bet." Now, a lot of times, the wooden bullet won't do enough damage to actually take down the vampire. If the wood splinters or only grazes the heart, no good. You still have the same vampire to deal with, only now he's really mad." Gabriel shook his backpack so that the stakes inside rattled. "That's where an old-school stake comes in handy." Fiona shuddered. Maybe Gabriel hadn't been patronizing her when he'd said vampires were more dangerous than demons. It certainly sounded as though they were harder to kill. He handed Fiona 2 squishy pieces of orange foam. Earplugs. That couldn't be good. "Go ahead," he urged, nodding at the wood pallet and cans. "Here?" Gabriel pretended to look around. "Who are you worried about hitting? Unless you have really terrible aim, all your rounds will sink into that embankment over there." Fiona scrunched up the earplugs and shoved them in her ears before raising the revolver to shoulder height. She had no idea what she was doing. She'd never shot a gun in her life. "Hang on," said Gabriel, putting one hand on her back and giving her a gentle push. Fiona felt her upper body drift forward until it was centered over her hips. "You're leaning back because you're afraid. You'll be more stable if you lean forward a bit and get your weight underneath you." Fiona didn't quite understand what he meant, but then she felt his hands on her hips. He gently guided them forward until she felt her center of gravity settle directly over her legs. She swallowed, trying hard not to think about Gabriel's hands. "Use the sights," he instructed, his breath tickling the fine hairs along the back of her neck. She could still feel the pads of his fingers pressing into the seams of her shorts, and it was more than a little distracting. "Finger off the trigger till you're ready to fire. Breathe in." She heard the whoosh of his breath behind her. "Breathe out, aim, and fire." Fiona dragged in a deep breath and let it out through her nostrils, noticing how her aim shifted with her inhale and exhale. She took aim and pulled the trigger until the hammer cocked of its own accord, and she heard the explosive pop. Even with the earplugs, the sound was deafening. Her round disappeared into the hillside with a poof of dirt, but the electric feeling that rolled through her was thrilling. "Again," said Gabriel, stepping back to watch. Once again, Fiona took aim and fired, but her shot came nowhere close to hitting the target. It disappeared in the scraggly shrubs, but she had to admit it was fun. "Why don't you try cocking the hammer first?" said Gabriel. "It might be easier for you to aim if you don't have to pull the trigger so hard." Fiona nodded and awkwardly tugged the hammer back. Squinting through one eye, she fired, and one of the cans shot off the pallet with a metallic little dink. "I hit one!" she cried, wheeling around in excitement. "Whoa!" said Gabriel, holding up his hands and glaring at the revolver. She realized then that she hadn't paid attention and was aiming carelessly in his direction. Always keep your weapon pointed at the ground."
"Sorry."
"Good job," he said, looking pleased. "Now, you might find that the wooden rounds land a few inches below your target. That's common with lighter ammo. But if you just aim at center mass..."
He paused to stare at her.
"What?"
Fiona realized that she was grinning like an idiot. Adrenaline was coursing through her veins, sending heat to all her extremities and making her feel slightly giddy.
"You like it," said Gabriel.
It wasn't a question. Fiona shrugged, but she couldn't seem to wipe the stupid grin off her face. What did it say about her that she liked the feeling of power that came from firing a gun? But Gabriel had already moved on to something else.
"Let's talk about finishing your target."
And just like that, the fun part was over. The image of a vampire feeding on Eleanor flashed through her mind, and the thought was enough to bring Fiona down from her shooting high. Gabriel bent to retrieve a stake and handed it to Fiona, blunt end first.
"You can hurt a vamp with a stake or a bullet through the chest, but to take it out of commission, you must pierce the heart."
Fiona nodded. All witches grew up hearing this from a very young age, but she learned about it in a strictly academic sense. It was a bit like knowing about the Boston Tea Party, without imagining what it felt like to be tarred and feathered. The thought of killing a real-life vampire was absolutely terrifying. While Fiona was still fretting about that, Gabriel grabbed her hand and brought it to the center of his broad chest.
"Feel that?"
he asked, knocking against his own breastbone and waiting for her to do the same.
"Solid bone. Breaking through that with a wooden stake takes a lot of force. Choose a really dense hardwood, and you'll thank yourself later. Nothing's worse than just winging a vamp because your stake broke halfway through."
Fiona nodded. The more Gabriel talked, the less confident she felt that she'd actually be able to stake a vampire.
"A lot of times, it's easier to come from behind."
He traced his fingers along her back, touching the space between her ribs. Fiona had to bite her lip to keep her shoulders from quivering.
"Or from above, if you're really worked up."
He brushed a finger just above her collarbone, and this time, Fiona couldn't hold back her shiver.
"Once you do successfully stake your vampire, you'll want to get him in the ground fast. Unless you surgically remove the heart, you can never be sure your vamp won't come back. A lot of times, they can be revived if one of their vampy friends is motivated enough to remove the stake, feed them blood, and get their heart pumping again."
He raised an eyebrow.
"You can't bring back a vampire if you can't find him. A very deep grave is the best defense against a twice-risen vamp."
Fiona felt a little queasy, imagining how many graves Gabriel must have dug in his lifetime.
"Go ahead," he murmured, staring at the stake in her hand. "Stake me."
Fiona frowned at him. "I don't want to hurt you."
"You won't."
His tone was so annoyingly cocksure that Fiona tightened her grip on the stake and plunged it toward his chest. Gabriel's arm shot out to deflect her, and the stake skittered off his shoulder.
"Too slow. Try again."
This time, Fiona's hand shot out faster. She drove the stake straight for his heart, as though she really intended to kill him. Gabriel slipped to the side an instant before the stake made contact, and Fiona lost her balance. She would have fallen flat on her face, but Gabriel reached out to steady her.
"You overcommitted that time. Try again."
It must have been his preternatural speed that allowed him to move so quickly. 1 minute he was there, and the next, he wasn't. Fiona would have complained about that, but she knew a vampire could move at least as fast as a hunter. Shaking slightly from the shock of her near fall, Fiona backed up and slashed the stake through the air. She felt Gabriel's hand close around her wrist, and he twirled her as though they were dancing. He yanked her back so that she slammed into his chest, and he trapped her other arm. Fiona just stood there, breathing hard, trying to work out what had happened. She could feel Gabriel's chin resting against her temple, his stubble gently pricking her skin. "Why bother
to show me if you're just gonna show off." "I'm not showing off," Gabriel rumbled, the vibration of his voice traveling up Fiona's back. "Trust me, when I'm showing off, you'll know it." Fiona gritted her teeth and tried to wriggle out of his grip, but he brought her free hand down over her stomach and held her against him easily. "Still," she huffed, "why even act like you wanted to teach me something?" "I did teach you something," he said indignantly, maneuvering his grip and spinning her to face him. His midnight blue eyes blazed with a sudden intensity that she'd only ever seen when he'd fought Alexios. "If nothing else, I taught you that you don't want to tangle with a vampire."
Chapter 16. The Book of Shadows. Fiona shivered as she stepped outside to drag the trash to the curb. It was a windy night, the leaves were rustling, and she had the uncomfortable feeling that someone, or something, was watching her. She hadn't seen the hellhound since the night it attacked her, but that didn't mean it wasn't still out there. Hurrying back inside, she locked the door and took the stairs up to her room. She was already dressed for the coven meeting, in a scarlet wrap dress and wedge ankle boots. Her borrowed revolver was sitting on the nightstand, along with a box of regular ammunition and Gabriel's pouch of ironwood rounds. The pistol was loaded with the vampire ammo, and felt heavy and solid in her hands. She didn't like that she enjoyed the feel of it, but she couldn't deny it either. Hesitating for a moment, she wrapped the revolver in an old silk scarf and stuck it into her bag. "What are you doing?" came a voice from behind her. Fiona turned. Eleanor was standing just outside her door, wearing jeans and an REO Speedwagon t-shirt. "Is that a gun?" Fiona swallowed. She hadn't told Eleanor about her lesson with Gabriel, mostly because she'd been learning how to defend against vampires. "Yes," she said. "Why do you have it?" "In case you haven't noticed," Fiona grumbled, shoving her demon dagger in with her wallet. "Our lives have become a lot more dangerous as of late." "Since Agatha and Alexios tried to murder me, or since you found out I've been trading my blood?" Fiona gave her a look. "Right." Eleanor pivoted on the landing, looking as though she wanted to storm off. But since the two of them were headed the same place, all she could do was turn her back. "You know, you can't kill a vampire with a bullet. I have wooden bullets." It was a long, sullen walk to Agatha's house after that. Fiona had been expecting a long, guns are bad lecture, but apparently Eleanor was too angry for that. Fiona's bag was extra heavy, but somehow having a purse full of weapons didn't make her feel any safer. She kept glancing over her shoulder as they walked, half expecting to see a pair of reddish-yellow eyes gleaming at her from the trees. When they reached Agatha's front stoop, Fiona rang the bell. The two of them waited in angry silence, but no one came to answer the door. She looked at her sister, unwilling to break the silence first. "Did you ring it?" asked Eleanor. "Yeah." "Are you sure?" Fiona gave her a wide-eyed nod. "Well, ring it again." Fiona did, but still no one came to the door. She could sense other witches nearby, but the shades were drawn inside the house, and she couldn't see if any lights were on. "You're sure the gathering was tonight?" "Yeah." Fiona reached down to try the door handle. To her surprise, the door was unlocked, and it swung open with a low creak. The familiar antique store smell hit her nostrils. The dim table lamp was on in the foyer, and Fiona could hear voices drifting from the dining room. "I'm not suggesting anything," came Celine's crisp voice. "I am merely voicing my concerns." "I still don't understand why we'd even be having this discussion without Fiona," Bea grumbled. "She knows the situation with the hunter better than any of us." "Are none of you concerned that this hunter has taken up residence in Mountain Shadow?" asked Celine. "I don't want to leap to any conclusions, but it seems to me that he may have some influence over her.
Fiona glanced at Eleanor, who shook her head, all her earlier anger forgotten. In that moment, they were united in their mutual hatred for Celine. Clacking down the hall toward the sound of the voices, Fiona stopped outside the dining room. The entire coven was seated at Agatha's long table, apart from Romulus and Rose. The table was laden with all the usual dishes, but their plates were empty, as though they'd already eaten. Lucian, Jinx, and Geraldine turned in their seats to see Fiona standing behind them. Daphne was staring down at her plate, clearly ashamed that Fiona had overheard, and Bea had a murderous gleam in her eyes. Bellamy looked invigorated by all the drama, but that wasn't unusual for him.
"Fiona,"
crooned Celine from the head of the table. "How nice of you to join us."
"What's going on?" asked Eleanor pointedly. "Why is everyone already here?"
She glanced at Fiona, who shook her head. They weren't an hour late.
"Didn't you get my message?" Celine asked innocently.
"No."
"I did send you an email telling you of the time change."
"I didn't get an email," Fiona growled, fighting the indignant lump in her throat.
"I sent it to your Hotmail account, I believe."
Fiona gave Eleanor a sidelong look. She hadn't checked her Hotmail account in at least 5 years.
"In any case, I'm glad you could join us. We were just discussing new business."
"Yeah," said Fiona, tossing her bag carelessly onto a chair and crossing her arms over her chest. "It seems I need to clear a few things up." Bea's chair slid back with a groan, and she got to her feet in a show of solidarity. "Girl, I told her that you're not under Gabriel's influence. None of us think you are."
"Gabriel?"
Celine commented dryly.
"Is that the witch killer's name?"
"Gabriel hasn't killed anyone," said Fiona. "He's been helping me understand my abilities as a demon wielder so that we can deal with this infestation."
"Oh yes, I'm sure he's delighted to have an ether witch at his disposal."
"I'm not at his disposal," Fiona shot back. "If anything, he's at my disposal."
"Perhaps I'm just old-fashioned." Celine let out a theatrical sigh. "But it seems inappropriate to be cavorting with a known killer of our kind."
"Are we really having this conversation?" Fiona snapped, still not taking her seat. She wasn't about to sit down at the table and pretend this was a civilized conversation. Celine had orchestrated the night's events to turn the coven against her.
"I think it's worth a discussion."
"I think we should be talking about the gaping hole in the veil that's allowing demons to pour into our realm." Daphne nodded vigorously, and Fiona could tell that Lucian and Jinx were on her side. Bellamy and Beatrix were a given. They were her closest friends.
"We will discuss it," said Celine, in the tone of a hostess trying to smooth things over. "But for now, I am more concerned about your unorthodox alliance with this hunter."
"That's my business."
"Not to mention the small matter of who is going to lead the coven now that Agatha is gone."
A resounding silence followed that little bombshell, and suddenly something clicked into place. Fiona had known something was off about Celine, and it turned out that she'd been right. Celine wasn't just there to interfere. She was trying to take control of the coven.
"Doesn't it seem a little soon to choose a new leader?"
Daphne asked. Clearly, she thought there had been enough unpleasantness without injecting politics into the conversation.
"I agree that it seems very soon," said Celine. "But choosing a leader is crucial to ensuring the continuity of this coven. Our kind has largely avoided oversight from the Brotherhood, because each coven agreed long ago to govern its own witches. But given the recent activities of Alexios Mayberry and his involvement with my aunt, the leadership of this coven has been called into question. If we appear to be floundering at this crucial juncture, another coven will step in to enforce our laws."
"If we appear to be floundering?" Eleanor repeated.
"I've been affiliated with the coven in Fort Collins for a long time," said Celine. "But Mountain Shadow is my home." "Since when?" Fiona asked sharply, not caring that she was being rude. "Since I was a little girl." Fiona rolled her eyes. What a card to play. Nobody in the room was old enough to verify anything that might have happened when Celine was a girl. "In any case, the coven needs to choose a leader," Celine finished neatly. "And you think it should be you?" asked Geraldine. It was the first time she'd spoken since the sisters had arrived, and all heads turned toward her. Celine tried to appear gracefully surprised. "Well, I don't know. I hadn't given it much thought, but there doesn't appear to be another elder witch up to the job. Rose has stepped away from coven activities. You yourself have expressed your disinterest, and Romulus is not here." Celine trailed off, as though waiting for someone to point to her as the only logical solution. There was a long pause, and Fiona could practically feel the waves of animosity rolling off her sister. "I wish to stay and help the coven get back on its feet, but I cannot remain here if I am not the leader. It would be inappropriate for me to exert my influence." Fiona let out an angry huff. Since when did the coven need to get back on its feet? As far as she was concerned, they were all better off without Agatha. At least they didn't have a murderous traitor plotting in their midst. There was a long, awkward silence. "I think Fiona should lead the coven," came Bee's clear, strong voice. Fiona's stomach did a strange little flip. She hadn't expected that. "Fiona took the initiative to put a stop to the murders," Bee continued. "She fought Alexios, and now she's working with Gabriel to eradicate the demons." "I second it," said Eleanor, taking a step forward so that she stood at Fiona's side. "I third it," Daphne squealed, clearly delighted by the turn of events. "You know I'm in," said Jinx. Bellamy raised his hand to show his support, and when Fiona met his gaze, he rolled his eyes and cracked a grin. "I think we have the 2/3 majority needed," said Bee. Fiona couldn't help but be impressed by Bee's knowledge of coven bylaws. Celine looked as though she tasted something sour. Her flinty gaze swept the room, and she seemed to decide there was no point in arguing. "Very well," she said. "I suppose there is no written law that states the leader must be an elder witch. Typically, conducting the ceremony under the full moon would be most auspicious. But, given the circumstances..." Fiona supposed a larger coven might have been more stringent about formalities, but nobody seemed to care. Now that the matter was settled, everyone seemed perfectly happy to make things official. "Fiona will be inducted tonight," Celine announced, after some deliberation. Everything happened very quickly after that. Daphne and Jinx disappeared into the parlor, and Celine stalked off to retrieve the Book of Shadows. Bee came over to squeeze Fiona's hands, and Fiona squeezed her back. By the time Bee and Eleanor pulled Fiona into the parlor, the hearth was aglow with dozens of candles. They were perched on the mantel, on the floor, and on side tables that had been neatly arranged by the fire. Daphne had pushed the chairs to the edges of the room to create more space on the large oriental rug. Celine reappeared a few minutes later, carrying a heavy, leather-bound book. She held it in front of her like some holy relic, and her gaudy emerald and silver ring gleamed in the candlelight. Every coven kept a Book of Shadows, a record of all the knowledge and incantations that had been passed down for generations. Theirs had a thick leather strap, held closed by a tarnished brass lock. Technically, any member of the coven had the right to consult the Book of Shadows, but Fiona had never seen theirs up close. Between her father's study and her own collection, the Grimeses had enough books to answer almost any question they had. Besides that, Fiona was fairly certain that the Book of Shadows was more of a ceremonial text. It probably hadn't been updated in the last 20 years. Apparently, the book sealed itself upon the death of the coven's leader, and only the next leader's formal induction could unlock it again. "Celine, would you like to do the honors?" Daphne asked kindly. "The leader may only be inducted by another member of the coven," Celine replied. "Technically, I am not a member." "Right." "I'll do it," said Jinx. "It would be my honor to inaugurate our newest leader." Geraldine, Lucian, and Bellamy joined them, and the witches formed a circle around Fiona. Their bodies blocked the heat from the fire, but the candles still bathed the witches' faces in a warm, golden glow. In her gauzy plum shawl and burgundy turban, one would have thought Jinx had dressed for a ceremony. As she began to speak without a hint of hesitation, Fiona wondered if Jinx had known that this was going to happen. "Many believe that when the leader of a coven dies, the entire coven dies with her. A new coven is reborn in its place with the rise of each new leader. My friends, we have endured some dark times, and the fires of death and betrayal have burned us. But we are gathered here today to start a new chapter, to continue the never-ending cycle of death and rebirth. With Fiona's wisdom and guidance, our coven will rise from the ashes." Fiona felt a slight shiver as Jinx took the Book of Shadows. The book definitely contained its own magic from the blood of the witches who'd come before. A dark stain marred the brown leather, which was embossed with the coven's motto: Omnia mutantur nihil interit. Everything changes. Nothing is lost. Fiona rested her right hand on the book, over the stain of decades-old blood. "Fiona Grimes, do you vow to lead the coven with honor, humility, truth, and valor?" "I do." "Do you promise to protect your fellow witches and all those who may seek refuge in Mountain Shadow?" "I do." "Do you vow to work the elements in accordance with the laws of our kind and take the responsibility upon yourself for any witch who upsets the sacred balance?" "I do." "Then it is our honor, Fiona Grimes, to induct you as our leader." Across the circle, Fiona saw Geraldine produce a thin, silver dagger. It had been resting in a carved wooden box on the mantel, but Fiona had barely noticed it before. A dark stone was set in the hilt, and intricate floral carvings decorated the blade. A flash of silver gleamed in the candlelight as Geraldine took Fiona's hand. She made a clean slice across her index finger, summoning a thin line of blood. Turning Fiona's hand gently with her own, Geraldine guided it down onto the worn cover of the book. As soon as her blood touched the leather, Fiona felt a hum of energy emanating from its pages. The intricate design on the cover seemed to glow from within, as if awakened by the ether in her blood. Geraldine returned to her place in the circle and carefully sliced her own finger. "With the ether that flows through my veins, I give my blessing to Fiona," she said, reaching out with her cut finger and pressing it to the center of the cover, where Fiona's blood already glistened. Geraldine passed the dagger to her right, and Lucian sliced his finger. "With the ether that flows through my veins, I give my blessing to Fiona." The dagger made its way around the entire circle, and Eleanor was the last one. She met Fiona's gaze with eyes that were full of pride and confidence, all resentment between them forgotten. "With the ether that flows through my veins, I give my blessing to Fiona." As Eleanor pressed her bloodied finger to the cover, the Book of Shadows vibrated so violently that Jinx almost dropped it. The words embossed on the cover glowed a brilliant gold, and there was a soft click as the lock released. As if she'd conducted the ceremony 100 times before, Jinx placed the book on the mahogany sideboard, lifted the cover, and held out a pen for Fiona to sign with. At least she wouldn't have to sign in blood. Taking the pen, Fiona stepped up to the table and stared down at the book. The page just inside was yellowed with age,
and splattered with dark stains that looked like old blood. Agatha's faded brown signature caught her eye, and Fiona shivered a little. It felt strange to sign her own name in the book, almost like a dream. The thrum of ether was so intense that she could hardly keep her pen on the page. But the moment she dotted the I in Grimes, the book went still once again. Blessings, Fiona. May you lead in grace. Fiona felt a bit lightheaded as she turned away from the Book of Shadows. The other witches were watching her expectantly, and she sensed the fresh weight of responsibility that had been thrust upon her shoulders. Right, she said, suddenly uncomfortable with all the attention and her newfound authority. She wished that she'd had some time to think it over and decide if she wanted to lead the coven, but if she'd had any time at all, she would have talked herself out of it. Too late now, Fiona thought to herself. It seemed ungrateful, not to mention ludicrous, to ask if it was too late to back out. She didn't know what had happened when she signed her name in that book, but she had the feeling that it was more permanent and binding than any mortal contract. "Is the time for new business over?" she asked, glancing around the circle. Celine met her gaze with a frosty look, as though she'd known Fiona wouldn't have the foggiest idea how to lead a coven. "You are the leader now, Fiona. You may conduct the gatherings however you wish." "All right." Fiona took a deep breath in, trying not to let her voice shake with nerves. "From now on, our first priority is to close that portal. Until we do, Mountain Shadow isn't safe." Chapter 17. The Stakeout. Fiona was curled up on the couch with the Book of Shadows when she heard a knock at the door. Ordinarily, she would have gone to open it, but she couldn't bring herself to get up. After a long day at the shop, she'd taken a shower, grabbed a bag of Oreos, and collapsed on the couch in her comfy clothes. "It's open!" she called, sensing Gabriel's ether. A moment later, the door swung open, and the hunter walked into her kitchen. Fiona instantly wished she'd had the foresight to change before she let him in. She was wearing a t-shirt with cookie crumbs down the front and an old pair of cupcake pajama bottoms. "I thought you'd have the place booby-trapped by now," he said, giving Fiona a quick once-over. "Or at least check to see who was at the door." "I knew it was you. Besides," Fiona jerked her head toward the borrowed revolver resting beside her glass of milk, "I've got the vampires covered, remember?" Gabriel smirked. "And demons?" "I figured the brick dust and the vampire blood should be enough to keep them out. But I've got old Mortimer here just in case I'm wrong." "Mortimer?" "The dagger." "You named your dagger?" "Don't you name your weapons?" "No." Fiona gave him an appraising look, like the one he'd just given her, as if to suggest he wasn't a real hunter if he didn't name his weapons. "Nice jammies." "Thanks." Fiona fought the flush that was creeping into her cheeks, but Gabriel wasn't looking at her. He was studying the book she had in her lap. The yellowed pages were full of cramped, spidery handwriting, and she had to support each side with her knees to keep the pages from straining at the binding. "Is this what you do at home by yourself on a Tuesday night? Study ancient books over milk and cookies?" "Typically, no. Well, the milk and cookies come standard, but the ancient book is new to me. The coven made me the new leader last night, which means I get the immense privilege of storing this giant thing." "The coven made you their leader?" Gabriel's voice came out harsh and took Fiona by surprise. "Is that so shocking?" He raised an eyebrow. "Covens typically choose an elder witch. I'll bet Celine thought she'd be in the running." "Yeah, she did." "I'll bet she was pissed." Fiona gave him an admonishing look. She hadn't meant to provoke Celine. That was just an unintended consequence. "What are you reading?" Gabriel asked, leaning over the back of the couch.
Fiona closed the Book of Shadows quickly. It seemed wrong to let a hunter peek at the book that was so sacred to their coven.
That stain on the cover looks a lot like blood.
It is blood. Gabriel made a face and shook his head, as if to say he didn't understand their wicked ways. I'm looking for an incantation that will allow us to create a concentrated but highly stable source of ether. Gabriel frowned.
There's no such thing.
Fiona wasn't sure that was true, but her initial research hadn't turned up anything. There has to be a way to create a concentrated blanket of ether powerful enough to repair the tear in the veil.
There is, said Gabriel dryly. Your friends Alexios and Agatha killed 5 people to unleash that much ether. You could probably reverse the process by killing 5 or 6 more.
Fiona shook her head. Alexios had to sequester that ether and then release it again. I don't know how he did that, but the ritual made it too unstable. That's what caused the mini-earthquake.
Well, you can't just borrow ether from 20 mortals.
No, Fiona agreed. Witches have more ether than mortals, but I don't know how many you'd need to draw enough without hurting them.
To close that tear, you'd need a lot of ether.
What has more ether than a witch? Gabriel thought for a moment.
A demon?
He scoffed a little at this last pronouncement, but when he said it, something clicked into place for Fiona. That's it.
What's it?
Demons, said Fiona. Demons are made of ether. They're like evil little ether batteries.
Sure, but once you kill a demon, all that ether is absorbed into your blade. There might be some way to release it, but the consequences would be disastrous. That thing's been slaying demons for 300 or 400 years. Releasing that much ether would be like setting off a nuclear bomb.
Fiona shivered. He was right. Releasing the ether from her dagger wasn't a viable option. Maybe if I could trap some demons, I could somehow draw their ether out.
You can't do that by yourself. You tried to close the tear once before, remember?
How could she forget? There has to be a way to fuse the veil back together.
Too bad the police confiscated your spellbook.
Yeah, Fiona sighed. Deep down, she knew La Ruota Oscura was full of dark magic, but if it had contained instructions for an ancient human sacrifice ritual that would open a permanent hole in the veil, perhaps it also contained instructions on how to repair one. We need to find a way to get our hands on that book.
Gabriel's expression turned dark. No, absolutely not. I can't fight supernaturals with the cops breathing down my neck, and that Officer Simmons already thinks I had something to do with Agatha's death. I'm not sticking my neck out to retrieve your damn spellbook.
Maybe Wesley...
We're not involving Wesley.
That book could tell us how to fix the tear in the veil and stop demons from spilling into this realm. Gabriel gave her an irritated look.
Again, it was a witch who tore the veil. My job isn't to fix the hole. It's to banish any demons who might come through it.
Or ask your friendly neighborhood demon wielder to kill them, said Fiona coolly. Why did you even come over if you're not going to help?
I came over because the wind's coming out of the west tonight, and your house stinks of vampires.
Vampires? As in plural?
Just one, as far as I can tell. He left his scent when he was here the other night. I plan on sticking around to make sure your sister's not being coerced.
That's nice of you.
It's my job, Gabriel snapped. It's illegal to coerce another magical being into giving up their blood. If there's a clan in the area that's preying on witches...
It's illegal for vampires to coerce supernaturals, but it's okay for them to feed on mortals?
Vampires have to feed on something, and mortals are a dime a dozen. As long as mortals aren't dying or becoming aware of supernatural activity, a vampire is well within his rights. Witches are different. He rolled his eyes. You're practically an endangered species.
Huh. For all she'd heard about hunters being murder-happy monsters, the Brotherhood sure had a lot of rules. So you're just gonna hang out until Eleanor's vampire shows up?
Pretty much.
Fiona sighed and passed him the Oreos. Gabriel plucked a cookie out of the sleeve and stared at it as though he'd never seen one before. Fiona went to the fridge to pour him some milk, and they munched together in thoughtful silence. It's kind of like waiting for Santa, Fiona mused, licking the cream out of her cookie. Gabriel raised an eyebrow.
More like a stakeout.
No pun intended. Fiona snorted at her own joke. Get it? Stakeout?
Ha ha.
Just so you know, a stakeout usually takes place in a cop car. Waiting for Santa involves sitting up in your PJs eating cookies.
I thought the cookies were for Santa.
Yeah, but... Fiona rolled her eyes. You never ate the cookies that were meant for Santa?
I never waited for Santa.
Fiona frowned at him. Never?
Why would I wait up with milk and cookies for a strange man to come barging into my home in the middle of the night? I waited up with a BB gun 1 or 2 times, but the old man never showed.
Fiona suppressed a laugh. Maybe that was why Gabriel was dead inside. He wasn't even normal as a child. Fair point. Gabriel peeled his Oreo apart and dunked the sandwich part in milk. Fiona wasn't sure why she always got such a kick out of seeing Gabriel do ordinary things, like fold laundry or eat an Oreo. She supposed it had something to do with the fact that she'd always imagined hunters as villains. To see one acting like a normal person was like seeing Darth Vader at the DMV. She brought down some more books to peruse, and together they searched for an incantation that might help Fiona repair the veil. For all Gabriel's bluster that it wasn't his job, she knew he was just as invested in stopping the demons as she was. Stifling a yawn, Fiona glanced at the clock. It was just a few minutes past midnight. She was about to go upstairs to make up the guest bed for Gabriel when she heard a clatter against the side of the house. The vampire was there. Fiona could sense him. She couldn't feel the presence of ether the way she could with Gabriel or a fellow witch. It was more like walking through a cold spot in the forest. There wasn't ether where there should have been. Fiona made a move to get off the couch, but Gabriel put a hand on her arm. He shook his head, but didn't say a word. He appeared to be listening intently. Fiona strained her ears, but she couldn't hear anything apart from the distant shuffle of footsteps. Glancing at Gabriel, she saw his eyes travel slowly back and forth, as though he were listening to a conversation Fiona couldn't hear. They sat for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only about 20 minutes. There was a thunk as someone climbed back out the window, and Gabriel raised his eyebrows. Well? He turned.
Well, what?
Weren't you trying to see if she was being coerced?
She wasn't, said Gabriel,
though Fiona could tell there was more he wasn't saying.
The vampire didn't order her to do anything. He gave her something, I assume it was a vial of his blood, and then he fed for a while.
You heard all that? Gabriel nodded, and Fiona felt a slight twinge of unease. Apparently hunters had excellent hearing, even better than she'd thought, and she was fairly certain there was something he wasn't telling her. You really think she needs a fresh vial of blood every night to keep the spirits away? Gabriel shrugged.
The fresher it is, the more potent, I imagine. But there's probably another reason he comes over all the time.
Fiona gave him a blank stare. When Gabriel didn't elaborate, she jerked her head forward to look him straight in the eyes. You think they're involved?
Your sister's love life is none of my business. I only care that her vampire friend isn't breaking the law.
Fiona continued to stare. That wasn't a no. Gabriel chuckled at the look on her face, his bottom lip twisting into a smirk.
Look, I don't recommend it, But if you can get past the existential terror of having the blood drained out of you, a vampire feeding can be very pleasurable."
Fiona bristled, her face heating up. She hadn't ever heard of that, and it made her feel extremely naive. But then an idea flashed through her mind, and it was enough to banish the image of her sister going all true blood with a vampire. She sat up so quickly that she almost spilled the glass of milk that was balanced between her legs. "I think I have an idea for trapping the demons, but I'm going to need La Ruota Oscura." Chapter 18. Fiona Undercover. The smell of pizza wafting from the box was making Fiona's mouth water. They were parked outside the Mountain Shadow police station, getting ready to put their plan into motion.
"Tell me again why we needed to stink up my car with fake cheese and cured pig intestines?"
Fiona wrinkled her nose. "You can't walk in there empty-handed. You came to bring your brother dinner, which is something nice people do." Gabriel shot her a dubious look. Maybe him doing something nice for Wesley would make his brother suspicious. As it was, it didn't look as though they'd be getting away with much. The parking lot in front of the police station was lit up like a baseball diamond. There were 3 black sedans with government plates parked out front, which made her think the FBI was in town. Infiltrating the police evidence locker to steal back La Ruota Oscura was going to be harder than Fiona had thought. Normally, she wouldn't have attempted it, but she hadn't managed to find an incantation they could use in any of her books. She'd come dressed in a charcoal pantsuit and her most boring shoes. With a little luck, anyone who spotted her poking around would just assume she was one of the feds.
"Shit," Gabriel breathed. "They have someone working the front desk."
Fiona's heart sank. It was Marge. She recognized her from the police department's website. Apparently, Marge had been promoted from daytime receptionist to police dispatcher, which was why she was manning the desk at 10 o'clock at night.
"Here goes nothing," Gabriel grumbled, opening the door and climbing out of the car.
He took the pizza from Fiona through the still broken passenger window and strode confidently toward the entrance. Fiona hung back to see what would happen when Gabriel reached the glass doors. He just nodded at Marge and lifted the pizza, and she beamed at him from behind her desk. Fiona was fairly certain she wouldn't be that lucky. Marge was unlikely to remember her from the time Fiona had come in for questioning, but she lacked Gabriel's authoritative stride that allowed him to go just about anywhere. Emptying her purse onto the front seat, she rifled around for something that might help her slide in without attracting suspicion. All she had in there were some old Tic Tacs, a tube of lip gloss, and a broken pair of sunglasses. Nothing in the way of a fake mustache or a maintenance uniform, like what people wore in the movies. But then she found a hard plastic ID card on a generic yellow lanyard. It was her season pass to Arapahoe Basin from 2 ski seasons ago. Had it really been that long since she'd cleaned out her purse? Shoveling the rest of the junk back inside, she pulled her purse onto her shoulder and hung the lanyard around her neck. She straightened her back, closed the door, and strode toward the entrance with purpose. Her stomach clenched as she breezed through the doors, trying to look as though she belonged there. She smiled at Marge and waved her ID badge, hoping Marge didn't look too closely. Marge smiled back and nodded politely, and Fiona let out the breath she'd been holding. She tried to hurry through the reception area without looking as though she were fleeing. The police station reeked of old coffee, burnt popcorn, and toner. They'd added pepperoni pizza to that delightful bouquet, but nobody seemed to mind. 9 or 10 desks were spaced around the bullpen, but only 2 of them were occupied. A balding officer near the door had his feet up on his desk. He was talking in low tones on the telephone and taking notes on a pad of paper. In the far corner, she could see Gabriel talking to someone she assumed was Wesley. Gabriel's shoulders blocked Wesley's view of the hallway, allowing Fiona to sneak by unnoticed. There was a conference room down the hall on her right, where a group of federal agents were gathered around a table. 3 photographs were taped to a board on the wall: the mountain biker, the girl, and someone else. Fiona's stomach lurched. Had there been a third death? At first, she thought it must have been the man who'd appeared on all those missing flyers. But it wasn't. This was a smiling woman who looked to be in her mid-40s. There was an identical copy of the missing poster tacked to the bulletin board across the hall, along with photos of wanted criminals and a few missing children. Besides the conference room and the break room, there were several other doors. Fiona knew which one led to the makeshift interrogation room. 2 of them were clearly restrooms, and one was an emergency exit. One of the few remaining doors had to be the evidence lockup. Glancing back toward the front desk, Fiona spotted a window with a little yellow sign that read, "Property Pickup." She could see through the window to Marge's desk area, which was surrounded by a bevy of filing cabinets and computers that were probably used for logging evidence. The door next to it read, "Evidence and Property," and, of course, it was locked. Resting her back against the wood-paneled wall, Fiona tried to imagine where they would put the keys to the evidence room. She was sure they didn't distribute them to all the officers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to verify the chain of custody for any piece of evidence. Marge's voice drifted through the little window, and Fiona felt a kick of guilt. She hated that they'd had to fool Marge and distract Wesley to get what they were after. But the new victim's photo only strengthened her resolve. She and Gabriel might be breaking the law, but they were doing it for the greater good. Then Fiona had an idea. The officers came and went at all hours, but there was always someone at the station to answer the phones and dispatch officers to where they were needed. Since Marge was still busy with her phone call, Fiona edged back toward the property pickup window. Sure enough, there was a row of keys with neat plastic labels hanging from hooks along the opposite wall. She couldn't tell which one was for the evidence room, but she'd just have to start trying and hope she got the right one. Peering through the window to make sure Marge was still facing the other direction, Fiona concentrated on lifting the farthest key off the tiny hook. It was a delicate business. She'd mostly practiced generating high winds, not creating just enough resistance to lift a key and blow it toward her without sending Marge's papers flying. Fiona had the key halfway across Marge's cubby when the conference room door flew open. Fiona stiffened as the agents' voices drifted out, and her momentary distraction cost her. The key fell to the ground with a tiny clatter, and Marge turned to look at her. Fiona tried to smile, and Marge held up a finger to tell Fiona she'd be with her in a moment. As the agents ambled down the hallway toward her, Fiona wished she could fade into the wall. All it would take was one agent to look too closely and notice that Fiona didn't belong there. But the 4 of them were deeply engrossed in conversation, laughing and joking and carrying on. Fiona edged closer to the property pickup window and kept her head down as they passed. The minute the agents were out of sight, she concentrated on creating enough of an undercurrent to lift the key off the floor. This time, it just lifted a few feet off the tile before clattering to the floor again. Fiona gritted her teeth. It was a miracle that Marge hadn't noticed the keys drifting around her cubby. At least it was close enough for Fiona to read the label. This one said, "Impound Lot." She suppressed a groan and glanced down the hallway. The feds were gathered outside the break room, which was halfway between Fiona and the bullpen. They were still carrying on with their loud conversation, something about one of their teenage kids getting caught with marijuana. They still seemed oblivious to the suspicious woman hovering near the evidence room. Thinking there'd be no harm in trying again, Fiona focused on the second key from the left. This time, she lifted it easily and brought it toward her in one quick burst of air. It blew her hair back and stirred the papers on the bulletin board, but nobody seemed to notice. Just then, she heard a familiar voice coming down the hall, and the sound of it broke her concentration. She had the sense to lunge forward to grab the key just as it began to fall. To her relief, the little red label said, "Evidence, Lockup." Fiona looked up just in time to see Wesley coming down the hallway toward her. Gabriel was right behind him, and he nodded stiffly at the feds. Wesley paused to exchange a few words, but it was clear he was merely being polite. Wesley had been headed her way. Catching Gabriel's eye over Wesley's shoulder, Fiona gave him a wide-eyed look. If Wesley saw her, it would all be over. She might have been able to make up some excuse if she hadn't been dressed like a Law and Order extra. She couldn't risk ducking into the evidence room in case that was where they were going. She'd taken so long to get the key that Gabriel might have moved on to Plan B. Moving slowly to avoid attracting attention, Fiona placed the key on the window ledge and jerked her head at the door to evidence. Gabriel nodded to show he understood, and Fiona backed down the hallway. She knew where the emergency exit was. She just hoped she wouldn't trigger an alarm when she opened the door. Breathing very fast, she pushed the door open and felt a huge surge of relief as the cool night air hit her face. She slipped outside and felt her whole body relax. She'd done her part. Now it was up to Gabriel to sneak into evidence, find the book, and slip out of the station without getting caught. Fiona was still reveling in her victory when a low growl reached her ears. She whipped around, chest tight with fear, and saw a giant pair of reddish-yellow eyes glaring at her from the trees. Chapter 19. The Familiar. Fiona knew what was going to happen half a second before the demon wolf pounced. Her scream caught in her throat as it lunged, knocking her clean off her feet. Fiona hit the pavement, hard, her elbows scraping asphalt. The wolf or hellhound landed on her chest, and she caught a glimpse of snapping white fangs just before her head hit the ground. Pain flared from the back of her scalp, and she could feel the creature's hot breath on her face. It was the putrid stench of rotten eggs mixed with a smell like burning hair. Enormous claws pawed at her chest, and the wolf's sharp teeth dug into her neck. She swung out a fist and caught the wolf in the jaw, but the beast didn't even react. It just continued to maul her on the ground, finally latching on to her jacket. It started to drag her across the pavement, the fabric of her suit jacket locked in its jaws. There was a violent rip as the jacket tore, and then its teeth dug back into her flesh. This time, she punched the demon wolf straight on the nose, and it lashed out ferociously with long, white fangs. Fiona didn't have time to think. She just reacted the only way she knew how. She flailed and kicked as the wolf's teeth raked her body, using her limbs as weapons. She tried not to panic, as warm blood soaked her clothes. All she could do was fight. If she let herself stop, she was going to die. The demon wolf was out for blood. Reaching around its snapping jaws, she jabbed a finger into its eye. The wolf yelped in pain and let out a growl, but then a flash of understanding surged through her. "Where is it?" the demon boomed in her mind. Fiona didn't know what it was asking. She couldn't think beyond the pain. Then the wolf went for her bag, shaking her purse like a dead rabbit. Its preoccupation didn't last, but that tiny reprieve was enough. She threw out a kick that caught the wolf in the body, but that only seemed to enrage it further. She froze with terror when she met bloodthirsty eyes, and she realized the beast was more demon than wolf. "Leave me alone," she growled telepathically. But the demon wolf didn't respond. The flaps of skin around its teeth pulled back, and she saw its hackles go up. "Leave!" she screamed, out loud this time, but still the hellhound didn't react. Her purse was lying just out of her reach with the silver dagger inside. Concentrating with all her might, she focused on manipulating the demon wolf's ether. But she'd tangled with the hellhound before, and this time it fought her with maddening intensity. Warm blood was dripping down her neck. There were bits of asphalt in her wounds, Every inch of her was throbbing in agony, and Fiona cried out in a fury. To her surprise, the demon wolf flew back, as if catapulted by the force of her rage. It struck a telephone pole and crumpled on the ground, and Fiona lifted her head. Her vision blurred as the wolf recovered, staggering to its feet. It shook itself once, and then looked back at Fiona before loping off into the woods. "Fiona!" Gabriel's voice broke through the chilly darkness that covered Fiona like a shroud. She heard the frantic scuffle of footsteps and sensed Gabriel nearby. He sounded worried, terrified even. She could hear his ragged breathing. Something brushed against her, and she caught his scent as he pressed his cheek against her chest. It seemed uncharacteristically tender for him, until she realized he was listening for a heartbeat. Fiona tried to open her eyes, but her head pounded in protest. She was cold and hurt and covered in blood. Most of all, she was tired. The fight with the demon wolf had been an exhausting death match, and throwing it off her had zapped the last of her energy. Warm, rough hands gripped her gently, tilting her head to the side. Gabriel swore, and she sensed his hesitation, and then she heard him get up and leave. "No," she croaked. Her voice was weak. What she wanted to say was, "Please don't leave me," but already his footsteps were fading. A wet sob escaped Fiona's throat. She wanted to curl up and die. She would have crawled into the decaying leaves at the edge of the parking lot, but she couldn't seem to move. Pain surged through her arm as she tried to get up, and the effort made her dizzy. Then she heard the low rumble of an engine and the squeal of car tires nearby. The glow of bright headlights squeezed through her eyelids, and then a car door slammed. Two strong arms scooped her clean off the pavement, arms that smelled like leather. There was a fresh burst of pain as somebody moved her, and cold air slipped through her clothes. Fiona huddled closer to her rescuer's warmth, but he set her down gently in the front seat of a car. A soft fleece blanket came around her, and somebody tucked it around her neck. Fiona felt as though she'd died and gone to heaven, except for the dull throb of her wounds. This was Gabriel's car, she realized. She recognized his scent. It was oddly comforting in that moment. It meant that she was safe. A moment later, she heard the soft click of a seatbelt, and then the car started to move. Cold wind whipped her hair through the broken window. Fiona groaned and pulled the blanket tighter. She was still so cold, colder than she should have been. She couldn't seem to stop shaking. She could sense the uneasy churn of ether beside her. Gabriel was furious. The engine groaned as he accelerated, and she had the sense that they were moving fast. She slid a little on the slick leather seat as he whipped around the corners. The car stopped just a few minutes later, and Gabriel killed the engine. Fiona squinted as a light came on, and Gabriel scooped her out of the car. "Sorry," he mumbled. "I know it hurts." Fiona didn't respond. She did hurt, and she was freezing, but her relief crowded out everything else. Gabriel carried her up the front steps, and Fiona groaned when she saw where they were. They were standing on Wesley's creaky front porch. Why had Gabriel brought her here? "No," she grumbled. "I want to go home." "All my first aid stuff is here," he huffed, nudging the front door open. "Wesley won't be home until morning. It'll be easier to patch you up here." Fiona wanted to tell him she could walk, but her legs still felt like rubber. She felt her hair brush the banister as he carried her up the stairs, but he was careful not to bump her head. A light came on, and Gabriel's scent intensified as he laid her down on a bed. The soap he used must contain cedar oil, she thought. Cedar oil and something else. Was this his bed? That was weird, but given how good it felt to be safe and warm, Fiona didn't object. Gabriel shifted her gently to one side and pulled the covers down.
She groaned as he disturbed the bloody wound on her side, and he let out a hiss through his teeth. Fiona cracked one of her eyelids and squinted in the glow of his lamp. Gabriel had disappeared again, but she was startled when she looked down at herself. The bottom half of her shirt was in shreds, and she could see the light pink cups of her bra. Her jacket sleeve and pant leg were torn, and her clothes were covered in blood. She tried to sit up and wriggle out of her suit jacket, but a fresh burst of pain lanced down her side. Gabriel reappeared in the doorway, and his jaw stiffened at the sight of her. He was carrying a plastic toolbox in one hand and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide in the other. "Easy," he said, crossing the room in 2 quick strides and dumping the stuff on the nightstand. He supported Fiona from behind and helped her out of her jacket. "Did the hellhound do this?" he asked in a growl. Fiona nodded mutely. Once the ruined jacket was gone, Fiona suddenly became aware of just how much of her shirt was missing. Gabriel had been taking inventory of her wounds, and his gaze halted on the blood-soaked fabric and the deep gashes all over her chest. He scurried out of the room and reappeared once again with towels and a pan of warm water. He shot Fiona an uneasy glance before settling down on the edge of the bed. Half of his face was thrown into shadow, which made his features seem sharper somehow. "It's odd that it would attack you again, assuming it was the same hellhound as before." "It was him," said Fiona with certainty. She would have known that demon anywhere. She heard water dripping into the pan as Gabriel wet one of the towels. "I know witches heal pretty fast, but some of those gashes are deep. There's a good chance they'll get infected, even if I clean them." Gabriel rolled up one tattered sleeve and the torn hem of her shirt. He paused. "I can get your sister if you'd rather her." "No, I don't want her to see this." Gabriel gave her a professional nod and then proceeded to unbutton her shirt. There were only a few near the top holding it closed, and even though he was very careful where he put his hands, Fiona felt her breath hitch. When he spread it open, Fiona began to second-guess her decision to have Gabriel perform first aid. She was lying on his bed very exposed, but Gabriel was focused on her wounds. He wrapped her bleeding arm with a length of thick gauze and then used a clean towel to mop up the blood. He cleaned everything with hydrogen peroxide. As Fiona watched the cool liquid fizz, it occurred to her that Gabriel was used to patching up serious wounds. His first aid kit wasn't pre-made like the kind you might find under a bathroom sink. It was a literal toolbox, and very well stocked with gauze, scissors, tubes of ointment, and various drugs in orange plastic bottles. She wondered how he'd gotten those, and just how often he himself got injured. Grabbing a tube without reading the label, he dabbed her cuts with some kind of ointment before covering them with bandages. He unwound the gauze from her bleeding arm last, and let out a hiss when he looked down. The long gashes were still bleeding profusely, and the gauze was completely soaked. "The bleeding slowed," he informed her, "but I'm not sure those gashes will close up on their own. That thing's teeth must be razor sharp." Fiona closed her eyes and nodded slowly, sending a burst of healing warmth to her wounds. But instead of making the cuts scab over, she only succeeded in making her head throb dully. "I don't think I can heal myself." Her voice shook as she spoke. She'd never had trouble healing herself. The fight must have taken everything out of her. "I figured that. You need stitches." Gabriel hesitated. "If it were me, I'd suture the wounds myself, but I don't know if you want me to do that." She opened her eyes. "Why not?" "I'm no doctor. It won't be pretty, and it'll be painful." "I can take the pain," Fiona said. "And I'd rather not have to explain that I was mauled by a hellhound to the people at the emergency room." "All right." Gabriel sounded a little doubtful, and Fiona wondered if she'd made the right choice. But Gabriel moved with professional confidence as he pulled things out of his kit. "You've done this a lot," Fiona observed. When you're in my line of work, you learn how to patch yourself up. He flashed Fiona a quick half-smile. Insurance sucks when you're self-employed. Fiona laughed. Self-employed. That was a funny way to put it, though she guessed he was talking about the rare weapons business, since being a hunter was just his nature. Why do you think the hellhound attacked you? He asked, cleaning the wound with expert efficiency. It seemed like it was looking for something. Gabriel frowned at her. Looking for what? Fiona told him how the demon wolf had gone for her jacket and then shaken her purse. It said something to me, she murmured, the memory floating back to her. It spoke to you? Telepathically. She steeled herself for a pop quiz in demonology, but he just frowned and pulled on some gloves. What did it say? Where is it? Huh. Gabriel produced a length of stiff black thread and what looked like a slightly flattened fishhook. She was definitely second-guessing her decision to let the hunter sew her back up. That reminds me, she said, grateful for the distraction. Did you get the book? Gabriel's eyebrows shot up as if he'd forgotten about it too. Oh, yeah, it's in the car. He held the needle with what looked like a pair of very fine-nosed pliers. We should probably copy what we need and put it back before morning. I still have the key to the evidence room. Fiona's stomach did a nervous flip. Hopefully no one noticed it was gone. She didn't want Marge to get in trouble. She let out a hiss as Gabriel pulled back one side of her wound and prodded the needle into her flesh. She had to look away as it disappeared and poked through to the other side of her skin. When's the last time you stitched a wound? She asked. The last time I bagged a werewolf. He twisted around and jerked his head at his side, indicating that his hands were full. Careful not to touch his skin, Fiona lifted the hem of his shirt to expose a long gash just below his ribs. That looks recent. Gabriel shrugged. It's been a couple months. Where was the werewolf? Up near Mount Evans. You travel all over Colorado? Fiona was asking less out of curiosity and more to distract herself from the needle. I have my territory. Denver area, mostly. But it extends west out this way. Like your jurisdiction? It was hard to tell from the angle of his face, but Fiona thought she caught the shadow of a laugh before it died on his lips. Kind of. And there are more hunters who handle the other territories? Gabriel nodded. How many? He turned to look at her for a moment, and Fiona sensed that she was pushing her luck. Several thousand in North America. A hunter's territory is based partly on geography, partly on how many supernaturals live there. Aren't there a bunch of supernaturals that need handling back in Denver? Gabriel gave a half shrug. Nothing serious at the moment. Fiona didn't know why, but she sensed he wasn't telling the truth. So that's why you're staying in Mountain Shadow? It's only temporary, he said quietly, meeting her gaze and holding it for a moment. Right now there's nothing more pressing than playing whack-a-mole with the demons that keep popping up in this realm. Fiona wondered how many demons Gabriel had managed to banish without her. And if something serious happens before all the demons are gone, will they make you go back and deal with it? Hunters are pretty independent. We decide where we go. His voice was slightly strained, Fiona thought, and she glanced down at her wound. But if a hunter isn't handling things in his territory, the Brotherhood will send in another. So the Brotherhood's like a committee that oversees all the hunters? More like a union that pays bounties on bad guys. Membership isn't required for a hunter, but it is highly encouraged. Do you like being a member? This time, when Gabriel met her eyes, his expression was severe. I took my oath when I was young. It's not something I can just take back. So that's a no. You sure have a lot of questions, he said, finishing off her stitches neatly and cutting the excess thread. If I didn't know any better, I might think you're plotting against us. Just broadening my worldview. Gabriel gave her a dubious look, got up, and left the room. She took the opportunity to study her stitches. He'd done a pretty good job. Moving very gingerly, Fiona sat up and shoved his pillows behind her back. Her wounds were all freshly cleaned and bandaged. Hopefully that would help them heal. Gabriel reappeared a few minutes later, toting La Ruota Oscura. It was sealed in a plastic evidence bag, and it bounced on the bed when he dropped it in front of her. Better use these, he said, tossing her a pair of black latex gloves. I'm not sure they've dusted it for prints yet. My prints were already all over it, said Fiona, unzipping the bag and pulling out the book. She could feel the light crackle of ether radiating from within. It raised the fine hairs along her arms and gave her a familiar chill. Well, put a sticky note on any pages you want scanned, and I'll return it before anyone notices it's missing. It's in Italian, Fiona protested. I wouldn't even know where to start. Gabriel gave her a deadpan look. You're telling me I have to scan the whole book? All... He squinted. 500 or 600 pages? No. That would take all night. Let me just try something. Gabriel hesitated halfway between the bed and the door. He was giving her a strange look, and it was then that Fiona realized she was just sitting there in her bra. Clearing his throat, Gabriel reached into his dresser drawer and pulled out a folded t-shirt. He tossed it onto Fiona's lap, and she put it on, moving stiffly to avoid catching her bandages. Remembering how the book had opened itself to the page she'd needed when Eleanor had been kidnapped, Fiona placed the book in her lap and concentrated on repairing the veil. At first, nothing happened. Perhaps her fight with the hellhound had depleted her so much that the book didn't recognize her ether. But then Fiona felt a sharp crackle of electricity, and the book seemed to vibrate in her lap. She didn't feel any breeze or movement, but the book thrust itself open forcefully. The pages fell across her lap, and she caught a whiff of musty old paper. She couldn't read what the pages said, but there was a ghoulish illustration that told her plenty. It showed 5 or 6 mortals with their eyes cast skyward, and what looked like ether being ripped from their bodies. She looked up. Gabriel was staring. You can scan these, Fiona said hoarsely, handing over the book. Gabriel took the book and then paused, staring down at the illustration. A dark look passed over his face, but he walked it over to the desk and marked the page with a sticky note. Looks like your sister's vampire came for a visit, he said, glancing out the window. Sure enough, Eleanor's bedroom light was on. It was just a little past midnight. You want me to go over there and tell her what happened? No, Fiona sighed, pushing herself up with a grimace. She swayed a little as she stood, and Gabriel dove in to steady her. His hand landed on her hip, and he guided her gently back down to the bed. Did you hit your head? He asked accusingly. Fiona nodded as she remembered. Gabriel let out a huff of frustration, running a hand through his hair. I thought so. You could have a concussion. You aren't going anywhere tonight. Fiona groaned in protest. She wanted to take a hot bath and sleep in her own bed. She desperately wanted to sleep. I'm gonna go get you some ice for that bump. Don't move, he ordered. Gabriel turned to leave the room, but then he froze halfway to the door. You said the hellhound spoke to you? Yeah. And that it was looking for something? Fiona nodded. He turned slowly on the spot, his face stiff with the realization. Hellhounds are considered lower demons. They can't communicate telepathically. What does that mean? It means it wasn't a hellhound. What was it then? Fiona asked. Judging by the look on Gabriel's face, It was much, much worse than a hellhound. A hired demon that takes the form of an animal. His tone was leading, as if she should know this. A shapeshifter? A caca thing? Gabriel shook his head. A cacodemon can't communicate telepathically unless it's creating an illusion. The thing that attacked you was a real wolf, not a demon pretending to be one. He let out a frustrated growl. I should have seen this sooner. Should have seen what? It wanted this. La Ruota Oscura. That's what gave it away. Telepi aren't usually interested in doing witches' dirty work. What does that mean? It means your demon wolf is a familiar, he growled, and I'm pretty sure that it serves Alexios.
Chapter 20. The Dream. Fiona awoke on the forest floor with no memory of how she'd gotten there. Darkness had settled over the woods, and a chilly mist had begun to gather. The mist clung to the trees like gossamer curtains, which made it difficult to see through the shadows. Sitting up and brushing pine needles off her clothes, Fiona slowly got to her feet. She was immediately aware of the charge of power around her, the presence of so many demons. They were concealing themselves in the trees for the moment, but she knew that they were there. The demons weren't hiding. They were taunting her. They knew they had her outnumbered. Fiona let out a shuddering exhale and watched her breath form a cloud in the air. A cold breeze disturbed the branches behind her, and she whipped around with a start. A streak of white darted across the path, and a low growl rumbled through the forest. A cackle of laughter joined the demon wolf's growl, and she shivered as the mist turned black. The shapeless black fog fanned out from a tree, morphing into a giant mouth. It was laughing at Fiona. The sound rang in her ears, then another laugh joined the first. Slowly the demons began to gather, pulling themselves from the trees. The outline of a box elder maple seemed to dissolve as the demon mist oozed from its bark. The demons had been lurking in the forest, feeding on deer and elk. Now they swarmed her like a pack of hyenas circling a wildebeest. There were too many for her to fight. "Leave this place," Fiona boomed, her voice sounding strange to her ears. The temperature had dropped several degrees, making her teeth chatter. The demon wielder's blade materialized in her hand, but the demons erupted into a fresh peal of laughter. "You cannot control us, little witch. You are not strong enough to fight us all. I am the demon wielder. You must obey me." "Is that what he told you?" the closest demon jeered. "This hunter you consider an ally?" Another demon surged up on her right, hovering in the form of a giant snake. "Your beloved hunter was mistaken, or perhaps he lied to you on purpose." "No." Even Fiona's telepathic voice was shaky. "I've seen it. I've done it." "Even a novice can have a streak of luck. That doesn't prove anything." Fiona could feel the heat of anger building in the pit of her stomach. These demons thought they could defeat her through taunts that played on her own self-doubt. If she believed them, if she was demoralized, then she wasn't as much of a threat. But why would they bother when she was so outnumbered? Unless they were afraid. She focused her energy on reaching out to their ether, on trapping them where they hovered. But she couldn't seem to maintain a hold on more than one at a time. As soon as she concentrated on capturing another, the first would slip from her grasp. The demons around her cackled and swirled as she struggled to maintain her control. Their laughter became deafening, making her cringe as it filled the empty forest. One by one, the demons slipped away, and Fiona felt her strength fading. A cold terror crept into her heart as she realized that they were right. Gabriel had been lying to her all along. She'd barely survived the familiar's attack. She couldn't command a whole army of demons. A deep, bone-numbing chill settled over her as the demons surrounded her with their ether. There were at least 10 of them, maybe a dozen. They crowded closer and began to jostle her. She could feel the numbness spreading from her lips, down her throat, and into her lungs. She couldn't breathe, and she was so cold. The demon's laughter rumbled in her chest as one of them forced its way down her throat. The demon wrapped itself around her, braiding its ether with hers. Like tires kicking up clouds of dust, the demon disturbed her ugliest emotions. Fury, jealousy, hatred, and fear battled for dominance, until fear won out. She was going to die. That much was certain. She couldn't survive this. Fiona sank to her knees as the demon fed off her. It didn't waste any time. It was going to consume her right there in the forest. It was going to drain her body of ether. She tried to move, to banish the demon, but her hands and knees were glued to the ground. She let out a scream, but her scream became a pit that opened up beneath her. Down, down, down she fell, until she heard the rhythmic plod of high heels. It was this odd cadence of heels on wood that finally pulled her out of her terror. The dark trees began to fade, and she blinked slowly in the low light. She was no longer standing in the forest. She was crouched on the floor by a familiar staircase, in a house that smelled like antiques. But in her dream, she couldn't place it, not even with the intricate griffin's head carved into the post at the foot of the steps. Someone was climbing up the stairs, someone who was unaware of her presence. Fiona wasn't sure how she'd gotten there, but somehow she knew she shouldn't be seen. Long, dark shadows concealed her hiding place as the figure came into view. The stranger wore plain, dark clothing, a black dress over dark stockings. It was a woman, judging by the silhouette, and she had a book clasped under her arm. It was a heavy leather-bound tome with a lock and a cover that was stained with old blood. One gnarled hand was locked around the spine, and Fiona caught the glint of a ring. It was a single emerald in a tarnished silver setting that looked like vines or thorns. "Fiona?" Someone was shaking her awake. Fiona tried to hold on as the staircase faded, the colors swirling behind her eyelids. Then there was a moment of total darkness, before she was blinded by the first shimmers of daylight. She blinked, and Gabriel's face swam into view. His eyes were a lighter blue in the daylight. Maybe it was because his pupils were smaller, revealing more of the brilliant blue iris. Now that she was awake, Fiona became aware of the dull throb in her arm, as well as the pain in her chest and side. She glanced down to take stock of her injuries, and saw the covers bunched up around her. She wasn't at home. She was still asleep in Gabriel's bed. She'd been drooling all over his fluffy down pillow and, oh God, why was she wearing his shirt? Then the memory of the previous night came flooding back to her. She'd been attacked by Alexios's familiar. Gabriel had patched up her wounds. "You all right?" he asked, his brows knitting together. "You were making a lot of noise." "I was?" Fiona sat up and felt the slight throb of a headache that had nothing to do with wielding the ether. "You aren't supposed to let someone sleep if they have a concussion." Gabriel snorted. "That's a myth. You were walking and talking, so I figured you were all right. Not that I could have stopped you from passing out. You were pretty tired after—" But Fiona was only half paying attention. She wasn't thinking about the familiar. She was replaying her conversation with the demon, the conversation from her dream. She didn't think Gabriel was lying to her. He wanted the demons gone just as much as she did. He wouldn't be helping her if he didn't think she had it in her to slay demons. But there was something else that was bothering her, something much more urgent. Someone had taken the Book of Shadows, or else she was planning to take it. Fiona jumped up so fast that Gabriel leaned back to avoid a collision. "What's wrong?" "I had a dream. A premonition. I have to get home." "What's wrong?" I don't know. I don't know how. I just need to check something. Somehow, in her panicked haze, she noticed that Gabriel was wearing the same clothes as the day before. Have you been awake all night? She asked, remembering that she'd been hogging his bed.
Pretty much.
He didn't look very tired, though. Not like someone who'd pulled an all-nighter.
I don't sleep a lot. Don't need to, really. I get a lot done at night.
He jerked his head toward the center of his desk, where a black flash drive sat beside La Ruota Oscura. You scanned the whole thing? She asked in amazement.
You'll have to excuse me if I don't have total faith in your witchy osmosis.
He made a vague gesture in the direction of her forehead, and Fiona raised an eyebrow.
Anyway, I thought it might be handy to have a copy once I sneak the original back. You never know when another witch might try to tear a hole in the veil. I did print off the pages you marked.
He handed her 2 sheets of paper. They were perfect color copies of the original pages, and the illustration looked just as morbid. Thanks. Fiona felt as though she were running out in a hurry, but she was anxious to get back home. I'll let you know what I find out, she said on her way out of the room.
Wesley's home, he added coolly, stopping Fiona as she turned the knob. He was in the shower a minute ago. He's probably still in his room.
Fiona knew why Gabriel was telling her, but the comment still gave her pause. Did he just want to avoid raising Wesley's suspicions? Or did he not want him to know that Fiona had spent the night? The thought gave her a slight pang of awkwardness, mixed with an uneasy guilt. Shaking this off, she slipped out of the room and tiptoed down the stairs. She didn't know why she felt bad about staying there. It wasn't as though she'd done anything wrong. But she knew how it would appear to Wesley if he saw her coming out of his brother's room. Luckily, she didn't meet anyone downstairs, apart from the Colonel, who allowed Fiona a head scratch. She slipped out the front door and dashed down the walkway, feeling like a teenager sneaking home after curfew. She let herself in as quietly as she could, but Eleanor's sharp voice made her jump. Where have you been? Fiona turned guiltily to look over her shoulder. Now she really felt like a teenager. But as soon as she came face to face with her sister, Eleanor let out a smug peal of laughter. Aha! I'm just messing with you. You're getting a little old for a walk of shame. Even a suspiciously short one. She glanced through the window at the old brown house, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. Trust me, said Fiona. It's not what you think. I almost wish it was. Eleanor gave her a curious look, but then she took in Fiona's ragged appearance, the cuts, the bandages, and the shirt that wasn't hers. What happened? She asked. The demon wolf came back. Fiona! I'm pretty sure it's not a hellhound. We think it's Alexios's familiar, and that he was after La Ruota Oscura. Eleanor gaped at her. Are you serious? As serious as a demon wolf. That thing attacked you? Are you all right? I'll live, said Fiona dryly, though I'm getting a little sick of demons. Why didn't you come home last night? Gabriel stitched me up at his place. Then I fell asleep. Suddenly, Fiona remembered why she'd woken up so worried. Someone was after the Book of Shadows, or she would be soon. Turning without an explanation, Fiona darted through the living room and shot down the hall. Eleanor called something from the kitchen, but Fiona didn't stop to answer her. She took the stairs up 2 at a time, not pausing for breath until she reached her room. Fighting a sudden wave of dizziness, she leaned against the inside of her door and nearly crumpled in relief. The book was sitting in the middle of her desk, exactly where she'd left it. Fee? Eleanor came huffing up the stairs behind her, clearly concerned for her sanity. What's wrong? It's nothing. Fiona sighed, scooping the book off her desk and walking over to her laundry basket. She pulled out half the dirty clothes and wrapped the book in a pillowcase, Then she set it down in the hamper and buried it with the rest of the laundry. No one was likely to find it there, but Eleanor was staring at her as though she'd lost her mind. "Anything you want to tell me?" "There's a lot I want to tell you," said Fiona, staring at the hamper with a niggling sense of unease. "But first, we need to find Bellamy. I need his translation skills." Chapter 21. A Ritual and a Wedding. Preparations for a wedding were in full swing when Fiona and Eleanor arrived at the inn. Apparently, the wedding party had booked the entire B&B, and the nuptials were scheduled to take place in the Rose Garden on Saturday. Fiona could understand the appeal. The Wind Chime Inn was a pale blue Victorian, perched at the top of a hill. It had a charming wraparound porch with mountain views, and the back of the property was ensconced in rose bushes. Add in a string quartet and some twinkle lights, and it was any girl's wedding dream. That morning there were ribbons and greenery draped over every railing. Giant pots of pastel flowers flanked the walkway, and the front lawn was scattered with chairs. Coming up the front steps, Fiona had to duck to avoid being clotheslined by a garland. 2 men were carrying a heavy floral runner between them, and they couldn't see where they were going. "Whoa," said Eleanor, bending over the railing to avoid getting a gardenia to the face. A squat little woman raced after the men, waving a clipboard over her head. "Don't squash them, you're squashing them. Watch the sides." Eleanor shot Fiona a look of mock terror, and Fiona had to stifle a laugh. Inside, the bed and breakfast was even more of a mess. Tables had been moved into the line of traffic and covered in pale pink tablecloths. Giant snowdrifts of tulle curled over the furniture, and a harried-looking wedding planner was perched on the couch, trying to secure the fabric to the ceiling while a middle-aged woman nattered at her. "I know we discussed silver dollar eucalyptus, but we settled on seeded eucalyptus." Then the woman caught sight of Fiona. "You." Fiona froze. "You must be the harpist," said the woman, forgetting all about her eucalyptus dilemma and bustling over to talk. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Fiona's scratches and bruises before drifting over Eleanor's ripped jeans with a clear look of disdain. "And you're roadie, I presume. I'm the mother of the bride." Eleanor let out a snort of laughter, and Fiona stamped on her foot. She wasn't sure which was funnier, the fact that she'd been mistaken for a harpist, or that this woman knew what a roadie was. "No, ma'am," said Fiona, pinching in the sides of her mouth to keep from bursting into laughter. "I'm looking for Bellamy." The woman frowned. "The assistant innkeeper?" Oh, Bellamy!" Instantly, the woman's stern demeanor changed, and she looked overcome with delight. "Bellamy has been a lifesaver. No one else in this wretched town would know a pomander from a posy if it smacked them in the face." Fiona nodded seriously, carefully avoiding Eleanor's gaze. "He's just in there." The mother pointed to the kitchens. "He'll get you squared away." Fiona forced a smile and picked her way carefully through the mountains of pale pink linens, shuddering a little when she passed a table full of name placards and silver holders. She liked flowers and beautiful dresses as much as the next girl, but all the wedding trappings made her feel a bit queasy. "Do I really look like a harpist?" Fiona muttered. "What does a harpist look like?" Eleanor asked. Fiona gave a shrug. As they approached the door to the kitchens, she could hear a flurry of activity inside. A delicious pastry smell wafted out, and Fiona saw Bellamy standing in the walkway, directing caterers like an army general. He was dressed in slacks and a crisp blue button-up. His hair was more severely gelled than usual, and he was clearly in his element. "Betch," he said, spotting Fiona and doing a double take when he caught sight of her face. "What happened to you?" "Long story." "Well, can it wait? I am running very behind, and my MOB is about to have a meltdown.
MOB?
Mother of the bride? Bellamy paused. What are you doing here, anyway?
Didn't you hear? I'm the harpist.
Please.
Bellamy rolled his eyes.
That harpy can forget about getting a reference from me. The bride insisted on another full run-through this morning, and that flaky woman is already 40 minutes late.
Fiona wasn't sure how they planned to have a run-through with half a fabric store's worth of tulle in the parlor, but decided not to ask.
What do you want?
Bellamy asked, giving Eleanor the side-eye. He had to know Elle wouldn't be caught dead at a wedding rehearsal, unless she needed something badly. We need your translation skills, said Fiona.
I'm a little busy.
Bellamy wheeled around.
Stop! Stop, stop, stop!
He was speaking to one of the harried-looking caterers, who was arranging a tray of pastel macarons. Bellamy bent over the colorful tray and moved one cookie over by a centimeter. Then he pulled his phone out of his pocket and snapped a photo from above. What are you doing? Eleanor asked, eyeing the cookies in horror.
Creating fresh content for my page.
What page? Bellamy gave her a withering look and showed her the feed on his phone.
I'm an influencer, Eleanor.
He stifled a proud little smirk.
Something of a rising star in the innkeeper sphere, actually.
I didn't know the innkeeper world had influencers.
Yeah. The B&B industry is very cutthroat and extremely passive-aggressive. Brand building today is all about content, and my followers are simply ravenous.
Your followers? Eleanor repeated skeptically, seizing the phone and squinting at his profile. The sexy innkeeper? Her mouth puckered into a laugh, but Fiona shot her a warning look. Bellamy snatched the phone back, going furiously pink.
I have 50,000 followers who are very interested to know that wedding donuts are out and macarons are back in.
Fiona raised both eyebrows, not having to fake her surprise. She had no idea that there were so many people interested in bed and breakfasts. She'd also had no idea that Bellamy was a burgeoning influencer. He'd always worked long hours as the assistant innkeeper, but she hadn't known it was his passion. Good for you, she said finally, not knowing how else to respond. She didn't want him to think she was making fun, but it was hard to maintain a serious expression when discussing macarons. Could you translate something for us real quick? It should only take a minute.
Bellamy sighed. If this really can't wait, I guess you can do the cream filling on the pâte à choux and help me fold these napkins.
Eleanor gave Fiona a questioning look as Bellamy led them through the kitchen. They passed a 4-layered wedding cake with an intricate garland of sugar flowers and what looked like a puff pastry assembly line. When they caught up to him at a table in the back, Bellamy held a piping bag in one hand and a pink polyester napkin in the other. He seemed to size the two of them up before handing Fiona the bag of cream frosting and tossing the napkin at Eleanor. She started folding it into a rectangle, but Bellamy snatched it out of her hand.
Not like that. Like a flower.
He gestured to an example napkin on the table, which vaguely resembled a 3-dimensional rose.
Follow the diagram.
Eleanor gave Fiona an exasperated look, but sat down on the stool and studied it. Fiona handed Bellamy the scanned pages before starting in on the funny round pastries.
How did you get this? Bellamy asked, realizing where they were from.
Gabriel and I broke into the police evidence locker.
Is that why you look like you just got out of prison?
He asked, eyeing the bandages on Fiona's arm and the mostly healed cuts on her face. No, that was the demon wolf. We think it's Alexios's familiar. At that moment, a woman in a caterer's uniform passed by, and Fiona grimaced when she realized the woman had heard at least part of that statement. She shot the three of them a strange look before scooting out the other door.
It attacked you again?
Bellamy hissed. I'm pretty sure it was looking for this. Alexios must be after La Ruota Oscura. Bellamy looked startled and bent his head over the page, pulling out a pen to translate. This looks like a binding ritual to join the ether of multiple people. Eleanor frowned. What does that mean? It mentions a shared fate of mortality. I guess once their ether is linked, if one of them died, they'd all die. Fiona sat up a little straighter, wincing as she stretched the cuts along her side. Does this only work on mortals? Bellamy shrugged. I suppose it could work on witches too. What about the other page? Bellamy shook his head. Looks like more of the same. It's a really long-winded description. Does it mention if it would work on magical beings? I haven't gotten that far, Bellamy grumbled. He was still bent over the ancient text, rubbing his temple and sounding out words as though trying to make sense of the archaic Italian. It occurred to Fiona that some things might be lost in translation, though she wasn't sure how much. Then Bellamy glanced up and eyed the piping bag in Fiona's hand. You don't get something for nothing, you know. Chop chop, frosting girl. By the time they left the wind chime inn, Bellamy had provided a complete translation. Fiona had finished a dozen pâté à choux, and Eleanor had successfully folded exactly 0 napkin flowers. According to Bellamy, the incantation allowed a witch to bind the ether of multiple people. It didn't say how many. It didn't specify witches or mortals, and it didn't offer any suggestions for harnessing their ether once the incantation had been invoked. Fiona was reminded that La Ruota Oscura was a handwritten text from the 1600s, not a how-to manual for world domination. She was sure that the author had made the text as complete as she could, but it was possible she'd recorded the incantations and rituals only for personal use. That would explain some of the vague instructions, and why so many questions were left unanswered. She and Eleanor were headed home. They needed to consult the Book of Shadows to see if it could shed some light on binding spells. Fiona doubted they'd find anything about harnessing ether, unless those entries had been penned by their father. If Gabriel and Agatha were right, ether witches were very rare. It was a trait passed down from parent to child, and Fiona didn't know if their coven had had any others before her father arrived. When Fiona opened the side door to the kitchen, Smudge was waiting to greet them. His golden eyes were bright and alert, and he let out a series of frantic meows. Hey, buddy, said Eleanor, scooping him up. Smudge normally liked to be picked up and petted, but he squirmed and scratched until he was free, and then leapt onto the counter. He meowed at Fiona, not breaking eye contact. Something about him felt off. Fiona was sure she'd fed him that morning, and she couldn't think why he'd be acting so strangely. He sometimes expressed his disapproval if they left him alone for a night, but they hadn't even been gone 2 hours, and he'd been acting normal when they left. Then Fiona thought back to the night of the fire. Smudge had tried to warn her about that. Feeling uneasy, Fiona opened the door and looked down at the brick dust on the threshold. Their careful line hadn't been disturbed, but she drew her dagger anyway. What is it? Eleanor asked. I'm not sure. Wait here. Eleanor opened her mouth to protest, but Fiona stopped her with a sharp look. She didn't think there was a demon in the house. At least, she didn't sense one. But she hadn't sensed the demon the night of their dinner party, and she had to be sure they were safe. Tense with nerves, she started up the stairs, her dagger clutched in her hand. She briefly considered drawing her pistol, but she didn't think she could manage both. Blood was pounding in her ears by the time she reached the second-floor landing. She still couldn't sense any supernatural being, but she had the feeling someone had been there. She kicked open the door to Eleanor's room, half expecting to find a vampire, but Elle's room was totally empty, as was the whole second floor. Pushing down her mounting feeling of dread,
Fiona climbed the stairs to her room. She was listening intently for an intruder, but the steps creaked loudly underfoot. If someone was still inside their house, it had to be a mortal. She was close enough that she should have sensed them. That only made her more uneasy. Sliding her dagger back into her purse, she carefully drew the borrowed pistol. Cocking the hammer, she held it in front of her, leaning her weight forward as Gabriel had instructed. Nudging the door open with her foot, she stepped inside and cleared the room. A light breeze disturbed the curtains, but the room was completely empty. Fiona let out a long breath of relief and slowly lowered her weapon. Her shoulders sagged as she crossed to her hamper and pulled out the dirty clothes. As she reached her top from a week before, she realized something was wrong. 2/3 of her laundry was piled on the floor. She hadn't buried the book that deep. Seized by the sudden realization, she set down the gun and upended her hamper. A few dirty socks tumbled out, but the Book of Shadows was gone. "Elle?" Fiona called, her voice tight with panic. Eleanor's footsteps were heavy on the stairs as she ran up to reach Fiona. She knew Elle must be thinking the worst, but Fiona was too frantic to dispel her worries. She couldn't have lost the Coven's Book of Shadows, not the only copy. It had been in her possession for less than 4 days. That had to be some kind of record. "What is it?" Eleanor huffed, bursting into the room with a baseball bat. "I can't find it," she stammered, very close to tears. "You can't find what?" "The Book of Shadows. I had it right here." Fury and regret burned in her chest. Why hadn't she paid more attention? She'd seen the book in her premonition. Someone had taken it while they were gone. That was why Smudge had been acting so weird, and whoever had taken it had known just where to look. "We'll find it," said Eleanor, though she didn't sound confident. Fiona's throat ached from holding back tears. She had to be the worst leader ever. She should have told the coven to elect Celine. At least Celine. Celine. Suddenly the memory of her vision flashed through her mind. The griffin on the staircase. The ring. That smell. She recognized the staircase from Agatha's house, and now she remembered where she'd seen that ring. She jerked her head up to look at Eleanor. Her sister's face was white. When Fiona spoke, her voice was steady and surprisingly calm in her rage. "I know who stole it," Fiona growled. "I know who has the book." Chapter 22. The Thief. Possessed by rage, Fiona didn't have the patience to storm all the way to Agatha's house. She knew a brisk walk would have done her good, but she didn't want to cool off. Instead, she jumped in the car and took off down the road, not bothering to let the VW warm up. The engine groaned at her in protest, and she felt a little ridiculous crawling down the street when she was so amped up. She drove up onto Agatha's front lawn just to be a menace. As she slammed the door and strode up the walkway, she noticed that Celine's hearse-like black Dodge was parked in Agatha's driveway. It was a bold move to steal and then not skip town. It was as if Celine didn't care if she got caught. Fiona pounded her fist against the front door, but then Celine came around from the side. She was wearing an oversized black and white sun hat and carrying a pair of garden shears. "Fiona," she said in that crisp, annoying voice. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Save it," Fiona growled, shoving down the handle lever to push the door wide open. A sharp zap made her draw her hand back, almost as though she'd been shocked. "Pardon the wards," Celine said coolly. "I put them in place for added security to protect the Book of Shadows." Fiona turned slowly in disbelief. Celine was admitting that she'd stolen the book? What was this woman's game? "That's why you wanted to be the coven's new leader. You wanted the Book of Shadows." "I assure you that's not the reason," said Celine, peeling off her gardening gloves.
Then why did you lobby so hard for the job? And why did you take the book from my house? To prevent it from being stolen. Right. Fiona choked out a mirthless laugh. You stole it to keep it from being stolen. I took the Book of Shadows back to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. I did it for the same reason I wanted a strong leader to replace Agatha. The book must always be protected, Fiona, and I meant what I said at the last gathering. If witches believe you are not fit to uphold our laws, another coven will step in. Fiona's insides roared at the implication that she wasn't a strong enough leader. The coven's last leader had been a murderous traitor. She was certainly a step up from that. To leave the Book of Shadows unprotected is reckless, Celine continued. It wasn't unprotected, Fiona spat. Belatedly, she realized her brick dust hadn't worked if it couldn't keep Celine out. Brick dust works well to protect a house from your enemies, but it can be fooled. Fiona stared. Celine's voice was oddly calm. She'd wanted to get caught. I can show you how to put up wards like these to protect against more sophisticated intrusions. Fiona didn't know what to say. She was angry, but she also felt foolish. If Celine had been able to break in and steal the book, surely Alexios could have done the same, brick dust or no. Either that, or it meant Celine wasn't her enemy. The Book of Shadows contains the wisdom of the entire coven's lineage, she said. As leader, you must guard it with your life. Fiona gave a grudging nod. She knew all of this, but it didn't change the fact that someone had been able to take it. Come inside. Let's talk, said Celine, sidestepping Fiona to open the front door. Apparently it didn't zap her. Fiona made a mental note to look up protective wards when she got home. Reluctantly, she followed Celine through the door into Agatha's dimly lit foyer. Celine set her gloves and shears on the table inside, removed her hat, and wandered back toward the kitchen. Light was spilling in through the old windows onto the cluttered butcher block countertops. There was a small pile of kitchen gadgets in the center of the island, an indoor grill, a food dehydrator, and a self-sharpening knife block. Despite being a truly awful cook, Agatha had had a thing for small appliances. She had every as-seen-on-TV gadget ever made, and Fiona had always wondered what on earth she did with them. Can I interest you in an air fryer? Asked Celine. No thanks. How about some iced tea? Celine was pouring herself a glass. Iced tea sounds good, said Fiona cautiously. It was strange, seeing Celine all dewy and streaked with dirt. She'd struck Fiona as the type of woman who was always groomed to perfection. True, she was gardening in starched black capris and a frilly cotton blouse, but she was still getting her hands dirty. I must say, I am impressed that you noticed it was gone so quickly. You must have sensed it was missing. No, Fiona admitted. The cat was acting a little weird and I'd wanted to look something up. Oh? Fiona hesitated. She wasn't sure how much was safe to share with Celine. She still didn't fully trust her intentions. She'd broken into their house to steal the Book of Shadows, and she was Agatha's niece. But Fiona decided there was no harm in telling her. It was unlikely she'd guess what Fiona had in mind, and she might be able to share something useful. I wanted to look to see if there were any entries from my father. Was there something particular he may have recorded? Again, Fiona hesitated. She knew Celine was aware of her demon wielder abilities, but Fiona was reluctant to clue her in to their plan. I was wondering if he'd recorded instructions for commanding the ether of multiple beings at once. Celine's eyes flashed. It wasn't the type of thing a witch would normally do. Controlling the ether in the environment was unorthodox, to say the least. Most witches couldn't, and those who could had very strong ideas about what was appropriate for a witch to do. Are you wondering about your demons? Fiona nodded. deciding to leave out the part about the binding spell from La Ruota Oscura.
We could take a look, Celine offered, sounding as though she were treading carefully. I haven't opened the book myself. This Book of Shadows belongs to your coven. It would be inappropriate for me to read it.
Oh.
Fiona wasn't aware of the etiquette surrounding coven texts, which made her feel a bit foolish. She didn't mind Celine going through the book with her. As an elder witch, she probably had insight Fiona didn't. Besides, Fiona still hadn't been able to figure out the connection between Agatha and Alexios. She was no closer to understanding why Agatha had done what she had, or how long she'd been plotting to kill their parents. She might not be able to trust Celine completely, but there probably wasn't anyone alive who'd known Agatha better than she had. Do you think... Fiona broke off, unsure how Celine would react to her question. Do you think that Agatha tried to use the Book of Shadows when she couldn't get her hands on La Ruota Oscura? It's not likely, said Celine. The ritual Agatha and Alexios performed was old, dark magic that flouted the laws of nature. As far as I know, your coven has never practiced that sort of magic in all its existence. Fiona shook her head. I used to think I knew Agatha, but now... I thought I knew her too, said Celine, taking Fiona by surprise. Agatha was my aunt. She paid more attention to me than my own mother. Agatha practically raised me. I didn't know that. Celine nodded, cracking a sad smile. The expression changed her face completely. It softened the harsh lines around her eyes and mouth and made her look more human. My parents sent me to boarding school from the time I was young, but I spent most of my summers here. And you never saw this coming? Fiona had expected Celine to unequivocally deny it. Instead, she hesitated. In retrospect, perhaps I should have. Fiona didn't say anything. She couldn't judge Celine for not putting a stop to it. Neither she nor Eleanor had noticed anything wrong with Agatha, and they visited on a weekly basis. One thing I've been wondering, said Fiona, is how Agatha and Alexios knew one another. That's what Elle and I were trying to figure out that night you caught us snooping. Celine let out a sigh and set down her glass, as though she'd been expecting this. She gazed out the window for a very long time, and when she finally spoke, her voice was distant. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Alexios was the one responsible for those people's deaths, that he was manipulating Agatha. Fiona bit her lip. Unlike Celine, she'd been in the tunnels the night Agatha had died. She knew for a fact that it was the other way around. She'd been using Alexios because of his abilities. She'd even said Fiona could take his place if Fiona was willing to kill him. Celine continued. But the truth is that Agatha is at least partly to blame for why he turned out the way he did. Agatha? It'll make more sense if I show you, said Celine, leading her out of the kitchen. Moved by curiosity, Fiona followed her down the hallway to the parlor. The room looked completely different from when Agatha had lived there. She'd always kept the thick curtains drawn, but Celine had them thrown wide open. It took the macabre edge off the Victorian artwork and the stiff floral print chairs. A vase of freshly clipped irises sat on the coffee table. It was almost pleasant in there. Celine bent down in front of a shelf tucked along the far wall. She pulled out an old-looking photo album and sat down on the low sofa. She patted the cushion next to her, and Fiona sat. Her senses were still on high alert. She couldn't figure out what Celine's deal was, or if she should even trust her. Cracking open the stiff album spine, Celine smiled down at the old pictures. Many of them were sepia-toned photos of people who were probably her distant relatives. The photos became crisper as she went, and Fiona saw a little girl with curly black hair who had to be Celine. She flipped through the pages until she reached a series of color photographs that had been taken outside of Agatha's house. One was nearly identical to the photo of the coven that Fiona had seen on the wall, only everyone was wearing different clothes, so it must have been another year. Celine tapped a finger over the plastic, pointing at a young woman with wavy dark hair and a cute little cleft chin. In the photo, she was wearing a pair of high-waisted white shorts that showed off her long tan legs. This is Deidre Wilkins. Celine flipped forward a few pages and landed on another picture. This was a copy of the photo that Fiona had taken from the attic. She'd been so preoccupied with her parents and Agatha that she'd barely noticed the other members. But Deidre Wilkins was in this photo as well, clearly 4 or 5 months pregnant. She was a member of the coven back before you were born, and Alex Mayberry's biological mother. If Fiona had been drinking her tea, she would have choked. She stared down at the photo of Deidre, and she could see a strong resemblance. Deidre bore Alexios's dark features and his distinct pointed chin. Alexios's mother was a member of the coven? Celine nodded. Agatha treated Deidre like a daughter. I was always a little jealous. Deidre was part of the coven, part of the family, while I was an outsider. Deidre also just had this charisma about her and the most infectious laugh that you can imagine. What happened to her? Fiona assumed that something had happened. After all, Alexios had been raised by the Mayberrys. Well, like I said, Deidre was fun, and obviously very beautiful, but she had the absolute worst taste in men, and eventually one of them got her pregnant. With Alexios. Celine nodded. Well, this man, let's just say he didn't have any interest in being a father, and he didn't want to marry Deidre. Deidre was, well, let's just say she was not equipped to raise a child on her own. The man told her to go get an abortion, and Deidre went to Agatha for advice. Did Agatha think she should get an abortion? Somehow Fiona had a hard time imagining Agatha advising Deidre to do that. No, said Celine, her mouth very tight. She hesitated, and Fiona knew there was more to the story. Did you know that Agatha grew up here in Mountain Shadow? Fiona shook her head. Oh, yes. Agatha lived here all her life. Celine gave a sigh. You have to understand. Mountain Shadow may be a small town, but it used to be even smaller. When Agatha was maybe 14 or 15, she became pregnant. Agatha? Fiona racked her brain. To her knowledge, Agatha didn't have any children, at least none she'd ever heard of. When her father found out, he was livid. He was worried about what people would say, and that his daughter would ruin her life. Now keep in mind this was the early 50s. He sent Agatha to have an abortion. Fiona took a deep breath. It was difficult to imagine Agatha as a teenager, scared, alone, and pregnant. Those were different times, said Celine sadly. Abortion wasn't legal then, and there weren't many doctors who would do it. The procedure went very badly for Agatha, and later she found out. Celine trailed off, and then her voice turned crisp. Agatha always wanted children, but she couldn't have any after that. Fiona's head was spinning. Of course she knew Agatha had had a life before she was the leader of the coven, but it was difficult to imagine cheerful old Agatha as someone with all this behind her. Anyway, she advised Deidre to give the baby up for adoption if she didn't want to keep it, so Deidre went to Denver to deliver and placed the baby in the care of a Christian charity that found homes for unwanted children. That's how Alexios ended up with the Mayberrys. Celine nodded. Deidre stayed up there for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. She heard that the baby had gone to a family in Mountain Shadow, and she didn't want to come back. But at some point she lost her job and moved back here to stay with Agatha while she figured things out. Fiona didn't know why, but she sensed the story was about to take a dark turn. It seemed to be coming out of Celine more slowly. Agatha warned Deirdre to stay away from the Mayberries, but Deirdre couldn't resist. She was at the point in her life when she wanted to settle down and have children, and she regretted giving up her son. So she went to see him. She went to a park where Alexios was playing. I don't know all the details, only that she approached him. I don't know that she tried to take him or anything. All I know is that the police got involved. Martha Mayberry was, well, you can imagine. But a few weeks later, Deirdre committed suicide. She killed herself? Fiona hadn't seen that coming. I don't think she was ever able to reconcile the fact that her child was out there in the world and would never know who he was, or who she was. Of course, Agatha blamed herself. So she took an interest in the boy, kept an eye on him from a distance. At those words, Fiona got a sick feeling in her gut. She wondered if Agatha's interest had peaked after Deirdre's death, or after she'd noticed that Alexios Mayberry had a gift for ether. I'm not sure when she approached him about her scheme. Probably after she killed my parents. Celine looked genuinely wounded by that statement, and Fiona instantly wished she could take it back. She was grateful that Celine had told her the story. She could understand why Celine didn't want to think the worst of her aunt. Agatha never spoke to me about what happened with your parents, she said. She only ever spoke about them with fondness. All I know is that the last 10 years changed her. Changed her how? Celine frowned. It's hard to say exactly, but I knew she developed more than a healthy interest in the darker side of the Druids. She's the one who originally got your father interested in the ancient rituals. When Artemis got his hands on that book, La Ruota Oscura. I heard from Agatha less and less after that, but I knew it was a point of tension between them. Fiona sighed. That was an understatement. Did she say anything else about it? Anything about the book? My impression was that your father was only interested in it from an academic standpoint. Agatha, well, let's just say she was eager to push the boundaries of what most in your coven deemed acceptable. I know it caused a rift between them. How big of a rift? I'm not sure, said Celine. Any time I brought it up, Agatha became evasive. And your father wasn't the only one who disagreed with what she was up to. Oh? I believe the coven lost a few witches that year. I don't know if Rose took a less active role in the coven before or after your parents' death, but it was right around that time. Rose has the sight, you know, and she may have seen some things that made her suspicious of Agatha. While Fiona was letting that sink in, Celine got up and disappeared. Fiona remembered what Celine had said about her being able to sense the book. Fiona closed her eyes and concentrated, and she found that she could sense it. It was somewhere directly above her, and she knew when it began to move. The feeling of it grew stronger as Celine came down the stairs clutching the Book of Shadows in her hands. She looked a bit sheepish as she set it down, and Fiona traced a finger along the edge of the cover. She sensed this was Celine's idea of a peace offering, and so she looked up and asked, "Can you think of anything that might help me repair the tear in the veil?" Celine pursed her lip and fixed her with a serious look. Fiona got the sense that she was biting her tongue. Perhaps she felt that, as the new coven leader, Fiona wasn't looking for the sort of advice Celine was about to offer. The thing is, I've never in my lifetime seen a ritual tear the veil between realms. To do such a thing requires powerful magic and more ether than, well, you know. Celine shook her head. Repairing it isn't going to be easy, if it's even possible. Fiona's heart sank. She already knew that, of course, but judging by Celine's grim expression, Fiona didn't fully grasp the enormity of what she was attempting. The veil has existed since the beginning of time. It was here before us, and it will continue to exist long after humans are extinct. Truth be told, it doesn't need our help to repair itself. Fiona opened her mouth to object, but Celine held up a hand. I understand the severity of the demon problem. Certainly a world where there is a permanent portal between realms is a world unlike anything we can imagine. But it will repair itself. How? Suddenly, it seemed ridiculous that she'd been trying to figure out how to patch the veil without really understanding how it worked. A bright look came over Celine's face, and Fiona recognized the expression. It was the same excited look that her father had gotten whenever someone had asked him about his favorite academic subject. Every time a person passes on, that person's remaining life force is released. Ether cannot be created or destroyed. It must be absorbed into another living thing. Fiona nodded. Most of a person's ether gets absorbed into plants, animals, or other people. We know that a small amount ends up in the atmosphere, just free-floating until it can find a home. When that soul passes on, the veil weakens a bit where they pass through. We think that the tiny bit of their ether that remains is absorbed back into the veil itself, a self-healing mechanism of sorts. So that ether repairs the veil like cells forming a scab? Celine smiled. No one knows exactly how it works. We do know that the veil can become thin, weakened in places where many souls pass through. So perhaps it can never heal itself fully, but it does make repairs. I couldn't tell you if that process takes years or decades or even millennia. I can only tell you that it will happen eventually. Fiona sighed. They couldn't wait years, certainly not millennia. People were already dying. Repairing the veil isn't something you can do on your own, said Celine, and it would be extremely foolish to try. Chapter 23. Rain on a Wedding Day. Fiona awoke before dawn the next day. It was Saturday, the day of their grand reopening, and she was too excited to go back to sleep. If she was being honest, her nerves had a lot more to do with Alexios's familiar than the grand reopening, but she was determined to push all thoughts of demons out of her mind and be fully present for the event. When Fiona came downstairs to make coffee, she could see a storm brewing on the horizon. Heavy black clouds hung over the street, and it was already starting to sprinkle. She was wearing a new white floral print dress that would be completely see-through if it got soaked. She was just about to go upstairs and change when she heard a frantic knock at the door. She had no idea who'd be there that early. As it turned out, it was Bellamy. He was wearing a pale pink shirt and matching paisley tie, looking very close to tears. "What's wrong?" Fiona asked. "Complete and utter disaster." Bellamy strode into the foyer and threw up his hands, turning around with a manic look in his eyes. "What is?" "The wedding!" he cried, as though this should have been obvious. She'd completely forgotten that was today. Fiona followed him into the kitchen, where he collapsed on a stool by the island. "These," he made a face, "people paid through the nose for a rose garden wedding. They booked the inn 2 years in advance. They had 12 runners made for the gazebo, gardenias, and peonies." He shrieked the last word as if he'd been bitten. "Do you know how expensive those are?" Fiona shook her head. Bellamy buried his face in his hands, and Fiona wished she knew what to say. After a moment, he looked up and peeled back the foil on the coffee cake she'd made. "Now, my bride is having a fit because she has to move to her rain location. Only her rain location is St. Michael's Church, which, as you know," Bellamy let out a demented laugh, "is right next to the chapel that was burned to smithereens." "I'm sorry," said Fiona, Not to mention that I've been starving myself for weeks to look good for this wedding."
He rummaged in the silverware drawer and snatched at a fork. He took a huge bite of coffee cake, looking morose. "Why have you been starving yourself?" Bellamy rolled his eyes.
"One of my exes may be on the guest list, and as the assistant innkeeper, I was supposed to be victorious."
His lower lip trembled as though he really might cry.
"But who cares about the assistant innkeeper if the wedding isn't even at the inn?"
Fiona glanced at the gathering storm clouds. They certainly didn't look like the kind that would just blow over. "Can't you move the storm out of town?" Fiona asked. "You're the best storm witch I know." Bellamy's eyes became very large as he tried to feign indifference to her compliment.
"Alas, I could not move it. I've been trying since 4 o'clock this morning."
That struck Fiona as odd. She'd never known there to be a storm that Bellamy couldn't shift. That could only mean that it was caused by a disruption of ether. More demons, most likely. She decided not to mention this to Bellamy. The only thing worse than rain on your wedding day was a possible infestation of demons. "What can I do?" Fiona asked.
"Do you have 6 or 7 umbrellas I could borrow? I need them for the entire bridal party, and all the places I've checked are sold out."
If there was a silver lining to the weather, it was that the rain didn't seem to dampen the spirits of the weekend tourists. They were out in droves for the grand reopening. Fiona had never seen the store so busy. It helped that she'd had the lettering on the front window redone. It now read, "Grimes Family Apothecary," in giant gold letters, and she'd had the foresight to print up a banner advertising free samples for the grand reopening. By early that afternoon, a festive crowd had gathered under the awnings on Main Street. Apparently someone from the Christmas store was handing out hot chocolate, and Fiona went out to see who it was. She didn't have an umbrella. She'd given them all to Bellamy. Instead, she was swathed in a black hooded raincoat that clashed spectacularly with her green dress. Martha Mayberry was standing on the street corner, dressed in a red and white poncho made to look like a Santa outfit. She was smiling at tourists as she handed out samples, but her smile faltered when she saw Fiona. "Hey, Martha," Fiona called. Martha may have been a passive-aggressive busybody, but Fiona felt bad for the woman. After it had come out that her son was behind the killings, a troop of reporters had camped out on her lawn. Martha had sent an email resigning from the Small Business Association, and Fiona knew she was being harassed. "Hi, Fiona," Martha replied, her voice much nicer than usual. "The shop looks great, really, really nice." "Thanks. I imagine you're glad to put all of that behind you." She didn't have to explain what she meant by all of that. For the last few weeks, Fiona had had the odd feeling that she was living under a shadow cast by Agatha and the murders. It felt wrong to act as though they'd never happened, but they all needed to move on. "I'm sorry about what happened to you," said Fiona slowly. "I'm sure it's been really hard for you and your family." "Yes," said Martha, rearranging the sample cups into neat lines on her tray. "It's been very difficult." Tears were shining in her eyes, and Fiona regretted bringing it up. "From the moment we brought Alex into our home, I always thought of him as my own son." She shuddered. "I never could have imagined that he would turn his back on us, on everything we stand for." Fiona didn't know what to say, and so they fell into an awkward silence. Instead of offering some reassurance about Alexios, she said, "I'm glad to see you opening the shop. We've all missed you around here." It was a bit of a stretch, Fiona thought, but judging by the way Martha's face lit up, it was something she'd needed to hear. Glancing up at the imposing gates of St. Michael's Church, a festive burst of color caught her eye. The chapel had burned in the fire Alexios started, but the main cathedral looked untouched. The doors had just been thrown wide open, and a bevy of women in pastel pink dresses were streaming down the staircases. They held mismatched umbrellas over their heads as they filed into their lines. The bride and groom emerged from the church to a fanfare of pink confetti. "I just love weddings," Martha sighed, seemingly grateful for the distraction. Fiona made a non-committal noise in her throat. From what she'd seen at Bellamy's weddings, they seemed awfully stressful. A photographer was stationed at the foot of the steps, trying to capture the wedding party's exit. Bellamy flitted around in his candy-colored shirt, shouting instructions at the bride's and groom's parents. Fiona watched in fascination as Bellamy produced a sheet of clear plastic. It was stiff, like a police riot shield, but it was the size of a small windshield. Perching on the stone rail outside the church, he held the plastic over the bride. He balanced there for an incredibly long time, as the photographer directed the wedding party members through a series of complicated formations. Fiona held her breath as Bellamy's arms quivered. She found that she couldn't look away. Bellamy was dedicated, no doubt about it. She was actually impressed he'd found a solution. When the photographer was finally finished, Bellamy tumbled off the stone ledge, but he didn't drop his enormous shield. He just scooped up the bride's train and marched behind her, depositing her safely in a black town car with "Just Married" painted across the back. Once the car pulled away, Bellamy sagged in relief, and Fiona got an idea. "A shield!" she said out loud, startling two passers-by. "What's that, dear?" Martha asked. Nothing." Fiona glanced behind her through the window, where Eleanor was ringing up some tourists. She had the urge to run inside and shout her plan in triumph, but she didn't want to scare their customers. Celine had said that she couldn't repair the veil herself. In any case, Fiona still hadn't found a spell that would allow her to bind the very fabric of the universe. She wasn't even sure what that would entail. Likely something more complicated than supernatural duct tape. But what if there was a way to create a shield that demons couldn't penetrate? As soon as the tourists re-emerged from the shop, Fiona brushed past them and barged inside. "We just sold $84 worth of foot cream," Eleanor exclaimed. "Those Norwegians nearly cleaned us out." She broke off when she caught sight of Fiona. Fiona knew she must look crazy. She'd been in and out of the rain all day, and the front of her hair was soaked. She ditched her cute flats half an hour ago for her Morton Salt Girl boots. "What is it?" Fiona took an excited breath. "What if I told you I had a plan to stop demons coming through the veil?" Chapter 24. Death by Misadventure. "I remembered a spell for a permanent shield charm," said Fiona, flipping the book open to the page in question. She, Eleanor, and Celine were standing in Agatha's kitchen, bent over the Book of Shadows. Celine was wearing silky black pajama pants and an ivory-colored wool sweater. It was odd, but Fiona found it endearing to know that the woman actually owned some leisure wear. Fiona had practically needed to drag Eleanor over there. Elle claimed that she was tired, but Fiona knew her reluctance had a lot more to do with her dislike of Celine. After their little chat, Fiona was pretty sure they could trust her, but Eleanor needed convincing. "Mom and Dad made me practice basic shield charms as a kid," Fiona murmured. "This just seems like a more powerful version of that." Standing at Agatha's kitchen counter, Fiona's feet hurt, but she felt strangely energized after their grand reopening and her brand new plan. Yes," Celine mused. "It looks as though the main difference here is that you need a way to sequester the ether to serve as a permanent anchor." Fiona's heart sank. She hadn't read the spell in great detail. After closing up the shop for the day, they'd gone home to grab the book and come straight there. "Sequester the ether?" she repeated. That was what Alexios had done. He'd stored the ether from his victims and other living things, but Fiona didn't know how to do that.
I don't think you'd need to sequester it in quite the way you're thinking, said Celine thoughtfully. I've heard of witches who have an ability similar to what Alexios had, but they're the exception rather than the rule.
You think this spell was written for the common man? Asked Eleanor.
Celine didn't pick up on Eleanor's sarcasm, but Fiona jabbed her knee into her sister's leg. The purpose of any book of shadows is to pass down knowledge that will aid future generations. It's unlikely the original author would have included it if few witches could replicate her work. Who is the original author? Fiona asked, hoping it was someone they knew.
Louise Gabaldon, 1937, Eleanor read.
Damn. Eleanor's face mirrored her disappointment.
I don't suppose she's still around?
No, said Celine, frowning in recognition. She passed away just last year.
Eleanor frowned. That would make her more than 100 years old at least.
110, actually, and a spry 110 at that. Celine raised an eyebrow. She died trying to eradicate the moles that were tearing up her lawn. She was the best earth shifter I ever knew, but she brought that old cinder block house down on top of her after destabilizing the foundation.
Try writing that obituary, Eleanor mumbled.
I believe it's called Death by Misadventure. Celine said it in a deadpan voice, but Fiona caught the twinkle in her eye. In any case, Louise's true claim to fame was her ability to sequester ether in inanimate objects. It's notoriously tricky to do. Ether is naturally drawn to living things, but she and the witches in her bloodline were very good at it.
You think she left some instructions in here? Eleanor asked, looking none too excited at the prospect of combing through the entire Book of Shadows.
Possibly, although a witch often won't record all of their spells in detail when the knowledge is preserved in their lineage.
Their lineage? Fiona repeated.
Yes, said Celine, looking a little surprised that Fiona didn't know. The Gabaldons have been members of the coven for years, and Louise was the great-great-aunt of your friend Jinx. Jinx lived in a rambling 2-story house situated well off the main drag. It was an odd house, most easily distinguished by the heavy stone columns that denoted the porch. They were made from hand-hewn stones that had probably come out of a nearby quarry, and the same huge rocks formed the front steps, the foundation, and the waist-high retaining wall that snaked around the house. The cedar siding was painted teal, except for the trim on the huge bay windows and the door that led to the second-story balcony. Those accents and the corbels were painted a deep purple. The stone bird bath in the front yard appeared to be drowning in all manner of creeping plants that formed the front garden. Irises and daffodils stood among the gleaming blue glass of a bottle tree, and the rainbow metal wind spinners created a hypnotic effect. The house was very Jinx, right down to the huge brass door knocker shaped like a mermaid. Fiona knocked, and the door flew open almost at once. Jinx didn't look surprised to see them. She was dressed in a pair of cable-knit leggings, a baggy camel sweater, and house slippers. It didn't look at all like her usual attire, except for the cheetah print scarf wrapped around her head and the bejeweled red glasses she wore. Fiona and Eleanor. A smile flashed across her face, but it didn't quite meet her eyes. Come in, come in. Sorry to just drop by like this, said Fiona, immediately wishing they'd called. Never apologize for dropping in on me, honey. Fiona could tell that Jinx meant what she said, though she sounded a little worn. One thing Fiona had always appreciated about Jinx's house was that it always made her feel at home. The oriental rugs and Chippendale dining set should have made the house feel stuffy, but something about the Browning houseplants, the weird art, and the stacks of books made it seem warm and inviting. Can I get y'all a cup of tea? Tea would be nice, said Eleanor,
Chamomile? Jinx asked.
Yes, please. Chamomile was always Eleanor's tea of choice. Jinx was the type of person who remembered those things. Fiona and Eleanor wandered into the sitting room while Jinx made the tea. Judy, her parakeet, squawked from her cage, and Eleanor went over to greet her. The first things Fiona noticed were the notebooks and papers spread over the coffee table. They were all covered in Jinx's loopy cursive and stained with coffee rings. They looked like notes that had been taken in a hurry. Many lines were filled by a short phrase or even just a single word. The notes in the margins were full of question marks and arrows, as if Jinx were trying to connect the dots. A handheld tape recorder sat on top of one of the notebooks, its yellow light blinking in standby mode. "Here we are," said Jinx, sweeping into the room with all of her usual dancer-like grace. She was carrying a vintage oriental serving tray with white cranes painted over the black veneer. The tray held a black ceramic teapot, cups, and a plate of what looked like ginger snaps. "Thank you," said Fiona. "I'm guessing that you knew we were coming?" Jinx's unusually tired face broke into a genial smile. "Oh, Lord, child, that and about 1,000 other things." She let out a weary sigh. "I have not been able to put my blinders on for weeks." Jinx, like Fiona, had the sight. But unlike Fiona, Jinx worked very hard to cultivate her psychic abilities, which meant she had more frequent and detailed visions than Fiona did. If Jinx wasn't able to put her psychic blinders on, that meant she hadn't had a mental break since Alexios had torn a hole in the veil. At first, I thought it was just a fluke, that I was having some kind of psychic storm. I get those sometimes. The visions just come and come and come. But this was different. Different how? Usually my visions revolve around the people I know, clients of mine, friends too. But these last few weeks, the spirits have been coming in droves to deliver messages for people I've never even met. When you told us that Alexios had managed to create a tear in the veil, I finally realized why it was happening. "Spirits have been pouring into this realm," said Eleanor sympathetically. "That, and there's more residual ether in the air that allows me to see things I normally wouldn't." She gestured at her notes in the tape recorder. "They were driving me crazy, so I started trying to get them all down, hoping I could put them out of my mind." "I don't suppose it's been good for business?" Fiona asked. She knew that Jinx made most of her money providing tarot readings online. "Well, that is one silver lining," said Jinx coyly. "The online business has been booming. It's a lot harder to give a reading for someone I've never met, but many of the spirits have been able to provide more clarity for my virtual clients." She gestured at her computer station, which was tucked in the corner by Judy's cage. "I've been having a hard time with the spirits too," Eleanor confessed. "I thought you might be. But I know you two didn't schlep all the way over here to hear me complain about the stellar reception I'm getting." She made a vague gesture in the air around her head and glanced at the enormous book Fiona had with her. "No," Fiona admitted, running her hand over the cover before setting the book to one side. "We were hoping you might be able to help us with something." "I will if I can." "I've been trying to find some solution for the tear in the veil. I found an entry on permanent shield charms in the Book of Shadows, and I've been trying to figure out how to create a shield powerful enough to block demons from spilling into this realm." "Clever girl," said Jinx approvingly. "Louise Gabaldon was your great-great-aunt, wasn't she?" "Yes, she was, and a cantankerous old bat." Fiona glanced nervously at Eleanor, who picked up where she'd left off. "Celine mentioned that Louise, that your entire family, knew how to sequester ether in inanimate objects." Fiona noticed that Eleanor's gaze lingered on Jinx's amber ring. She must have been able to sense it too. Jinx never seemed to be without it, and Fiona had long suspected that there was ether trapped inside the honey-colored stone. It seemed to glow and pulse whenever Jinx gave a reading, and Fiona was sure she could feel it then. Ah, Jinx nodded. The women in my family always had a knack for that, although it's a bit of a... She seemed to struggle to find the right word. Fringe skill. Eleanor frowned in confusion. It's not done very much anymore, Jinx explained. It's difficult to get just right, and the result is often underwhelming. How do you mean? Fiona asked. It's a delicate balance. The process of sequestering ether has gotten a bad rap because, in the old days, a lot of witches died trying to trap too much in an object that wasn't a suitable vessel. It's also how many dangerous magical objects were created. Enchanted swords, talking mirrors, things like that. The flip side of that is you trap just a little bit of ether in something, and it doesn't do much of anything at all. Aunt Louise was a master, though. I believe she helped your father sequester a bit of his own ether in that house of yours to protect La Ruota Oscura. Yes, said Fiona, suddenly breathless. She remembered what it had felt like walking into their house after the fire. She had sensed her father's energy then, as if part of him had been released. Do you know how to do that sort of thing? Eleanor asked. Jinx flashed a confidential smile. Did I ever tell you how my family came to live in Mountain Shadow? They shook their heads. Jinx drew in an excited breath. We've been here since the 1880s. Back then, there weren't a lot of opportunities for black folks. Some came to Colorado as Buffalo soldiers and were stationed down in Fort Garland. Well, my great-great-great-grandfather George, Louise, and my great-grandmother's grandfather, came to Colorado Springs to help build the Midland Railway. He lived in some little shanty shack and saved every penny to have his wife Sarah brought out here. Jinx flashed a mysterious smile. Sarah was a witch, and when she saw the Rocky Mountains for the first time, she had a vision that would change things for our family forever. They waited, both of them leaning forward in their seats. Sarah saw gold. Gold? Eleanor repeated. Mm-hmm. She saw the very spot where George would find the family fortune up in Cripple Creek. This was 1890 or so, right around the time that gold was discovered there. Now, in those days, a black man couldn't just stake a claim for a mine, but George had made some friends at the railroad, and he persuaded one of them to stake a claim in his name. Charles Stewart was his friend's name. The deal was that Charles would put the claim in his name, and he and George would split the take right down the middle. Fiona glanced at Eleanor. She wasn't sure what this had to do with Jinx's family's ability, but Jinx clearly liked telling the story. Well, if my great-grandmother is to be believed, George was a nice man, but a very poor judge of character. Grandpa George and Charles Stewart did find gold where Sarah had said they would, but the gold made Charles greedy. He refused to give George and Sarah their share, and George had no legal claim. So, what happened? Eleanor asked. Jinx raised an eyebrow. George might have been a very nice man, but his wife Sarah was not a nice woman. Well, she wasn't a person you wanted to cross. Sarah was a powerful witch, with a bit of an appetite for revenge. One night, when the moon was full and Charles was drunk on corn whiskey, Sarah waited for him back at his cabin. While he was out back taking a piss, Sarah began siphoning his ether into an old clay jug. Well, Charles came out of his drunken stupor while this was happening and could feel the life leaving his body. He begged Sarah to spare him, offered her everything he had. Sarah agreed to spare his life,
but only under the condition that he transfer his claim to George.
And did he?
Jinx nodded. It bought the very land that this house sits on. Charles sold his claim to George and Sarah for 10 cents. Charles went and filed the paperwork, so no one ever questioned the legality of selling a claim to a black man and his wife. George and Sarah were set. So were their children. Till the crash of 29. They managed to hold on to this house, though.
That's incredible.
Jinx smiled ruefully. After that, the women in my family earned a modest income telling fortunes to tourists, and occasionally by selling magical objects. Oh, I suspect many of these weren't magical at all, though some of them probably were. Their gift for sequestering ether was carefully guarded after that, since it was a matter of keeping their livelihood. But I'll let you in on a little secret, something Auntie Lou would never admit. They leaned in closer. It's not so much about knowing how to sequester the ether. It's about learning how to identify objects that are willing vessels. Some things just want to have a life of their own. Fiona and Eleanor exchanged a look. Oh, you won't find that in many modern things. Not that mass-produced junk you buy today. You see it a lot with antiques, things that were made with love or meant a great deal to their original owner. That's why personal items and family heirlooms make good vessels. She touched the ring that adorned her finger. Places with a lot of history can sometimes become vessels. It's the reason Auntie Lou was able to sequester some of your father's ether in that house. It's been in your family for generations, and it has its own motives. Fiona's mind lingered on that statement. She'd heard of a house having personality, but never its own motives. What if, she began, what if I wanted to sequester enough ether for a shield that would keep any demons or spirits from finding their way through the tear in the veil? Jinx raised her eyebrows. Oh, child, that's a tall order. For a shield charm, you need an anchor, and for an anchor to be strong enough to withstand the fluctuations in ether and demons trying to break through. She let out a heavy breath. Maybe if you could turn Ellis Island or the Roman Colosseum into your vessel, a place like that might be willing to contain all the ether you'd need, but you'd die trying to do it. Fiona's heart sank. It had been foolish of her to think she could find a way to sequester enough power in an object like Jinx's ring to repel every demon and spirit that might try to wander through the veil. Alexios had killed 5 people to create the tear in the veil, and a single demon had more ether than that. She couldn't imagine a vessel that would be strong enough to anchor that sort of power. Except, suddenly Fiona knew exactly the sort of object that could serve as their anchor. It was so beautifully simple that she couldn't believe it hadn't occurred to her sooner. What if I already had an object that could contain a huge amount of ether?
Chapter 25. The Devorion. By the time they were halfway home from Jinx's, Fiona's exhaustion started to kick in. Her feet were killing her, her neck ached, and her lower back felt as though all the vertebrae had been fused together. All she wanted was to sink into a hot bath, and home felt very far away. "It's not a bad plan," said Eleanor after a moment. "I just hope it works." "Celine seems to think it might." Eleanor turned, but her face was unreadable in the low light cast by the street lamps. "Are you sure we can trust her?" "No," Fiona admitted. "But I'd like to trust her. And you weren't there when she told me that story about Alexios' mother and Agatha. She seemed—" Fiona trailed off. She'd already relayed the story to Eleanor, but there was something about Celine's earnestness that had been difficult to convey. Of course, Fiona had been fooled by Agatha, but she couldn't live her life thinking that every witch was out to get her.
I still can't believe that Alexios was almost a member of the coven. We might not be dealing with this if he was, Fiona said around a yawn. Just then, the street lamp flickered, and Fiona stopped dead in her tracks. Eleanor kept walking and turned in confusion. What's wrong? But Fiona was already experiencing a surge of unwelcome déjà vu. She rummaged in her bag, pulled out the dagger, and dropped her purse on the ground. A chill descended over the street, and Fiona heard a rustle in the trees. She shifted her body so that she was standing in front of Eleanor. She couldn't see the demon wolf's eerie eyes, but she did sense a demon nearby. All of a sudden, a dark mist started to gather. It leached out from the trees along the roadside like steam, building and swirling until it settled around them. Judging by the overwhelming crackle in the air, there were more demons than Fiona had realized. 5, maybe 6 of them, and at least 1 or 2 were higher demons. "Leave us," Fiona hissed in her mind, trying to bait one of them into responding. If it spoke to her telepathically, she'd know what she was dealing with. "Tell us where you've hidden the book, and we will be on our way." "I don't have it anymore," Fiona replied. She knew they weren't referring to the Book of Shadows, which Eleanor held clutched in her arms. They were looking for La Ruota Oscura, which meant Alexios had sent them. "That is unfortunate." "Leave this place," Fiona said to the demon, her inner voice coming out stronger than she felt. "We do not answer to you, witch. We take our orders from another." "From Alexios?" Fiona snarled in her mind. The demon didn't answer her, which was as good an answer as any. Behind her, Fiona heard Eleanor's ragged breathing. She couldn't hear the conversation taking place, but she likely sensed the dark energy in the air. "Tell him to come talk to me himself." "That can be arranged." This voice hadn't come from inside Fiona's head. It had come from the trees behind her. Fiona wheeled around, dagger in hand, and squinted into the shadows. There was another rustle of leaves, and the shadow of a man materialized. He was about her height and not very broad, cloaked in a hooded tunic. When he stepped out of the trees and lowered his hood, his sharp features caught the moonlight. "Alexios," Eleanor breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "Hello, Eleanor. You look well." His tone was placid, infuriatingly so. "Don't you dare speak to her," Fiona growled. Alexios calmly folded his hands in front of him and tilted his head to the side. "I will do as I wish." "You shouldn't have come," Eleanor rumbled. "The police are looking for you everywhere." "The mortal police do not concern me," said Alexios in that smooth voice of his. "I have weapons the likes of which the mortals have never seen." Fiona glanced at her sister, whose face was pale. She'd broken into a light sweat, and Fiona sensed that something was wrong. "Call off your demons!" "Tell me where to find La Ruota Oscura, and we can all go in peace." "I doubt that." "Tell me where to find the unholy writ, or I shall summon my old friend to tear your sister to ribbons." Fiona just glared at him. She knew the demon wolf was probably nearby. She was surprised it hadn't made an appearance already. She didn't know what to do. Gabriel had returned La Ruota Oscura, but it had been simple enough for them to get their hands on it. If Alexios was determined to have it, it was unlikely the police evidence locker would stop him. "Have it your way," said Alexios, seeing that Fiona wasn't going to comply. At first, she thought he might retreat, but then she felt a sickening caress of cold demon mist. She shivered as it touched her skin, and she felt the familiar surge of fear laced with choking despair. Closing her eyes, she built a mental wall around her and Eleanor, a wall to block out the demons. She pictured an impenetrable stone fortress, but felt immediate resistance. The demons pushed against her wall, and she felt her defenses starting to crumble. "No," Fiona whispered, trying to call up the image again. But she was so tired from their long day that her mind seemed to short-circuit. There was a scuff along the ground behind her, and Eleanor let out a shuddering gasp. Fiona dropped her defenses and whipped around, terror surging through her. As soon as she did, the demons advanced, enveloping her in a fog. Fiona could just make out Eleanor knelt beside her purse, looking as if she might throw up. In her hands, she held Fiona's borrowed revolver, its silver barrel glinting in the moonlight. At first, Fiona didn't fully understand, but then she sensed the demon. Eleanor was rocking back and forth on her heels, squeezing her eyes shut as she tried to resist. "No," Fiona whispered, holding up her hands in surrender. As she stood there, she reached out with her senses and tried to block the demon that was burrowing into Eleanor's mind. Too late. The demon had already gained a foothold, and Fiona couldn't separate the two. A low rumble of laughter grated her ears, and fury ripped through her like a wildfire. "Let her go!" Fiona shouted, both to Alexios and the demon. "Just tell me where I can find the book." "I don't have it!" Fiona yelled, panic surging through her veins. "I returned it to the police station." "You will fetch it for me." "Like hell," Fiona shot back, still watching her sister. Eleanor knelt meekly on the cold black pavement, staring down at the gun in her hands. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, but her eyes were blank and expressionless. "You will fetch the book." "I can't," Fiona groaned. "You mean your hunter friend won't let you? He doesn't like me very much." "I don't think your own mother likes you very much," Fiona choked. "Martha Mayberry is no mother of mine." Now she'd struck a nerve. "You stole the book once," he said, that calm demeanor wavering. "You will do it again, or you will suffer." But Fiona wasn't afraid of him. Her attention was on the demons and the one that had hijacked her sister. She could feel it roving Eleanor's body, but it was doing a good job of disguising itself. If it weren't for the pall of darkness that clung to Eleanor and the pistol in her hands, Fiona might not have known there was a demon inside her. "Very well," said Alexios after a moment. He waved his hands, and the other demons dispersed, fading back into the trees. "I want you to remember this moment, Fiona, so you need to see it clearly." Fiona glanced at him and back to Eleanor, who raised the arm that was clutching the pistol. It happened so slowly that Fiona was sure the real Eleanor was putting up a fight. She cringed, expecting Eleanor to turn the gun on her, but instead, she raised it to her temple. "Stop!" Fiona cried, terror rooting her to the spot. She whipped around to face Alexios. "Stop! Stop! I'll do it!" "I am finished negotiating," he said lazily. Fiona turned her attention to Eleanor. "Elle," she whispered, her voice coming out like a choke. Eleanor didn't meet her eyes, but somehow Fiona sensed her. The real Eleanor was fighting to regain control, but she was no match for the demon. It wasn't a telepai, Fiona realized. It was a Devorion. That was the only demon Gabriel had mentioned that could force people to do things. "Don't," Fiona pleaded, willing her sister to win the silent battle raging inside her head. "You can fight this, Elle. Look at me. Look at me." Fiona's voice broke, and she felt hot tears on her cheeks. Eleanor's chin moved an infinitesimal amount, and Fiona pleaded harder. "Yes, look at me. You're strong. You can fight this. You can fight this." But Fiona sensed when the Devorion regained control. Eleanor's head stopped moving, and her throat bobbed as she swallowed forcefully. Her face was covered in a fine sheen of sweat,
which made her skin gleam in the moonlight.
"Stop it!" Fiona cried, turning to look at Alexios. "I'll get your stupid book!" But Alexios was already gone, vanished into thin air. Fiona forced back her swell of tears and focused on the demons. They were still surrounded by 4 or 5 of them, and one of them spoke into her mind. "Perhaps this way you will remember that you cannot fight a true demon wielder. He is more powerful than you'll ever be, girl. You do not stand a chance." "Screw you!" Fiona snarled back, focusing on trying to reach Eleanor. Judging by the fact that she hadn't pulled the trigger, every bit of her was fighting it. Fiona couldn't see her sister behind Eleanor's blank eyes, but with the demon fighting to exert its control, Fiona could now distinguish its ether. Concentrating on breaking through the demon's hold, Fiona spoke telepathically to Eleanor. "Keep fighting," she urged her silently. "You can do this." Then, miraculously, she heard a voice. It sounded distant, weak and echoey, as though the real Eleanor were trapped somewhere deep within her mind. "I can't, Fee. It's too strong. I can't hold on much longer." "Just a little bit longer," Fiona urged, frantically sifting through the tangle of energy so she could latch on to the demon. Her head ached with the effort of her concentration, but she pushed the pain aside. Finally, her mind could distinguish a pattern to what had seemed like a disorganized mess. The demon had woven an intricate braid, ensnaring Eleanor's ether with its own and suffocating everything that made her unique. Rooting her feet firmly on the ground, Fiona faced her sister. She closed her eyes and focused her will on trapping the demon's ether. As she did, the churning energy inside Eleanor seemed to quicken, swirling and twitching as the Devorian fought for a better hold. Fiona couldn't seem to get a grip on it, but those small movements were enough for her to separate it from her sister. She imagined reaching into Eleanor's mind and drawing the demon out. She knew immediately when it started to work, but then Eleanor let out a tortured scream. She lowered the gun and dropped to all fours, her face contorted in pain. "Elle?" As Fiona's concentration broke, she sensed the demon reassert its control. She fought to keep it from slithering out of her grip, but Eleanor cried out again, as if the separation physically pained her. "I'm sorry," Fiona cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her head was throbbing, her body felt weak, but she had to get it out. Fiona tried again, but the demon seemed to have tightened its hold. It wouldn't pull free so easily. "Elle, you have to help me," Fiona begged. "Concentrate on letting go. You have to release the demon. It has to be you." As she spoke those words inside Eleanor's mind, she wondered if she'd made a mistake. Perhaps Eleanor's focused resistance was the only thing keeping the demon at bay. But Fiona's instincts told her that the harder Eleanor tried to prevent the demon from taking control, the more tightly it was able to cling. Eleanor didn't reply, but Fiona sensed her mounting terror. "Trust me," Fiona growled in her mind, unsure whether she trusted herself. But then, she sensed the tangle of Eleanor and the Devorian loosen. Like a clump of thread, their ether pulled apart, and Fiona could feel the separation. She focused on drawing the tainted ether out, her temples throbbing with the effort. Fiona sensed it when the demon slipped free. She knew it was now or never. Eleanor arched her back with a cry of pain as her body expelled the demon. Fiona's stomach churned in disgust as the mist unfurled from her mouth. Fiona felt the pull of dizziness, but she didn't waste any time. As soon as she saw that the demon was out, she lunged forward with her dagger. She sliced through the cold black mist and heard a shrill, heart-rending scream. The Devorian shattered into 1,000,000 tiny droplets, and she felt a surge of power in her blade. It traveled up the hilt all the way to her arm, and she felt the rush in her head.
The dagger vibrated as it absorbed the ether, burning so hot she nearly dropped it. It was only the thought of that wretched thing that kept her gripping the handle. Finally, the scream subsided, and Eleanor let out a gasp. She fell to her side on the cold ground, heaving to fill her lungs. Fiona choked, dropping the dagger and crawling toward her sister. Somehow she'd ended up on the ground. Her uninjured hand met Eleanor's arm, and she folded herself on top of her. Eleanor was shaking violently. Her skin was clammy to the touch, but Fiona was just relieved she'd survived, that her sister's mind was her own. Fiona, that thing made me. I know, she whispered, squeezing her tight. Eleanor shook from the cold and fear, teeth chattering as she lay curled in the road. I promise this will never happen again, Fiona growled into Eleanor's shoulder. I'm going to end this, once and for all. Chapter 26. The Secret Weapon.
I don't like it, said Gabriel.
You don't have to like it, said Fiona simply, brushing the flour off her hands. They were standing in Fiona's kitchen, and she was making a giant batch of cookies. She couldn't stop thinking about Alexios and the Devorion, and baking sometimes helped calm her nerves.
It's a bad plan, Gabriel protested.
Fiona stabbed a spoon into the dough, where it stuck in a mound of chocolate chips. Last night, Alexios showed up just a few blocks from our house and used a demon to control my sister. A bad plan would be doing nothing.
I'm not saying we do nothing, Gabriel clarified. I just don't think it's a good idea to use yourself as bait.
I would use the book if we still had it, but we don't, and I'm like catnip to demons, apparently.
You'd need a swarm to pull this off, and I don't think you're ready for that many demons.
I killed the Devorion, said Fiona hotly. You didn't think I was ready for one of them?
True, but I still don't think you'd be able to handle a swarm on your own.
I won't be on my own, said Fiona. You'll be there.
I'm not a demon wielder.
But you can help me banish a few if things get out of hand.
When things get out of hand, he mumbled. Where is this happening anyway?
Fiona grabbed her map off the dining room table and smoothed it out on the kitchen island. She'd spent the entire morning poring over topographical maps. She'd been looking for a remote, confined space where they could trap the demons away from town. See this shaded area here? She asked, popping a piece of dough in her mouth. This is a canyon off the backside of Cave of the Winds Park. This, she traced a wide circle, is all national forest. Gabriel studied the map for a moment, sneaking a spoon into the cookie dough and crunching on the chocolate chips.
So,
there's a cave system here that's not part of the park. I had Bellamy's roommate give me directions.
That's your plan? Said Gabriel. Lure the demons into a cave?
Fiona shrugged. It had seemed like a decent plan when she'd thought of it. The area was surrounded by rugged terrain, which meant there would be no mortals around who might get in the way. I'm pretty confident the demons will come if they think that I'm alone. Alexios will be angry that his Devorion failed. I'm positive he'll try something else. Gabriel shook his head. Fiona knew he thought her plan was insane, but he hadn't offered any alternative. She wasn't willing to sit around doing nothing, not after what had happened to Eleanor.
Don't you think it's telling that only 2 people in recent memory have been crazy enough to try one of the spells in that book? Asked Gabriel.
Stop poking holes in my plan.
I'm just saying. La Ruota Oscura is clearly dangerous. I hope you know what you're doing.
This isn't some human sacrifice ritual. It's just a spell to bind their ether.
And once you bind it, you can use it to create a shield that would block the hole in the veil?
He stared down at the map.
That cave system isn't anywhere near Garden of the Gods.
Fiona had been purposefully vague about that part. There was one tiny detail of the plan she was sure he wouldn't like. "It'll work. Trust me." "Even if you could use their ether to create a shield, how do you plan on getting the demons to stay in your cave long enough to perform the ritual?" Fiona spooned out a glob of cookie dough and deposited onto a tray. "I have a plan." Okay, so there were two details of the plan that Gabriel wouldn't like.
"Fiona?"
She took another spoonful of cookie dough and popped it into her mouth. She needed some chocolate to take the edge off of what she was sure his reaction would be. "I have a way to keep the demons contained, but we're going to need some help." By 11 o'clock that evening, the entire perimeter of Fiona's kitchen was covered in cooling racks of cookies. She'd made an emergency run to the grocery store for more butter and chocolate chips, but she was officially out of baking supplies. All she could do was nervously scrape the cookies off their trays and deposit them in containers for Bellamy, Bee, and Daphne. "You're sure these guys are all right?" Fiona asked Eleanor, keeping her voice low in the hope that Gabriel wouldn't hear.
"Yeah," Eleanor shrugged. "They're friends of Holden's." "So, in other words," Gabriel broke in, "they're just another couple of bloodsuckers she doesn't know from Adam."
So much for keeping him out of the loop. The hunter's hearing was uncanny.
"Does he need to be here?" asked Eleanor roughly.
"No, but he seems to think he does." Gabriel had been hanging around for the last hour, waiting for Holden and his friends. Fiona had already tried getting rid of him once, but he'd stubbornly resisted.
"They're gonna think you're some hunter narc," Eleanor grumbled. "Good. Maybe that will be enough to stop them from sucking the two of you dry."
Eleanor opened her mouth to say something rude, but Fiona shot her sister a look. In her brief time working with Gabriel, she'd learned it was often better to ignore him. Fiona had several clean mason jars lined up on the counter. It had seemed like a good idea to prepare, but now the empty jars were making her nervous. How much blood were the vampires going to take? She remembered that she'd once donated about a pint at a blood drive, and based on what she'd read online, a person could pass out and go into shock if they lost 2 or 3. Is this typically a 1-for-1 exchange, or... Fiona trailed off. "I don't need very much to keep the spirits at bay. The blood just has to be fresh. Holden probably gives me about half of what he drinks." Fiona eyed the jars nervously. "Is that rate negotiable?"
"Everything's negotiable," said Gabriel sharply.
"Well, I don't really know what's considered fair market rate," Eleanor snapped.
"Technically, witch blood is rarer than vampire blood," Gabriel mumbled.
Fiona turned. "Is that true?"
"Witches are born. Vampires are made. Since 2 witches have a lower fertility rate than mortal couples, and a lot of witches don't want to mate with a mortal, witch kind is actually on the decline. Meanwhile, we've seen a sharp spike in vampirism in the last 3 or 4 years."
Eleanor gave Fiona an exasperated look. "Please keep your hunter under control while they're here. I'd rather not have the supernatural data scientists spouting off while I'm being fed on."
"They're here," said Gabriel.
"You can sense them?"
"I can smell them."
3 seconds later, there was a knock at the door, and Fiona felt a fresh jolt of nerves. She'd never hosted a vampire before, not unless you counted yelling at Holden in Eleanor's room, which she didn't. Letting Eleanor lead the way, Fiona followed her into the foyer. She could sense something odd on the other side of the door. It wasn't ether she was feeling. If anything, she sensed the absence of life, as if the vampires were little ether black holes. 3 vampires were standing on their porch, 2 men and a woman. Fiona recognized Holden immediately. He was tall, dark-haired, and much more handsome than he'd seemed when he was fang deep in her sister's neck. He had pronounced cheekbones and dark, twinkling eyes that seemed to light up when they landed on Eleanor. The other man was broader than Holden, a roguish-looking redhead with a very nice smile and expressive golden blonde eyebrows. The dark eyes that all vampires had looked strange set against his fairer features. It wasn't an unattractive combination. On the contrary, the dark eyes and pale skin only made him more striking. The woman was tall and thin like a model, with coal-black hair and a thin, perky nose. She was dressed in a pair of high-waisted jeans and a tight black turtleneck sweater. Fiona sensed that this woman was in charge, and she did not look happy to be there. "Hi," said Fiona, feeling suddenly awkward. "Come on in." She realized as she said it that the other two vampires couldn't have come in without being invited. Eleanor smiled to reassure them, and the two strangers looked to Holden. His gaze lingered on Fiona for half a beat, but he smiled and stepped inside. "Welcome to our home. I'm Fiona, and you already know my sister." Eleanor introduced herself anyway, and shook hands with the other two. "This is Jake," said Holden, gesturing to the redhead, "and Sigrid." He bowed his head at the statuesque woman, and his deferential body language confirmed Fiona's instincts that the vampire woman outranked him. As they walked slowly down the hall, Smudge dashed across the living room in excitement. The woman, Sigrid, followed the cat with her eyes, as if she'd never seen one before. "Can I offer you something to drink?" asked Fiona, wishing she could take back the words as soon as they'd left her mouth. The one named Jake cracked a wolfish grin, and he and Holden shared a laugh. Eleanor joined in half a beat later, and Fiona exhaled in relief. Once they got past the awkwardness of the situation, maybe this wouldn't be so bad. But then the woman stopped dead in her tracks, and her dark eyes flashed in indignation. She turned toward the kitchen to stare at Gabriel, who was brooding by the fridge. "He is a hunter," she hissed to Holden, not taking her eyes off Gabriel. Fiona noticed she had a slight Nordic accent, Swedish or Danish, perhaps. "It's all right," said Eleanor quickly. "Gabriel is an ally." She stopped just short of calling him a friend, but ally seemed appropriate to Fiona. "How can you say the hunter is your ally? Do hunters not kill your kind also?" "Just the witches who murder mortals," said Fiona dryly. She'd taken a quick dislike to Sigrid, and the statement came out rougher than she'd intended. She realized, belatedly, that this clarification may not have put the vampires at ease. She didn't want to assume that they'd killed anyone, but it was difficult to imagine feeding on humans without ever taking a life. "He isn't here because of you," Fiona added. "He's helping us fight the demons. I'm sorry if he makes you uncomfortable, but the hunter stays." Gabriel's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and Fiona jerked her gaze away. As annoyed as she'd been to have him hanging around, this stranger had triggered a bizarre impulse to leap to Gabriel's defense. "Eleanor said you were setting a trap," Holden said, breaking the awkward silence. Like Sigrid, he was staring at Gabriel, but his gaze was merely alert. "That's the plan," said Fiona. "If we can just get them contained, I'm fairly certain that I can use their ether to prevent any more from spilling into this realm." She wasn't sure how much of their plan was safe to share with the vampires. As far as she knew, vampires weren't partial to demons, but they didn't know these people at all. "Smart," said the one called Jake, whom Fiona decided she liked. "We're happy to help. These mysterious killings are bad for everyone." "Do you live around here?" she asked. "Our clan's up near Woodland Park," said Holden, "although Jake just moved here from Breckenridge." "I'm a ski bum," Jake admitted. "I used to work in Breck during the season and crash with Holden over the summer, although recently my clan's had some issues. I moved to Woodland to get away from the drama." "I didn't know there was a clan up in Breckenridge," said Fiona. She wondered more about the problems Jake had alluded to, but she was also curious as to why a clan of vampires would choose to establish itself in Breckenridge. She shouldn't have been surprised. Breck might have been expensive, but when you lived as long as vampires did, you had time to accumulate wealth.
A small one, said Jake. During ski season, there's plenty of food, but during the summer, there aren't as many tourists. That's one reason they haven't tried to expand the way some of the clans in Denver have. Breck can't support that many vamps.
Fiona glanced at Gabriel, who looked appalled by Jake's choice of words. He talked about expanding, as if the clan was opening a new home office, when what Jake really meant was they were creating new vampires. Fiona knew it was illegal for vampires to sire more of their kind, but that didn't stop the really ambitious ones. Like werewolves and witches, vampires found safety in numbers. She had a feeling that hunters like Gabriel were constantly playing whack-a-mole to keep the big city clans in check. Sigrid hovered judgmentally outside the kitchen, but neither of the guys seemed terribly put off by Gabriel's huntery vibes. Jake attempted a friendly nod and walked straight over to the jars on the counter. Fiona's stomach clenched as Jake bit into his wrist, and Gabriel didn't bother to hide his disgust. She watched his fangs retract as he held his wound over the jar. Then he snatched a cookie off one of the cooling racks and chewed as though he did this all the time. Fiona gaped at him. She hadn't realized vampires could eat normal food, or that they'd even want to. Maybe it was a habit he'd developed to put mortals at ease. Holden followed Jake's lead, his eyes straying back to Eleanor with more than regular frequency. Sigrid didn't offer her blood. She didn't move a muscle. Fiona guessed that she might be Holden's sire and the head of the Woodland Park clan. If so, she might have been there to keep an eye on the men, or to provide some backup. Fiona tried very hard not to stare, as the guys filled the jars with their blood. A few times the bleeding stopped, and they had to bite into their veins again. Vampires healed even more quickly than witches, and their venom sped up the process.
It doesn't really hurt,
Jake reassured her, catching Fiona watching him.
We vamps aren't as fragile as mortals or witches. We can take a lot more pain.
Fiona opened her mouth to say that witches weren't fragile, but then thought better of it. Compared to vampires, they were. Witches weren't immortal, and perhaps it was better that the guys believed they were delicate flowers, since they'd soon be sucking their blood. 10 minutes later, there were 4 jars of vampire blood on the island, and Fiona knew it was time. "Shall we?" Eleanor asked, gesturing toward the couch. She'd laid a dark throw blanket over the back of it to catch any spilled blood. She'd also turned out the overhead lights, relying instead on the lamps on the end tables. Fiona hadn't asked if the lighting was a matter of aesthetics, or whether she was trying to set the mood. She decided to worry about Eleanor's maybe boyfriend later. Fiona joined her on the couch, and Jake and Holden followed. They moved with an easy, loping grace, but Fiona sensed they were eager to feed. Holden's eyes seemed darker than normal as he settled himself beside Eleanor. When Jake sat down between Holden and Fiona, Gabriel reappeared. Fiona hadn't noticed him move from the kitchen, but he was standing beside her at the arm of the couch.
"You're not going to take that much,"
he said, speaking for the first time since the exchange had begun.
"We gave extra because we're into what you're doing," Holden told Eleanor, speaking as though Gabriel weren't there. "I won't drink any more than usual."
Eleanor nodded and took a deep breath. Fiona could tell her sister was nervous, though whether she was nervous about the feeding or nervous about the witnesses, Fiona couldn't tell. Lifting his hand to the side of her face, Holden threaded his fingers through her hair. He cradled her cheek in the palm of his hand, and Eleanor leaned against him. Her eyelids fluttered closed as Holden tilted her head. Eleanor didn't move an inch, but her breath caught as Holden bent his face to her neck. Fiona's stomach tightened as his fangs came out, and she watched them sink into Eleanor's flesh. Eleanor gave a tiny wince,
but then she seemed to relax. Fiona's nerves ratcheted up a notch. She was beginning to second-guess her plan. "Just relax," said Jake quietly, watching her watch them. "I promise I'll be gentle." Gabriel let out a noise somewhere between a scoff and a growl. "You don't have to do this," he said to Fiona, inching closer to the arm of the couch. He was now standing as close as he physically could without sitting on top of her. "No," said Fiona. "A deal's a deal." She tried to keep her voice light, but it came out more resigned than cheery. Jake studied her for a moment, and his eyes crinkled as he smiled. Despite their dark, vampy color, they seemed like kind eyes. "The initial bite is the only painful part," he told her. "I've never had a witch before, but mortals tell me it feels good after that." Gabriel snorted. "It's not a good sign if you have to tell a girl she'll enjoy it." Jake's grin turned slightly sour, but he ignored Gabriel's jab. As if on cue, Fiona heard Eleanor's soft intake of breath and looked over in time to see her lips part. A wave of awkwardness washed over Fiona, but she nodded and pulled her hair off her shoulder. She took a deep breath and tried to ignore the way Jake's eyes lit up at the sight of her pulse. Her heart was galloping in her chest, and that added to Fiona's embarrassment. With his superhuman ears, she knew Gabriel could hear it. "Wait," said Gabriel in a low growl. Fiona turned over her shoulder, suddenly annoyed. "I'll do it." "What?" Fiona's annoyance evaporated in the intensity of her surprise. Jake looked up at the hunter curiously, as though he hadn't understood. "You can drink my blood," Gabriel said, his voice coming out in a resigned sort of groan. Jake hesitated. "No," came a sharp voice from across the room. Fiona twisted around to look at Sigrid, who was still standing at the entrance to the living room. She hadn't said a word since the exchange had begun, and Fiona had almost forgotten she was there. "No member of my clan will debase himself by feeding from a hunter." "Stay out of this," Gabriel snarled. "It's not as if you sired him." Sigrid took a quick step forward, her eyes flashing as they met Gabriel's. "Jake has sworn himself to me. As a member of my clan, he will abide by my rules." So that was why she was there, to babysit Holden and Jake and make sure there was no funny business. Fiona wasn't very familiar with vampire customs, but that made Sigrid seem more like a pimp than the leader of a clan. "I'm fine," Fiona broke in, hoping that Gabriel would shut the hell up. She nodded at Jake. "Go ahead." Jake didn't waste any time after that. He brushed a loose strand of hair out of her eyes, tucking it behind her ear. His fingers were gentle and surprisingly cold, but Fiona didn't pull back. She stayed perfectly still as he caressed her cheek, watching his eyes turn a deeper black. The gesture was similar to what Holden had done, and Fiona wondered if all vampires had a way of putting their feeders at ease. Gabriel was still seething in silence, watching Jake's every move. Fiona had her back to him, but she could sense the tumultuous churn of his energy. She caught a whiff of Jake as he brought his head close. He smelled good, but not quite mortal. There was the sharp, spicy scent of his shampoo, but there was also an underlying sweetness, like a piece of fruit that was just past ripe. As he bent close, the varied shades of copper in his hair caught the light from the lamps. He was handsome. It should have felt awkward having him so close, but it didn't. Something about him put Fiona at ease, right until his fangs pierced her flesh. He didn't give her any kind of warning, not even the warmth of his breath. There was just a quick pinch of pain, and then it receded. It was a little odd, being fed on. She could feel the steady throb of her blood as Jake siphoned it out. Then a light tingle started to spread from the bite, and Fiona began to relax. A pleasant warmth flooded her body as the venom hit her bloodstream.
She let her eyelids flutter closed as the warmth continued to build. She'd never felt anything like it, just a light, sedating pleasure. She became vaguely aware of Jake's other hand at her waist, wrapping around her and pulling her close. Fiona's breathing became ragged and shallow, and she nearly forgot about the others. Instead of pulling back, she leaned into Jake, and his grip on her seemed to tighten. The longer he fed, the more her nerves tingled, and the deeper the warmth became. She let out a soft moan as the tingling spread further, sinking into Jake's embrace. No wonder Eleanor didn't mind being fed on, she thought. Maybe it wasn't the absence of spirits that was helping her sleep so well. Fiona was just starting to think she might like a vampire to put her to bed every night, when a low voice broke through the haze. "That's enough." The words seemed to reach her from very far away, but Jake didn't pull back. If anything, he grew even more demanding, and his arm tightened around her waist. The dull throb in her neck intensified as he drank, and Fiona sighed at the fresh dose of venom. She felt euphoric, though not very alert. A small part of her found that problematic, but she was too wrapped up in her own enjoyment to tell Jake to stop. "I said, that's enough," the voice growled again. "Jake!" This voice was different, feminine, and afraid. Fiona opened her eyes to a flurry of movement as Gabriel grabbed Jake by his sweatshirt. The coppery tendrils in her line of sight moved, and Fiona felt a sharp burst of pain. As her head cleared, she caught sight of his face, and any pleasant feelings that remained evaporated almost instantly. The first thing she noticed was the manic look in Jake's eyes and the brightness of blood on his lips. A line of her blood was dribbling down his chin, but he didn't move to wipe it off. Jake lunged toward her hungrily, but his eyes were empty. He was a different person. Fiona drew back, but Jake never made contact. Someone yanked him back by his cotton hoodie, dragging him over the back of the couch. There was a yell and a thud as Jake hit the floor, followed by an angry growl. Fiona frowned, trying to make sense of the words, but the voices were loud and out of focus. A wave of dizziness swamped her, and she was suddenly very cold. The effects of the venom had burned off fast, all warmth disappearing within seconds. "I'll get her some juice," said Eleanor calmly. Fiona felt her sister's hand pressed down on her shoulder as she passed. "I'm sorry, man," came Holden's voice. "He's newer than most of us. Doesn't have the control." "Doesn't have the control?" Gabriel repeated, his voice lower and angrier than Fiona had ever heard it. "And you brought him here to feed?" "Watch your tone, Hunter." It was Sigrid who spoke. "Get him out of here." "I've got him," said Holden. "Holden. Perhaps it is time to take Jake home," came Sigrid's deceptively calm-sounding voice. "Holden, come." "Just a second." "Listen to her," Gabriel growled, "if you value your friend's existence." "Are you threatening me?" "I don't threaten bloodsuckers. I just put stakes through their hearts." "Gabriel!" Eleanor shrieked. But it wasn't a threat, Fiona realized. It was a warning. There was a flurry of apologetic murmurs from Eleanor, and then the front door slammed. She could still hear Eleanor talking to Holden, but then he left too. Fiona blinked and raised a hand to her neck, startled when it came away bloody. The wound seemed to be healing already, but the tingly warmth had been replaced by weakness. She heard Eleanor snarl something at Gabriel, but her heart wasn't really in it. Fiona could tell she was upset, that she was worried for Fiona. Gabriel's face was ashen as he appeared in front of her and tipped a straw toward her lips. Fiona drank, but the juice was too acidic. It burned her throat going down. "You really know how to break up a party," said Fiona coolly. Gabriel's eyes locked on hers, and she could sense his restraint wavering.
His expression shifted from relief to anger as he held the juice for Fiona to drink. "No more vampire parties," he growled. "You can never trust a vamp."
Chapter 27. Into the Dark. Fiona's heart fluttered erratically as she hiked down into the canyon. This whole plan had been her idea, but now that she was walking through the woods by herself, she was beginning to second-guess the decision to use herself as demon bait. Eleanor, Bellamy, and Bee had hiked in earlier that afternoon, armed with jars of vampire blood and amulets Eleanor had made for their protection. Fiona wasn't sure why the bead store sold tiny vials on charms if not for vampire blood, but they were ideal for that purpose. Fiona touched her amulet as she walked. It was warm from resting against her skin, and she shuddered a little at the memory of the blood exchange that had very nearly gone south. She'd recovered from the blood loss, but the whole ordeal had left her shaken and given her nightmares for 2 nights straight. The Ichor wouldn't keep demons from stalking her through the woods, but it might provide a last line of defense if she were ambushed by more demons than she could physically handle. Her dagger clunked against her thigh as she walked. She also wore her revolver. After her last encounter with Alexios, Fiona had no doubt she'd be able to shoot him if the opportunity presented itself. He'd murdered 5 innocent people and almost killed her sister twice. Then there were the humans that had turned up dead because of the demons that he'd unleashed. The sun had already sank behind the mountains, throwing the canyon into shadow. The sky still glowed from the dying sun, but it cast long shadows onto the ground that moved with every gust of wind. Fiona's nerves were already stretched to the breaking point. Every flash of movement, every rustle of leaves, made her certain she was about to be ambushed. Gabriel was following at a careful distance. They thought the demons would be less likely to target Fiona if they knew he was close, which was why they'd timed their hike so that Gabriel would be half a mile behind her. A sharp chill settled as night fell, and Fiona had to slow her pace so that she didn't get too far ahead. She stopped at a deep wash to consult her GPS. This was one of the landmarks they'd noted on the map, but she'd arrived ahead of schedule. Shivering in her thin red flannel and cut-off shorts, she reached around for the hose of her camelback and took a long drink. While Fiona hiked alone plenty, she rarely ventured this far off the trails. She couldn't recall ever hiking after dark, and this was the first time she'd hiked by herself since she'd had Alexios after her. She continued on as darkness fell, trying to ignore her growing sense of unease. The moon was bright enough for her to make out the silhouettes of trees and bushes, but she worried she might wander off course or twist an ankle before the demons even showed up. She was just about to pull out her headlamp when she sensed ether in the distance. It made the hairs along the back of her neck stand on end, and Fiona quickened her pace. She was still half a mile from the entrance to the cave, and she didn't want to face the demons before they were safely trapped. Then, she felt a more intense crackle of energy and knew there was a demon nearby. Forgetting her worries about twisting an ankle, Fiona took off at a run. Her dagger thudded against her leg, but the straps held her pack secure. She hoped that Gabriel wasn't far behind. If the demons caught up to her before she reached the cave, she was going to need some backup. But then a large shape came into view, and she fumbled for her headlamp to investigate. A giant rocky outcropping stood directly in front of her, edged with bushes and tiny saplings. As she searched for the entrance to the cave, a flurry of whispers reached her ears. A heavy cloud of ether swooped overhead, and the rush of darkness almost bowled her over. A cold stillness settled over the forest, and Fiona knew she didn't have much time. Just then, she heard her name and wheeled around to find Bee. Bee squinted in the light from Fiona's headlamp, but beckoned her around the edge of the outcropping. Fiona wrestled her way through the overgrown bushes, hoping Bee's presence wouldn't scare off the demons. She could sense more gathering, 4, maybe 5, in addition to the 2 that were already there. Bee was standing between two scraggly pines, pointing to an opening almost large enough to stand in. "Is Gabriel with you?" Beatrix whispered. "As far as I know, he's still behind me." Fiona glanced up at the sky. It was too dark to make out the demons' swirling mist, but she could feel that they were near. Their oppressive energy made it difficult to breathe, and she didn't want to leave Bee alone. "Go," said Bee, as though she'd read her mind. "We created a safe zone over there. They won't be able to hurt me." Fiona wasn't convinced of that, but she had to trust Bee's judgment. This was bigger than her and her friends. The tear in the veil put the whole world in jeopardy. Fighting her impulse to stay with Bee, Fiona ducked inside the cave. She didn't notice any smears of ichor, but perhaps they were waiting until the demons followed her inside. The scent of damp limestone met her nostrils, and the light from her headlamp bounced off the rock walls. It was unnerving, picking her way through a cave system not knowing where she was headed. As the tunnel narrowed, it occurred to Fiona that it would be harder to fight the demons inside. The space was tight, with little room to maneuver, and she could sense them right behind her. Squeezing through a narrow gap in the rock, she nearly jumped out of her skin when someone touched her. Fiona yelped, but then warm fingers closed on her wrist, and the familiar smells of home reached her nostrils. "It's me," Eleanor hissed. Fiona hurried to turn off her headlamp so Eleanor wouldn't be blinded. They were thrust into darkness as the light clicked off. She couldn't see an inch in front of her. "There's a room up ahead, but don't stop when you get there. Head to the chamber on the left. It's all set up. I'll go right." Fiona nodded, realizing belatedly that her sister couldn't see her, but then Eleanor released her arm, and Fiona lost her to the darkness. Flipping her light back on so she didn't hit her head, Fiona continued down the narrow passageway. Her breath formed a cloud in front of her. The temperature had dropped several degrees. She could feel the oppressive weight of tainted ether bearing down on her, and she fought the dark feelings it stirred. She sensed at least one higher demon in the swarm, stronger than any she'd felt before. "You cannot run, demon witch, neither you nor your friends." Fiona shivered as the voice echoed in her head, and for a moment she wondered who was trapping whom. The cave certainly felt like a good trap for a witch, but she pushed this thought to the back of her mind. Then the rough walls opened up, and she reached the first chamber. It was a room 5 or 6 yards across with long stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Behind an outcropping formed by the swell of a flowstone, she could see what looked like several smaller chambers branching off from the first. Fiona turned, lingering for a moment to make sure they followed her, and caught sight of the dark, swirling mist. "I will drain the life from your body slowly. Then I will take your friends." "Well, come on then," Fiona shot back, stumbling and nearly tripping over a rock as she tried to put more distance between them. A deep, booming laugh thundered through her, causing her bones to tremble. The laugh was so loud that she had to remind herself that it was inside her head, and that it wouldn't trigger a cave-in. Fiona turned and darted left. This had to be the chamber. There was a deep depression at the entrance, with a short drop into darkness. Swallowing down her mounting fear, Fiona drew her dagger and dropped into the chamber. She couldn't use her dagger the way she usually did, but it made her feel braver, nonetheless. The ether inside seemed to recognize her, and she felt its energy connect with her own. This chamber was smaller than the first, and a dead end, which made her feel claustrophobic. As her headlamp bounced off the rough cave walls, she could see several streaks that ran from ceiling to floor. They formed what looked like a drawn-on cage intended to trap the demons. She had the sudden, insane urge to laugh as she imagined Bellamy, brush in hand, painting the cave walls with ichor. "I'm not afraid of you," Fiona growled. "You and your friends were foolish to come here.
In the darkness is where we thrive." Fiona didn't respond. The demon enveloped her with its chilly mist, but it didn't attempt to invade her mind. It just hovered around her, a blanket of fog, as another demon floated into the cave. This was all going exactly as planned. She just needed a few more demons. "What is this?" The first demon's voice boomed in her mind. Fiona shuddered as the cold mist touched her, making her skin tingle unpleasantly. Then the demon rebounded as if it had been burned, and the feeling instantly subsided. "Icor?" Fiona's heart thudded harder. She wondered if the demon could read her thoughts, if it could sense that this was a trap. "You think that will protect you?" Another laugh reached her ears, this one from the second demon. A chill that had nothing to do with the ether trailed down her spine like an icy finger. This demon was more powerful than the first, and its energy rebounded through the chamber. Fiona backed up until her shoulders brushed a limestone wall. A sharp rock jutted into her spine, but it was still preferable to the suffocating ether that was weighing down on her chest. The demon pressed itself in closer, but she realized it was avoiding her neck. The demon must have been referring to Eleanor's amulet. That was the Icor it sensed. Fiona couldn't say for sure, but she had a feeling the demon couldn't possess her while she was wearing the amulet. Of course, that wouldn't stop it from suffocating her or speaking to her telepathically. "You are going to die down here. So will your friends. We already have your sister." No, Fiona thought, steeling herself against the mental intrusion. She'd expected that they'd try to use Eleanor against her. This time, she was ready. "We only wish that we would have taken her. She is a delicious witch, so much ether thrumming through her veins. Well, at least there was. The life is leaving her quickly now. She'll be no more than a husk when they've finished." "No!" Fiona growled at the demon, squeezing her eyes shut tight. She tried very hard to fortify her mind, but she could feel the demons wearing down her defenses. She realized another demon had crowded into the cave. Her lips and face began to go numb, and she swayed with sudden weakness. One of the demons was siphoning her ether. The realization hit her with a pang of terror. It didn't need to be inside her to feed on her life force. It was definitely a higher demon. She recoiled against the mind-numbing chill as a fourth demon entered the chamber. It formed a chilly black mist that blocked the light from her headlamp, obscuring the entrance completely. Fiona shuddered from the force of dark power. It was almost too much to bear. She gripped her dagger even harder, focusing on the warm, comforting tingle traveling up her arm. Then she got an idea. If she could sense the dagger's ether, maybe she could draw ether from it. She concentrated on pulling just a little bit from the blade and felt a renewed sense of strength. "Why have you not tried to kill us, Ether Witch? I thought you were so mighty." The demon was taunting her, but it really was curious. It was now or never, she thought. If she waited too long, she wouldn't have the strength to invoke the spell, and then these demons would kill her. But just as she prepared to begin, Fiona was blinded by the beam of a flashlight. "What are you waiting for?" Gabriel shouted. He was panting as though he'd run there. Fiona couldn't see his face. She could just make out his silhouette. "Oh, look," the demon crooned. "You brought your hunter after all." Fiona dragged in a shaky breath. She'd managed to siphon some of the dagger's ether, but the demon was still feeding off her. She needed to invoke the spell. But then, all of a sudden, ether crackled all around them. Another demon had joined their group, and the newcomer's presence seemed to excite them all. Fiona knew there was more than enough ether to create a powerful shield. She only hoped she hadn't waited too long and bitten off more than she could chew. Now! She screamed, her voice echoing strangely in the long, meandering tunnels. Fiona didn't wait to see if the others did their part. The spell would take every bit of her strength, and she couldn't delay any longer. Caliglio unus spiritus vitae, she began to chant, feeling the words vibrate in her chest. Caliglio unus spiritus vitae. The demon's ether crackled menacingly. Fiona gasped as a surge of power hit her, almost knocking her to the ground. Groaning against the sudden obstruction, she focused on radiating her own ether outward to provide some means of defense. Caliglio unus spiritus vitae. Fool, one of the demons cried. You cannot bind our power. You are not strong enough, witch. But Fiona didn't listen. She'd learned enough about demons to know that they never went down without a fight. They fought until the bitter end, using all manner of psychological warfare. As she chanted, she felt the tingle of ether from the blade traveling up her fingertips. The demon fog grew thick around her, as if they were uniting against her. The fog swirled restlessly in the chamber, and she shuddered against the cold. They were resisting being rounded up. They were searching for an escape. She wasn't sure if demons could see walls or only sense them, but she watched as they tested the boundaries of the cave, finding themselves trapped by the ichor. Then, the black fog thinned as it gathered near the opening, but the demons seemed unable to cross. Stupid witch, you will die for this, a demon boomed in her ear. Maybe she would die, Fiona thought frantically. The demons had more combined ether between them than she'd ever managed to wield. She could feel their power building with the force of their rage. Fiona chanted the incantation louder, but the demons were undoubtedly stronger. There was an instant when she knew that they were too much for her. She'd broken into a cold sweat, and her head pounded with the effort of overcoming their power. She could feel the balance tipping toward chaos, and her panic seemed to invigorate them. Cruel laughter rang in her ears. They were feeding off her fear. But then she heard a low voice from the other side of the cave, and a loud snap like a firecracker. A cold draft swept through the cave, sucking the air out with it. Instantly, Fiona felt the balance of power shift. One of the demons was gone. She'd lost sight of Gabriel in the thick fog, but he'd banished one of the demons. Fiona picked up the chant again and felt her own power growing. She wasn't immediately sure if she was drawing ether from the blade, or if the demon's absence had allowed her to gain better control. She sensed the power flowing through her before enveloping the demon mist. The ether was outside her now, and yet it was somehow still connected. As she captured all the demons in her net, the heavy fog seemed to disperse. She still couldn't see the walls of the cave, but the air around her seemed to lighten. The ether fog had scattered into 1,000,000 tiny particles. She could see them hovering motionless in the air in the yellowish beam of her headlamp. Then the particles began to swirl, and Fiona drew a sharp breath of air. The wind picked up as they formed a cyclone. Because they feared her spell binding the ether, they couldn't risk taking any form, so they'd scattered into 1,000,000 pieces that Fiona couldn't control. As she watched, the particles stopped, and then abruptly changed direction. She only had a split second to realize what was happening before she felt the shock roll through her. It hit her with the force of 1,000 tiny bullets, pelting every inch of her body. She screamed, and the light on her headlamp died along with Gabriel's flashlight. The pain was everywhere, and nowhere at once, and Fiona thought she might die from the agony. Through the assault came one clear thought. The demons had weaponized their ether. They'd scattered themselves into their smallest form and created microscopic ether projectiles. They continued to pelt Fiona with a storm of unbridled power. Death by 1,000 cuts. Stupid witch, you will die. We will kill your friends slowly. You will never defeat us. We are numberless, infinite, and unlimited in our power. She let out a forceful scream and felt her own ether expand to form a shield around her body. The piercing stings of ether subsided, but the cave walls trembled around her. She opened her eyes, listening to the sound of her scream die in the other chambers. Fiona glanced nervously at the ceiling, from which a few stray rocks had fallen. They'd been shaken loose from the unstable energy she'd unwisely trapped inside. She couldn't see anything in the penetrating darkness, which was probably just as well. Closing her eyes, she let the chant flow through her and felt a much more stable energy coursing through her limbs. Gradually, she expanded the shield she'd formed around her and forced the demon mist to the edges of the chamber. She held them, trapped between her ether shield and the ichor cage on the walls. For a brief moment, the demon's whisper swelled, and then the cave fell silent. She sensed it when their ether merged into one. Then everything went still. Once again, Fiona had the impression that she was balanced on a razor's edge between chaos and control. If she dropped her shield, if she broke her focus, the incantation would unravel. She could feel the demon's power swirling around her, barely contained disorder. She knew the spell wouldn't hold forever. She needed an anchor for the ether. Holding the dagger out in front of her, she focused on pulling their power into it. It was different from using the dagger to kill demons. Instead of allowing the blade to take the ether for its own, she was harnessing it in its living form. "Fiona, don't!" Gabriel's voice broke through her concentration, and she felt the tremble of power around her. More rocks tumbled from the ceiling, and she forced herself to block out his voice. She couldn't afford another lapse like that. She could already feel the strength of the binding spell waning. It wouldn't hold the demons for long. Focusing all her efforts on the dagger, she concentrated on drawing in the ether. She could feel a slight resistance at the end of her blade, and knew she'd reached the limit of her speed. The cave walls trembled more violently around her, and the handle grew hot in her hands. She gasped in pain as the blade heated up. She could feel the flesh inside her grip burning, but Fiona clung on for dear life. The blade shook as the ether poured into it, imbuing the weapon with power. She knew immediately when it was done. She could no longer sense the demons. The power churning through the blade was still palpable, but it had finally stabilized. Fiona released the dagger with a moan of pain, crying out as the flesh of her palm peeled off. She felt her knees hit the cold, hard ground, and then the darkness took her.
Chapter 28. The Shield. Ether was still emanating from the blade as Fiona wedged it into the rock. She winced as she applied pressure with her hands. She hadn't healed them back at the cave. Healing herself took precious energy, and she still had work to do. Gabriel had been gone by the time she came to, but Eleanor, Bee, and Bellamy had been there. The three of them had been hunkering down in safe zones they'd created with the leftover ichor. Fiona found Gabriel's disappearance unnerving, but her concern was crowded out by exhaustion and a dim sense of victory that she'd successfully bound the demon's ether. It was locked in her father's dagger, which would serve as an anchor point for the shield. They'd driven straight to Garden of the Gods and hiked out to the sandstone formation near the tear in the Vale. The prospect of leaving the dagger there made Fiona's heart ache, but she hadn't known what else could safely sequester that much ether. A demon wielder's blade had seemed the obvious choice, since it already had the ability to absorb the ether of so many demons. Of course, using it as an anchor meant that she would no longer have a weapon that worked against demons, but she and Gabriel both had the ability to banish them from their realm. Once the tear in the veil was effectively blocked, there would be little risk of a demon returning. Placing her hands on either side of the crack in the sandstone, she focused on manipulating the earth that formed the rock until the crack expanded. She wedged the blade deeper into the crevice, all the way to the hilt. Then she placed her hands on either side of the blade and willed the rock to close. It was a bit like the legend of Excalibur, only in reverse. Fiona had climbed that rock formation in the dark, a terrifying feat no tourist would attempt. But since Garden of the Gods was lousy with climbers, she had to seal the rock and place a protective ward around the dagger. The ward was one Celine had taught her. It would prevent anyone from being able to find the dagger, let alone remove it. Once Fiona had the ward in place, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the piece of paper with the shield charm she'd copied from the Book of Shadows. There was no spoken incantation, just a series of directions that had to be followed precisely. Placing her hands on either side of the dagger, she focused on the ether swirling through the blade and carefully pulled it into herself. Unlike when she'd siphoned ether from the blade back in the cave, this ether had not been transmuted and rendered inert by the dagger. The blade was merely a vessel for the raw demon energy, and it was terrifying to taste the extent of that power. As their ether flowed through her, she felt the demons' darkness, the chaos and cruelty of their thoughts. It seemed to flood her entire body, filling her with hatred and despair. It was an all-encompassing sort of darkness that infected any thought it touched. Hatred for Alexios and the demons became hatred for Agatha and Celine, and anyone else who came to mind. At one point, the feeling was so strong that she felt she would burst. The darkness was overwhelming. She swayed from the initial shock of the power. Then she wept in misery. For a few moments she forgot where she was and let out a howl of grief. Then the overwhelming sadness dissolved, leaving only anger. The force of the feeling scared her a little. The blade introduced thoughts that were not hers, and she had to fight to keep them from taking root in her mind. As she sat, perched on the rock formation, it occurred to her that she could steal the demon's power for herself. The thought barely brushed the edges of her consciousness, but it was there nonetheless. She pushed this aside and refocused on the charm. She couldn't afford the distraction. Breathing deep, she allowed the ether to flow through her and raised her hands palm out. She arranged her hands to frame the tear. It was only visible as the slightest ripple against the dark sky, but she visualized a sturdy frame taking the place of her hands. Her fingertips crackled where the ether accumulated, and she could sense the shield charm working. It was as if the dagger was an invisible beacon casting a protective light. Rather than forming an impenetrable patch, the shield would rebound anything, demon or spirit, that tried to cross it. Fiona felt when the shield locked into place. She couldn't quite explain how she knew it was working, only that she sensed it there. Steadying herself on the edge of the rock, she picked her way down the formation. Bellamy, Bee, and Eleanor were standing on the ground, staring up at the night sky. Not even witches could see the shield, but they all seemed to sense its location. "You think it'll work?" Bellamy asked. "Only time will tell." "Where did your hunter friend run off to?" Bee asked. "I don't know," said Fiona. Part of her wondered if Gabriel had left for good, if he felt his work was done. They'd succeeded in blocking the portal, though Alexios was still at large. Then there was the matter of all the rogue demons. Maybe he thought he could handle them himself. He'd only needed a witch's help to fix the tear in the veil. Even so, Fiona was more than a little hurt that he'd taken off without saying goodbye. He hadn't even stayed long enough to make sure that she was okay. "Good riddance," said Bee. Fiona made a half-hearted murmur of agreement, but she could sense Eleanor watching her carefully. Her sister knew her better than anyone, and Fiona was grateful for the dark. By early the next morning, Fiona's hurt feelings had morphed into irritation. Gabriel's shiny black Viper was still parked along the street, taunting her old blue Beetle with its aggressive profile that vaguely resembled the head of a snake. So, Gabriel hadn't left town after all. He just left her unconscious in that dark cave with no explanation and no concern. Simmering with hurt and exasperation, Fiona made a pot of very strong coffee, got dressed, and stormed down the walkway to Wesley's front door to have it out with Gabriel. But before she'd even reached the porch steps, she heard a loud banging from inside the house. It sounded as though someone were hammering, though Wesley's truck wasn't out front, and Gabriel wasn't the handyman type. Fiona pounded on the door, spurred by the anger swirling in her chest. The colonel barked aggressively from inside the house, but no one came to answer the door. Fiona knocked again. This time, she heard a whining and what sounded like a dog scratching at wood, though the colonel wasn't on the other side of the door. Taking a deep, fortifying breath, Fiona let herself inside. The colonel didn't come rushing up to greet her as he normally did, but she could hear him whining behind a door in the hallway. That struck her as unusual, but she was too distracted by her irritation with Gabriel to pay the colonel much notice. She stalked into the kitchen, ready to confront him, when she saw Wesley lying on the kitchen floor. He'd already ripped away large chunks of plaster to expose a section of the exterior wall. He was banging on a section of one of the studs, trying to knock it free. Fiona considered backing out of the house, but Wesley glanced over as her footsteps shook the floor. "Hey," said Fiona, feeling very awkward and stupid for barging into his house. Wesley twisted around to get a better look at her, and a strange expression flashed across his face. Irritation? Maybe just surprise. Then again, she had just let herself in. "Hey, Fiona," he said, smiling after a beat. "I'm sorry. Is the noise too much next door?" "Oh, no. I didn't even hear you." She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, trying to formulate a reasonable excuse for barging into his house. How are the renovations coming?" "Slowly," said Wesley, pushing himself up into a seated position and then getting to his feet. He was dressed in a plain white t-shirt and a pair of old blue jeans that were covered in white plaster dust. He wiped his brow on the edge of his sleeve, giving her a rueful smile. "Sorry, the place is such a mess." "Well, I wasn't exactly invited." She held out the cat mug she'd brought for Gabriel. "Coffee? It's hazelnut." "Sure, thanks." Wesley took the cat mug without comment, opened the refrigerator, and pulled out the milk. "I thought all cops took their coffee black." Wesley eyed her briefly in confusion. "Because they're always working long hours?" she added. "Oh, right." Wesley flashed a smirk, but Fiona could sense that something was off. Was Wesley upset that she'd been spending so much time with Gabriel? She knew Wesley had a thing for her. She wasn't exactly sure what she felt for him. She liked Wesley, but she couldn't exactly tell him what she was, not until she got to know him better. "Where's the colonel?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "Oh, all the noise was driving him nuts, so I locked him in the bathroom." Wesley took a small sip of coffee, glancing over his work. Although she'd come over to have it out with Gabriel, it seemed rude to ask about his brother without making conversation for a bit. "Is this part of the foundation repair?" she asked, trying to be polite. "Yeah. The house is sinking down on this corner, so I need to repoint the foundation. Trouble is, a lot of this wood has rotted away, since the house has been tilted so long. I'm splicing in some fresh lumber, but it's kind of a surgical process." "I'll bet." Fiona took another sip of her coffee and wandered into the dining room. She knew he'd just repainted in there, and the room seemed 100 times cheerier. "This is a beautiful house," she said, turning and smiling. I never realized how nice it was.
Yeah, said Wesley. The perfect house for a family.
He flashed a wry grin and stared down at the floor, as though angry at himself for saying it. It would be, Fiona agreed. Wesley turned back toward the kitchen, suddenly a little awkward.
Can I get you anything?
Oh, no, thanks. I just stopped in to say hi, and to see if Gabriel was home.
Oh. Wesley shook his head. No, I think he's at his new shop. He asked if he could borrow my truck. I think he had some inventory he needed to take over.
Okay. Fiona didn't want Wesley to think she'd only come to talk to Gabriel, so she drifted into the living room to examine the rest of his handiwork. The broken windows had been replaced, and he'd repaired the cracked plaster. She hadn't noticed the other night, but the living room had also gotten a fresh coat of paint. As she was admiring the original trim around the windows, something on a low table caught her eye. It was an enormous leather-bound book with a Celtic knot on the front. It was La Ruota Oscura. Panic and confusion washed over Fiona. Why hadn't Gabriel returned it? He'd said he would. That had been more than a week ago. Why had he left it lying around where Wesley could easily find it?
You sure I can't get you anything? Wesley asked from the doorway.
No, said Fiona quickly, whipping around and trying to smile to hide the alarm in her voice. I'll let you get back to work.
Okay. What about...
He held up his cup. Keep it. Fiona gave a wave and slipped into the hall, making a beeline for the front door. She hoped Wesley hadn't noticed what she was looking at. Although, being a cop, it was amazing if he hadn't spotted it already. By the time she reached her driveway, her heart was pounding in her throat. Why hadn't Gabriel returned the damn book? How long had it been there? And, more importantly, why had he lied? The hunter had some explaining to do. Chapter 29. The Missing Man. Fiona didn't stop to consider what she planned on saying to Gabriel. She just jumped in her car and zipped down to the trading post, stewing in betrayal and indignation. Wesley's old pickup truck was parked along the curb, and Fiona pulled up behind it and slammed her car door, her whole body vibrating with rage. Marching up to the front entrance, she felt her anger spill over. Not only did Gabriel's negligence place La Ruota Oscura in jeopardy, it also raised questions about how it had gotten there and put Wesley's job at risk. She didn't knock or stop to brace herself for a demon coon attack. She just shoved the door open and barged inside, to find Gabriel standing at the counter. A gleaming silver sword was resting on a towel in front of him. He'd been examining its markings with a jeweler's loupe, but he looked up when Fiona walked in. He didn't seem surprised to see her, and she guessed that he'd sensed her approach. "What is wrong with you?" Fiona growled, slamming the door behind her.
Good morning to you too.
Don't good morning me, she huffed. Explain yourself, Gabriel Pierce.
Explain myself?
Gabriel's tone was devoid of amusement, and he was regarding her with cold indifference. Explain to me why you said you returned La Ruota Oscura when instead you just left it sitting in your living room.
What?
Don't lie to me. I was just at your house. I saw it sitting on the end table. Gabriel straightened up, looking more irritated than surprised. She had the vague feeling that he didn't believe her, which didn't make any sense. When he spoke, he drew out the words, as though he were trying to explain something simple to someone who was very slow.
I don't know what you think you saw, but I did put it back in evidence lockup.
Then why is the book sitting at your house?
I don't know. Maybe Wesley brought it home to examine it.
Fiona shook her head. That makes no sense. La Ruota Oscura isn't a library book. It's evidence in an ongoing criminal investigation.
So?
So, the police have to document the chain of custody.
You've been watching too much Law and Order SVU.
This isn't a joke, Fiona cried. It's dangerous for that book to be sitting in your living room where anyone could find it. Alexios nearly killed my sister just to get his hands on it.
I'll speak to Wesley, said Gabriel shortly. Now, are we done here?
Fiona just stood there, taken aback. Gabriel sounded angry. I guess, she stammered. She wasn't sure what else to say. She'd intended to demand why he'd just up and left back at the cave, but bringing up hurt feelings now just seemed embarrassingly stupid. She turned to the door so he wouldn't see her face, but then she stopped with her hand on the knob. We blocked the tear in the veil. The shield charm worked.
Good to hear.
Fiona gritted her teeth. Why was Gabriel acting so cold? She was just about to walk out the door, but her pride and irritation stopped her. "What's with you?" she asked, still facing the door because she couldn't bring herself to face him. "Why did you just leave yesterday?"
I didn't think you needed my help.
Didn't need your help? Fiona whipped around, her temper getting the best of her. I was unconscious. You didn't even stick around to make sure I was all right.
You seemed perfectly capable of handling yourself, he said coolly. You made the plan. You made the decisions.
What's that supposed to mean? Gabriel's jaw tightened. When he finally spoke, his voice was bitter, lacking its previous restraint. You didn't tell me that you planned on using your father's dagger as the anchor for the spell. Fiona just gaped at him. Of all the things she'd expected him to say, that had not been one of them. So?
So? We had a deal,
he said, his voice shaking with the effort of containing his rage.
You were supposed to help me kill demons on Earth.
His eyes narrowed.
But I guess that went out the window as soon as you got what you wanted.
That stung. Fiona hadn't told him that part of the plan because she'd known that he wouldn't approve. Gabriel was a hunter, and she knew he'd consider it the height of stupidity to give up the only weapon that could kill a demon. I'm sorry, she said, cringing a little at the wave of guilt that rose up in her chest. I'm still going to help you with the demons. I can't kill them now, obviously, but we can banish them from this realm without the risk of them coming back.
I don't need your help.
Then why are you so mad?
I'm not mad, Gabriel snapped. You should have told me that part of the plan. If we're going to work together, I can't have you going behind my back and changing course without telling me.
I know. I'm sorry, said Fiona. Suddenly she felt terrible. She knew she shouldn't have withheld that detail, but she hadn't considered the deeper implications. Witches and hunters were natural enemies. Witches saw hunters as fearsome killers. Hunters believed witches were power-hungry monsters who couldn't ever be trusted. Gabriel had probably gone against his own better judgment to work with her in the first place. A breach of trust between them, even just an omission, had probably taken her right back to square one.
It's fine, Gabriel sighed,
surprising her.
Let's just put that behind us. I'm glad the shield charm worked. It was a solid plan.
Fiona didn't dare crack a smile, but her chest felt suddenly lighter. Was Gabriel actually giving her a compliment? He rolled his eyes at her stunned expression and beckoned her over to the counter.
I found something that might be of interest, he said,
shuffling some papers that were resting on the counter.
All this time, we've suspected that Alexios was still in the area. His little stunt with the Devorion confirmed it.
Fiona's blood pumped a little faster. She hated to think of Alexios skulking around Mountain Shadow, but she had to agree that it seemed likely. She waited, and Gabriel finally found what he'd been looking for: a copy of the flyer she'd been seeing around town, the one with the missing man.
They found the bodies of all the other people who've been killed by demons, but they never found him.
He tapped his finger on the flyer. Is that significant?
I wasn't sure. There's no way to prove the demons got to him. He might have just skipped town. But it seems strange, so I did a little digging into public records and found out that his family owned a cabin up in Florissant. Our missing guy's father and uncle had owned it jointly, but the man's father died 3 years ago, and his uncle just passed away.
Fiona frowned at him. She didn't understand what that had to do with Alexios, but she guessed his point would soon become clear.
I couldn't find anything on the cabin except an address and the year it was built. It's probably just an old hunting cabin.
Suddenly, Fiona understood where Gabriel was going with this. An off-the-books hunting cabin owned by a dead man would be the perfect place for a killer to hide. You think Alexios might have killed the man to gain access to his cabin?
Gabriel shrugged. It's possible. The cabin was still in his uncle's name. That's probably why the police missed it. Our missing man might not even have known he'd inherited it. His uncle only passed away a few days before he went missing.
Fiona's mind was racing. Was he saying what she thought he was?
With the tear blocked off, Alexios is going to be plotting his next move. He might even try to open another portal. You and I need to find him and make sure that doesn't happen.
Chapter 30. The Other Etherling. Fiona wasn't sure what she should bring along for a serial killer hunting expedition. Gabriel had said they might need to stake out the cabin for a few days, so Fiona had packed everything. She didn't know Gabriel's dietary preferences, but she had him pegged for more of a military MRE kind of guy than someone who would bring homemade granola and vegan marshmallows. So Fiona had volunteered to take care of the food. Gabriel was in charge of the tent, the water, and the rest of their camping supplies. Eleanor had agreed to watch the store, but Fiona had nervously made several long lists of reminders before her sister shoved her out the door. That left Fiona standing in their driveway with her sleeping bag, her duffel, a large bear-proof cooler, and 2 grocery bags full of food. Gabriel eyed her with a mixture of exasperation and amusement as he pulled Wesley's truck into her driveway. He leaned out the open window and surveyed her baggage with a smirk.
I said we might be gone for a couple of days.
I'm prepared.
That's one word for it.
But Gabriel only seemed mildly annoyed as he climbed out to help her load. There was a large plastic water jug in the back of the pickup, along with his black canvas duffel, an axe, and a second rolled canvas carrier that probably concealed several weapons. It was all expertly packed and tied down with straps, reminding Fiona that Gabriel was used to going on hunting expeditions. As she climbed into the passenger seat, she got an odd tingle of anticipation. It wasn't as though she relished the prospect of confronting Alexios, but she had to admit that she found their mission more than a little exciting. Gabriel wasn't a brutal killer, nor was he a pompous asshole as he'd originally led her to believe. He was more than tolerable, Fiona thought. She'd actually begun to enjoy his company. Sitting this close, she was also very aware of the effect Gabriel had on her. The instinctual hunter aversion she'd first experienced had dissipated, leaving only the bizarre attraction that had to be his hunter pheromones. Backing out of her driveway, Gabriel rested a hand along the back of her seat, and she caught a whiff of his familiar scent. He was dressed in cargo pants and a plain gray t-shirt, but somehow he still smelled like leather. Fiona had to stifle a laugh when she imagined him wearing a cologne with notes of leather, gunpowder, and other manly smells.
Here's where we're headed,
Gabriel said, sliding a map into her lap. It was one of those 15-minute topographical maps that search and rescue teams used.
The cabin's on a parcel of private land surrounded by national forest.
That doesn't sound like a very good hideout, said Fiona, thinking of how many hikers traipse through national forest land on any given day.
It's pretty remote. None of the main roads will get you very close. There's a private road here.
He traced a dotted line with his finger.
If it happens to be gated, we'll have to hike in.
Fiona hoped that wouldn't be the case. She'd worn her hiking boots and the appropriate clothing, but she didn't know how far she'd get with all the crap she'd brought. Gabriel fell silent as they pulled onto 24, heading up the pass toward the mountains. Since it was a Tuesday, the traffic wasn't bad, and they made good time. Fiona stared out the window as they passed through Woodland Park, thinking of Holden and the other vampires. The main drag was occupied by a few touristy shops and restaurants that abutted the road. They had names like The Hungry Bear and Grandmother's Kitchen. It seemed an unlikely place for a clan of vampires to settle, but she supposed the town had been a lot different back when Sigrid was turned.
I have something for you,
said Gabriel, once they broke free of the traffic in town and hit a stretch of open road. Fiona turned to him in surprise, and Gabriel leaned across the center console to reach down under her seat. Her body tightened at his close proximity, and she glanced nervously at the road. He pulled up quickly, holding a long black box. The truck never swerved from the lane. What is it? The box was too big and wide to be jewelry. Not that she was expecting jewelry, but it was too shallow to be another gun or anything a hunter might consider useful.
Open it.
Fiona glanced at him once more and flashed a grin. He didn't know this about her, but Fiona loved presents. Knowing Gabriel, it was most likely a new holster for her gun, or the demon equivalent of a dog whistle, but she still found it exciting. As she slid the top off the box, her eyes widened at the flash of silver. Inside was a narrow dagger with a black handle wrapped in silver bands. It was fitted in a matching black leather sheath with a pointy silver-tipped bottom.
It's not as nice as your father's, he said quickly, and it's not as old.
He held her gaze with an admonishing look, and Fiona got another stab of guilt about sinking a rare antique dagger into a rock.
But it'll do the job.
Is it?
It's a demon wielder's blade.
Fiona stared at him in surprise. How did you get it? She asked after a beat. Did she even want to know?
I didn't kill its owner, if that's what you're asking. It belonged to Micah, another ether witch I knew.
Why do you have it? Fiona asked quietly. At first she didn't think Gabriel was going to tell her. His knuckles tightened on the steering wheel, making the smooth leather squeak.
Micah was young, he said finally,
staring out the window with a blank expression.
He was the first ether witch his coven had seen in more than 200 years. When they found out what Micah was, the coven plotted to use his ability to gain power for themselves. They started summoning demons from the Underworld so Micah could practice drawing their ether. They planned to use the demon's power to resurrect their dead leader.
Fiona listened very quietly, her mind racing to the end of the story, even though she'd never heard it.
I tried to warn him that it wouldn't end well, but...
Gabriel's jaw tightened reflexively, and Fiona was reminded, not for the first time, that Gabriel was a predator.
His coven turned him against me, and after a while...
What? He took a deep breath in through his nose and let it out with a sound like ocean waves.
Micah bit off more than he could chew, killing himself in the process.
Fiona drew in a sharp breath through her teeth, suddenly seeing Gabriel's training in an entirely new light. Is that why you wanted to train me?
I needed to train you, he said gruffly. You're the only other ether witch I know.
Fiona bit her lip and stared down at the dagger that had once belonged to his friend. Gabriel, I can't take this.
I want you to have it, he said roughly. Then he looked over with a sheepish grin, cocking an eyebrow as if to say that the somber part of the conversation was over. It's no good to me anyhow. I can't kill demons. Fiona didn't know what to say to that. Thank you. You're welcome. He glanced at her again and let out a hiss of mock disappointment. You wish I'd gotten you a puppy instead. Fiona laughed, watching the side of his face as he laughed too. Since when did Gabriel have a sense of humor? Maybe she was rubbing off on him. No, it's perfect. I love it. Maybe that was a strange thing to say about his dead friend's dagger, but it was true. Since your father didn't tell you what the dagger actually did, I'm guessing he didn't tell you how to christen it either? No. You're supposed to give any magical blade first blood as a sign that you're binding yourself to it. Fiona got a quick flutter of panic. What does that mean? You feed the blade by drawing your own blood. I didn't christen my father's blade. You did too. Back at my shop before you fought the Nin. Although technically that dagger was passed down from someone whose blood flows through your veins, so it wasn't strictly necessary. Okay. Suppressing a shudder, Fiona drew the knife from its sheath. Even though it had likely been out of commission for years, the blade was bright silver without a hint of tarnish. She wasn't sure if that had more to do with its magical properties, or the fact that it had been in the hands of a rare weapons dealer for the past few years. The blade was the same on both sides, and perfectly balanced. She felt a familiar tingle of ether as she wrapped her hand around the hilt. But it didn't seem to reach out to join hers, maybe because she hadn't christened it yet. Trying not to be a wimp, she held out her hand and drew the edge of the blade across her palm. Gabriel hissed. I said christen it, not bleed all over Wesley's truck. Fiona cupped her palm so the blood could pool, and an instant later the cut healed over. She pulled a tissue out of her bag and wiped the excess blood away, cleaning the blade before sliding it back in its sheath. She looked up as they approached Divide. The view out the window was spectacular. The mountains were blanketed in a fresh layer of snow, and she wondered if there would be snow in Florissant. You must have been close, Fiona commented, staring down at the knife. If you inherited Micah's dagger. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who cared more about Micah than what he could do. Gabriel's voice was laced with bitterness, and Fiona wondered what kind of a coven would use a young witch for that dark purpose. Most of us aren't like that, you know, she murmured. A coven is supposed to be a family. Well, I was the closest thing to family he had. Fiona sensed that Gabriel blamed himself, at least in part for what had happened to Micah. Maybe that was partly why he'd been so reluctant to go along with Fiona's plan. There was a part of him, however small, that cared what happened to her, and seeing her stretch her abilities that way had probably brought back memories. The town of Florissant wasn't much, just a burger place, a gas station/liquor store, and a bar called the Thunderbird Inn. They drove through the town and kept on going, turning just before the sign for Lake George. They passed some kind of ranger workstation and continued on an unlined road flanked with pine trees and barbed wire fencing. The road turned to dirt about a mile in, and the woods became noticeably denser. Gabriel rolled up their windows as a jeep flew past, trailing a cloud of dust behind it. How far to the cabin? Fiona asked. We'll drive a few more miles on this road and then a private road should split off. He glanced up at the sky. It was late afternoon, which meant they only had a few more hours of daylight left. I think we should make camp and wait until morning to look for the cabin. I don't like the idea of creeping up on the place just before dark. Fiona wasn't excited about spending the night in the woods with Alexios nearby, but if this was his secret hideout, it would be unwise to attack after sundown. Demons thrived in the dark, and she didn't feel like giving up any advantage.
Pulling over along the side of the road, Gabriel took the map and frowned down at their route. He glanced back up at the road ahead and then started driving again. "What is it?" asked Fiona. "There was supposed to be another road right here, but I don't think... Damn, that was it." Gabriel hit the brakes and threw the truck in reverse, since there was no one else on the road. Then he turned down a rough Forest Service road that was much too narrow for 2 vehicles to pass. They bumped along for another half hour before Gabriel pulled into the trees. He got out, grabbed his duffel, and set off into the woods. Glancing into the back seat, Fiona made a face. She'd definitely overpacked for this mission, and she was regretting it. "You coming?" he called, turning over his shoulder. Fiona scrambled out, grabbed the dagger in her bag, and slammed the truck door shut. She was not about to get left behind, not with Alexios nearby. Chapter 31. S'mores and Saboteurs. Even though Gabriel's version of camping was much more Spartan than Fiona was used to, she was glad that he was there. Gabriel moved with a rugged efficiency that told her he'd done a lot of camping. She'd done her fair share too, but it had been the Girl Scouts variety. More singing, less killing. By the time Fiona returned from gathering firewood, Gabriel had created a tidy ring out of rocks and set up a sturdy-looking tent. It was the same forest green color as Wesley's truck, and blended in perfectly with their surroundings. There was only one problem. Fiona cleared her throat. "I thought you said you had a 2-man tent." Gabriel stopped pounding in the last steak and turned to look over his shoulder. "This is a 2-man tent. Maybe a 2-hobbit tent." He tilted his chin up and cracked a smirk. "Are you implying that you don't want to sleep so close to me?" Fiona felt her face heat up. Sleeping that close to a hunter? She'd take her chances. Sleeping that close to Gabriel? That was a different story. "I'll keep my dagger close." Gabriel snorted and busied himself with the fire. Fiona reluctantly hiked back to the truck to retrieve some of her things. At the very least, she needed the food she'd brought for their dinner, and all the fixing for s'mores. By the time she found their campsite again, darkness was beginning to fall. Gabriel had a fire going, so she wheeled the cooler over and started preparing some food. Gabriel watched with a mix of intrigue and disgust as she made her veggie and bean foil packet and tossed it onto the coals to cook. She'd had the foresight to bring hot dogs for him, which he ate, along with 5 or 6 of her chocolate chip cookies. "Are you always like this?" Gabriel asked, watching her transfer her toasted marshmallows from the stick to her graham cracker. "Like what?" "Someone who turns a serial killer stakeout into a fun camping trip?" Fiona raised an eyebrow in a challenge. "I don't know. Are you having fun?" Gabriel shook his head, gearing up for a scoff, but he rolled his eyes instead. "More fun than I usually have waiting out my target." "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Don't, That doesn't mean I don't find it ridiculous that you brought 2 kinds of granola, a pillow, and a hammock." "You should never go anywhere without a hammock." "This isn't a vacation." Fiona shrugged. "We might have some downtime." She smashed the marshmallow and Hershey bar between 2 crackers and licked the chocolate off her finger. "You can't take it back now that you've said it. You think I'm fun." Gabriel didn't respond to that, but he did accept a s'more. "Are you always like this?" she asked after a moment. "Like what?" She lowered her voice to a He-Man decibel. "So serious about everything." "I'm not that serious." "Please, you probably came out of the womb with a scowl." "I don't scowl," he said, with an involuntary expression that immediately contradicted his statement. "You don't smile very much." Gabriel fell silent. He was quiet for so long that Fiona was starting to wish she hadn't said anything at all. She could take some gentle ribbing, but apparently Gabriel couldn't.
Finally, he said, "It's difficult to find reason to smile when you spend every waking hour hunting down murderous supernaturals."
You ever think of doing something different? She asked, skewering 2 fresh marshmallows onto a stick.
"It's not my job," he said defensively. "I was born this way. I couldn't stop even if I wanted to."
What about Wesley?
"What about him?"
I don't know very much about hunter genetics, but how come Wesley was born immortal?
"We're only half-brothers," said Gabriel quietly.
I thought you two were twins.
"We are," said Gabriel.
Fiona narrowed her eyes at him, and he added,
"It's called superfecundation."
What is that? The corner of his mouth twitched in a grin.
You know how sometimes in a litter of mutts, there are 2 dogs that clearly come from different sires?
She nodded.
The same thing can happen in humans. It's extremely rare, but it can happen when a woman releases 2 eggs and...
He twisted his middle finger around his index in a gesture meant to represent copulation.
With another man. Anyway, Wesley's father, the man who raised us, was immortal.
Was? Gabriel gave a sideways nod.
He died a couple of years ago. Brain tumor. It was a terrible way to go, and Wes doesn't like to talk about it.
That explained why Fiona had never known about their dad. Wesley had told her their mother died in childbirth, but he hadn't mentioned his father.
I don't think he ever had any idea that I wasn't his son, Gabriel mused. Wesley doesn't know.
So your biological father was a hunter, and your mom... Fiona trailed off. She didn't want to come out and say it. It was none of her business anyway. But the whole premise was so intriguing she couldn't help but ask.
I don't know that she was willing, if that's what you're wondering. It's not as though I can ask her.
Fiona paused to let that sink in. She could only imagine what that was like. To go your whole life wondering if your conception had been the result of violence or an affair, or to grow up without a mother and never know your real father.
It's all right, he said,
correctly interpreting her silence and lifting the corner of his mouth in a grim smile.
It's the hunter's curse.
What do you mean?
She'd never heard of any curse. Hunters are born alone and die alone. Most hunters I know were abandoned by their birth parents and ended up in the foster care system.
Fiona frowned at this. Maybe she was missing something, but she couldn't help but think Gabriel must be using a skewed sample.
Every hunter has one hunter parent, he explained. Nurturing kind of goes against our natural instincts, and the qualities that make someone a good hunter aren't usually the qualities that attract a woman who'd make a loving mother.
Fiona sighed. Maybe she was naive, but she never bought into predetermination. Are all hunters men? She asked.
Most are, though I have met a handful of females. A few hundred years ago, the Brotherhood would kill any female hunters as children.
Seriously? Gabriel nodded.
The fear was that if there were too many women, we'd prefer our own kind to mating with mortals, and 2 hunters can't have children. If we didn't form attachments to mortals, we'd die out.
So, if the Brotherhood stopped killing all the females, why are there still so few?
I don't know. My guess is that most female hunters don't survive adolescence. Our prey drive starts really, really young. It can get us into a lot of trouble.
Fiona shuddered. She'd been raised to think the worst of hunters. Knowing Gabriel had changed all that, but she couldn't deny that his world was brutal. She could sense him withdrawing after revealing so much, so she decided to change the subject. What do you do when you're not hunting dangerous supernaturals?
What do you mean?
Like, what do you do in your downtime? He considered this for a moment.
Think about hunting dangerous supernaturals?
You need a hobby.
I like to shoot.
That doesn't count. Shooting is hunting related. If being a hunter were your business, you'd be able to write that off.
Gabriel snorted. We should probably turn in. He jerked his head at the tent. You can go ahead and stake your claim if you have a side preference. She didn't, but Fiona sensed that Gabriel wanted to be left alone, so she crawled inside the tent to change. Bumping around in the dark with nothing but her headlamp, the tent seemed smaller inside than it had looked from the outside. She changed into a pair of fleece-lined plaid bottoms and a red thermal shirt. Then she slithered down into her sleeping bag, staring at the 18 inches of space that Gabriel couldn't possibly fit in. You decent? Came his voice from outside the tent. Yeah. What did he think? That she was prancing around in her underwear? It couldn't be more than 40 degrees. She heard a zipper, and a patch of sky appeared around Gabriel's hulking form. He managed to nudge his upper body inside, and then bear crawl over to his sleeping area. There were a lot of rustling noises as he found his sleeping bag, and he inadvertently shifted his weight onto Fiona's shin. Ouch! She hissed. Get on your side. I am on my side. You're the one who's... Fiona reached up and gave a hard shove, her hand connecting with something firm and round. Gabriel froze, and then let out a snort. Oh, so it's like that. Fiona felt her face heat up, horror and embarrassment competing for dominance. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. You just grabbed my ass. I did not. Fiona. Gabriel's tone was accusatory and laced with wicked amusement. If you wanted to see what it felt like, you could have just grabbed a quick squeeze when I saw you this morning. You didn't have to orchestrate this elaborate camping ruse just to cop a feel. Fiona gritted her teeth, determined not to take the bait. There was a long pause. Was it just like you always imagined? It was an accident, Fiona snapped. Uh-huh. There was another long pause while Fiona's face burned. But if you really want to know, it's firmer than I expected. Oh, yeah? Fiona could practically hear the smirk in his voice. You must do a lot of lunges. It's the martial arts, actually. Gotta stay in fighting shape. The two of them fell into awkward silence, but Fiona could still sense Gabriel's amusement as he wriggled into his sleeping bag. There was a lot more rustling and zipping and shifting. By the time he was finished, his knees were jutting up against hers, and his shoulder was resting on the corner of her pillow. You still think it's a two-man tent? Fiona asked. I stand by what I said. She turned on her light to look at Gabriel. He was crunched into a blue nylon burrito, carefully keeping to his side of the center line. She snorted and wriggled into a seated position. She wasn't tired at all. What are you doing? I have to pee. You didn't go before you got in? Fiona ignored him and crawled toward the tent opening. She had to get out of there, away from him, and it wasn't as though she'd be able to sleep. She couldn't deny that she was attracted to him, whether it was the hunter pheromones or not. But there was something about Gabriel in that moment that was making her uneasy. Maybe the dark had heightened her senses. Maybe it was just the close proximity. In any case, the predatory energy he sometimes put off was particularly strong right then. Can you try to relax a little while I'm gone? She grumbled, reaching outside for her boots. You're putting off some serious huntery vibes, and I'm not going to be able to sleep. Gabriel lifted his head off his arm, but she couldn't read his expression in the dark. Huntery vibes? I don't know what you'd call it. Hunter energy? Oh. His tone was laced with understanding, so it really was a thing. Well, we are on a hunt. I tend to get a little keyed up whenever I'm tailing a target. And then there's you, he added, almost as an afterthought. Me? Fiona's voice came out a bit more accusatory than she'd intended. How on earth was she responsible? Gabriel hesitated. Don't take this the wrong way, but this whole situation is kind of setting me off."
Maybe she was just projecting, but Fiona could have sworn he sounded sheepish. This situation? Again, Gabriel took a long time to answer.
Hunters aren't just provoked by danger, you know. We have a naturally high prey drive, and our instincts. He paused. Well, let's just say they can be triggered by the thrill of the hunt in any form it takes.
Gabriel's voice was almost a growl as he finished that little statement. It raised the goosebumps on the back of her neck, but she forced herself to keep her expression neutral.
We're all alone in this tiny tent, and then you go and squeeze my ass.
"I'm sleeping outside," Fiona announced, embarrassment crowding out her unease. She shoved her feet into her boots, but she couldn't get away fast enough.
"Bodies don't lie, Fiona. Not any more than ether does."
His tone was half amused, half curious.
"I can hear your heart racing, you know. It picked up the moment I came in here. But I don't think you're afraid of me. I can usually smell fear on a person, and you smell like something else."
"I think your hunter radar is off," Fiona grumbled. She grabbed her coat, climbed out of the tent, and shuffled off into the trees. The moon was bright that night, but the towering pine and spruce trees cast long dark shadows. She wandered far enough to be sure Gabriel wouldn't hear her pee. When she'd finished, she turned back toward their campsite, awkwardness and dread churning in her stomach. She didn't want to face Gabriel. Not after that. But then she heard a crackle of pine needles. Fiona froze. She could feel the tingle of ether nearby, much more than any mortal or animal. It wasn't Gabriel, and it wasn't a witch. She reached for her dagger and then whispered a curse. She left it back at the tent. As she moved toward their campsite with quick, careful strides, a low, vicious growl met her ears. A pair of gleaming, reddish-yellow eyes flashed when she turned on her headlamp. Fiona would know those eyes anywhere. "Shit!" she hissed. "Gabriel!" She hoped he wasn't too far to hear her. But before Fiona could move to run, the demon wolf lunged from the shadows. Fiona threw her body to the side, and the white wolf landed where she'd just been standing. It turned very slowly, baring its teeth, and Fiona scrambled back. But the white wolf pounced, knocking her to the ground. She threw out an arm to shield her face, and its teeth ripped into her jacket. A flurry of white feathers erupted as it tore her coat, but the stuffing protected her arm. Winding up with her left, she punched the wolf in the nose, but the beast snapped back in fury. She skittered back on her hands and feet, and the wolf pummeled her again. Its claws raked over the side of her face, and Fiona let out a scream. She tried to focus on commanding its ether, but before she could sharpen her concentration, a gun fired with a deafening bang. The wolf didn't go down, but it darted away, startled and seemingly unhurt. A tall, dark shape emerged from the trees, and a pair of strong hands pulled her up.
"You all right?"
Gabriel asked, his voice charged with adrenaline. "Fine," she panted, still looking around. Gabriel's hand trailed down her arm, and she felt something cold in her palm. Her dagger. It was good timing, too. A low growl alerted her to the demon wolf's return, and she turned to see it glowering in the moonlight. "Come on," she coaxed, unsheathing the blade. "Come and get it, then." Gabriel swore, and she heard the snap of branches. But it wasn't the demon wolf this time. She glanced to her left and saw a pair of red eyes glaring at her from the shadows. Then another pair flickered into view, and another, and Fiona realized they were surrounded. Her chest tightened at the cold wave of ether as one of the creatures stalked toward them. It was a giant black dog with a pronounced curve to its back and an enormous, drooling mouth. It had a serious underbite, short pointed ears, and a heavy, muscular body. "What are those?" Fiona whispered in terror.
"Hellhounds. Real ones this time."
"What do we do?" Fiona gasped. She wouldn't be able to take them all.
"When I say go, You make a run for the truck." Fiona nodded, though he couldn't see her. "Ready? Now!" Fiona didn't wait to see which way Gabriel would run. She took off toward the truck at a dead sprint and heard the rush of footsteps behind her as the hounds gave chase. She flew through the woods faster than she'd ever run, ignoring the branches and pine boughs that smacked her face as she went. At one point, she stumbled over a depression in the ground, but managed to stay on her feet. Just as she reached the edge of an embankment, a pair of razor-sharp fangs caught her leg. She yelped and felt a deep, stabbing pain as she dragged the hellhound along. Twisting around, she stabbed down blindly in the region of her calf and felt her dagger hit something solid. It let out a blood-chilling yelp of pain, but it didn't dissolve into an amorphous black mist. Instead, its grip on her leg seemed to tighten. She continued to stab until she felt the warm rush of blood on her calf. The hellhound collapsed on a bed of pine needles, and she felt the ether surge up her blade. She stumbled painfully back toward the truck, but felt a cold draft of ether as another demon gave chase. "Leave me alone!" she screamed in her head, unsure if the demon could respond. She felt the crackle of electricity rush over her skin and heard the beast approaching. She sensed its overpowering dark energy an instant before she felt its claws rip into her. Fiona tripped, and the ground rushed to meet her as she face-planted. She smelled blood and pine needles and rotten eggs as she struggled to get to her feet. But the weight of the creature was immense, and nothing she did seemed to shift it. She could feel the oppressive dark weight of its energy as its fangs tore into her coat. White feathers rained down around her, blanketing the ground like snow. The beast's sharp teeth eventually grazed flesh, but she hardly even felt it. She was concentrating hard on the ether. There was something familiar about it. She realized then that it was the demon wolf, not one of the hellhounds. Squeezing her eyes shut, she imagined her own ether as glowing white tendrils wrapping around the familiar. They wrapped tighter and tighter, until they formed a cage, and the wolf let out a deep-throated growl. He slashed at Fiona with his claws, and she used the pain to sharpen her focus and trap the familiar's ether. With a cry of effort, she ripped the demon clean out of the wolf's body. The wolf collapsed on top of her, knocking the air from her lungs. The pine needles and feathers that littered the ground scattered in a cold gust of air. Then a penetrating chill settled over the forest as the demon mist unfurled around her. Its taunting whispers filled the air, but she was done being terrorized by the familiar. Summoning every ounce of strength she possessed, she twisted under the wolf's limp body and slashed at the demon mist with her dagger. A scream of anguish pierced the air, but then something else happened. A lower-pitched, much more human cry joined the demon's scream. The sound sent a chill down Fiona's spine as the familiar shattered to pieces. Her dagger grew hot as it absorbed the ether, and it was all she could do not to drop it. Fiona lay there under the wolf, weak and shaking from the fight. She supposed she was feeling the effects of the adrenaline, but she couldn't lie there forever. As she maneuvered under the wolf's huge body, she realized that it was still breathing. The familiar had taken control of the wolf, but slaying the demon hadn't killed the beast. It was breathing a little harder than was probably natural, but it was definitely still alive. It would be full wolf when it regained consciousness, and she didn't want to be there when it did. "Fiona?" Gabriel's voice rang through the trees, his tone ragged with worry. "Over here," she said, too scared to shout. The hellhounds were still close by. Holy hell! Gabriel must have just caught sight of the wolf that had Fiona pinned. She felt the vibrations of Gabriel's footsteps and the low groan as he heaved the wolf off her. He hauled her to her feet by the front of her jacket, which by then was in shreds. "Are you okay?" Fiona gave a shaky nod, and he dragged her away from the wolf. It was a good thing Gabriel had shown up when he had. After running from hellhounds and fighting the familiar, she was completely turned around. Apparently, the hunter didn't have that problem. A moment later, they reached the dirt road, and Wesley's truck came into view. It was a few yards down from where they'd emerged, but the sight of it filled her with relief. They moved quickly down the rutted dirt road and tugged the truck doors open. Gabriel slammed his door and put the key in the ignition, letting out a colorful string of curses. "Drive!" Fiona urged, peering out the windows. She couldn't see the hellhounds, but she could feel them, which meant that the pack was close. "It won't start," Gabriel growled. "What do you mean it won't start?" "I mean the truck won't." Gabriel broke off, staring into the rearview mirror. Fear spilled into Fiona's chest as she watched his face drain of color. Now that she was paying attention, the demons were closer than she'd thought. It felt as though they were right on top of them, in the truck itself. "Hello, brother," said a familiar voice. Fiona's whole body jolted so violently she thought she might have a heart attack. Something swung out from the back seat, cracking Gabriel over the head. Fiona screamed and fumbled for the door handle, but a hand sprung out and grabbed her by the hair. "If he's going to borrow my truck overnight, I wish he'd just ask." Fiona's heart was hammering in her chest, but her mind couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. Wesley was leaning over the center console, holding Fiona by the hair. He clasped a wet rag over her mouth and nose, and she tasted something chemically sweet. She fought against him, but it was no use. Wesley was stronger, and she could feel herself fading. The last thing she saw before she blacked out were a pair of red eyes in the passenger side mirror.
Chapter 32. The Evil Twin. The musty scent of an old closed-up house was the first thing Fiona noticed. That and the swirling dust that forced a sneeze and jolted her awake. As she peeled her sticky eyelids open, the wall of a log cabin came into view. She was propped against an old potbelly stove, with her hands bound behind her back. Directly in front of her stood a ratty plaid couch, which had a stuffed deer trophy hanging above it. Someone had lit a fire in the hearth on her left, but it did little to offset the chill in the room. The cold wind coming through the gaps in the walls was partly to blame, but there was something more sinister in the air. The cold concrete floor was covered in a dirty rag rug, and the rest of the decor definitely skewed male. Fiona tugged at the rough rope that bound her wrists, but when she moved, it burned her skin. Fiona let out a hiss. Had someone coated the rope with vampire blood so that she couldn't break her bonds by magic? Looking to her right, she saw Wesley watching her. He was perched on the end of a low double bed and looked completely normal. He was wearing a cotton Henley t-shirt that both brothers must have owned in every color. His eyes had returned to their usual light blue, and Fiona wondered if it had all been a dream. "Damn it, Wesley," came a pained voice from the other side of the hearth. Gabriel was coming around. "And I always thought I was your evil twin." "Sorry about that," said Wesley, in a light, unapologetic tone. Fiona leaned forward so she could see Gabriel, whose face was screwed up in a grimace. Wesley had struck him in the back of the head, hard enough to knock him out cold. Once he'd taken in his surroundings, his eyes narrowed in understanding. "Where is he?" Gabriel asked, his voice low and deadly. "He'll be along. He went for a little stroll to make sure you two were alone." Maybe it was the lingering effects of the chloroform, or the shock of being duped by Wesley, but it took Fiona a moment to catch up. Presumably this was the cabin that they'd been scouting, which meant Alexios was nearby. "It was you," Gabriel sighed, sounding oddly satisfied. "You tampered with the truck." Wesley held up a short length of red wire and cracked a sly grin. "Should have known," Gabriel muttered. Fiona was still reeling from the shock. Neither of them had seen this coming. But as she studied Wesley sitting on the bed, she realized that she should have. There had been something off about him earlier that morning. He'd seemed distant, a little cool toward her, and he'd locked up the colonel. Then she remembered La Ruota Oscura sitting on his living room table. How long had he and Alexios been working together? Her horror and dismay morphed into anger, but then she arrived at certainty. She couldn't have misjudged Wesley that badly. He had a demon inside him. Gabriel's furious hunter energy was making it difficult to discern anything else, but if she concentrated, she could sense the underlying darkness of the demon's tainted ether.
"What are we doing here?" Gabriel asked. "We're all tied up with nowhere to go. What does Alexios want with us?"
The shadow of a smirk flickered across Wesley's face, making him look uncharacteristically evil. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, the front door flew open, and a cold draft blew through the cabin. Fiona wasn't sure how much time had passed since she'd left the tent, but the temperature outside had dropped considerably. A light snow was falling over the silent forest, and Alexios stood in the doorway. He was barefoot and dressed in a long brown tunic, but she was distracted by the severed head in his hand. The head was covered in jet black fur and had 2 short, pointed ears. Its red eyes were dried out and clouded from death, and Fiona recognized it as the hellhound she'd killed.
"You killed my familiar and one of my hounds."
Alexios's voice was low and calm, but his fury was unmistakable. There was a heavy thump as he dropped the head, rolling it toward Fiona. It wasn't round like a bowling ball, so it teetered to one side and came to a halt at Gabriel's feet. "It wasn't easy," Fiona muttered.
"No, I imagine not," spat Alexios. "Only when the hound's body becomes uninhabitable does the demon release itself from that form. I do not care about the hounds, but Blood Moon was important to me."
Fiona guessed that Blood Moon was the familiar. As hopeless as their situation seemed, Alexios's rage gave her some satisfaction.
"What do you want?" Gabriel rumbled, glaring up in disgust. "If you wanted us dead, you'd have killed us already, which means you must need something."
"Yes," said Alexios thoughtfully. "I could have killed you, I suppose, but your being alive will make my proposal more compelling." The odd note of pleasure in Alexios's voice made Fiona's stomach churn.
"Fiona will return to the site of the portal and remove her shield. I would do it myself, but she has placed protective wards on the dagger so that only she can remove it."
"Fiona will not," Fiona grumbled, her hatred for Alexios bubbling to the surface. Eleanor wasn't there for him to use against her. She would die before she removed that shield.
"Very well."
Alexios turned toward the bed.
"Wesley, do me a favor and put that poker in the fire."
Wesley got up and did as he was told, moved to obey by the demon that possessed him. Fiona wasn't sure what Alexios was up to, but she knew it couldn't be good.
"You see, I've been watching you for some time, Fiona. Well, Blood Moon has. He couldn't tell me which brother you preferred. The mortal is the more palatable of the two, but you were spending so much time with the hunter."
Alexios had begun to pace, and Fiona glanced from Wesley to Gabriel. To her relief, neither brother was looking at her. Gabriel was too busy glaring at Alexios. Wesley was sitting on the edge of the bed, with a far-off look in his eyes.
"I concluded that you were uncertain yourself, so I devised a plan that would work for either scenario."
He shot Wesley a condescending look.
"Mortals are so easy to manipulate. Kakar took to him right away."
Fiona shot Gabriel a questioning look, but his face was a mask of horror.
"Wesley, retrieve the poker," Alexios murmured.
Wesley did as he was told, moving swiftly across the room as though he simply couldn't resist. He reached down and pulled it out of the fire,
The end was glowing red. "Tell me, is the end hot?" "Yes." "Are you sure? I think you'd better check." Fiona shook her head, shocked into silence, as Wesley reached out and cupped the end with his hand. A yell of anguish tore through his throat, and Fiona smelled burning flesh. Wesley doubled over in pain, and she gagged as he withdrew his hand. His flesh was burned and peeling away, some of it sticking to the end of the poker. "Kakar is a Devorion," said Gabriel, his voice full of grim certainty. "Very good," Alexios taunted, tossing Wesley a knife. Wesley was still bent over his hand, moaning in pain, and the knife clattered to the floor at his feet. "Stab him," Alexios said, jerking his head at Gabriel. "No!" Fiona cried, startling Wesley enough that he turned. When he looked at her, she could see a shadow of the real Wesley behind the mask. It was something in the set of his shoulders, or the pained look in his eyes. A devious smile came over Alexios, and his eyes gleamed with malicious delight. He was giving Fiona a look she really didn't like, as though they shared a private joke. "There," he said. "Now we're getting somewhere." Wesley's face was lined with agony. The pain seemed to be helping him fight the demon, but she wasn't sure he could defeat it. It had been hard enough for Eleanor to do it, and Eleanor was a witch. "Go on," Alexios urged. "I'd like to test my theory." Fiona strained at her bindings again, even though she knew it was useless. Every time she moved her arm, her skin felt as though it was being burned with acid. There was definitely ichor blocking her powers, and she was weighed down by exhaustion. Wesley picked up the knife at his feet and took a slow step toward his brother. Fear erupted in Fiona's chest, and the fire crackled out from the hearth. She had an idea. She couldn't break her bonds by magic, but perhaps she could wield the elements. As Wesley passed by the fireplace, she concentrated on the flames. She imagined them swelling to an inferno, and the fire expanded before her eyes. It wasn't quite the blaze she'd imagined, but Wesley jumped back as his pant leg caught fire. He beat his good hand against the flames, yelping as they burned his skin. "Very good," said Alexios, nodding in approval. "Though I doubt you'll be able to do that again. Ichor is good for more than trapping a demon. It also neutralizes ether. It will slowly sap you of your powers, and you need to save your strength. I still need you to remove that shield. Your hunter's life depends upon it." Fiona glowered back at him, concentrating on reaching the ether inside him. If she could banish a demon, she could hurt Alexios. But as soon as she tried, her head started to ache, and she seemed to hit an invisible wall. So she focused her attention on Wesley instead, tossing him back with a huge gust of air. Wesley slammed back, hitting the side of the couch, and Fiona's head throbbed from the effort. It did feel as though she was gradually losing strength. Maybe Alexios hadn't been bluffing. "I did warn you," he chided. "Wesley, continue." A very battered Wesley got to his feet and staggered toward his brother. Gabriel watched him cross the room, his expression completely unreadable. Fiona couldn't tell if he was more angry at Alexios or himself for not noticing something was off about Wesley. They must have had words before Gabriel left, but Fiona had been oblivious too. Wesley bent down in front of his brother, and Gabriel muttered, "Just do it." "No!" Fiona growled, feeling nauseous and a little faint. That feeble protest was all she could manage, before Wesley's knife arm shot out. The dagger landed in Gabriel's chest, and he let out a wet, gurgling gasp. Gabriel's head tilted forward in pain, and then a sly grin spread over his face. "Admit it," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "You've wanted to do that for years." Wesley didn't say a word. He just withdrew the knife very slowly, eliciting a deep moan of pain. Blood glinted on the blade, and Gabriel slumped over his thighs. "You bastard!" Fiona spat, exhaustion fraying the sharp edge to her voice. The longer she sat there, the worse it got. The ichor-soaked bonds were draining her fast. Alexios's face broke into a smile. "See, I knew you preferred the hunter, which begs the question, why?" Fiona glared up at him in disgust. She might be Alexios's prisoner, but she didn't have to play his game. Witches and hunters are natural enemies. His very proximity should repulse you. Normally, this conversation would have been making her squirm, but she was too afraid for Gabriel to fret about what he would think. He was still slumped forward with his hands bound, unable to put pressure on the wound. Blood was seeping from the hole in his chest, soaking the front of his shirt. "So, what do you think? Do we have a deal?" Alexios eyed Fiona expectantly. "Because I can send Kakar for your sister next, or any witch that pleases me." "Go to hell." "All right, then." Alexios frowned. "Some of us are slow learners." He looked to Wesley. "Turn the knife on yourself." "Stop it!" Fiona gasped, her voice coming out low and weak. Wesley's eyes darted toward her, but he turned the knife in his hands. "Drive it through your heart, Wesley," Alexios murmured, speaking very softly. "No," Fiona growled, trying to access her powers. She concentrated on the ground beneath them, trying to cause another earthquake. But all she managed was a brief rumble of the floorboards before her head felt as though it would split in two. Gripping the knife in both hands, Wesley pressed the tip of the blade to his chest. Sweat was beading on his upper lip, and the knife shook in his hands. Fiona didn't know if it was the pain from his burns or his own inner struggle against the demon. Then again, it went against basic human instinct to drive a sharp object through your heart. As with Eleanor, the real Wesley was in there somewhere, though Fiona wasn't sure how deep he was buried. "Wesley, don't!" Fiona cried finally. "This isn't really you! The demon Kakar is controlling you. He's forcing you to do this." Wesley's eyes flickered to Fiona, but he didn't drop the knife. "Eleanor was able to fight her Devorion. You can fight it too." "She's lying, Wesley," said Alexios smoothly. "Eleanor couldn't fight her demon any more than you can. You're mine now. Well, mine and Kakar's." Just then, Wesley let out a shaky breath of despair, as if Alexios's words rang true. "Stop!" Fiona cried. "Stop! I'll do it! I'll remove the shield!" "Why should I believe you?" Alexios crooned. "You have double-crossed me before." "What proof do you need? I'll do it. I just—" "Stop," said Gabriel, surprising Fiona. She'd thought he'd already lost consciousness. But when she looked over, he raised his head, sweat beading on his pale face. "Is this your big plan?" Gabriel muttered. His voice labored as if every word pained him. "Make my brother a puppet? Blackmail her?" He forced out a laugh, and his face paled visibly. "Don't you ever do anything yourself?" Alexios's nostrils flared, but when he spoke, his voice was cool. "I could ask you the same question, Hunter. Coming to a witch to solve your demon problem? You should be proud. You created the perfect little soldier. I think you even tricked her into falling in love with you." "Shut up," Gabriel hissed. "So much the better if you have a devoted little witch who will do whatever you ask." "Shut up!" Gabriel's command rang out with ferocious intensity, and then he turned to look at Fiona. "Maybe you were right." "Right about what?" His eyes were glazed and unfocused. He took a deep breath, wincing in pain. Maybe I do need a hobby. Fiona's mouth fell open in bewilderment as Gabriel sprang to his feet. No, sprang wasn't the word for what he did. He lurched painfully into an upright position and threw himself at Wesley. Fiona's whole body tensed with fear as Gabriel took out his legs. The knife clattered to the floor, which was stained with their blood, and the brothers both lunged for the weapon. There were grunts and moans as the two of them fought for it. Both of them had been injured. Gabriel was on top, but he was weak from blood loss, and Wesley was possessed by a demon. He gouged his brother viciously in the eye, and Gabriel threw out a punch. Fiona glanced back to where Gabriel had been, struggling to free herself from her bonds. The frayed ropes that had held Gabriel lay on the floor beside something small and shiny. A razor blade, by the looks of it. As her eyes darted back to the brothers locked in their struggle, she caught the quick flash of silver. The knife they'd been fighting over gleamed in the firelight, as Gabriel brought it down in an arch. There was a horrible, gasping intake of air, and Wesley's legs went stiff. Alexios thrust out a hand with a booming yell, and Gabriel flew through the air. There was a horrible noise as his body hit the stone side of the fireplace, and then he fell to the floor. Gabriel lay motionless in a crumpled heap, the bloody dagger still clutched in his hand.
Chapter 33. An Inhospitable Host. Fiona stopped struggling against her ropes, trying to understand what had happened. Her eyes darted from the bloodied weapon in Gabriel's hand to Wesley lying stiff on the floor. Blood was seeping from a wound in his chest, and he let out a pitiful groan. Gabriel's face had gone dark and slack. Fiona stared at him, speechless. Gabriel had stabbed him. He'd stabbed his own brother. Wesley was bleeding out on the floor, and there was nothing she could do to help him. Under normal circumstances, she could have tried to heal him, but tied to the potbelly stove? Then she remembered what Eleanor had said about fresh ichor being the best. That was why she needed Holden to come nearly every night. Dried vampire blood wasn't as effective at warding off the spirits. Bringing her attention back to her ropes, she concentrated on the moisture in the ichor. Drawing on her feeble reserves of power, she focused on pulling the water out. It was much easier than trying to cause an earthquake, and she felt the ropes grow weak and brittle as the caustic effects of the ichor faded. "Amazing," said Alexios, drawing Fiona's attention back to the brothers. "I always knew hunters were ruthless killers, but I never imagined you would kill your own brother." Gabriel was still bleeding from the wound Wesley had inflicted. Fiona sensed him growing weaker. He barely stirred at Alexios's taunts, but Wesley was fading faster. He let out a weak gurgle of pain, and more blood gushed from his wound. Moved by a renewed sense of urgency, Fiona squeezed both eyes shut and willed a spark of flame into existence. It ignited on the ropes that bound her, making quick work of the tinder-dry jute. She gritted her teeth as the flames lapped her skin, and she doused them as soon as the rope broke apart. Alexios was stalking over to Gabriel, his face twisted in fury and disbelief. He seemed to have forgotten Fiona was there. At first, she had no idea why Alexios was so angry, but then she felt the cold rush of ether. The lights flickered and then went out, leaving the fire as the only source of light. Wesley let out another wet gurgle, and a sickly black mist unfurled from his body. The demon drew itself out from Wesley's throat, rising up and gathering mist like a man sweeping his cloak around him. Fiona watched in stunned horror as Wesley's back arched. He gasped in relief as he expelled the demon, which had taken the form of a sinister face. Fiona cast around for her dagger. It was lying by the door with Gabriel's sidearm, which he'd used to scare the demon wolf. Both of the weapons were too far out of reach, and Fiona wasn't confident she could bring them toward her. Alexios didn't know that she'd freed herself, and she didn't want to draw his attention. The demon took in the cabin with a dispassionate swiftness, and its gaze landed on Fiona. She'd been in the process of gathering her legs underneath her, preparing to spring toward Wesley. At first, she thought the demon would come for her, but the sinister face rounded on Gabriel. "The vermin hunter destroyed my host." Its voice boomed in Fiona's head, though she wasn't sure if everyone else could hear it or not. So that was why Gabriel had stabbed his brother, to make Wesley an unsuitable host. Fiona felt a surge of relieved understanding, but if she didn't help Wesley soon, he was going to die from blood loss. A healthy mortal's ether signature could almost fade into the background, but Fiona could barely sense his at all. "Take the hunter," said Alexios lazily, without so much as moving his lips. "I have no further use for him." Fiona glanced over at Gabriel, in time to see the raw terror in his face. She'd never seen Gabriel look afraid, but she could practically taste his fear. The demon appeared to be weighing its options, scrutinizing Gabriel with a haughty expression. "Very well," it said. "There is no other choice. A demon wielder is not a suitable host." Just then, the face dissolved, and the dark fog drifted toward Gabriel. Fiona stiffened as the mist swept over her, before blanketing Gabriel's body. Gabriel stiffened on the ground, his whole body tightening in resistance. "Go to hell," he growled, a feverish sweat breaking out over his skin. To her surprise, Fiona felt a surge of power wash over her, raising the hair on the back of her neck. It wasn't the heady crackle of a demon's ether. Instead, it fanned out like a low rumble of bass, making the pots hanging over the stove clatter. "Fool," the demon spat, though it had no face to form an expression. "You cannot banish me, not when you are so weak." Gabriel glared at the dark blanket of mist, and Fiona knew he was putting up mental barriers. She wasn't sure if they would work, but perhaps a hunter had defenses she wasn't even aware of. Gabriel let out a horrible, muted choke as the dark mist wrapped around him. At first, Fiona didn't understand what was happening. Then she realized it was squeezing him like a vice. Gabriel's face turned a nasty reddish purple before he went limp on the ground. Fiona crouched on the floor, gripped by terror, but she knew she'd only have one chance. Taking advantage of Alexios' distraction, she leapt to her feet and lunged for her dagger. The sudden movement must have drawn his attention, because as soon as her hand clasped the handle, she felt her feet lift out from under her. Alexios' power pulled her back and slammed her face down on the floor. Her chin hit the concrete with an agonizing jolt, but she didn't drop the dagger. She could feel Alexios attempting to rip the blade from her hand, but she gripped it even tighter. She felt the charge of ether travel up her arm as the dagger linked its power with hers. But Fiona's relief didn't last long. She felt a violent jolt in the pit of her stomach as Alexios flipped her onto her back. Her head smacked against the floor once again. Blackness threatened to pull her under as Alexios' face swam into view. She glared up at him, but she couldn't move. He was using his command of the elements to keep her pinned to the floor. Maybe it was only her imagination, but he seemed more powerful than he had last time. "Stupid witch," Alexios hissed. "Did you really think you could kill my demon?" A low growl rumbled from Gabriel's general direction, a sound of protest that told her he was still fighting. The pressure on Fiona's body seemed to ease, but then the full strength of the witch's power clamped down on her throat. Her whole body stiffened as Alexios choked her. He was using his ether to manipulate the air, and she was too panicked to defend herself. Alexios tilted his head to the side, watching her suffocate with a thoughtful expression. She could still sense the dark current of the demon's ether, and knew it was slowly wearing Gabriel down. But he was still conscious, and that was something. She could fight this too.
Do you know why Agatha wanted to open that portal? Asked Alexios, placing his bare foot on her wrist. Pain flared up her arm as he shifted his weight, forcing her hand to release the dagger. She wanted to help me bring back my mother. My real mother, that is. Fiona could neither move nor breathe, but Alexios didn't need her reaction. Not all demons like the Earthen Realm, of course. Here they must constantly feed. But demons can live for an eternity, and many get bored in the Underworld. For a moment, the pressure on her throat eased up, and Fiona sucked in a gasp of air. It wasn't enough to fill her lungs, but for a moment, the heady weakness lifted. Agatha and I made a pact. We vowed to open a portal to this world, and in return, the demons would allow us to harness their ether to bring my mother back to life. A wistful smile graced his lips, as if he were so lost in thought that he'd forgotten he was strangling Fiona. The pressure on her throat eased some more. My mother and I would be reunited after a lifetime apart. He looked down at Fiona, and his expression turned cold. You are the reason Agatha is dead, and now you have ruined our plan. You have forced me to break my word, and it does not do to break pacts with demons. Agatha will have died in vain. I will not accept that. Fiona, who'd been taking swift gulps of air, paused long enough to growl. Why do you care so much about Agatha? She was ready to let you die. Lies, Alexios hissed, though Fiona could feel the force of his rage. His anger distracted him from his stranglehold on Fiona, and she took another quick gulp of air. She would not have sacrificed me. I was the reason for all this. Agatha was only after power. Alexios was listening despite his anger, and for a moment, Fiona could breathe. If she wanted to resurrect your mother, it was only to soothe her own conscience. You were almost never born, but because of Agatha... She sucked in another breath of air. She told your mother to give you up, and your mother couldn't live with herself. Yes, my mother was weak, Alexios conceded, more to himself than Fiona. Beaten down by that cowardly vermin who refused to claim his own child. Agatha, seeing what I was, took me under her wing. She loved me as my adoptive parents never did. I will not let her death count for nothing. Alexios's voice wavered with the force of his emotion. It made Fiona sick. Agatha hadn't cared about Alexios, but she'd turned him into her mindless disciple who'd murdered at least 5 people. Agatha might have loved your mother, but Agatha never loved you. How dare you? Alexios hissed, and the pressure on her throat returned in full force. You will take me to where you have hidden the shield, or you will die a painful death. Fiona's eyes rolled back in her head as her body fought for air. Screw you. At those words, Alexios let out a howl of rage, and Fiona cringed against the sudden surge of ether. The force of his fury seemed to magnify his power, and he turned it against her entire body. It felt as though she were being compressed under the weight of a car. She tried to scream, but her lungs wouldn't expand, and she heard a sickening pop as 1 or 2 of her ribs cracked under the pressure. Fiona thought she would pass out from the pain, but she just lay there, helpless. Squeezing her eyes shut, she tried to form a protective shield, but she was too drained from the ichor to resist. A deep silence wrapped around her, like the chilly cloak of death. Then a thunderous crack tore it apart, making her eardrums ring. Fiona's whole body jerked reflexively, eliciting a sharp stabbing pain from her ribs. The enormous weight on her body lifted, but the injuries it left were still very real. Alexios's eyes were wide and staring. Between them, in the center of his brow, was a perfect round hole. At first, Fiona didn't understand what had happened, but then she saw the blood.
It oozed out from the hole in his head, and Alexios paled visibly. Fiona watched as he swayed for a moment before crumpling to the floor. She looked up. Wesley's head was tilted over his chest, Gabriel's pistol clutched in his hand. Chapter 34. On Death's Doorstep. Fiona drew in a sharp intake of breath, her whole body rigid with shock. Alexios was lying in a heap at her feet, his eyes wide and staring. She opened her mouth, but Wesley's head fell back, the gun clattering to the floor. Her first instinct was to run to him, but then she heard a cry of pain. Gabriel was still lying on his back, half hidden in a swirl of dark mist. His eyes were clamped shut in an expression of pain, and he looked as though he were breathing smoke. He was still fighting against the Devorion, but he was losing that battle. Fiona watched in horror as the demon forced itself through his nose and mouth, and Gabriel's spine arched back. He cried out as he fought, a miserable sound that made Fiona's chest ache, and she scrambled to her feet. "Leave him," she growled at the demon in her mind, summoning all the forcefulness she could muster. The demon didn't answer her, which was unusual. Demons usually couldn't resist the chance to taunt their victims. It must have been locked in an epic battle deep within Gabriel's subconscious. "You can't hold him," Fiona growled, though she wasn't sure that was true. A moment later, Gabriel shuddered, and then his face went slack. His skin had grown very pale from blood loss and the effort of fending off the demon. Drawing on every ounce of strength she had left, Fiona reached out and searched for the demon. It was already trying to entangle itself with Gabriel's distinctive energy, but the demon was having a very hard time. Still, it managed to rebuff Fiona's attempts at control. Her ether rebounded like a rubber band snapping back. "Stupid witch," the demon snarled. "You are unfit to command my kind." "Leave him alone!" Fiona boomed, reaching out to grab the demon, to force it to obey. The demon didn't respond, but it stopped its attempts to ensnare Gabriel, and she knew she'd gotten its attention. She wrapped her ether more tightly around it, which kept the demon from burrowing deeper. She could feel the Devorion straining at her bonds, but Fiona's strength held. She imagined scooping it up in an invisible net and dragging it from Gabriel's body. This time, she felt strong resistance, but she didn't let up, despite the pounding in her temples. "Leave!" Fiona shouted, tightening her grip. This time, she felt the power of her own ether reverberate through her body. It felt like the rumble of a huge truck engine, only it came from deep within. The demon stopped struggling, as though cowed into submission, and she yanked it from Gabriel with a merciless tug. Gabriel yelled, and she felt the Devorion release its grip as Gabriel writhed in pain. Thick black fog poured from his mouth, and Fiona picked up her dagger. As the black mist unfurled itself from Gabriel, Fiona lunged for the demon. She felt it when her blade made contact. A powerful thrust of energy surged up her arm, and an ear-splitting scream almost made her drop it. It shook the dirty cabin windows, and a glass on the drying rack shattered. The blade heated up as it consumed the demon, but it wasn't drawing the ether fast enough. She could feel the pressure building around her, the dark energy causing the floor to vibrate. She crouched down and closed her eyes, an instant before it happened. There was a sound like an explosion, as the window shattered, showering them all in shards of glass. Fiona felt the glass rebound off her skin, and a few pieces lodged in her flesh through her clothes. She shuddered as the scream faded to nothing, and Gabriel opened his eyes with a gasp. For a moment, she just crouched there on the floor, staring at Gabriel in shock. But then her awareness came crashing back, and she whipped around to look at Wesley. Wesley was lying motionless on the floor, with Gabriel's pistol held limp in his hand. Fiona threw herself across the room, her ears ringing as she collapsed beside him. Wesley's face was paler than any person should have been. His green t-shirt was soaked with blood, and more was pooling on the floor. She could still sense Wesley's ether, but it was depressingly faint and growing weaker every second. Fiona reached out with shaky hands and pulled up his blood-soaked shirt. Wesley groaned, but didn't open his eyes, and Fiona's stomach clenched. Beneath the gushing pool of blood, Wesley had a clean, straight wound on the right side of his chest. She didn't know if Gabriel had punctured his lung or any major arteries, just that Wesley had lost a lot of blood. Gabriel hadn't wanted to kill him, just wound him badly enough that the demon would be forced to vacate his body. But while Gabriel's wound had started to heal instantly, Wesley was immortal. How much blood could a human lose? 40% by volume? Fiona tried to remember how much that was, but her mind just stuttered uselessly. No, she thought, giving herself a shake. She had to heal him. There was no choice. Wesley couldn't die. Pressing her palm over the slick puddle of blood, she concentrated on sending a surge of warmth to the wound. She'd healed herself countless times, but she hadn't had much practice healing others. Part of her feared it wouldn't work on Wesley's internal injuries, but she felt the healing warmth travel down her arm and into his body. When she drew back her hand, she could see a patch of raw, wet flesh where the gaping cut had been. "I had to do it," came a low growl behind her. The voice was racked with guilt. Fiona felt the tingle of Gabriel's familiar energy and heard the pain in his heart. "I know," she murmured. "It was the only way to get the demon out. That thing would have killed him." Fiona hadn't argued with him, but the vehement tone of his voice made her think he was trying to convince himself that he'd done the right thing. Fiona didn't say it, but she couldn't hide from the truth once she realized what had happened. The demon had abandoned Wesley's body because he wasn't a good host. If the demon had thought it necessary to leave, Wesley was at death's door. Even though she'd stopped the bleeding, Fiona could sense him fading. His ether was fainter than it had been before, which meant the damage was done. Heart racing, she placed her hands over Wesley's chest and focused on sending him more of her ether. She pictured her life force surging into his body, bringing warmth and vitality that felt like sunshine. Instantly, the headache she'd been ignoring intensified, and little black spots appeared in her vision. She gritted her teeth and kept sending him her energy. But the more ether she tried to funnel into Wesley, the more her own body seemed to rebel. Already weakened from the ichor, she'd expended too much energy fighting that demon. Now her own survival mechanisms were kicking in, trying to save her before she grew too weak. "What's happening?" Gabriel asked, shattering her concentration. Fiona let up and scanned Wesley's body. The thrum of his energy was slightly stronger, perhaps, but he'd slipped into unconsciousness. Her ether wouldn't be enough to sustain him, and if he didn't get more, he would die. I don't think I can heal him," Fiona stammered. "What?" "He lost a lot of blood. His body's too weak. I tried giving him some of my ether, but fighting that demon took a lot out of me." "I thought you could pull ether from other living things," he growled. "You're an etherling. Save him." "It's not that simple," Fiona choked, fighting and failing to keep her voice strong. She felt as though someone were driving a nail through her temple, and the pain was making her woozy. "Trees and plants don't have a lot of ether. The energy it would take to draw enough for Wesley?" Fiona stopped to fight off a sudden swell of nausea. "What he needs is—" "A more concentrated source." Fiona nodded, still fighting the urge to throw up. "Use me," said Gabriel, without a moment's hesitation. He held out his arm, but Fiona faltered. She'd borrowed ether from her friends to fight a demon, but she'd never siphoned directly from another person. Giving her own ether wasn't that risky. Her body could tell her when she'd given too much. But drawing ether from another, especially a hunter, was unbelievably dangerous. Hunters had more ether than mortals, but less than witches. She wouldn't have any idea when to stop, and she could kill Gabriel without even meaning to. I've never...
There's a first time for everything, he growled with impatience.
She glanced down at his blood-stained shirt. He'd already lost a lot of blood, and he might be bleeding internally. You're wounded.
I'll be fine.
Her mind went to that day in the tunnels when she'd watched Alexios drain Gabriel's ether. She remembered the terrible feeling she'd had watching the life go out of him. She didn't think she'd ever recover from causing something like that, but Gabriel was glaring at her with furious determination, and she knew she had to try. Lie down, she said in a shaky voice. Gabriel glanced once at Alexios's corpse, and then lay down on the floor beside her. He positioned his torso near Fiona's hip, so she could reach both of them easily. For all his resolve, she could tell he was nervous. This was more than trusting a witch enough to work with her. This was trusting her with his life. Placing one hand on Gabriel's chest, she sucked in a breath as his ether washed over her. It was much stronger when she was touching him. She'd never felt anything like it. His energy wasn't tainted the way the demons had been, but it had a slightly darker, rougher texture. It was such a stark contrast to her own ether that she paused for a moment before relaxing into it. She felt it rebound before settling down. When she closed her eyes and concentrated on connecting with it, Gabriel didn't fight her. Fiona felt it when he surrendered and allowed his ether to flow unimpeded. It was odd to have another person's energy flow through her. It had only happened to her once before, when her father's ether had been released from their house. That had been an entirely different feeling, since the two of them were related. When Gabriel's ether surged through her body, the feeling was much more like pleasure. As she relaxed enough to let it wash over her, she realized that it had complexity. Gabriel's ether was rough around the edges, but it was also fierce and warm. Gritting her teeth in concentration, she pulled her focus back to Wesley. She pictured Gabriel's energy flowing into him, and instantly, Wesley's chest rose stronger as life returned to his body. She panicked a little at the intensity of the change and opened her eyes to look down at Gabriel. She could feel the ether flowing out of him, but he still seemed healthy enough. When she concentrated on separating his energy from Wesley's, she could still sense Gabriel's flowing strong. Cautiously, she siphoned some more and felt that odd surge of pleasure again. She imagined the energy flowing into Wesley and fanning out to heal his weakened body. Glancing down at Wesley's face, she saw his eyelids flicker. Color was beginning to return to his cheeks, and his heartbeat was strong beneath her palm. Sensing that he was stable, Fiona lifted her hand to break the connection. Looking over at Gabriel, she was startled to see what he looked like. In the few seconds since she'd seen him last, his face had grown gaunt and pale. She lifted her hand to break the connection, and a slight crease formed between his brows. Her body had responded to his ether, and she didn't want to unintentionally siphon any more. "Gabriel?" she whispered. "Wesley's stable." She took a deep breath. "I think he's going to make it."
"That makes one of us," Gabriel moaned hoarsely. "I think I might be dying."
A fresh jolt of alarm shot through Fiona, and she quickly scanned his body. His energy was registering weaker to her senses, and she guessed he was still losing blood. She shifted her body so she could kneel at his side, and he winced as she lifted his shirt. "Try to relax."
"Easy for you to say," he growled, his stomach muscles clenching in pain.
Fiona lowered her hand over his wound, but he captured her wrist with surprising speed.
Fiona drew in a sharp breath of surprise. Did he really not trust her to heal his wound after she'd healed his brother? "I don't want you to hurt yourself," he said, surprising her. "You've weakened yourself enough already." "It's okay," she whispered, oddly touched by his concern. "I absorbed some of your ether when I siphoned it from you. I can use it to heal you now." Gabriel opened his eyes and stared into hers, still not releasing her arm. Maybe he didn't trust her after that, but she didn't think that was it. He was looking at her as though he'd never quite seen her, and the grip on her wrist loosened. Fiona lowered her hand to his gaping wound and felt hot blood pooling under her palm. She concentrated on sending a surge of warmth to the area, and Gabriel made a low noise in his throat. At first, Fiona thought she might be hurting him, but when he closed his eyes and his brows came together, somehow she knew he wasn't in pain. Once the wound had closed and she could tell he was stronger, Gabriel placed his hand over hers. He drew it up higher on his chest so that it rested over his beating heart. He opened his eyes to glance down at the wound before hitting her with the full force of his gaze. His deep blue eyes bored into hers, and Fiona felt that something had changed between them. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "Sorry for what?" "I'm sorry that I asked you to do that for Wes." He closed his eyes and swallowed tiredly. "I didn't realize how much it took out of you to do that sort of thing." "It's okay." "It's not okay, but I wouldn't take it back. You saved his life, and I'm grateful for that." Fiona pressed her lips together, feeling a warm rush in her chest. It dampened the sharp stabbing pain in her temples and made her feel a little less wobbly. With a heavy sigh, Gabriel braced his elbow underneath him and pushed himself into a seated position. When he sat up, they were almost nose to nose, and his gaze flickered down to her mouth. They tracked back up and locked on her eyes before shifting over to Alexios's body. "Damn it," he muttered. "He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't even have been here." Wesley let out a low moan, as if in reply, though Fiona didn't think he was conscious yet. "We better get him out of here," she whispered to Gabriel, "before more demons show up." Chapter 35. The Hunter's Brother. Golden light was spilling in through Wesley's window, warming Fiona's leg. She was sitting on the floor beside his bed, poking through a box of bubble-wrapped weapons. They were part of the new shipment Gabriel had received, and Fiona was supposed to be checking the invoice, but she was too distracted by her nagging worry to be very detail-oriented. She was mostly just admiring each item before handing it off to Gabriel. He was seated in the chair by Wesley's bed, sharpening the blade of an old Damascus knife. Every so often, he would glance up from his work and stare at Wesley's motionless form. Fiona could sense Gabriel's anxiety, and she'd unconsciously started tempering it a little, the way she did with the colonel. Wesley was lying shirtless beneath the covers, his skin still pale and sickly. He hadn't opened his eyes since they dragged him from the cabin, but Fiona could sense his strength returning. Normally, she would have only felt relief, but her insides were a tangled mess of nerves. Part of that was a side effect of keeping Gabriel calm. The rest was worrying what Wesley would remember when he finally woke up. Wesley had been possessed by a demon. He'd stabbed his brother and shot Alexios. He'd been there when Fiona had killed the demon and siphoned Gabriel's ether. She didn't think Wesley had been conscious for that part, but she couldn't be sure. They'd removed Alexios's body from the wreckage of the hunting cabin. Fiona had used her powers to scour the blood from the concrete floor, and they'd buried Alexios several miles away. She hadn't wanted to dispose of the body, but they couldn't exactly involve the police. Wesley had killed him in self-defense, but there was little evidence to corroborate his story. It would have been difficult to explain why Wesley's stab wound had healed, and why they'd been there in the first place.
There were too many things that didn't make sense, and Gabriel had been adamant about not involving the mortals.
Shouldn't he have woken up by now? Came Gabriel's rumbling voice.
That much ether is hard on the body. We're lucky it didn't kill him. She sensed Gabriel's deadly pause of confusion, and she knew she had to explain. Mortals can't tolerate too much at one time. Even a witch would have to sleep that off. Gabriel grunted, apparently unsatisfied, and the waves of concern coming off him ratcheted up to full-blown panic.
I can't believe he was possessed. I should have been able to sense it.
Kakar couldn't have been inside him for long, said Fiona. Mortals could only survive possession for 2 or 3 days at most.
He's my brother, Gabriel shot back. I should have noticed.
When she thought about it, Fiona was fairly certain Wesley had only been possessed after they'd blocked the tear in the veil. Alexios had needed to open another portal, and he needed La Ruota Oscura to do it. The book was lying on Wesley's desk. He would have to return it to the police evidence lockup. Hopefully no one had reported it missing.
I don't know if I can make him forget something this big, said Gabriel.
His voice was full of anguish. What do you mean?
Hunters have strong powers of suggestion, but not as strong as vampires. We can't fabricate memories or influence emotions, but we can usually make people forget.
Fiona stared at him. You can wipe people's memories? Gabriel gave a non-committal shrug.
Usually. Helps us clean up supernatural messes when mortals have seen too much.
Fiona felt as though she'd had the breath knocked out of her. She hadn't known hunters could do that. You said usually.
It's a lot harder when it's someone you know. Anytime they see you afterward, it's like a little reminder. Their memory keeps trying to recall what's missing, like when you have a word on the tip of your tongue. Sometimes those memories eventually surface. But if you make them forget something big and traumatic, it can drive a wedge between you. They still associate you with that bad experience, but they don't have the memory to explain it.
Maybe that was it, Fiona thought. That swirling anxiety that she could practically taste. Gabriel wasn't worried Wesley wouldn't wake up, and he wasn't just worried what he would remember. He was thinking about what might happen if he made Wesley forget. How often do people remember?
I don't know. I've never tried to erase something this big. It's going to be hard to make him forget that he killed someone, and that he tried to kill me.
The two of them fell into grim silence, Fiona's mind churning with that new information. How many mortals had had their memories wiped? What had Gabriel made them forget?
I made Wes forget I was a hunter once, Gabriel offered. But that was because I really wanted to.
Fiona stared.
You have to want it, he continued. That's the only way to make it work on someone you see all the time.
She frowned. And you don't want him to forget this time?
I'd like him to forget all about Alexios, said Gabriel, looking down at the knife in his hands. He'd carry that around with him for the rest of his life, no matter how much Alexios deserved it. I could deal with the consequences, whatever the cost, if it meant he didn't have to remember that.
Fiona waited for him to continue. She could sense that Gabriel was wrestling with something.
But even if I could hide this from him, I don't know if that would be smart. There are still plenty of demons around, and Kakar was a really powerful one. I recognize the name. The other demons will be angry he's gone. Things are going to get a lot more dangerous around here. He might be safer if he knew.
Just then, Wesley stirred on the bed. His brows formed a sharp line in the center of his forehead, and he let out a pitiful groan. Fiona could sympathize. She knew all too well what an ether hangover felt like. Whatever Gabriel was going to do, he would have to do it soon. Getting up off the floor, Fiona took a step toward Wesley. She perched carefully on the edge of the bed, watching his chest rise and fall. With another groan, Wesley opened his eyes, blinking in the too bright morning sun. He frowned at Fiona, and then glanced at Gabriel, who'd come to stand behind her.
"Fiona?"
"Hey," she said, in a cheerful voice that didn't match her mood. She was glad that he was all right, but she had no idea what to say to him. Frowning, Wesley tucked his chin to glance down at his chest. His knife wound had scabbed over nicely.
"What the—"
"You were in a fight," Fiona blurted out, instantly wishing she could scoop up the words and shove them back in her mouth.
"A fight?"
Wesley repeated, sounding a little disturbed. He glanced up at Gabriel. An understanding dawned on him, as though he'd only just remembered.
"Mayberry."
Fiona nodded. Any time now, she thought to Gabriel, wondering when he planned on using his ability to make Wesley forget what had happened.
"There was a cabin,"
Wesley murmured, frowning as the memory came back to him.
"Alex Mayberry was there. He told me—"
Wesley broke off, and a dark look came over him.
"He told me to kill myself."
He met Fiona's gaze with horrified eyes, as if remembering how close he'd come.
"It was like I wasn't myself. I was there, but I wasn't really."
Fiona closed her eyes. She wished she could just tell him the truth and save him the confusion and torture.
"You were there," said Wesley accusingly. "Why didn't you stop me?"
"I tried," she whispered, her voice cracking as she struggled to find the words.
"I killed him," said Wesley in a deadpan voice. "I killed Alex Mayberry."
Wesley's face had gone very dark, as if everything he'd always believed had been shattered with that one revelation. Fiona caught a whiff of Gabriel's scent as he moved around her and sat on the bed. He was sitting very close to her, their legs almost touching, but his eyes were on his brother.
"No," said Gabriel, speaking in a firm, calm voice she'd never heard him use. "You never saw Alexios. You were never at that cabin. You were home watching The Dirty Dozen. You ordered a pizza for dinner."
Fiona drew in a sharp breath, wondering what would happen next. She didn't sense any sort of magic at work, but Gabriel's strange hunter ability wasn't being directed at her. She couldn't see Wesley's expression with Gabriel leaning forward, but as he drew back, she saw Wesley's face. He was staring at his brother with anger and distrust.
"No, I wasn't," said Wesley in a tone of certainty. "I was at that cabin with you and Fiona and that man, Alex Mayberry."
Gabriel let out a sigh.
"Oh boy. There was something inside of me, something evil."
His eyes widened as he remembered.
"I stabbed you, and you tried to kill me." "I wasn't trying to kill you. I was trying to exorcise your demon. You're welcome for that, by the way."
Wesley seemed unaffected by this news.
"I killed Mayberry, and then Fiona."
She cringed as his gaze swiveled over to her.
"You saved my life."
Gabriel cast Fiona a sidelong look, as though annoyed Wesley remembered that detail but not his brother trying to save him.
"How did you do that?"
Wesley asked, running a hand over his scab in amazement.
"This looks like a wound that's been healing for weeks."
Fiona opened and closed her mouth. She didn't know what to say. She was grateful when Gabriel finally spoke for her, until she heard what came out of his mouth.
"Yeah, about that."
He pulled a tight smile that looked more like a grimace.
"Funny story. Fiona's a witch. Alex Mayberry was too. That thing inside you was a demon that robbed you of all free will, and I'm a hunter whose job is to kill supernatural beings."
What was he doing? Fiona thought furiously. He was supposed to be erasing Wesley's memory of what had happened, not making it impossible to forget. Wesley's eyes were moving back and forth very fast, trying to process what Gabriel had said.
"What?"
"Good news, bad news," Gabriel continued in a light-hearted voice.
"The good news is that Fiona slayed your demon. The bad news is that there are probably hundreds more demons just like it crawling all over the state.
Wesley met this news with a blank stare. He seemed incapable of forming a response. Fiona wondered if he'd gone catatonic. No, he looked too angry for that.
That went well, said Gabriel in a tone of false cheer, turning to look at Fiona. I think he's just mad that he got all the crappy mortal genes.
Fiona met his gaze with a wide-eyed look. She had this horrible, heart-rending feeling that Gabriel had made a huge mistake. Gabriel seemed to guess what she was thinking, and loudly cleared his throat.
He'll be fine. Won't you, Wes?
Wesley didn't respond. Gabriel rocked forward on the edge of the bed, looking at his brother over one shoulder.
Wes?
He waved his hand in front of Wesley's face, and got only incredulity in return. Gabriel turned to look at Fiona.
I think we broke Wesley.
Author's note. Thank you for reading Demon Witch. I hope you enjoyed the story. If you're new to my books, thank you so much for taking a chance on Witches of Mountain Shadow. I love finding new readers. If you've been with me for a while, thank you for going along on another one of my crazy adventures. As a writer, one of my favorite aspects of creation is building a whole new world and dreaming up the cast of characters who will inhabit it. If you talk to enough writers, you'll learn that most of us enjoy chasing after the shiny new story more than continuing with an old one. However, this book was unique in that I actually enjoyed the writing process more because I was already familiar with the world and the characters. I was able to have some fun putting them in situations that exploited their quirks, such as the pre-wedding scene at the Wind Chime Inn, and revealed new aspects of their personalities that were perhaps hidden from the characters themselves. The scene where Fiona learns to shoot a gun comes to mind. Fiona is a witch with immense power, but for most of her life, she's only used her abilities as needed. At the beginning of Ether Witch, her magical abilities are more of a burden than a gift. They make it difficult for her to form romantic attachments, and her visions invade her dreams. When we first meet her, we get the feeling that she hasn't attempted to tap into her full potential as a witch. As the series unfolds, Fiona will be forced to confront her own power and stretch her abilities to their limits. She may even find that she enjoys wielding power, something that otherwise gentle people can find troubling. One of my favorite parts of Demon Witch was exploring the dynamic between Fiona and Gabriel. One thing I find particularly interesting about that relationship is that Fiona is a very sensible woman. She knows that Gabriel is dangerous and that she should be afraid of him, but she isn't. Our relationships, to an extent, are unconscious manifestations of our own personalities. When we dislike someone, it's usually because they exhibit traits that we dislike in ourselves. When we are attracted to someone, often this is because that person displays the qualities that we value or want to cultivate in ourselves. Fiona is a person who thrives when she is able to tap into her own strength and power, so it makes sense that she would be attracted to those traits in Gabriel. On the other hand, Fiona also values kindness and friendship, which is why she is simultaneously drawn to Wesley. One thing that occurred to me as I was editing Demon Witch was that, although they are both supernaturals, Fiona and Gabriel have very different ways of interpreting the people and events around them. Fiona was born with the ability to sense people's energies as they affect ether. She can tell when someone is angry, for instance. Hunters have a similar spidey sense, but Gabriel doesn't rely on his very often. Instead, he uses his preternaturally good hearing and sense of smell to give him clues about the world. I like to think of this as the difference between someone who is intuitive and displays a high degree of emotional intelligence, and someone who has fewer social skills and only trusts what is concrete. All that said, I don't apply this psychological lens when I'm first dreaming up these characters. My creative process is much more intuitive, and I write better when I don't think too hard. These insights are something I can only tease out after the fact, usually during the revision process when I'm in critical thinking mode. In the same vein, I don't start out writing with any kind of theme or metaphor in mind. I care more about telling a good story, that provides a fun escape for readers. For instance, I never intended the demons to be a metaphor for anything when I wrote this book, not even the demons we all have within us. They were just demons. That's not to say that my brain doesn't, unbeknownst to me, use my writing as a way to work out and cope with what's going on in real life. This is the function of dreams, and writing is, in many ways, a waking dream. In sci-fi and dystopian books I've written, it's a lot more obvious to me when this is happening. The aspects of society and technology that I find particularly disturbing usually show up in their most extreme form in those stories. I've created worlds that have been decimated by nuclear war, a virus, climate change, and bots with near-human intelligence. The main reason I started writing contemporary fantasy was that it gave me a break from those darker explorations. In March of 2020, I just couldn't bring myself to create another apocalypse. Between the pandemic and the toxic political climate in the United States, I felt that the world was dark enough. A book about witches, I thought, would be pure, shameless fun. I could set it in a small town, dream up a quirky cast of characters, and throw in some murder. My personal tastes run the gamut in a strange fusion of Gilmore Girls, Agatha Christie, and The Vampire Diaries. And it has been all the pure, shameless fun that I knew it would be. I never meant for Witches of Mountain Shadow to offer any type of social commentary. It wasn't until I started editing Demon Witch that I realized how fighting demons in fiction might offer a lesson for how to cope with the real world. For those of you reading this in the future, Demon Witch was published at the tail end of 2020. I wrote this author's note as the U.S. election results were being tabulated. In Colorado, where I live, firefighters were still working to contain our largest wildfire in recorded history, and new cases of COVID-19 had reached new all-time highs. Understandably, people have been tense. During the last few months that I was working on this book, I found myself grappling with this feeling that I no longer understood the world around me. Although I knew that things were bad, I was at a loss to explain the levels of anger and hatred I was seeing in those I normally consider sane, happy people. I was having a lot more confrontations with total strangers at the post office, and to be honest, it was bumming me out. As I performed my second and third round of revisions on Demon Witch, I realized that maybe I had engineered the demons as a supernatural explanation for what was going on in the real world, for the level of collective insanity I couldn't otherwise explain. Furies sow discord in human beings. Cacodemons are shapeshifters that can take the form of mortals. Sometimes they like to spread chaos and disharmony by appearing as mortals on TV. Tempters can influence people, but only as a whisper in their ear, and only if the seed of an idea has already been planted. The way I see it, we are all responsible for our own actions. We are responsible for how we choose to move through the world and how we treat others. The pandemic and the political climate around the world haven't made people this way. They have just provided the perfect conditions to unleash our collective rage, fear, frustration, and resentment. The cultural narrative of us versus them is the tempter making, what seems to be, the very reasonable suggestion that we turn on one another. This metaphor really hit home for me in chapter 28, the scene where Fiona puts the shield in place and pulls the demon's energy into her. As we allow ourselves to be sucked into cable news and the vitriol on social media, we draw that collective misery into ourselves. If we aren't careful, it can overwhelm all that is decent, compassionate, and sensible within us. The darkness threatens to infect us all. So, how do we keep the demons at bay? First, stop doom scrolling through social media. Turn off the TV. Put away your phone. Go bake some cookies. Walk your dog. Call your parents, grandparents, or your kids. Pick up a book. Seriously. Research shows that reading fiction boosts our empathy and makes us behave better. Fiction forces us to walk a mile in the shoes of people who are different from us. This leads to greater understanding, compassion, and altruism. I'm not saying that books are going to save us, but they can at least give us an escape hatch into another world, and maybe help us become better human beings. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please take a moment to leave a review. I'm an independent author and I rely on readers like you to spread the word about my books. You can find my complete collection of audio titles at tarahbenner.com. Until next time, stay magical, my friends. This has been Demon Witch, Witches of Mountain Shadow, Book 2, written by Tarah Benner, narrated by Taylor Harvey. Copyright 2020 to 2021 by Tarah Benner. Production copyright by Tarah Benner.